Chapter 1. Electronic version. The World Factbook 1990. The World Factbook is produced annually by the Central Intelligence Agency for the use of United States government officials, and the style, format, coverage, and content are designed to meet their specific requirements. Comments and queries are welcome and may be addressed to Central Intelligence Agency. Attention. Public Affairs, Washington, D.C. 20505-703-351-2053. Table of Contents text, 249 nations, dependent areas, and other entities. Afghanistan, Albania, Algeria, American Samoa, Andorra, Angola, Anguilla, Antarctica, Antigua, and Barbuda, Arctic Ocean, Argentina, Aruba, Ashmore, and Cartier Islands, Atlantic Ocean, Australia, Austria, the Bahamas, Bahrain, Baker Island. Bangladesh, Barbados, Bases da India, Belgium, Belize, Benin, Bermuda, Bhutan, Bolivia, Botswana, Bouvet Island, Brazil, British Indian Ocean Territory, British Virgin Islands, Brunei, Bulgaria, Burkina, Burma, Burundi, Cambodia, Cameroon, Canada, Cape Verde, Cayman Islands, Central African Republic, Chad, Chile, China. Also see separate Taiwan entry. Christmas Island, Clipperton Island, Cocos, Keeling Islands, Colombia, Comoros, Congo, Cook Islands, Coral Sea Islands, Costa Rica, Cuba, Cyprus, Czechoslovakia, Denmark, Djibouti, Dominica, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, Egypt, El Salvador, Equatorial Guinea, Ethiopia, Europa Island, Falkland Islands, Islas Malvinas, Faroe Islands, Fiji, Finland, France, French, Guyana, French, Polynesia, French, Southern and Antarctic lands, Gabon, the Gambia, Gaza Strip, German Democratic Republic, East Germany, Germany, Federal Republic of West Germany, Ghana, Gibraltar, Glorioso Islands, Greece, Greenland, Grenada, Guadeloupe, Guam, Guatemala, Guernsey, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Guyana, Haiti, Heard Island, and McDonald Islands, Honduras, Hong Kong, Howland Island, Hungary, Iceland, India, Indian Ocean, Indonesia, Iran, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Neutral Zone, Ireland, Israel. Also see separate Gaza Strip and West Bank entries. Italy, Ivory Coast, Jamaica, Jan Mayen, Japan, Jarvis Island, Jersey, Johnston, Atoll, Jordan. Also see separate West Bank entry. Wandanova Island, Kenya, Kingman Reef, Kiribati, Korea, North Korea, South Kuwait, Laos, Lebanon, Lesotho, Liberia, Libya, Liechtenstein, Luxembourg, Macau, Madagascar, Malawi, Malaysia, Maldives, Mali, Malta, Man, Isle of Marshall Islands, Martinique, Mauritania, Mauritius, Mayotte, Mexico, Micronesia, Federated States of Midway Islands, Monaco, Mongolia, Montserrat, Morocco, Mozambique, Namibia, and Nauru, Navassa Island, Nepal, Netherlands, Antilles, New Caledonia, New Zealand, Nicaragua, Nigeria, Norfolk Island, Northern Mariana Islands, Norway, Oman, Pacific Islands. Trust Territory of the Palau, Pacific Ocean, Pakistan, Palmyra Atoll, Panama, Papua New Guinea, Paracel Islands, Paraguay, Peru. Philippines, Pitcairn Islands, Poland, Portugal, Puerto Rico, Qatar, Reunion, Romania, Rwanda, St. Helena Street, Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Pierre, and Miquelon, St. Vincent, and the Grenadines, San Marino, Sao Tome, and Principe, Saudi Arabia, Senegal, Seychelles, Sierra Leone, Singapore, Solomon Islands, Somalia, South Africa, South Georgia, and the South Sandwich Islands, Soviet Union, Spain, Spratly Islands, Sri Lanka, Sudan, Suriname, Svalbard, Swaziland, Sweden, Switzerland, Syria, Taiwan. Entry follows Zimbabwe, Tanzania, Thailand, Togo, Tokelau, Tonga, Trinidad and Tobago, Tromelin Island, Tunisia, Turkey, Turks, and Caicos Islands, Tuvalu, Uganda, United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom, United States, Uruguay, Vanuatu, Vatican City, Venezuela, Vietnam, Virgin Islands, Wake Island, Wallis, and Futuna, West Bank, Western Sahara, Western Samoa, World Yemen Arab Republic, Yemen, Sana'a, or North Yemen, Yemen. People's Democratic Republic of Yemen, Aden, or South Yemen, Yugoslavia, Zaire, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Taiwan. Appendix A. The United Nations. System. Appendix B. International Organizations. Appendix C. Country membership in international organizations. Appendix D. Weights and measures. Appendix E. Cross-reference list of geographic names. Note: all maps will be available only in the printed version for the foreseeable future. Notes, definitions, and abbreviations. There have been some significant changes in this edition. In the government section, the former branch's entry has been replaced by 3 entries: executive branch, legislative branch, and judicial branch. The leader's entry now has sub-entries for chief of state, head of government, and their deputies. The elections entry has been completely redone with information for each branch of the national government, including the date for the last election, the date for the next election, results, percent of vote by candidate or party, and current distribution of seats by party. In the economy section, there is a new entry on illicit drugs. Abbreviations. See Appendix B for international organizations. AVDP, Avoirdupois CF cost, insurance, and freight CY calendar year, WT deadweight, EST estimate, XIM, Export-Import Bank of the United States, FOB free, on board FRG, Federal Republic of Germany, West Germany. FY fiscal year, GDP, Gross Domestic Product, GDR, German Democratic Republic, East Germany, GNP, Gross National Product, GRT, Gross Registered Ton km kilometer km 2 square kilometer kW kilowatt hour m meter in a knot. Available NEGL negligible NM nautical mile NZ New Zealand ODA Official Development Assistance OOF Other Official Flows PDRY People's Democratic Republic of Yemen Aden or South Yemen UAE United Arab Emirates UK United Kingdom US United States USSR Union of Soviet Socialist Republics Soviet Union YR Yemen Arab Republic Yemen Sana'a or North Yemen Administrative Divisions. The numbers, designatory terms, and first-order administrative divisions are generally those approved by the United States Board on Geographic Names BGN as of April 5, 1990. Changes that have been reported but not yet acted upon by BGN are noted. Area. Total area is the sum of all land and water areas delimited by international boundaries and/or coastlines. Land area is the aggregate of all surfaces delimited by international boundaries and/or coastlines, excluding inland water bodies, lakes, reservoirs, rivers. Comparative areas are based on total area equivalents. Most entities are compared with the entire U.S. or one of the 50 states. The smaller entities are compared with Washington, D.C., 178 square kilometers, 69 miles to, or the Mall in Washington, D.C., 0.59 square kilometers, 0.23 miles to, 146 acres. Birth rate. The average annual number of births during a year per 1,000 population at midyear. Also known as crude birth rate. Contributors. Information was provided by the Bureau of the Census, Department of Commerce, Central Intelligence Agency, Defense Intelligence Agency, Defense Nuclear Agency, Department of State, Foreign Broadcast Information Service, Navy Operational Intelligence Center, and Maritime Administration, Merchant Marine Data, Office of Territorial and International Affairs, Department of the Interior, United States Board on Geographic Names, United States Coast Guard, and others. Dates of information. In general, information available as of January 1st, 1990 was used in the preparation of this edition. Population figures are estimates for July 1st, 1990, with population growth rates estimated from mid-1990 through mid-1991. Major political events have been updated through March 30th, 1990. Military age figures are average annual estimates for 1990 to 94. Death rate. The average annual number of deaths during a year per L000 population at midyear. Also known as crude death rate. Diplomatic representation. The U.S. government has diplomatic relations with 162 nations. There are only 144 U.S. embassies, since some nations have U.S. ambassadors accredited to them, but no physical U.S. mission exists. The U.S. has diplomatic relations with 149 of the 159 UN members. The exceptions are Albania, Angola, Belarus, Constituent Republic of the Soviet Union, Cambodia, Cuba, Iran, Vietnam, People's Democratic Republic of Yemen, Aden or South Yemen, Ukraine, Constituent Republic of the Soviet Union, and obviously, the U.S. itself. In addition, the U.S. has diplomatic relations with 13 nations that are not in the UN: Andorra, Federated States of Micronesia, Kiribati, Liechtenstein, Marshall Islands, Monaco, Nauru, San Marino, South Korea, Switzerland, Tonga, Tuvalu, and the Vatican City. North Korea is not in the UN, and the U.S. does not have diplomatic relations with that nation. The U.S. has not recognized the incorporation of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania into the Soviet Union and continues to accredit the diplomatic representatives of their last free governments. Disputes. This category includes a wide variety of situations that range from traditional bilateral boundary disputes to unilateral claims of one sort or another. Every international land boundary dispute in the Guide to International Boundaries, a map published by the Department of State, is included. References to other situations may also be included that are border or frontier relevant, such as maritime disputes, geopolitical questions, or irredentist issues. However, inclusion does not necessarily constitute official acceptance or recognition by the U.S. government. Entities. Some of the nation's dependent areas of special sovereignty, and governments included in this publication are not independent, and others are not officially recognized by the U.S. government. Nation refers to a people politically organized into a sovereign state with a definite territory. Dependent area refers to a broad category of political entities that are associated in some way with a nation. Names used for page headings are usually the short form names as approved by the U.S. Board on Geographic Names. The long form name is included in the government section, and an entry of none indicates a long form name does not exist. In some instances, no short form name exists. Then the long form name must serve for all usages. There are 249 entities in the fact book that may be categorized as follows. Nations: 157 UN members. There are 159 members in the Union, but only 157 are included in the World Factbook because Belarus and Ukraine are constituent republics of the Soviet Union. 15 nations that are not members of the UN: Andorra, Federated States of Micronesia, Kiribati, Liechtenstein, Marshall Islands, Monaco, Namibia, Nauru, North Korea, San Marino, South Korea, Switzerland, Tonga, Tuvalu, Vatican City, other one. Taiwan Dependent Areas 6, Australia, Ashmore and Cartier Islands, Christmas Island, Cocos Keeling Islands, Coral Sea Islands, Heard Island and McDonald Islands, Norfolk Island 2, Denmark, Faroe Islands, Greenland 16, France, Basses de India, Clipperton Island, Europa Island, French Guiana, French Polynesia, French Southern and Antarctic Lands, Glorioso Islands, Guadeloupe, Wananova Island, Martinique, Mayotte, New Caledonia, Reunion, St. Pierre and Miquelon, Tromelin Island, Wallis and Futuna 2, Netherlands, Aruba, Netherlands Antilles 3, New Zealand, Cook Islands, Niue, Tokelau 3, Norway, Bouvet Island, Jan Mayen, Svalbard 1, Portugal, Macau 16, United Kingdom, Anguilla, Bermuda, British Indian Ocean Territory, British Virgin Islands, Cayman Islands, Falkland Islands, Gibraltar, Guernsey, Hong Kong, Isle of Man, Jersey, Montserrat, Pitcairn Islands, St. Helena, South Georgia and the South Sandwich Islands, Turks and Caicos Islands, 15, United States, American Samoa, Baker Island, Guam, Howland Island, Jarvis Island, Johnston Atoll, Kingman Reef, Midway Islands, Navassa Island, Northern Mariana Islands, Palmyra Atoll, Puerto Rico, Trust Territory of the Pacific Islands, Palau, Virgin Islands, Wake Island, Miscellaneous 7, Antarctica, Gaza Strip, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Neutral Zone, Paracel Islands, Spratly Islands, West Bank, Western Sahara, other entities, 4 oceans, Arctic Ocean, Atlantic Ocean, Indian Ocean, Pacific Ocean. One world equals 249 total notes. The U.S. government has not recognized the incorporation of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania into the Soviet Union as constituent republics during World War II. Those Baltic states are not members of the UN and are not included in the list of nations. The U.S. government does not recognize the 4 so-called independent homelands of Bophuthatswana, Ciskei, Transkei, and Vinda in South Africa. Gross domestic product, GDP, the value of all goods and services produced domestically. Gross national product, GNP, the value of all goods and services produced domestically, plus income earned abroad, minus income earned by foreigners from domestic production. GNP/GDP methodology, GNP/GDP dollar estimates for the OECD countries. the USSR, Eastern Europe, and a portion of the developing countries are derived from purchasing power parity, PPP, calculations rather than from conversions at official currency exchange rates. The PPP methods involve the use of average price weights, which lie between the weights of the domestic and foreign price systems. Using these weights, US $100 converted into German marks by a PPP method will buy an equal amount of goods and services in both the US and Germany. One caution: the proportion of, say, military expenditures as a percent of GNP/GDP in local currency accounts may differ substantially from the proportion when GNP/GDP is expressed in PPP dollar terms, as, for example, when an observer estimates the dollar level of Soviet or Japanese military expenditures. Similarly, dollar figures for exports and imports reflect the price patterns of international markets rather than PPP price patterns. Growth rate: population, the annual percent change in the population, resulting from surplus or deficit of births over deaths and the balance of migrants entering and leaving a country. The rate may be positive or negative. Illicit drugs: there are 5 categories of illicit drugs: narcotics, stimulants, depressants, sedatives, hallucinogens, and cannabis. These categories include many drugs legally produced and prescribed by doctors, as well as those illegally produced and sold outside medical channels. Cannabis, Cannabis sativa, is the common hemp plant, provides hallucinogens with some sedative properties, and includes marijuana, pot, Acapulco gold, grass, reefer, tetrahydrocannabinol, THC, marinol, hashish hash, and hashish oil, hash oil. Coca, Erythroxylon coca, is a bush, and the leaves contain the stimulant cocaine. Coca is not to be confused with cocoa, which comes from cacao seeds and is used in making chocolate, cocoa, and cocoa butter. Cocaine is a stimulant derived from the leaves of the coca bush. Depressants, sedatives, are drugs that reduce tension and anxiety and include chloral hydrate, barbiturates, amytal, nembutal, seconal, phenobarbital, benzodiazepines, Librium, Valium, methaqualone, Quaalude, glutathione, Doridin, and others, Equinol, Placido, Valmid. Drugs are any chemical substances that affect a physical, mental, emotional, or behavioral change in an individual. Drug abuse is the use of any licit or illicit chemical substance that results in physical, mental, emotional, or behavioral impairment in an individual. Hallucinogens are drugs that affect sensation, thinking, self-awareness, and emotion. Hallucinogens include LSD, acid, microdot, mescaline and peyote, mex, buttons, cactus, amphetamine variants, PMA, STP, DOB, phencyclidine, PCP, angel dust, hog, phencyclidine analogs, PCE, PCP, TCP, and others, psilocybin, psilocin. Hashish is the resinous exudate of the cannabis or hemp plant, Cannabis sativa. Heroin is a semisynthetic derivative of morphine. Marijuana is the dried leaves of the cannabis or hemp plant, Cannabis sativa. Narcotics are drugs that relieve pain, often induce sleep, and refer to opium, opium derivatives, and synthetic substitutes. Natural narcotics include opium, paregoric, parapectolin, morphine, MS-Contin, Roxanol, codeine, Tylenol with codeine, Empirin with codeine, Robitussin AC, and thebaine. Semisynthetic narcotics include heroin, horse, smack, and hydromorphone dilaudid. Synthetic narcotics include meperidine or pethidine, Demerol, Mepergan, methadone, Dolofen, Methadose, and others, Darvon, Lomodal. Opium is the milky exudate of the incised, unripe seed pod of the opium poppy. Opium poppy, Papaver somniferum, is the source for many natural and semisynthetic narcotics. Poppy straw concentrate is the alkaloid derived from the mature, dried opium poppy. Cot is a stimulant from the buds or leaves of Cather edulis that is chewed or drunk as tea. Stimulants are drugs that relieve mild depression, increase energy and activity, and include cocaine, coke, snow, crack, amphetamines, Desox and Dexedrine, phenmetrazine, Preludin, methylphenidate, Ritalin, and others, Silert, Sanarex, Tenuate. Infant mortality rate. The number of deaths to infants under 1 year of age in a given year per L, 000 live births occurring in the same year. Land use. Human use of the land surface is categorized as arable land. Land cultivated for crops that are replanted after each harvest. Wheat, maize, rice. Permanent crops. Land cultivated for crops that are not replanted after each harvest. Citrus, coffee, rubber. Meadows and pastures. Land permanently used for herbaceous forage crops. Forest and woodland. Land under dense or open stands of trees. And other. Any land type not specifically mentioned above, urban areas, roads, desert. The percentage figure for irrigated refers to the portion of the entire amount of land area that is artificially supplied with water. Leaders. The chief of state is the titular leader of the country who represents the state at official and ceremonial functions, but is not involved with the day-to-day activities of the government. The head of government is the administrative leader who manages the day-to-day activities of the government. In the UK, the monarch is the chief of state and the prime minister is the head of government. In the U.S., the president is both the chief of state and the head of government. Life expectancy at birth. The average number of years to be lived by a group of people all born in the same year, if mortality at each age remains constant in the future. Maritime claims. The proximity of neighboring states may prevent some national claims from being fully extended. Merchant marine. All ships engaged in the carriage of goods. All commercial vessels, as opposed to all non-military ships, which excludes tugs, fishing vessels, offshore oil rigs, etc. Also, a grouping of merchant ships by nationality or register. Captive register. A register of ships maintained by a territory, possession, or colony primarily or exclusively for the use of ships owned in the parent country. Also referred to as an offshore register, the offshore equivalent of an internal register. Ships on a captive register will fly the same flag as the parent country or a local variant of it, but will be subject to the maritime laws and taxation rules of the offshore territory. Although the nature of a captive register makes it especially desirable for ships owned in the parent country, just as in the internal register, the ships may also be owned abroad. The captive register then acts as a flag of convenience register, except that it is not the register of an independent state. Flag of convenience register, a national register offering registration to a merchant ship not owned in the flag state. The major flags of convenience, FOC, attract ships to their register by virtue of low fees, low or non-existent taxation of profits, and liberal manning requirements. True FOC registers are characterized by having relatively few of the ships registered actually owned in the flag state. Thus, while virtually any flag can be used for ships under a given set of circumstances, an FOC register is one where the majority of the merchant fleet is owned abroad. It is also referred to as an open register. Flag state. The nation in which a ship is registered and which holds legal jurisdiction over operation of the ship, whether at home or abroad. Differences in flag state maritime legislation determine how a ship is manned and taxed, and whether a foreign-owned ship may be placed on a register. Internal register, a register of ships maintained as a subset of a national register. Ships on the internal register fly the national flag and have that nationality, but are subject to a separate set of maritime rules from those on the main national register. These differences usually include lower taxation of profits, manning by foreign nationals, and usually ownership outside the flag state when it functions as an FOC register. The Norwegian International Ship Register and Danish International Ship Register are the most notable examples of an internal register. Both have been instrumental in stemming flight from the national flag to flags of convenience and in attracting foreign-owned ships to the Norwegian and Danish flags. Merchant ship, a vessel that carries goods against payment of freight. Commonly used to denote any non-military ship, but accurately restricted to commercial vessels only. Register, the record of a ship's ownership and nationality as listed with the maritime authorities of a country. Also, the compendium of such individual ships' registrations. Registration of a ship provides it with a nationality and makes it subject to the laws of the country in which registered, the the flag state, regardless of the nationality of the ship's ultimate owner. Money figures. All are expressed in contemporaneous US dollars unless otherwise indicated. Net migration rate. The balance between the number of persons entering and leaving a country during the year per 1,000 persons, based on mid-year population. An excess of persons entering the country is referred to as net immigration. 3.56 migrants/1,000 population. An excess of persons leaving the country as net immigration, minus 9.26 migrants/1,000 population. Population. Figures are estimates from the Bureau of the Census based on statistics from population censuses, vital registration systems, or sample surveys pertaining to the recent past, and on assumptions about future trends. Total fertility rate. The average number of children that would be born per woman if all women lived to the end of their childbearing years and bore children according to a given fertility rate at each age. Years. All year references are for the calendar year, CY, unless indicated as fiscal year, FY. The World Factbook, 1990. Country, Afghanistan. Geography, total area, 647,500 square kilometers. Land area, 647,500 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly smaller than Texas land boundaries. 5,826 kilometers total. China 76 kilometers. Iran 936 kilometers. Pakistan 2,430 kilometers. USSR 2,384 kilometers coastline. None. Landlocked maritime claims. None. Landlocked disputes. Pashtun question with Pakistan. Baloch. Question with Iran and Pakistan. Periodic disputes with Iran over Helmand water rights. Insurgency with Iranian and Pakistani involvement. Traditional tribal rivalries. Climate. Arid to semi-arid. Cold winters and hot summers. Terrain. Mostly rugged mountains. Plains in north and southwest. Natural resources. Natural gas, crude oil, coal, copper, talc, barytes, sulfur, lead, zinc, iron, or salt. Precious and semi-precious stones. Land use. 12% arable land. NEGL percent permanent crops. 46% meadows and pastures. 3% forest and woodland. 39% other. Includes NEGL percent irrigated environment. Damaging earthquakes occur in Hindu Kush Mountains. Soil degradation, desertification, overgrazing, deforestation, pollution. Note. Landlocked. People population, 15,862,293, July 1990. Growth rate 7.7%. 1990. Birth rate, 44 births per 1,000 population. 1990. Death rate, 18 deaths/1,000 population. 1998. Migration rate, 51 migrants/1,000 population. 1990. Note, there are flows across the border in both directions, but data are fragmentary and unreliable. Infant mortality rate, 154 deaths/1,000 live births. 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 47 years male, 46 years female. 1990. Total fertility rate, 6.4 children born/woman. 1990. Nationality. Noun, Afghans. Adjective, Afghan ethnic divisions. 50% Pashtun, 25% Tajik, 9% Uzbek, 12 to 15% Hazara. Minor ethnic groups include Chahar, Imaks, Turkmen, Baloch, and others. Religion, 74% Sunni Muslim, 15% Shia Muslim, 11% other language. 50% Pashto, 35% Afghan Persian Dari, 11% Turkic languages, primarily Uzbek and Turkmen. 4% 30 minor languages, primarily Balochi and Pahai. Much bilingualism. Literacy, 12% labor force. 4,980,000. 67.8% agriculture and animal husbandry. 10.2% industry. 6.3% construction. 5% commerce. 10.7% services and other. 1980 EST. Organized labor. Some small government-controlled unions. Government long-form name. Republic of Afghanistan type. Authoritarian capital. Kabul administrative divisions. 30 provinces, Vilayet singular, Vilayet. Badakhshan, Bajis, Baghlan, Balkh, Bamiyan, Farah, Faryab, Ghazni, Gor, Helmand, Herat, Jowzjan, Kabul, Kandahar, Kapiza, Konar, Kandaz, Lagman, Logar, Nangarhar, Nimruz, Orizgan, Paktia, Paktika, Parvan, Samangan, Sarikipol, Takar, Vardak, Zabal. Note, there may be a new province of Nurestan, Nuristan, Independence. August 19, 1919, from UK. Constitution, adopted November 30, 1987 legal system. Has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction national holiday. Anniversary of the Saur Revolution, April 27, 1978, Executive Branch. President for Vice Presidents, Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, Council of Ministers, Cabinet, Legislative Branch. Bicameral National Assembly, Meli Shura, consists of an upper house or Senate, Sena, and a lower house or House of Representatives, Wulisi Jirga, Judicial Branch, Supreme Court leaders, Chief of State and Head of Government, President Mohammed Najibullah Ahmadzai, since November 30, 1987. Chairman of the Council of Ministers Executive Committee Sultan Ali Keshmand, since February 21, 1989. Prime Minister Fazil Haq Kalikyar, since May 21, 1990. Political parties and leaders. Only party. The People's Democratic Party of Afghanistan, PDP, has two factions. The Parkami faction has been in power since December 1979, and members of the deposed Kalki faction continue to hold some important posts, mostly in the military and Ministry of Interior. Non-party figures hold some post-suffrage. Universal. Male ages 15 to 50 elections. Senate. Last held in April 1988. Next to be held April 1991. Results. PDPA is the only party. Seats. 192 total, 115 elected. PDPA 115. House of Representatives. Last held in April 1988. Next to be held April 1993. Results. PDPA is the only party. Seats, 234 total. PDPA 184, 50 seats reserved for opposition communists. The PDPA claims 200,000 members, 1988, other political or pressure groups. The military and other branches of internal security have been rebuilt by the USSR. Insurgency continues throughout the country. Widespread anti-Soviet and anti-regime sentiment and opposition on religious and political grounds. Member of ADB, CCC, Colombo Plan, SCAP, FAOG, 77, IBRD, ICAO, IDA, Islamic Development Bank, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, Intelsat, ITU, NEM, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WFDU, WHO, WMO, WDO, WSG, suspended from OIC in January 1980 diplomatic representation. Minister Counselor, charged d'affaires Mayagal. Chancery at 2341, Wyoming Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008. Telephone 202-234-3770 or 3771. U.S. Charged d'affaires vacant. Embassy at Ansari Wat, Wazir Akbar Khan Mina, Kabul. Telephone 62,230 through 62,235 or 62,436. Note: U.S. Embassy in Kabul was closed in January 1989. Flag. 3 equal horizontal bands of black, top, red, and green with the national coat of arms superimposed on the hoist side of the black and red bands, similar to the flag of Malawi, which is shorter and bears a radiant, rising, red sun centered in the black band. Economy overview. Fundamentally, Afghanistan is an extremely poor, landlocked country, highly dependent on farming, wheat especially, and livestock raising, sheep and goats. Economic considerations, however, have played second fiddle to political and military upheavals, including the 9-year Soviet military occupation, ended February 15, 1989, and the continuing bloody civil war. Over the past decade, 1/3 of the population has fled the country, with Pakistan sheltering some 3 million refugees and Iran perhaps 2 million. Another 1 million have probably moved into and around urban areas within Afghanistan. Large numbers of bridges, buildings, and factories have been destroyed or damaged by military action or sabotage. Government claims to the contrary. Gross domestic product almost certainly is lower than 10 years ago because of the loss of labor and capital and the disruption of trade and transport. Official claims indicate that agriculture grew by 0.7% and industry by 3.5% in 1988. GDP, $3 billion, per capita, $200. Real growth rate, 0%, 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices over 50%, 1989 EST. Unemployment rate, NA percent budget. Revenues, NA. Expenditures, $646.7 million, including capital expenditures of $370.2 million. FY 87 EST. Exports, $512 million. FOB, FY 88. Commodities, natural gas 55%, fruits and nuts 24%, handwoven carpets, wool, cotton, hides, and pelts. Partners, mostly USSR and Eastern Europe imports. $996 million. CF, FY 88. Commodities, food, and petroleum products. Partners, mostly USSR and Eastern Europe external debt. $1.8 billion. December 1989 EST. Industrial production. Growth rate 6.2%. FY 89 plan. Electricity. 480,000 kilowatts capacity. 1,470 million kilowatt hours produced. 100 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries. Small-scale production of textiles, soap, furniture, shoes, fertilizer and cement, handwoven carpets, natural gas, oil, coal, copper agriculture, largely subsistence farming and nomadic animal husbandry, cash products, wheat, fruits, nuts, caracal pelts, wool, mutton, illicit drugs, an illicit producer of opium poppy and cannabis for the international drug trade, world's second largest opium producer after Burma, and a major source of hashish aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-88, $265 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970-87, $419 million. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979-89, $57 million. Communist countries, 1970-88, for $0.1 billion currency. Afghani, plural Afghanis. 1 Afghani, AF, equals 100 pulse exchange rates. Afghanis, AF, per 1 U.S. dollar, 50.6, fixed rate since 1982, fiscal year, 21. March 20th March, communications railroads, 9.6 kilometers, single track, 1.524 meter gauge from Kushka, USSR, to Taragandi and 15.0 kilometers from Termez, USSR, to Kiribati transshipment point on south bank of AMU Darya highways. 21,000 kilometers total, 1984. 2,800 kilometers hard surface. 1,650 kilometers bituminous treated gravel and improved earth. 16,550 kilometers unimproved earth and tracks inland waterways. Total navigability, 1,200 kilometers, chiefly AMU Darya, which handles steamers up to about 500 metric tons pipelines, petroleum, oil, and lubricants pipelines, USSR to Bagram and USSR to Shindand, natural gas, 180 kilometers ports, Sher Khan and Kiribati, river ports, civil air, 2 TU, 154, 2 Boeing 727, assorted smaller transports airports, 38 total, 34 usable, 9 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 3,659 m, 10 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 15 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications, limited telephone, telegraph, and radio broadcast services. Television introduced in 1980, 31,200 telephones. Stations, 5 AM, no FM, 1 TV, 1 satellite earth station. Defense Forces branches, Armed Forces, Army, Air and Air Defense Forces, Border Guard Forces, National Police Force, Sarandoi, Ministry of State Security, WAD, Tribal Militia Military Manpower, males 15 to 49, 3,880,124, 2,080,725 fit for military service, 168,021 reach military age, 22, annually defense expenditures, 9.1% of GDP, 1984. Country, Albania, geography, total area, 28,750 square kilometers, land area, 27,400 square kilometers comparative area, slightly larger than Maryland land boundaries, 768 kilometers total. Greece 282 kilometers, Yugoslavia 486 kilometers coastline, 362 kilometers maritime claims, continental shelf, not specified, territorial sea, 15 nanometers disputes, Kosovo question with Yugoslavia, Northern Epirus question with Greece climate, mild temperate, cool, cloudy, wet winters, hot, clear, dry summers, interior is cooler and wetter. Terrain, mostly mountains and hills, small plains along coast, natural resources, crude oil, natural gas, coal, chromium, copper, timber, nickel land use, 21% arable land, 4% permanent crops, 15% meadows and pastures, 38% forest and woodland, 22% other, includes 1% irrigated environment, subject to destructive earthquakes. Tsunami occur along southwestern coast. Deforestation seems to be slowing note. Strategic location along Strait of Otranto, links Adriatic Sea to Ionian Sea and Mediterranean Sea. People population, 3,273,131, July 1990. Growth rate 1.9%, 1990. Birth rate, 25 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 5 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 0 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 52 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 72 years male, 78 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 3.0 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, Albanians. Adjective, Albanian ethnic divisions. Albania 90%, Greeks 8%, other 2%. Vlachs, Gypsies, Serbs, and Bulgarians, 1989 EST. Religion. Albania claims to be the world's first atheist state. All churches and mosques were closed in 1967 and religious observances prohibited. Pre-1967 estimates of religious affiliation: 70% Muslim, 20% Albanian Orthodox, 10% Roman Catholic language. Albanian, Tosk, is official dialect. Greek literacy, 75% labor force, 1,500,000, 1987. About 60% agriculture, 40% industry and commerce, 1986. Organized labor. Central Council of Albanian Trade Unions, 610,000 members. Government long form. Name: People's Socialist Republic of Albania. Type: Communist State, Stalinist. Capital: Tirana. Administrative divisions: 26 districts. Reeth, singular. Reth, Berat, Diber, Durrës, Elbasan, Fear, Gyrocaster, Gramsh, Kalanji, Kors, Kruj, Kooks, Lizja, Librazd, Lushnj, Mat, Merdite, Permet, Pogradek, Puke, Sarand, Shkoder, Skropper, Tepelin, Tirana, Tropoj, Vlore. Independence. November 28, 1912, from Turkey. People's Socialist Republic of Albania, declared January 11, 1946 Constitution. December 27, 1976 Legal system. Judicial review of legislative acts only in the Presidium of the People's Assembly, which is not a true court, has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction. National holiday. Liberation Day, November 29, 1944, Executive Branch. President of the Presidium of the People's Assembly, 3 vice presidents. Presidium of the People's Assembly. Chairman of the Council of Ministers, 3 Deputy Chairmen. Council of Ministers Legislative Branch, Unicameral Peoples. Assembly, Kavindi Popular, Judicial Branch, Supreme Court Leaders. Chief of State, President of the Presidium of the People's Assembly Ramiz Ali, since November 22, 1982. Head of Government. Chairman of the Council of Ministers Adil Karkani, since January 14, 1982. Political parties and leaders. Only party. Albanian Workers' Party, Ramiz Alia. First Secretary Suffrage. Universal and compulsory at age 18 elections. President. Last held February 19, 1987. Next to be held February 1991. Results. President Ramiz Alia was re-elected without opposition. People's Assembly. Last held February 1, 1987. Next to be held February 1991. Results. Albanian Workers' Party is the only party. Seats. 250 total. Albanian Workers' Party 250 Communists. 147,000 party members. November 1986. Member of CCC, SEMA, has not participated since rift with USSR in 1961. FAO, IPU, ITU, UN, UNESCO, UNIDO, UPU, WFDU, who WMO diplomatic representation. None. The U.S. does not recognize the Albanian government and has no diplomatic or consular relations with Albania. There is no third power representation of Albanian interests in the U.S. or of U.S. interests in Albania flag. Red with a black 2-headed eagle in the center below, a red 5-pointed star outlined in yellow. Economy overview. As the poorest country in Europe, Albania's development lags behind even the least favored areas of the Yugoslav economy. The Stalinist-type economy operates on the principles of central planning and state ownership of the means of production. In recent years, Albania has implemented limited economic reforms to stimulate its lagging economy, although they do not go nearly so far as current reforms in the USSR and Eastern Europe. Attempts at self-reliance and a policy of not borrowing from international lenders, sometimes overlooked in recent years, have greatly hindered the development of a broad economic infrastructure. Albania, however, possesses considerable mineral resources and is largely self-sufficient in food. Numerical estimates of Albanian economic activity are subject to an especially wide margin of error because the government is isolated and closed-mouthed. GNP, $3.8 billion, per capita $1,200. Real growth rate in A%, 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices in A%, unemployment rate. In A% budget. Revenues $2.3 billion. Expenditures $2.3 billion, including capital expenditures of NA, 1989. Exports, $378 million. FOB, 1987 EST. Commodities, asphalt, bitumen, petroleum products, metals, and metallic ores. Electricity, oil, vegetables, fruits, tobacco. Partners, Italy, Yugoslavia, FRG Greece, Czechoslovakia, Poland, Romania, Bulgaria, Hungary. Imports, $255 million. FOB, 1987 EST. Commodities, machinery. Machine tools, iron and steel products, textiles, chemicals, pharmaceuticals. Partners, Italy, Yugoslavia, FRG, Czechoslovakia, Romania, Poland, Hungary, Bulgaria, GDR. External debt. Dollar in A. Industrial production. Growth rate in A. Electricity. 1,630,000 kilowatts capacity, 4,725 million kilowatt hours produced. 1,440 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries. Food processing, textiles and clothing, lumber, oil, cement, chemicals, basic metals, hydropower, agriculture. Arable land per capita among lowest in Europe. 1/2 of. Workforce engaged in farming. Produces wide range of temperate zone crops and livestock. Claims self-sufficiency in grain output aid. None currency. Lek, plural, leke. 1 lek L equals 100 kintars. Exchange rates. Leke, L, per 1 US dollar. 8.00. Non-commercial fixed rate since 1986. 4.14. Commercial fixed rate since 1987. Fiscal year. Calendar year, Communications railroads. 543 kilometers total. 509 1.435 meter standard gauge. Single track and 34 kilometers narrow gauge. Single track, 1988. Line connecting Titograd, Yugoslavia, and Shkodër, Albania. Completed August 1986. Highways. 16,700 kilometers total. 6,700 kilometers highway and roads. 10,000 kilometers forest and agricultural inland waterways. 43 kilometers plus Albanian sections of Lake Scutari, Lake Ohrid, and Lake Prespa pipelines. Crude oil, 145 kilometers. Refined products, 55 kilometers. Natural gas, 64 kilometers. 1988, ports, Durrës, Sarand, Vlorë Merchant Marine. 11 ships, 1,000 JRT or over, totaling 52,886 JRT/75, 993 DWT. Includes 11 cargo airports, 12 total, 10 usable. More than 5 with permanent surface runways. More than 5 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m. 5 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Stations, 17 AM, 5 FM, 9 TV, 52,000 TV sets, 210,000 radios. Defense Forces branches. Albanian People's Army. Frontier Troops, Interior Troops, Albanian Coastal Defense Command, Air and Air Defense Force military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 882,965, 729,635 fit for military service. 33,598 reach military age. 19. Annually defense expenditures. 1.1 billion leks. 11.3% of total budget. FY88. Note, conversion of the military budget into U.S. dollars using the official administratively set exchange rate would produce misleading results. Country, Algeria. Geography, total area, 2,381,740 square kilometers. Land area, 2,381,740 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly less than 3.5 times the size of Texas land boundaries. 6,343 kilometers total. Libya 982 kilometers. Mali 1,376 kilometers. Mauritania 463 kilometers. Morocco 1,559 kilometers. Niger 956 kilometers. Tunisia 965 kilometers. Western Sahara 42 kilometers. Coastline 998 kilometers. Maritime claims. Territorial sea 12 nanometers. Disputes. Libya claims about 19,400 square kilometers in southeastern Algeria. Climate arid to semi-arid. Mild, wet winters with hot, dry summers along coast. Drier with cold winters and hot summers on high plateau. Sirocco is a hot, dust/sand-laden wind, especially common in summer terrain. Mostly high plateau and desert. Some mountains. Narrow, discontinuous coastal plain. Natural resources. Crude oil, natural gas, iron ore, phosphates, uranium, lead. Zinc. Land use, 3% arable land. NEGL% permanent crops, 13% meadows and pastures, 2% forest and woodland, 82% other. Includes NEGL% irrigated environment. Mountainous areas subject to severe earthquakes. Desertification note. Second largest country in Africa, after Sudan. People population, 25,566,507, July 1990. Growth rate 2.8%, 1990. Birth rate, 37 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 9 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 0 migrants/1,000. Population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 87 deaths/1,000. Live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 61 years male, 64 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 5.4 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality, noun, Algerians. Adjective, Algerian ethnic divisions. 99% Arab Berber. Less than 1% European religion. 99% Sunni Muslim, state religion. 1% Christian and Jewish language. Arabic official, French, Berber dialects literacy. 52% labor force. 3,700,000. 40% industry and commerce. 24%. Agriculture, 17% government. 10% services. 1984. Organized labor. 16 to 19% of labor force claimed. General Union of Algerian Workers, UGTA, is the only labor organization and is subordinate to the National Liberation Front. Government long form name. Democratic and Popular Republic of Algeria type. Republic capital. Algiers administrative divisions. 31 provinces, Wilayat singular Wilaya. Adrar, Alger, Annaba, Batna, Beecher, Bijaya, Biskra, Blida, Bouira, Constantine, Jelfa, El Asnam, Guelma, Jijil Agwat, Mascara, Media, Mastaganim, Msila, Oran, Wargla, El Bouagi Saida, Sedif Sidi Bel Abbes, Skikda, Tamanrasset, Tabessa, Tiret, Tizi Uzu Tlemcen. Note, there may now be 48 provinces with El Asnam abolished, and the addition of 18 new provinces named Ein Delfa, Ein Tamauchent, Borjbu, Bemurds, Clef, El Bayad, Eid, El Tarf, Elizi, Jijil, Kinchila, Mila, Nama, Realizain, Souk Aras, Tindauf, Tapaza, Tassemsilt Independence. July 5, 1962 from France. Constitution, November 19, 1976, effective November 22, 1976 legal system. Socialist, based on French and Islamic law. Judicial review of legislative acts in ad hoc constitutional council composed of various public officials, including several Supreme Court justices, has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction national holiday. Anniversary of the Revolution, November 1st, 1954, Executive Branch. President, Prime Minister, Council of Ministers, Cabinet, Legislative Branch, Unicameral National. People's Assembly, Assemblée Nationale Populaire, Judicial Branch, Supreme Court, Cour Supreme. Leaders, Chief of State, President Chadli Benjedid, since February 7, 1979, Head of Government, Prime Minister Moulaud Hamrouche, since September 9, 1989, Political parties and leaders, National Liberation Front, FLN, Colonel Chadli Benjedid, Chairman, Abdulhamid Mary, Secretary General. The government established a multi-party system in September 1989, and as of February 1, 1990, 19 legal parties. Existed suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. President. Last held on December 22, 1988. Next to be held December 1993. Results. President Benjedid was re-elected without opposition. People's National Assembly. Last held on February 26, 1987. Next to be held by February 1992. Results. FLN was the only party. Seats, 281 total. FLN 281. Note, the government has promised to hold multi-party elections, municipal and Walaya, in June 1990, the first in Algerian history. Communists, 400 EST. Communist Party banned 1962 member of FDB, EDOIC, Arab League, ASIMR, CCC, FAO, G77, GATT de facto, IBRD, ICAO, IDA, IDB, Islamic Development Bank, IFAD, ILO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, ILZG, Interpol, IOC, ITUNM, OPEC, OU, OIC, OPEC, ON, UNESCO, UPU, WHO, WIPO, WMO Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Abderrahmane Bensid, Chancery at 2118, Colorama Road Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008. Telephone 202-328-5300. U.S. Ambassador Christopher W. S. Ross, Embassy at 4 Chemenchich Bachir. Brahimi, Algiers. Mailing address is B.P. Box 549, Algergare, 16,000 Algiers. Telephone 213-601-425 or 255-186. There's a U.S. consulate in Oran Flag. two equal vertical bands of green, hoist side, and white with a red five-pointed star within a red crescent. The crescent, star, and color green are traditional symbols of Islam, the state religion. Economy overview. The exploitation of oil and natural gas products forms the backbone of the economy. Algeria depends on hydrocarbons for nearly all of its export receipts, about 30% of government revenues, and nearly 25% of GDP. In 1973 to 74, the sharp increase in oil prices led to a booming economy that helped to finance an ambitious program of industrialization. Plunging oil and gas prices, combined with the mismanagement of Algeria's highly centralized economy, have brought the nation to its most serious social and economic crisis since independence. The government has promised far-reaching reforms, including giving public sector companies more autonomy, encouraging private sector activity, boosting gas and non-hydrocarbon exports, and a major overhaul of the banking and financial systems. In 1988, the government started to implement a new economic policy to dismantle large state farms into privately operated units. GDP, $54.1 billion, per capita $2,235. Real growth rate, 1.8%, 1988. Inflation rate, consumer prices 5.9%, 1988. Unemployment rate, 19%, 1988. Budget, revenues $17.4 billion, expenditures $22.0 billion, including capital expenditures of $8.0 billion, 1988. Exports, $9.1 billion, FOB, 1989 EST. Commodities, petroleum and natural gas 98%. Partners, Netherlands, Czechoslovakia, Romania, Italy, France, U.S. Imports, $7.8 billion, FOB, 1989 EST. Commodities. Capital goods, 35%. Consumer goods, 36%. Food, 20%. Partners, France, 25%. Italy, 8%. FRG, 8%. U.S. 6 to 7% external debt, $26.2 billion. December 1989, industrial production. Growth rate 5.4%. 1986, electricity, 4,333,000 kilowatts capacity. 14,370 million kilowatt-hours produced, 580 kilowatt-hours per capita. 1989, industries, petroleum, light industries, natural gas, mining, electrical, petrochemical, food processing, agriculture. Accounts for 8% of GDP and employs 24% of labor force. Net importer of food, grain, vegetable oil, and sugar. Farm production includes wheat, barley, oats, grapes, olives, citrus, fruits, sheep, and cattle aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-85, $1.4 billion. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $8.2 billion. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979 to 89, $1.8 billion. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $2.7 billion currency. Algerian dinar, plural, dinars. 1 Algerian dinar, day, equals 100 centimes exchange rates. Algerian dinars, DA, per 1 U.S. dollar, 8.0086, January 1990, 7.6086, 1989, 5.9148, 1988, 4.8497, 1987, 4.7023, 1986, 5.0278, 1985, fiscal year, calendar year, communications railroads, 4,146 kilometers total, 2,632 kilometers standard gauge, 1.435 m, 1,258 kilometers 1.055 meter gauge, 256 kilometers 1.000 meter gauge, 300 kilometers electrified, 215 kilometers double-track highways, 80,000 kilometers total, 60,000 kilometers concrete or bituminous, 20,000 kilometers gravel, crushed stone, unimproved earth pipelines. Crude oil, 6,612 kilometers. Refined products, 298 kilometers. Natural gas, 2,948 kilometers. Ports, Algiers, Annaba, Arzu, Bijaya, Jijil, Mers El Kabir, Mastaganem, Oran, Skikda, Merchant Marine. 75 ships, 1,000 RT or over, totaling 900,957 GRT/1, 063, 994 DWT. Includes 5 passenger, 27 cargo, 2 vehicle carrier, 10 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 5 petroleum, oils, and lubricants, fuel, tanker, 9 liquefied gas, 7 chemical tanker, 9 bulk, 1 specialized liquid cargo civil air, 42 major transport aircraft airports, 147 total, 136 usable, 53 with permanent surface runways, 2 with runways over 3,660 m, 29 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 68 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications, excellent domestic and international service in the north, sparse in the south, 693,000 telephones, stations, 26 AM, no FM, 113 TV, 1,550,000 TV sets, 3,500,000 receiver sets, 6 submarine cables, coaxial cable or radio relay to Italy, France, Spain, Morocco, and Tunisia, satellite Earth stations, 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat, 1 Indian Ocean Intelsat, 1 Intersputnik, 1 Arab Sat, and 15 domestic Defense Forces branches, Army, Navy, Air Force, National Gendarmerie Military. Manpower, males 15 to 49, 5,886,334, 3,638,458 fit for military service, 293,476 reach military age, 19, annually defense expenditures, 1.8% of GDP, or $974 million. 1989 EST. Country, American Samoa, territory of the U.S. Geography, total area, 199 square kilometers. Land area, 199 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly larger than Washington, D.C. land boundaries. None coastline, 116 kilometers. Maritime claims. Contiguous zone, 12 nanometers. Continental shelf, 200 m. Extended economic zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers. Climate, tropical marine, moderated by southeast trade winds. Annual rainfall averages 124 inches. Rainy season from November to April. Dry season from May to October. Little seasonal temperature variation. Terrain, 5 volcanic islands with rugged peaks and limited coastal plains. 2 coral atolls. Natural resources, pumice and pumicite. Land use, 10% arable land, 5% permanent crops, 0% meadows and pastures, 75% forest and woodland, 10% other environment. Typhoons common from December to March. Note, Pago Pago has one of the best natural deepwater harbors in the South Pacific Ocean, sheltered by shape from rough seas and protected by peripheral mountains from high winds. Strategic location about 3,700 kilometers south-southwest of Honolulu in the South Pacific Ocean, about halfway between Hawaii and New Zealand. People population, 41,840, July 1990. Growth rate 2.9%, 1990. Birth rate, 41 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 4 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 8 immigrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 11 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 69 years male, 74 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 5.4 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality, noun, American Samoans. Adjective, American Samoan ethnic divisions. 90% Samoan, Polynesian, 2% Caucasian, 2% Tongan, 6% other religion. About 50% Christian Congregationalist, 20% Roman Catholic, 30% mostly Protestant denominations, and other language. Samoan, closely related to Hawaiian and other Polynesian languages, and English. Most people are bilingual literacy. 99% labor force, 10,000. 48% government, 33% tuna canneries, 19% other, 1986 EST. Organized labor. In a note, about 65,000 American Samoans live in the states of California and Washington and 20,000 in Hawaii. Government long-form name. Territory of American Samoa type. Unincorporated and unorganized territory of a U.S. capital. Pago Pago administrative divisions. None. Territory of the U.S. Independence. None. Territory of the U.S. Constitution. Ratified 1966. In effect 1967 national holiday. Flag Day, April 17, 1900. Executive branch. U.S. President, Governor, Lieutenant. Governor Legislative branch. Bicameral legislature, FONO, consists of an upper house or Senate and a lower house or House of Representative judicial branch. High court leaders. Chief of State, President George Bush since January 20, 1989. Vice President Dan Quayle since January 20, 1989. Head of Government, Governor Peter Tolley Coleman since January 20, 1989. Lieutenant Governor Galileo I. Pamel since in 1989. Suffrage. Universal at age 18. Indigenous inhabitants are U.S. nationals, not U.S. Citizens elections. Governor. Last held November 7, 1988. Next to be held November 1992. Results. Peter T. Coleman was elected percent of vote N.A. Senate. Last held November 7, 1988. Next to be held November 1992. Results. Senators elected by county councils from 12 Senate districts. Seats. 18 total. Number of seats by party N.A. House of Representatives. Last held November 7, 1988. Next to be held November 1990. Results. Representatives popularly elected from 17 House districts. Seats. 21 total, 20 elected and 1 non-voting delegate from Swains Island. U.S. House of Representatives. Last held November 19, 1988. Next to be held November 1990. Results. ENI R. H. Filium Vega elected as a non-voting delegate. Communists. None. Diplomatic representation. None. Territory of the U.S. flag. Blue with a white triangle edged in red that is based on the fly side and extends to the hoist side. A brown and white American bald eagle flying toward the hoist side is carrying 2 traditional Samoan symbols of authority, a staff, and a war club note. Administered by the U.S. Department of Interior, Office of Territorial and International Affairs. Indigenous inhabitants are U.S. nationals, not citizens of the U.S. Economy overview. Economic development is strongly linked to the U.S., with which American Samoa does 90% of its foreign trade. Tuna fishing and tuna processing plants are the backbone of the private sector economy, with canned tuna the primary export. The tuna canneries are the second largest employer, exceeded only by the government. Other economic activities include meat canning, handicrafts, dairy farming, and a slowly developing tourist industry. Tropical agricultural production provides little surplus for export. GNP, $190 million, per capita $5,210. Real growth rate in a percent, 1985. Inflation rate, consumer prices 4.3%, 1989. Unemployment rate, 13.4%, 1986. Budget, revenues $90.3 million. Expenditures $93.15 million, including capital expenditures of $4.9 million, 1988. Exports, $288 million, FOB, 1987. Commodities, canned tuna 93%, partners, U.S. 99.6% imports, $346 million, CF, 1987. Commodities, building materials 18%, food 17%, petroleum products 14%, partners, U.S. 72%, Japan 7%, NZ 7%, Australia 5%, other 9%, external debt. Dollar in A, industrial production. Growth rate in A percent, electricity. 35,000 kilowatts capacity, 70 million kilowatt hours produced, 1,720 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989. Industries. Tuna canneries, largely dependent on foreign supplies of raw tuna. Agriculture. Bananas, coconuts. Vegetables, taro, breadfruit. Yams, copra, pineapples, papayas. Aid. $20.1 million in operational funds and $5.8 million in construction funds for capital improvement projects from the U.S. Department of Interior, 1989. Currency. U.S. currency is used. Exchange rates. U.S. currency is used. Fiscal year. October 1st, 30 September. Communications railroads. Small marine railroad in Pago Pago Harbor. Highways. 350 kilometers total. 150 kilometers paved, 200 kilometers unpaved. Ports. Pago Pago, Tayu airports. 3 total, 3 usable. 1 with permanent surface runways. None with runways over 3,659 m. 1 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m. International airport at Tafuna, near Pago Pago. Small airstrips on Tayu and Ofu. Telecommunications. 6,500 telephones. Stations, 1 AM, no FM, 1 TV, good telex, telegraph, and facsimile services. 1 Pacific Ocean Intelsat Earth Station. Defense Forces note. Defense is the responsibility of the U.S. Country, Andorra. Geography, total area. 450 square kilometers. Land area. 450 square kilometers. Comparative area. Slightly more than 2.5 times the size of Washington, D.C. Land boundaries. 125 kilometers total. France 60 kilometers. Spain 65 kilometers. Coastline. None. Landlocked. Maritime claims. None. Landlocked. Climate. Temperate, snowy, cold winters and cool, dry summers. Terrain. Rugged mountains dissected by narrow valleys. Natural resources. Hydropower, mineral water, timber, iron or lead. Land use. 2% arable land. 0% permanent crops. 56% meadows and pastures. 22% forest and woodland. 20% other environment. Deforestation. Overgrazing. Note. Landlocked. People population. 51,895. July 1990. Growth rate 2.6%. 1990. Birth rate. 12 births per 1,000 population. 1990. Death rate. 4 deaths/1,000 population. 1990. Net migration rate. 18 migrants/1,000 population. 1990. Infant mortality rate. 7 deaths/1,000 live births. 1990. Life expectancy at birth. 74 years male. 81 years female. 1990. Total fertility rate. 1.3 children born/woman. 1990. Nationality. Noun. Andorrans. Adjective. Andorran ethnic divisions. Catalan stock. 61% Spanish. 30% Andorran. 6% French. 3% other religion. Virtually all Roman Catholic language. Catalan. Official. Many also speak some French and Castilian. Literacy. 100%. Labor force. NA. Organized labor. None. Government long-form name. Principality of Andorra type. Unique co-principality under formal sovereignty of President of France and Spanish Bishop of CO de Urgel, who are represented locally by officials called Vergers. Capital. Andorra La Vella administrative divisions. 7 parishes. Paroquies, singular paroquia. Andorra. Canillo. In camp. La Massana. Les Escaldes. Ordino. Sant Julia de Loria. Independence. 1278 Constitution. None. Some peerages and decrees. Mostly custom and usage legal system. Based on French and Spanish civil codes. No judicial review of legislative acts. Has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction. National holiday. Maire de Duda Marisol. September 8th. Executive branch. 2 co-princes. President of France. Bishop of CO de Urgel in Spain. 2 designated representatives. French Veguer. Episcopal Veguer. 2 permanent delegates. French prefect for the Department of Pyrenees-Orientales. Spanish vicar general for the CO de Urgel Diocese. President of Government. Executive Council Legislative Branch. Unicameral General Council of the Valleys, Conseil General de las Valls. Judicial Branch. Civil Cases, Supreme Court of Andorra at Perpignan, France, or the Ecclesiastical Court of the Bishop of Ciudad de Urgel, Spain. Criminal Cases, Tribunal of the Courts, Tribunal de Cortes. Leaders, Chiefs of State. French co-prince François Mitterrand, since May 21, 1981, represented by Veguer de Franca Luis Debel. Spanish Episcopal co-prince manager Joan Martí Y. Alanis, since January 31, 1971, represented by Veguer Episcopal Francesc Badia Badala. Head of Government, Josep Pintat Solans, since NA 1984. Political parties and leaders. Political parties not yet legally recognized. Traditionally no political parties, but partisans for particular independent candidates for the General Council on the basis of competence, personality, and orientation towards Spain or France. Various small pressure groups developed in 1972. First formal political party. Andorran Democratic Association was formed in 1976 and reorganized in 1979 as Andorran Democratic Party suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. General Council of the Valleys. Last held December 11, 1989. Next to be held December 1993. Results, percent of vote NA. Seats, 28 total. Number of seats by party NA communists. Negligible member of CCC, UNESCO diplomatic representation. Andorra has no mission in the U.S. U.S. includes Andorra within the Barcelona, Spain, Consular District, and the U.S. Consul General visits Andorra periodically. Consul General Ruth A. Davis. Consulate General at Via Laietana 33, Barcelona 3, Spain. Mailing address APO New York 09286. Telephone 34 3 319 9550 flag. 3 equal vertical bands of blue, hoist side, yellow, and red with the national coat of arms centered in the yellow band. The coat of arms features a quartered shield, similar to the flag of Chad, which does not have a national coat of arms in the center. Also similar to the flag of Romania, which has a national coat of arms featuring a mountain landscape below a red 5-pointed star and the words Republica Socialista Romania at the bottom. Economy overview. The mainstay of Andorra's economy is tourism. An estimated 12 million tourists visit annually, attracted by Andorra's duty-free status and by its summer and winter resorts. Agricultural production is limited by a scarcity of arable land, and most food has to be imported. The principal livestock activity is sheep raising. Manufacturing consists mainly of cigarettes, cigars, and furniture. The rapid pace of European economic integration is a potential threat to Andorra's advantages from its duty-free status. GNP, $NA, per capita $NA, real growth rate NA percent inflation rate, consumer prices NA percent unemployment rate, NA percent budget, revenues $NA, expenditures $NA, including capital expenditures of $NA exports, $0.017 million, FOB, 1986, commodities, electricity, partners, France, Spain imports, $531 million, FOB, 1986, commodities, NA, partners, France, Spain external debt, $NA industrial production, growth rate NA percent electricity, 35,000 kilowatts capacity, 140 million kilowatt hours produced, 2,800 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989, industries, tourism, particularly skiing, sheep, timber, tobacco, smuggling, banking, agriculture, sheep raising, small quantities of tobacco, rye, wheat, barley, oats, and some vegetables aid. None currency, French franc, plural, francs, and Spanish peseta, plural, pesetas, 1 French franc, F, equals 100 centimes, and 1 Spanish peseta, PDA, equals 100 centimos exchange rates. French francs, F, per 1 US dollar, 5.7598, January 1990, 6.3801, 1989, 5.9569, 1988, 6.0107, 1987, 6.9261, 1986, 8.9852. 1985, Spanish pesetas, TAS, per $1, 109.69, January 1990. 118.38, 1989, 116.49, 1988, 123.48, 1987, 140.05, 1986, 170.04, 1985. Fiscal year, calendar year, communications highways, 96 kilometers telecommunications, international digital microwave network, international landline circuits to France and Spain, stations, 1 AM, no FM, no TV, 17,700 telephones, Defense Forces note. Defense is the responsibility of France and Spain. Country, Angola, geography, total area, 1,246,700 square kilometers, land area, 1,246,700 square kilometers comparative area, slightly less than twice the size of Texas land boundaries, 5,198 kilometers total. Congo 201 kilometers, Namibia 1,376 kilometers, Zaire 2,511 kilometers, Zambia 1,110 kilometers coastline, 1,600 kilometers maritime claims, exclusive fishing zone, 200 nanometers, territorial sea, 20 nanometers disputes, civil war since independence on November 11, 1975 climate, semi-arid in, south and along coast to Luanda, north has cool, dry season, May to October, and hot, rainy season, November to April, terrain. Narrow coastal plain rises abruptly to vast interior plateau natural resources, petroleum, diamonds, iron ore, phosphates, copper, feldspar, gold, bauxite, uranium land use, 2% arable land, NGL percent permanent crops, 23% meadows and pastures, 43% forest and woodland, 32% other environment. Locally heavy rainfall causes periodic flooding on plateau. Desertification note. Cabinda is separated from rest of country by Zaire. People population, 8,534,483, July 1990. Growth rate, 2.9%, 1990. Birth rate, 47 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 20 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 2 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 158 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 42 years male, 46 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 6.7 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, Angolans. Adjective, Angolan. Ethnic divisions, 37% Ovimbundu, 25% Kimbundu, 13% Bakongo, 2% Mestico, 1% European religion, 47% indigenous beliefs, 38% Roman Catholic, 15% Protestant, EST. Language, Portuguese official, various Banta dialects literacy, 41% labor force, 2,783,000 economically active, 85% agriculture, 15% industry, 1985 EST. Organized labor, about 450,695, 1980. Government long form name, People's Republic of Angola type, Marxist People's Republic capital, Luanda administrative divisions, 18 provinces, provincias singular, provincia, Bengo, Benguela, Beat Cabinda, Quando Cubango, Swanza Norte, Swanza Sul, Cunena, Wambo, Huila, Luanda, London Norte, Lunda Sul, Melange, Moxico, Namibe, Wige, Zaire independence. November 11th, 1975 from Portugal, Constitution, November 11th, 1975, revised January 7th, 1978 and August 11th. 1980 legal system, based on Portuguese civil law system and customary law, but being modified along socialist lines. National holiday. Independence Day, November 11th, 1975, Executive Branch. President, Chairman of the Council of Ministers, Cabinet. Legislative Branch. Unicameral National People's Assembly. Judicial Branch. Supreme Court. Tribunal de Relicao. Leaders. Chief of State and Head of Government. President José Eduardo dos Santos. Since September 21, 1979. Political parties and leaders. Only party. Popular Movement for the Liberation of Angola Labour Party. MPLA Labour Party. José Eduardo dos Santos. National Union for the Total Independence of Angola. UNITA. Lost to the MPLA with Cuban military support in immediate post-independence struggle, now carrying out insurgency suffrage. Universal Adult at Age NA elections. None held to date. Member of ACP, AFDB, CCC, FAO, G77, GATT de facto, ICAO, IFADLOIMO, INULSAT, ITU, NYM, IUCCN, UNESCO, UNICEF, UPU, WFTU, WHO, WMO diplomatic representation. None flag. 2 equal horizontal bands of red, top, and black with a centered yellow emblem consisting of a 5-pointed star within half a cogwheel crossed by a machete in the style of a hammer and sickle. Economy overview. Subsistence agriculture provides the main livelihood for 80 to 90% of the population, but accounts for only 10 to 20% of GDP. Oil production is the most lucrative sector of the economy, contributing about 50% to GDP. In recent years, however, the impact of fighting an internal war has severely affected the economy, and food has to be imported. GDP, $5.0 billion. Per capita, $600. Real growth rate, 9.2%. 1988 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices, NA percent. Unemployment rate, NA percent. Budget. Revenues, NA. Expenditures, $2.7 billion, including capital expenditures of NA, 1986 EST. Exports, $2.9 billion, FOB, 1989 EST. Commodities, oil, coffee, diamonds, sisal, fish and fish products, timber, cotton. Partners, U.S., USSR, Cuba, Portugal, Brazil. Imports, $2.5 billion, FOB, 1989 EST. Commodities, capital equipment, machinery and electrical equipment, food, vehicles, and spare parts. Textiles and clothing, medicines. Substantial military deliveries. Partners, U.S., USSR, Cuba, Portugal, Brazil. External debt, $3.0 billion, 1989. Industrial production. Growth rate, NA percent. Electricity, 506,000 kilowatts capacity. 770 million kilowatt-hours produced, 90 kilowatt-hours per capita. 1989. Industries, petroleum, mining, phosphate rock, diamonds, fish processing, brewing, tobacco, sugar, textiles, cement, food processing, building construction, agriculture. Cash crops, coffee, sisal, corn, cotton, sugar, manioc. Tobacco, food crops, cassava, corn, vegetables, plantains, bananas, and other local foodstuffs. Disruptions caused by civil war and marketing deficiencies require food imports aid. U.S. Commitments, including ex-IM, FI 70-88, $263 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $903 million. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $1.3 billion currency. Kwanza, plural, Kwanza. 1 Kwanza, KZ, equals 100 Lwei exchange rates. Kwanza, KZ, per 1 U.S. dollar. 29.62, fixed rate since 1976. Fiscal year, calendar year, communications railroads. 3,189 kilometers total, 2,879 kilometers 1.067 meter gauge, 310 kilometers 0.600 meter gauge. Limited trackage in use because of insurgent attacks. Sections of the Benguela Railroad closed because of insurgency. Highways. 73,828 kilometers total, 8,577 kilometers bituminous surface treatment, 29,350 kilometers crushed stone, gravel, or improved earth, remainder unimproved earth inland waterways. 1,295 kilometers navigable pipelines. Crude oil, 179 kilometers ports. Luanda, Lobito, Namibe, Cabinda Merchant Marine. 12 ships, 1,000 JRT or over, totaling 66,348 JRT/102, 825 DWT. Includes 11 cargo, 1 petroleum, oils, and lubricants, POL. Tanker civil air, 27 major transport aircraft. Airports, 317 total, 184 usable, 28 with permanent surface runways, 1 with runways over 3,659 m, 12 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 60 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Fair system of wire, radio relay, and troposcatter routes. High frequency used extensively for military/Cuban links. 40,300 telephones. Stations, 17 AM, 13 FM, 2 TV, 2 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth stations. Defense Forces branches. Army, Navy, Air Force/Air Defense. Paramilitary Forces, People's Defense Organization. And territorial troops, Frontier Guard, Popular Vigilance Brigades, military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 2,049,295. 1,030,868 fit for military service. 90,877 reach military age 18. Annually defense expenditures. In a country, Anguilla, dependent territory of the UK. Geography, total area, 91 square kilometers. Land area, 91 square kilometers. Comparative area, about half the size of Washington, D.C. Land boundaries. None coastline, 61 kilometers. Maritime claims. Continental shelf, 200 meters or to depth of exploitation. Exclusive fishing zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 3 nanometers. Climate, tropical, moderated by northeast trade winds. Terrain, flat and low-lying island of coral and limestone. Natural resources, negligible. Salt, fish, lobsters. Land use, an A% arable land, an A% permanent crops, an A% meadows and pastures, an A% forest and woodland, an A% other, mostly rock with sparse scrub oak, few trees, some commercial salt ponds. Environment, frequent hurricanes, other tropical storms. July to October. Note, located 270 kilometers east of Puerto Rico. People population, 6,883, July 1990. Growth rate 0.6%, 1990. Birth rate, 24 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 9 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 10 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 18 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 71 years male, 76 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 3.1. Children born/woman, 1990. Nationality, noun, Anguillans. Adjective, Anguillan. Ethnic divisions, mainly of Black African descent. Religion, Anglican, Methodist, and Roman Catholic. Language, English. Official, literacy, 80% labor force, 2,780, 1984. Organized labor. In a government long form name. None type. Dependent territory of the UK. Capital, the Valley. Administrative divisions. None. Dependent territory of the UK. Independence. None. Dependent territory of the UK. Constitution, April 1st. 1982. Legal system, based on English common law and national holiday. Anguilla Day, May 30th. Executive branch, British monarch, governor, chief minister, executive council, cabinet, legislative branch, unicameral House of Assembly, judicial branch. High court leaders, chief of state, Queen Elizabeth II, since February 6, 1952, represented by Governor Geoffrey O. Whitaker, since N.A. 1987. Head of government, chief minister, Emile Gumbs, since N.A. March 1984. Served previously from February in 1977 to May. 1980. Political parties and leaders. Anguilla National Alliance, ANA, Emil Gums. Anguilla United Party, AUP, Ronald Webster. Anguilla Democratic Party, ADP, Victor Bank Suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. House of Assembly. Last held February 27, 1989. Next to be held February 1994. Results. Percent of vote by party NA. Seats, 11 total, 7 elected. NA, 3. AUP 2, ADP 1. Independent 1 Communists. None member of Commonwealth Diplomatic Representation. None dependent territory of the UK. Flag. 2 horizontal bands of white, top, almost triple width, and light blue with 3 orange dolphins in an interlocking circular design centered in the white band. Economy overview. Anguilla has few natural resources, and the economy depends heavily on lobster fishing, offshore banking, tourism, and remittances from immigrants. In recent years, the economy has benefited from a boom in tourism. Development is planned to improve the infrastructure, particularly transport and tourist facilities, and also light industry. Improvement in the economy has reduced unemployment from 40% in 1984 to about 5% in 1988. GDP, $23 million, per capita $3,350, 1988 EST. Real growth rate 8.2%, 1988. Inflation rate, consumer prices 4.5%, 1988 EST. Une emploi mohat 5.0%, 1988. Budget, revenues $9.0 million. Expenditures $8.8 million, including capital expenditures of NA, 1988 EST. Exports, $NA. Commodities, lobsters and salt. Partners, NA imports. $NA. Commodities, NA. Partners, NA external debt. $NA industrial production. Growth rate NA percent electricity. 3,000 kilowatts capacity. 9 million kilowatt hours produced, 1,300 kilowatt hours per capita, 1988. Industries, tourism, boat building, salt, fishing including lobster, agriculture, pigeon peas, corn, sweet potatoes, sheep, goats, pigs, cattle, poultry aid, Western non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $33 million. Currency, East Caribbean dollar, plural, dollars. 1 EC dollar, equals 100 cents exchange rates. East Caribbean dollars, EC dollar, per 1 U.S. dollar. 2.70, fixed rate since 1976. Fiscal year. NA, communications highways. 60 kilometers surface ports. Road bay, blowing point civil air. No major transport aircraft airports. 3 total. 3 usable. 1 with permanent surface runways of 1,100 m. Wallblake Airport, telecommunications. Modern internal telephone system. 890 telephones. Stations, 3 AM, 1 FM. No TV. Radio relay. Link to Island of St. Martin, Defense Forces note. Defense is the responsibility of the UK. Country. Antarctica. Geography, total area. About 14 million square kilometers. Land area. About 14 million square kilometers comparative area. Slightly less than 1.5 times the size of the U.S. Second smallest continent, after Australia. Land boundaries. See entry on disputes coastline. 17,968 kilometers maritime claims. See entry on disputes. Antarctic Treaty suspends all claims. Sections some. Overlapping. Claimed by Argentina, Australia, Chile, France, Adelie Land, New Zealand, Ross Dependency, Norway, Queen Maud Land, and UK. Brazil claims a zone of interest. The US and USSR do not recognize the territorial claims of other nations and have made no claims themselves, but reserve the right to do so. No formal claims have been made in the sector between 90° west and 150° west climate. Severe low temperatures vary with latitude, elevation, and distance from the ocean. East. Antarctica colder than Antarctic Peninsula in the west. Warmest temperatures occur in January along the coast and average slightly below freezing terrain. About 98% thick continental ice sheet, with average elevations between 2,000 and 4,000 meters. Mountain ranges up to 5,000 meters high. Ice-free coastal areas include parts of southern Victoria Land, Wilkes Land, and the scientific research areas of Graham Land and Ross Island on McMurdo Sound. Glaciers form ice shelves along about half of. Coastline natural resources: coal and iron ore, chromium, copper, gold, nickel, platinum, and hydrocarbons have been found in small quantities along the coast. Offshore deposits of oil and gas land use. 0% arable land. 0% permanent crops. 0% meadows and pastures. 0% forest and woodland. 100% other. 98% ice. 2% barren rock. Environment: mostly uninhabitable. Katabatic gravity. Winds blow coastward from the high interior. Frequent blizzards form near the foot of the plateau. Cyclonic storms form over the ocean and move clockwise around the coast. During summer, more solar radiation reaches the surface at the South Pole than is received at the equator in an equivalent period. In October 1987, it was reported that the ozone shield, which protects the Earth's surface from harmful ultraviolet radiation, has dwindled to its lowest level ever over Antarctica, subject to active volcanism. Deception Island. Note: the coldest continent. People population: no indigenous inhabitants. Staffing of research stations varies seasonally. Summer, January. Population: 3,330. Argentina, 179. Australia, 216. Brazil, 36. Chile, 124. China, 62. France, 46. FRG, 9. GDR, 15. India, 59. Italy, 121. Japan, 52. NZ, 251. Poland, 19. South Africa, 102. South Korea, 17. UK, 72. Uruguay, 47. US, 1,250. USSR, 653. 1986 to 87. Winter, July. Population, 1,148 total. Argentina, 149. Australia, 82. Brazil, 11. Chile, 59. China, 16. France, 32. FRG, 9. GDR, 9. India, 17. Japan, 37. NZ, 11. Poland, 19. South Africa, 15. UK, 61. Uruguay, 10. US, 242. USSR, 369. 1986 to 87. Year-round stations, 43 total. Argentina, 7. Australia, 3. Brazil, 1. Chile, 3. China, 1. France, 1. FRG, 1. GDR, 1. India, 1. Japan, 2. NZ, 1. Poland, 1. South Africa, 1. South Korea, 1. UK, 6. Uruguay, 1. US, 3. USSR, 8. 1986 to 87. Summer-only stations, 26 total. Argentina, 3. Australia, 3. Chile, 4. Italy, 1. Japan, 1. NZ, 2. South Africa, 2. US, 4. USSR, 6. 1986 to 87. Government long-form name: None type. The Antarctic Treaty, signed on December 1, 1959, and entered into force on June 23, 1961. Established, for at least 30 years, a legal framework for peaceful use, scientific research, and suspension of territorial claims. Administration is carried out through consultative member meetings. The 14th and last meeting was held in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, in October 1987. Consultative voting. Members include claimant nations. They claim portions of Antarctica as national territory, and some claims overlap. And non-claimant nations. They have made no claims to Antarctic territory, although the U.S. and USSR have reserved the right to do so and do not recognize the claims of others. The year in parentheses indicates when an acceding nation was voted to full consultative voting status, while no date indicates an original 1959 treaty signatory. Claimant nations are Argentina, Australia, Chile, France, New Zealand, Norway, and the UK. Non-claimant nations are Belgium, Brazil, 1983, China, 1985, FRG, 1981, GDR, 1987, India, 1983, Italy, 1987, Japan, Poland, 1977, South Africa, Uruguay, 1985, U.S. and the USSR. Acceding non-voting members with year of accession in parenthesis are Austria, 1987, Bulgaria, 1978, Cuba, 1984, Czechoslovakia, 1962, Denmark, 1965, Finland, 1984, Greece, 1987, Hungary, 1984, Netherlands, 1987, North Korea, 1987, Papua New Guinea, 1981, Peru, 1981, Romania, 1971, South Korea, 1986, Spain, 1982, and Sweden, 1984. Antarctic Treaty Summary. Article 1. Area to be used for peaceful purposes only in military activity, such as weapons testing, is prohibited, but military personnel and equipment may be used for scientific purposes. Article 2. Freedom of scientific investigation and cooperation shall continue. Article 3. Free exchange of information and personnel. Article 4. Does not recognize, dispute, or establish territorial claims, and no new claim shall be asserted while the treaty is in force. Article 5. Prohibits nuclear explosions or disposal of radioactive wastes. Article 6. Includes under the treaty all land and ice shelves south of 60,000 foot south, but that the water areas be covered by international law. Article 7. Treaty state observers have free access, including aerial observation, to any area and may inspect all stations, installations, and equipment. Advance notice of all activities and the introduction of military personnel must be given. Article 8 allows for jurisdiction over observers and scientists by their own states. Article 9. Frequent consultative meetings take place among member nations and acceding nations given consultative status. Article 10. Treaty states will discourage activities by any country in Antarctica that are contrary to the treaty. Article 11. Disputes to be settled peacefully by the parties concerned or, ultimately, by the ICJ. Articles 12, 13, 14 deal with upholding, interpreting, and amending the treaty among involved nations. Other agreements: Convention on the Conservation of Antarctic Marine Living Resources, Convention for the Conservation of Antarctic Seals. A mineral resources agreement is currently undergoing ratification by the Antarctic Treaty consultative parties. Economy overview. No economic activity at present except for fishing off the coast and small-scale tourism, both based abroad. Exploitation of mineral resources will be held back by technical difficulties, high costs, and objections by environmentalists. Communications airports, 39 total, 25 usable, none with permanent surface runways, 3 with runways over 3,659 m, 6 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m ports. None. Offshore anchorage only, Defense Forces note. None. Article 7 of the Antarctic Treaty states that advance notice of all activities and the introduction of military personnel must be given. Country: Antigua and Barbuda. Geography: total area 440 square kilometers. Land area 440 square kilometers. Includes Redonda comparative area, slightly less than 2.5 times the size of Washington, D.C. land boundaries. None coastline, 153 kilometers maritime claims. Contiguous zone, 24 nanometers. Extended economic zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers. Climate, tropical marine. Little seasonal temperature variation. Terrain, mostly low-lying limestone and coral islands with some higher volcanic areas. Natural resources, negligible. Pleasant climate fosters tourism. Land use, 18% arable land, 0% permanent crops, 7% meadows and pastures, 16% forest and woodland, 59% other environment. Subject to hurricanes and tropical storms, July to October. Insufficient freshwater resources, deeply indented coastline provides many natural harbors. Note, 420 kilometers east-southeast of Puerto Rico. People population, 63,726, July 1990. Growth rate 0.3%. 1990. Birth rate 18 births per 1,000 population. 1990. Death rate 6 deaths/1,000 population. 1990. Net migration rate 10 migrants/1,000 population. 1990. Infant mortality rate 23 deaths/1,000 live births. 1990. Life expectancy at birth 70 years male, 74 years female. 1990. Total fertility rate 1.7 children born/woman. 1990. Nationality. Noun. Antiguans. Adjective. Antiguan ethnic divisions. Almost entirely of black African origin, some of British, Portuguese, Lebanese, and Syrian origin religion. Anglican predominant. Other Protestant sects, some Roman Catholic language. English official, local dialects literacy. 90% EST, labor force. 30,000. 82% commerce and services. 11% agriculture, 7% industry. 1983. Organized labor. Antigua and Barbuda Public Service Association, ABPSA, membership 500, Antigua Trades and Labor Union. ATLU, 10,000 members. Antigua Workers Union, AWU, 10,000 members, 1986 EST. Government long-form name, none type. Parliamentary Democracy Capital. St. John's Administrative Divisions. 6 parishes and 2 dependencies asterisk. Barbuda asterisk. Redonda asterisk. St. George, St. John, St. Mary, St. Paul, St. Peter, St. Philip Independence. November 1st, 1981. From UK. Constitution. November 1st, 1981 legal system. Based on English common law national holiday. Independence Day, November 1st, 1981, executive. Branch, British monarch, Governor General, Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, Cabinet Legislative Branch. Bicameral Parliament consists of an upper house or Senate and a lower house or House of Representatives judicial branch. Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court leaders. Chief of State, Queen Elizabeth II, since February 6, 1952. Represented by Governor General Sir Wilfrid Ebenezer Jacobs, since November 1, 1981. Previously Governor since 1976. Head of Government, Prime Minister Veer Cornwall. Byrd, Sr., since Inane 1976. Deputy Prime Minister Lester Byrd, since Inane 1976. Political parties and leaders. Antigua Labour Party, YLP, Veer C. Byrd, Sr. Lester Byrd. United National Democratic Party, UNDP. Dr. Ivor Heath Suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. House of Representatives. Last held March 9, 1989. Next to be held 1994. Results, percentage of vote by party NA, seats, 17 total, YLP 15, UNDP 1, Independent 1 Communists. Negligible other political or pressure groups. Antigua. Caribbean Liberation Movement, ICLM, a small leftist nationalist group led by Leonard, Tim, Hector. Antigua Trades and Labor Union, ATLU, headed by Noel Thomas, member of ACP, CARICOM, Commonwealth, FAO, G77, IBRD, ICAO, ILO, IMF, ISO, OAS, UN, UNESCO, WMO Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Edmund Hawkins Lake. Chancery at Suite 2H, 3400, International Drive Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008. Telephone 202-362-5211 or 5166, 5122, 5225. There is an Antiguan consulate in Miami, U.S. The U.S. Ambassador to Barbados is accredited to Antigua and Barbuda, and in his absence, the embassy is headed by Charge d'Affaires Roger R. Gamble. Embassy at Queen Elizabeth Highway, St. John's. Mailing address is FPO Miami 34054. Telephone 809-462-3505 or 3506 flag. Red with an inverted isosceles triangle based on the top edge of the flag. The triangle contains 3 horizontal bands of black, top, light blue, and white with a yellow rising sun in the black band. Economy overview. The economy is primarily service-oriented, with tourism the most important determinant of economic performance. During the period 1983 to 87, real GDP expanded at an annual average rate of 8%. Tourism's contribution to GDP, as measured by value added in hotels and restaurants, rose from about 14% in 1983 to 17% in 1987 and stimulated growth in other sectors, particularly in construction, communications, and public utilities. During the same period, the combined share of agriculture and manufacturing declined from 12% to less than 10%. Antigua and Barbuda is one of the few areas in the Caribbean experiencing a labor shortage in some sectors of the economy. GDP, $353.5 million, per capita $5,550, real growth rate 6.2%, 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 7.1%, 1988 EST. Une promenade, 5.0%, 1988. Budget, revenues $77 million. Expenditures $81 million, including capital expenditures of $13 million, 1988 EST. Exports, $30.4 million, FOB, 1988 EST. Commodities, petroleum products 46%, manufactures 29%, food and live animals 14%, machinery and transport equipment 11%, partners, Trinidad and Tobago 40%, Barbados 8%, U.S. 0.3% imports. $302.1 million, CF, 1988 EST. Commodities, food and live animals, machinery and transport equipment, manufacturers, chemicals, oil, partners, U.S. 27%, UK 14%, CARICOM 7%, Canada 4%, other 48% external debt, $245.4 million, 1987. Industrial production, growth, rate 10%, 1987. Electricity, 49,000 kilowatts capacity, 90 million kilowatt hours produced, 1,410 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989. Industries, tourism, construction, light manufacturing, clothing, alcohol, household appliances, agriculture, accounts for 4% of GDP, expanding output of cotton, fruits, vegetables, and livestock sector. Other crops, bananas, coconuts, cucumbers, mangoes, not self-sufficient in food aid. Western non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $40 million currency East. Caribbean dollar, plural, dollars. 1 EC dollar, equals 100 cents exchange rates. East Caribbean dollars, EC dollar, per 1 U.S. dollar, 2.70, fixed rate since 1976, fiscal year. April 1st, 31 March, communications railroads. 64 kilometers 0.760 meter narrow gauge and 13 kilometers 0.610 meter gauge used almost exclusively for handling sugarcane highways. 240 kilometers ports. St. John's Merchant Marine. 80 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 307,315 GRT/501, 552 DWT. Includes 50 cargo. For refrigerated cargo, 8 container, 8 roll-on/roll. Off cargo, 2 petroleum, oils, and lubricants, POL, tanker, 5 chemical tanker, 2 liquefied gas, 1 short sea passenger. Note, a flag of convenience registry Civil Air, 10 major transport aircraft airports. 3 total, 3 usable, 2 with permanent surface runways. 1 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 2 with runways less than 2,440 m. Telecommunications. Good automatic telephone system. 6,700 telephones. Tropospheric scatter links with Saba and Guadeloupe. Stations. 4 AM, 2 FM, 2 TV, 2 shortwave, 1 coaxial. Submarine cable. 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth Station. Defense Forces branches, Royal Antigua and Barbuda Defense Force, Royal Antigua and Barbuda Police Force, include the Coast Guard, military manpower. NA defense expenditures. NA. Country, Arctic Ocean, Geography, total area, 14,056,000 square kilometers. Includes Baffin Bay, Barents Sea, Beaufort Sea, Chukchi Sea, East Siberian Sea, Greenland Sea, Hudson Bay, Hudson Strait, Kara Sea, Laptev Sea, and other tributary water bodies. Comparative area, slightly more than 1.5 times the size of the U.S. Smallest of the world's 4 oceans, after Pacific Ocean, Atlantic Ocean, and Indian Ocean. Coastline, 45,389 kilometers. Climate, persistent cold and relatively narrow annual temperature ranges. Winters characterized by continuous darkness, cold and stable weather conditions, and clear skies. Summers characterized by continuous daylight, damp and foggy weather, and weak cyclones with rain or snow to rain. Central surface covered by perennial drifting polar ice pack, which averages about 3 meters in thickness, although pressure ridges may be 3 times that size. Clockwise drift pattern in the Beaufort gyral stream, but nearly straight line movement from the New Siberian Islands, USSR, to Denmark Strait between Greenland and Iceland. The ice pack is surrounded by open seas during the summer, but more than doubles in size during the winter and extends to the encircling land masses, the ocean. Floor is about 50% continental shelf, highest percentage of any ocean, with the remainder a central basin interrupted by 3 submarine ridges, Alpha Cordillera, Nansen Cordillera, and Lomantsev Ridge. Maximum depth is 4,665 meters in the Fram Basin. Natural resources, sand and gravel aggregates, placer deposits, polymetallic nodules, oil and gas fields, fish, marine mammals, seals, whales. Environment. Endangered marine species include walruses and whales. Ice islands occasionally break away from northern Ellesmere Island. Icebergs calve from western Greenland and extreme northeastern Canada. Maximum snow cover in March or April, about 20 to 50 centimeters over the frozen ocean, and lasts about 10 months. Permafrost in islands, virtually ice-locked from October to June. Fragile ecosystem, slow to change and slow to recover from disruptions or damage. Note: major choke point is the southern Chukchi Sea, northern access to the Pacific Ocean via the Bering Strait. Ship subject to superstructure icing from October to May. Strategic location between North America and the USSR. Shortest marine link between the extremes of eastern and western USSR. Floating research stations operated by the U.S. and USSR. Economy overview. Economic activity is limited to the exploitation of natural resources, including crude oil, natural gas, fishing, and sealing. Communications ports: Churchill, Canada; Murmansk, USSR; Prudhoe Bay, U.S. Telecommunications. No submarine cables. Note: sparse network of air, ocean, river, and land routes. The Northwest Passage, North America, and Northern Sea Route, Asia, are important waterways. Country: Argentina. Geography, total area, 2,766,890 square kilometers. Land area, 2,736,690 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly more than 4 times the size of Texas. Land boundaries, 9,665 kilometers. Total: Bolivia, 832 kilometers. Brazil, 1,224 kilometers. Chile, 5,150 kilometers. Paraguay, 1,880 kilometers. Uruguay, 579 kilometers. Coastline, 4,989 kilometers. Maritime claims: continental shelf, 200 meters or to depth of exploitation. Territorial sea, 200 nanometers. Overflight and navigation permitted beyond 12 nanometers. Disputes: short section of the boundary with Uruguay is in dispute. Short section of the boundary with Chile is indefinite. Claims British-administered Falkland Islands. Islas Malvinas claims British-administered South Georgia and the South Sandwich Islands. Territorial claim in Antarctica. Climate: mostly temperate, arid in southeast, subantarctic and southwest terrain. Rich plains of the Pampas in northern half, flat to rolling plateau of Patagonia in south, rugged Andes along western border. Natural resources: fertile plains of the Pampas, lead, zinc, tin, copper, iron ore, manganese, crude oil, Uranium land use, 9% arable land. 4% permanent crops, 52% meadows and pastures, 22% forest and woodland, 13% other, includes 1%. Irrigated environment, Tucumán and Mendoza areas in Andes subject to earthquakes. Pamperos are violent windstorms that can strike Pampas and northeast. Irrigated soil degradation, desertification, air and water pollution in Buenos Aires note. Second largest country in South America, after Brazil. Strategic location relative to sea lanes between South Atlantic and South Pacific Oceans. Strait of Magellan, Beagle Channel, Drake Passage. People population, 32,290,966, July 1990. Growth rate, 1.2%. 1990. Birth rate, 20 births per 1,000 population. 1990. Death rate, 9 deaths/1,000 population. 1990. Net migration rate, NEGL migrants/1,000 population. 1990. Infant mortality rate, 32 deaths/1,000 live births. 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 67 years male, 74 years female. 1990. Total fertility rate, 2.8 children born/woman. 1990. Nationality, noun, Argentines. Adjective, Argentine ethnic divisions, 85% white, 15% mestizo, Indian, or other non-white groups. Religion, 90% nominally Roman. Catholic, less than 20% practicing, 2% Protestant, 2% Jewish, 6% other language. Spanish official, English, Italian, German, French literacy. 94% labor force, 10,900,000. 12% agriculture, 31% industry, 57% services. 1985 EST. Organized labor, 3 million. 28% of labor force. Government long-form name. Argentine Republic type. Republic capital, Buenos Aires. Tentative plans to move to Viedma by 1990 indefinitely postponed. Administrative divisions, 22 provinces, provincias, singular, provincia. 1 national territory *, territorio nacional, and 1 district ***, distrito. Buenos Aires, Catamarca, Chaco, Chubut, Córdoba, Corrientes, Distrito Federal ***, Entre Rios, Formosa, Jujuy, La Pampa, La Rioja, Mendoza, Misiones, Neuquén, Rio Negro, Salta, San Juan, San Luis, Santa Cruz, Santa Fe, Santiago del Estero, Tierra del Fuego and Antarctica, Islas del Atlántico, Sir ***, Tucumán Independence. July 9, 1816, from Spain, Constitution. May 1, 1853 legal system. Mixture of U.S. and West European legal systems. Has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction. National holiday. National Day, May 25, 1810, Executive Branch. President, Vice President, Cabinet, Legislative Branch. Bicameral National Congress, Congreso Nacional. Consists of an upper chamber or Senate, Senado, and a lower chamber or Chamber of Deputies, Cámara de Diputados, Judicial Branch. Supreme Court, Corte Suprema. Leaders, Chief of State and Head of Government, President Carlos Saul Menem, since July 8, 1989. Vice President Eduardo Duhalde, since July 8, 1989. Political parties and leaders, Justicialist Party, JP, Antonio Cafiero, Peronist Umbrella Political Organization, Radical Civic Union, USAR, Raul Alfonsin, moderately left of center, Union of the Democratic Center, UCID, Alvaro Alzagare, Conservative Party, Intransigent Party, PI, Dr. Oscar Allende, Leftist Party, several provincial party suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. President, last held May 14, 1989, next to be held May 1995. Results, Carlos Saul Menem was elected. Chamber of Deputies, last held May 14, 1989, next to be held May 1991. Results, JP 47%, UCR 30%, UDC 7%, other 16%. Seats, 254 total. JP 122, UCR 93, UDC-11, other 28 communists, some 70,000 members in various party organizations, including a small nucleus of activists, other political or pressure groups. Peronist-dominated labor movement, General Confederation of Labor, Peronist-leaning umbrella labor organization, Argentine Industrial Union, Manufacturers Association, Argentine Rural Society, large landowners, Association, business organizations, students, the Roman Catholic Church, the Armed Forces member of, CCC, FAO, G77, GATT, Group of 8, IDBI, IBRD, ICAC, ICAO, IDA, IDB, Inter-American Development Bank, IFAD, IFC, IHO, ILO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, IGOC, ISO, ITU, IWC, International Whaling Commission, IWC, International Wheat Council, LAI, NEM, OAS, PEJO, SILA, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WFTU, WHO, WMO, WDO, WSG Diplomatic Representation, Ambassador Guido Jose Maria Di Tella. Chancery at 1600, New Hampshire Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20009. Telephone 202-939-6400 through 6403. There are Argentine consulates general in Houston, Miami, New Orleans, New York, San Francisco, and San Juan, Puerto Rico, and consulates in Baltimore, Chicago, and Los Angeles, U.S. Ambassador Terrence A. Todman, Embassy at 4300 Columbia, 1425 Buenos Aires. Mailing address is APO Miami 34034. Telephone 54-1-774-7611 or 8811-9911 flag. 3 equal horizontal bands of light blue, top, white and light blue. Centered in the white band is a radiant yellow sun with a human face known as the Son of May. Economy overview. Argentina is rich in natural resources and has a highly literate population, an export-oriented agricultural sector, and a diversified industrial base. Nevertheless, the economy has encountered major problems in recent years, leading to a recession in 1988-89. Economic growth slowed to 2% in 1987 and to 1.8% in 1988. A sharp decline of 5.5% has been estimated for 1989. A widening public sector deficit and a multi-digit inflation rate has dominated the economy over the past 3 years, reaching about 5,000% in 1989. Since 1978, Argentina's external debt has nearly doubled to $60 billion, creating severe debt servicing difficulties and hurting the country's creditworthiness with international lenders. GNP, $72.0 billion, per capita $2,217. Real growth rate, 5.5%, 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices, 4,925%, 1989. Unemployment rate, 8.5%, 1989 EST. Budget, revenues $11.5 billion, expenditures $13.0 billion, including capital expenditures of $0.93 billion. 1988, exports, $9.6 billion, FOB, 1989. Commodities, meat, wheat, corn, oilseed, hides, wool. Partners, U.S. 14%, USSR, Italy, Brazil, Japan, Netherlands. Imports, $4.3 billion, CF, 1989. Commodities, machinery and equipment, chemicals, metals, fuels and lubricants, agricultural products. Partners, U.S. 25%, Brazil, FRG, Bolivia, Japan, Italy, Netherlands. External debt, $60 billion, December 1989. Industrial production, growth rate, 8%, 1989. Electricity, 16,449,000 kilowatts capacity, 46,590 million kilowatt hours produced, 1,460 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries, food processing, especially meatpacking, motor vehicles, consumer durables, textiles, chemicals and petrochemicals, printing, metallurgy, steel. Agriculture account for 15% of GNP, including fishing. Produces abundant food for both domestic consumption and exports. Among world's top 5 exporters of grain and beef. Principal crops: wheat, corn, sorghum, soybeans, sugar beets. 1987 fish catch. Estimated at 500,000 tons aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-88, $1.0 billion. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970-87, $3.6 billion. Communist countries, 1970-88, $718 million currency. Austral, plural, Australs. 1 Austral, A, equals 100 centavos exchange rates. Australs, A, per 1 U.S. dollar, 1,930, December 1989, 8.7526, 1988, 2.1443, 1987, 0.9430, 1986, 0.6018, 1985, fiscal year, calendar year, communications railroads. 34,172 kilometers total. Includes 169 kilometers. Electrified. Includes a mixture of 1.435 meter standard gauge, 1.676 meter broad gauge, 1.000 meter gauge, and 0.750 meter gauge highways. 208,350 kilometers total. 47,550 kilometers paved, 39,500 kilometers gravel, 101,000 kilometers improved earth, 20,300 kilometers unimproved earth inland waterways, 11,000 kilometers navigable pipelines, 4,090 kilometers crude oil, 2,900 kilometers refined products, 9,918 kilometers natural gas ports, Bahia Blanca, Buenos Aires, Necochea, Rio Gallegos, Rosario, Santa Fe Merchant Marine, 131 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 1,693,540 GRT/2, 707,079 DWT. Includes 45 cargo, 6 refrigerated cargo, 6 container, 1 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 1 railcar carrier, 48 petroleum, oils and lubricants, PUL, tanker, 2 chemical tanker for liquefied gas, 18 bulk civil air, 54 major transport aircraft airports, 1,799 total, 1,617 usable, 132 with permanent surface runways, 1 with runways over 3,659 m, 30 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 335 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications, extensive modern system, 2,650,000 telephones, 12,000. Public telephones, radio relay widely used, stations, 171 AM, no FM, 231 TV, 13 shortwave, 2 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth stations. Domestic satellite network has 40 stations. Defense Forces branches. Argentine Army, Navy of the Argentine Republic, Argentine Air Force, National Gendarmerie, Argentine Naval Prefecture, National Aeronautical Police Force military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 7,860,054, 6,372,189 fit for military service. 277,144 reach military age. 20. Annually defense expenditures. 1.4% of GNP. 1987. Country, Aruba, part of the Dutch realm. Geography total area, 193 square kilometers. Land area, 193 square kilometers comparative area. Slightly larger than Washington, D.C. land boundaries. None coastline. 68.5 kilometers maritime claims. Exclusive fishing zone, 12 nanometers. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers climate. Tropical marine, little seasonal temperature variation terrain. Flat with a few hills, scant vegetation natural resources, negligible, white sandy beaches land. Use, 0% arable land, 0% permanent crops, 0% meadows and pastures, 0% forest and woodland, 100% other environment. Lies outside the Caribbean hurricane belt. Note, 28 kilometers north of Venezuela. People population, 62,656, July 1990. Growth rate 0.2%, 1990. Birth rate, 16 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 6 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 8 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 8 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 72 years male. 80 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 1.8 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, Arubans. Adjective, Aruban ethnic divisions. 80% mixed European/Caribbean Indian religion. 82% Roman Catholic, 8% Protestant. Also small Hindu, Muslim, Confucian, and Jewish minority language. Dutch official, Papiamento, a Spanish, Portuguese, Dutch, English dialect. English, widely spoken. Spanish literacy. 95% labor force. But most employment is in the tourist industry. 1986 organized. Labor, Aruban Workers Federation, FT. Government long-form name. None type. Part of the Dutch realm. Full autonomy in internal affairs obtained in 1986 upon separation from the Netherlands Antilles capital. Oranjestad administrative divisions. None, self-governing part of the Netherlands, independence. Plan for 1996 Constitution, January 1st. 1986 legal system, based on Dutch civil law system, with some English common law influenced national holiday. Flag Day, March 18th executive branch. Dutch monarch, governor, prime minister. Council of Ministers, cabinet, legislative branch. Unicameral parliament, staten, judicial branch. Joint High Court of Justice leaders. Chief of State, Queen Beatrix Wilhelmina Armed Guard, since April 30th, 1980, represented by Governor-General Felipe B. Trump, since January 1st, 1986. Head of Government, Prime Minister Nelson O. Duber, since February 1989. Political parties and leaders. Electoral Movement Party, MEP, Nelson O. Duber. Aruban People's Party, AVP, Henny Iman, National Democratic. Action, EDN, Pedro Charo Kelly. New Patriotic Party, PPN, Eddie Whirlman. Aruban Patriotic Party, PPA, Benny Nisbet. Aruban Democratic Party, PDA, Leo Berlinski. Democratic Action 86, AD 86, Arturo O. Duber. Governing coalition includes the MEP, PPA, and ADN suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. Parliament. Last held January 6, 1989, next to be held by January 1993. Results, percent of vote by party NA, seats, 21 total, MEP 10, AVP 8, ADN 1, PPN 1, PPA 1 diplomatic representation. None, self-governing part of the Netherlands, flag. Blue with 2 narrow horizontal yellow stripes across the lower portion and a red, 4-pointed star outlined in white in the upper hoist side corner. Economy overview. Tourism is the mainstay of the economy. In 1985, the economy suffered a severe blow when Exxon closed its refinery, a major source of employment and foreign exchange earnings. Economic collapse was prevented by soft loans from the Dutch government and by a booming tourist industry. Hotel capacity expanded by 20% between 1985 and 1987 and is projected to more than double by 1990. Unemployment has steadily declined from about 20% in 1986 to about 3% in 1988. GDP, $620 million, per capita $10,000. Real growth rate 16.7%, 1988 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 4%, 1988 EST. Unemploiement hat, 3%, 1988. Budget, revenues $145 million. Expenditures $185 million, including capital expenditures of $42 million. 1988 exports $47.5 million FOB, 1988 EST. Commodities, mostly petroleum products, partners, U.S. 64%, EC imports. $296.0 million, cf. 1988 EST. Commodities, food, consumer goods, manufacturers, partners. U.S. 8%, EC external debt. $81 million, 1987. Industrial production. Growth rate, 20%, 1984. Electricity, 310,000 kilowatts capacity. 945 million kilowatt hours produced. 15,120 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries. Tourism, transshipment facilities, agriculture. Poor quality soils and low rainfall limit agricultural activity to the cultivation of aloes aid. None currency. Aruban florin, plural, florins, 1 Aruban florin AF. Equals 100 cents. Exchange rates. Aruban florins AF. Per 1 US dollar. 1.7900. Fixed rate since 1986. Fiscal year. Calendar year. Communications ports. Oranjestad, St. Nicholas Airfield. Government-owned airport east of Oranjestad. Telecommunications. Generally adequate. Extensive inter-island radio relay links. 72,168 telephones. Stations. 4 AM for FM. 1 TV. 1. Sea cable to St. Martin. Defense Forces note. Defense is the responsibility of the Netherlands until 1996. Country. Ashmore and Cartier Islands, territory of Australia. Geography, total area. 5 square kilometers. Land area. 5 square kilometers. Includes Ashmore Reef, West, Middle, and East Islets. And Cartier Island comparative area. About 8.5 times the size of the mall in Washington, D.C. land boundaries. None coastline. 74.1 kilometers maritime claims. Contiguous zone. 12 nanometers. Continental shelf. 200 meters or to depth of exploration. Exclusive fishing zone. 200 nanometers. Territorial sea. 3 nanometers climate. Tropical terrain. Low width. Sand and coral natural resources. Fish land use. 0% arable land. 0% permanent crops. 0% meadows and pastures. 0% forest and woodland. 100% other. Grass and sand environment, surrounded by shoals and reefs. Ashmore Reef National Nature Reserve established in August 1983 note. Located in extreme eastern Indian Ocean between Australia and Indonesia, 320 kilometers off the northwest coast of Australia. People population, no permanent inhabitants, seasonal. Caretakers, government long form name. Territory of Ashmore and Cartier Islands type. Territory of Australia administered by the Australian Ministry for Territories and Local Government Administrative Divisions. None. Territory of Australia. Legal system. Relevant laws of the Northern Territory of Australia note. Administered by the Australian Minister for Arts, Sports, the Environment, Tourism, and Territories. Graham Richardson Diplomatic Representation. None. Territory of Australia. Economy overview. No economic activity. Communications ports. None. Offshore anchorage only. Defense Forces note. Defense is the responsibility of Australia. Periodic visits by the Royal Australian Navy and Royal Australian Air Force. Country, Atlantic Ocean. Geography, total area. 82,217,000 square kilometers. Includes Baltic Sea, Black Sea, Caribbean Sea, Davis Strait, Denmark Strait, Drake Passage, Gulf of Mexico, Mediterranean Sea, North Sea, Norwegian Sea, Weddell Sea, and other tributary water bodies. Comparative area. Slightly less than 9 times the size of the U.S. Second largest of the world's 4 oceans, after the Pacific Ocean, but larger than Indian Ocean or Arctic Ocean. Coastline. 111,866 kilometers. Climate. Tropical cyclones, hurricanes. Develop off the coast of Africa near Cape Verde and move westward into the Caribbean Sea. Hurricanes can occur from May to December, but are most frequent from August to November. Terrain. Surface usually covered with sea ice in Labrador Sea, Denmark Strait, and Baltic Sea from October to June. Clockwise warm water gyre, broad, circular system of currents. In the North Atlantic, counterclockwise warm water gyre in the South Atlantic. The ocean floor is dominated by the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, a rugged north-south centerline for the entire Atlantic basin. Maximum depth is 8,605 meters in the Puerto Rico Trench. Natural resources: oil and gas fields, fish, marine mammals, seals and whales, sand, and gravel aggregates, placer deposits, polymetallic nodules, precious stones. Environment: endangered marine species include the manatee, seals, sea lions, turtles, and whales. Municipal sludge pollution off eastern U.S., southern Brazil, and eastern Argentina. Oil pollution in Caribbean Sea, Gulf of Mexico, Lake Maracaibo, Mediterranean Sea, and North Sea. Industrial waste and municipal sewage pollution in Baltic Sea, North Sea, and Mediterranean Sea. Icebergs common in Davis Strait, Denmark Strait, in the northwestern Atlantic from February to August, and have been spotted as far south as Bermuda and the Madeira Islands. Icebergs from Antarctica occur in the extreme southern Atlantic Note. Ships subject to superstructure icing in extreme North Atlantic from October to May and extreme South Atlantic from May to October. Persistent fog can be a hazard to shipping from May to September. Major choke points include the Dardanelles, Strait of Gibraltar, access to the Panama and Suez Canals. Strategic straits include the Dover Strait, Straits of Florida, Mona Passage, the Sound, Orsund, and Windward Passage. North Atlantic shipping lane subject to icebergs from February to August. The equator divides the Atlantic Ocean into the North Atlantic Ocean and South Atlantic Ocean. Economy overview. Economic activity is limited to exploitation of natural resources, especially fish, dredging aragonite sands, the Bahamas, and crude oil and natural gas production, Caribbean Sea and North Sea. Communications ports: Alexandria, Egypt, Algiers, Algeria, Antwerp, Belgium, Barcelona, Spain, Buenos Aires, Argentina, Casablanca, Morocco, Cologne, Panama, Copenhagen, Denmark, Dakar, Senegal, Gdansk, Poland, Hamburg, FRG, Helsinki, Finland, Las Palmas, Canary Islands, Spain, Le Havre, France, Leningrad, USSR, Lisbon, Portugal, London, UK, Marseille, France, Montevideo, Uruguay, Montreal, Canada, Naples, Italy, New Orleans, U.S., New York, U.S., Oran, Algeria, Oslo, Norway, Piraeus, Greece, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, Rotterdam, Netherlands, Stockholm, Sweden. Telecommunications: numerous submarine cables with most between continental Europe and the UK, North America and the UK, and in the Mediterranean. Numerous direct links across Atlantic via Intelsat satellite network. Note: Kiel Canal and St. Lawrence Seaway are two important waterways. Country: Australia. Geography: total area 7,686,850 square kilometers. Land area: 7,617,930 square kilometers. Includes Macquarie Island comparative area, slightly smaller than the U.S. land boundaries. None coastline, 25,760 kilometers. Maritime claims. Contiguous zone, 12 nanometers. Continental shelf, 200 meters or to depth of exploitation. Exclusive fishing zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 3 nanometers. Disputes. Territorial claim in Antarctica, Australian Antarctic Territory. Climate: generally arid to semi-arid, temperate in south and east, tropical in north terrain, mostly low plateau with deserts, fertile plain. In southeast, natural resources: bauxite, coal, iron ore, copper, tin, silver, uranium, nickel, tungsten, mineral sands, lead, zinc, diamonds, natural gas, crude oil. Land use: 6% arable land. NEGL% permanent crops, 58% meadows and pastures, 14% forest and woodland, 22% other. Includes NEGL% irrigated environment. Subject to severe droughts and floods. Cyclones along coast. Limited freshwater availability. Irrigated soil degradation. Regular, tropical, invigorating sea breeze known as the Doctor. Occurs along west coast in summer. Desertification. Note: world's smallest continent but 6th largest country. People population 16,923,478, July 1990. Growth rate 1.3%, 1990. Birth rate 15 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate 8 deaths/1,000 population. 1990. Net migration rate 6 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate 8 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth 73 years male, 80 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate 1.8 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, Australians. Adjective, Australian ethnic divisions. 95% Caucasian, 4% Asian, 1% Aboriginal and other religion. 26.1% Anglican, 26% Roman Catholic, 24.3% other Christian language. English, native languages literacy. 98.5% labor force. 7,700,000. 33.8% finance and services. 22.3% public and community services, 20.1% wholesale and retail trade, 16.2% manufacturing and industry, 6.1% agriculture. 1987, organized labor. 42% of labor force. 1988, government long-form name. Commonwealth of Australia type. Federal Parliamentary State Capital. Canberra Administrative Divisions. 6 states and 2 territories asterisk. Australian Capital Territory asterisk, New South Wales, Northern Territory asterisk, Queensland, South Australia, Tasmania, Victoria, Western Australia dependent areas. Ashmore and Cartier Islands, Christmas Island, Cocos, Keeling Islands, Coral Sea Islands, Heard Island and McDonald Islands, Norfolk Island Independence. January 1st, 1901, Federation of UK Colonies. Constitution Ein. July 1900, effective January 1st, 1901 legal system. Based on English common law. Accepts compulsory ICJ jurisdiction, with reservations national holiday. Australia Day, last Monday in January. January 29th, 1990 Executive Branch. British Monarch, Governor-General, Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, Cabinet Legislative Branch. Bicameral federal parliament consists of an upper house or Senate and a lower house or House of Representatives judicial branch. High court leaders. Chief of State. Queen Elizabeth II, since February 1952. Represented by Governor-General William George Hayden, since N.A. February 1989. Head of Government, Prime Minister Robert James Lee Hawke, since March 11, 1983. Deputy Prime Minister Paul Keating, since April 3, 1990. Political parties and leaders, Government. Australian Labor Party, Robert Hawke. Opposition, Liberal Party, Andrew Peacock. National Party, Charles Blunt. Australian Democratic Party, Janine Haynes. Suffrage. Universal and compulsory at age 18 elections. Senate. Last held 11. July 1987. Next to be held by May 12, 1990. Results. Labour 43%, Liberal National 42%, Australian Democrats 8%, Independents 2%, seats 76 total, Labour 32, Liberal National 34, Australian Democrats 7, Independents 3, House of Representatives. Last held March 24, 1990. Next to be held by November 1993. Results. Labour 39.7%, Liberal National 43%, Australian Democrats and Independents 11.1%. Seats 148 total, Labour 78, Liberal National 69, Independent 1 Communists. For 1,000 members, EST. Other. Political or pressure groups. Australian Democratic Labour Party, Anti-Communist Labour Party Splinter Group. Peace and Nuclear Disarmament Action, Nuclear Disarmament Party Splinter Group. Member of ADB, HOEC, ANZUS, CCC, CIPEC, Associate, Colombo Plan, Commonwealth, DAC, ESA, ESCAP, FAO, GATT, IEA, ITP, IBA, IBRD, ICAC, ICAO, ICO, IDA, IEA, IFAD, IFC, IHO, ILO, LZG, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, IOC, IPU, IRC, ISO, ITC, ITU, IW, International Whaling Commission, IWC International. Wheat Council, OECD, SPF, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WHO, WMO, WSG Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Michael J. Cook, Chancery at 1601, Massachusetts Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20036. Telephone 202-797-3000. There are Australian consulates general in Chicago, Honolulu, Houston, Los Angeles, New York, Pago Pago, American Samoa, and San Francisco, U.S. Ambassador Melvin F. Sembler, Moonau Place, Yarralumla, Canberra, Australian Capital Territory 2600. Mailing address is APO San Francisco 6404. Telephone 61-62-705,000. There are U.S. consulates general in Melbourne, Perth, and Sydney, and a consulate in Brisbane. Flag blue with the flag of the UK in the upper hoist side quadrant and a large 7-pointed star in the lower hoist side quadrant. The remaining half is a representation of the Southern Cross constellation in white with one small 5-pointed star and 4 larger 7-pointed stars. Economy overview. Australia has a prosperous Western-style capitalist economy, with a per capita GNP comparable to levels in industrialized West European countries. Rich in natural resources, Australia is a major exporter of agricultural products, minerals, metals, and fossil fuels. Of the top 25 exports, 21 are primary products, so that, as happened during 1983 to 84, a downturn in world commodity prices can have a big impact on the economy. The government is pushing for increased exports of manufactured goods, but competition in international markets will be severe. GNP, $240.8 billion. Per capita, $14,300. Real growth rate, 4.1%. 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices, 8%. 1989. Unemployment rate, 6%. December 1989. Budget. Revenues, $76.3 billion. Expenditures, $69.1 billion, including capital expenditures of NA, FY90 EST. Exports, $43.2 billion, FOB, FY89. Commodities, wheat, barley, beef, lamb, dairy products, wool, coal, iron, ore. Partners, Japan 26%, US 11%, NZ 6%, South Korea 4%, Singapore 4%, USSR 3% imports, $48.6 billion, CF, FY89. Commodities, manufactured raw materials, capital equipment, consumer goods. Partners, US 22%, Japan 22%, UK 7%, FRG 6%, NZ 4%, 1984. External debt, $111.6 billion, September 1989. Industrial production, growth rate 5.6%, FY88. Electricity, 38 million kilowatts capacity, 139,000 million kilowatt hours produced, 8,450 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries, mining, industrial and transportation equipment, food processing, chemicals, steel, motor vehicles. Agriculture accounts for 5% of GNP and 37% of export revenues. World's largest exporter of beef and wool. Second largest for mutton and among top. Wheat exporters. Major crops, wheat, barley, sugarcane, fruit, livestock, cattle, sheep, poultry. Aid. Donor. ODA and OOF commitments, 1970 to 87. $8.8 billion currency. Australian dollar, plural, dollars. 1 Australian dollar, dollar A, equals 100 cents. Exchange rates. Australian dollars, dollar A, per 1 US dollar, 1.2784. January 1990, 1.2618. 1989, 1.2752. 1988, 1.4267. 1987, 1.4905. 1986, 1.4269. 1985, fiscal year, July 1st, 30 June. Communications railroads, 40,478 kilometers total, 7,970 kilometers, 1.600 meter gauge, 16,201 kilometers 1.435 meters standard gauge, 16,307 kilometers 1.067 meter gauge, 183 kilometers dual gauge, 1,130 kilometers electrified, government-owned, except for a few hundred kilometers of privately owned track, 1985, highways, 837,872 kilometers total, 243,750 kilometers paved, 228,396 kilometers gravel, crushed stone, or stabilized soil surface, 365,726 kilometers unimproved earth inland waterways, 8,368 kilometers, mainly by small, shallow draft craft pipelines. Crude oil, 2,500 kilometers. Refined products, 500 kilometers. Natural gas, 5,600 kilometers. Ports, Adelaide, Brisbane, Cairns, Darwin, Devonport, Fremantle, Geelong, Hobart, Launceston, Mackay, Melbourne, Sydney, Townsville Merchant Marine, 77 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 2,300,049 GRT/3 for 93,802 DWT. Includes 2 short sea passenger, 7 cargo, 5 container, 10 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 17 petroleum, oils and lubricants, POL, tanker, 2 chemical tanker, 3 liquefied gas, 1 combination or/oil, 1 livestock carrier, 29 bulk civil air, around 150 major transport aircraft airports, 564 total, 524 usable, 235 with permanent surface runways, 2 with runways over 3,659 m, 20 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 311 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Good international and domestic service. 8.7 million telephones. Stations, 258 AM, 67 FM, 134 TV. Submarine cables to New Zealand, Papua New Guinea, and Indonesia. Domestic satellite service. Satellite stations. For Indian Ocean Intelsat, 6 Pacific Ocean Intelsat Earth stations. Defence Forces branches. Royal Australian Navy, Australian Army, Royal Australian Air Force military manpower. Males 15 to 49 for 1,588,750 for 1,009,127 fit for military service. 136,042 reach military age 17. Annually defense expenditures. NA. Country. Austria. Geography. Total area. 83,850 square kilometers. Land area. 82,730 square kilometers. Comparative area. Slightly smaller than main land boundaries. 2,640 kilometers total. Czechoslovakia, 548 kilometers. Hungary, 366 kilometers. Italy, 430 kilometers. Liechtenstein, 37 kilometers. Switzerland, 164 kilometers. FRG, 784 kilometers. Yugoslavia, 311 kilometers. Coastline, none. Landlocked maritime claims, none. Landlocked disputes. South Tyrol question with Italy climate. Temperate, continental, cloudy, cold winters with frequent rain in lowlands and snow in mountains. Cool summers with occasional showers to rain. Mostly mountains with Alps in west and south. Mostly flat, with gentle slopes along eastern and northern margins. Natural resources. Iron ore, crude oil, timber, magnesite, aluminum, lead, coal, lignite, copper. Hydropower land use, 17%. Arable land, 1% permanent crops, 24% meadows and pastures, 39% forest and woodland, 19% other, includes NEGL% irrigated environment. Because of steep slopes, poor soils, and cold temperatures, population is concentrated on eastern lowlands. Note, landlocked. Strategic location at the crossroads of Central Europe with many easily traversable alpine passes and valleys. Major river is the Danube. People population, 7,644,275, July 1990. Growth rate 0.3%. 1990. Birth rate, 12 births / 1, 0, 0, 0. Population, 1990. Death rate, 11 deaths / 1, 0, 0, 0. Population, 1990. Net migration rate, 2 migrants / 1, 0, 0, 0. Population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 6 deaths / 1, 0, 0, 0. Live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 73 years male, 80 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 1.5 children born / woman, 1990. Nationality, noun, Austrians. Adjective, Austrian ethnic divisions, 99.4% German, 0.3% Croatian, 0.2% Slovene, 0.1% other religion, 85% Roman Catholic, 6% Protestant, 9% other language. German literacy, 98% labor force, 3,037,000, 56.4% services, 35.4%. Industry and crafts, 8.1% agriculture and forestry. An estimated 200,000 Austrians are employed in other European countries. Foreign laborers in Austria number 177,840, about 6% of labor force. 1988, organized labor, 1,672,820 members of Austrian Trade Union Federation. 1984, government long-form name, Republic of Austria type, Federal Republic capital, Vienna administrative divisions, 9 states, Bundesländer, singular, Bundesland, Burgenland, Kärnten, Niederösterreich, Oberösterreich, Salzburg, Steiermark, Tyrol, Vorarlberg, Wien independence. November 12, 1918 from Austro-Hungarian Empire, Constitution, 1920, revised 1929, reinstated 1945, legal system, civil law system with Roman law origin, judicial review of legislative acts by Constitutional Court, separate administrative and civil/penal Supreme Courts, has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction. National holiday. National Day, October 26, 1955, Executive Branch, President, Chancellor, Vice-Chancellor, Council of Ministers, Cabinet, Legislative Branch, Bicameral Federal Assembly, Bundesversammlung, consists of an upper council or federal council, Bundesrat, and a lower council or national council, Nationalrat. Judicial Branch, Supreme Judicial Court, Oberste Gerichtshof, for civil and criminal cases, Administrative Court, Verwaltungsgerichtshof, for bureaucratic cases, Constitutional Court, Verfassungsgerichtshof, for constitutional cases. Leaders, Chief of State, President Kurt Waldheim, since July 8, 1986, Head of Government, Chancellor Franz Vranitzky, since June 16, 1986, Vice-Chancellor Joseph Riegler, since May 19, 1989, Political parties and leaders, Socialist Party of Austria, SPO, Franz Vranitzky, Chairman, Austrian People's Party, OVP, Joseph Riegler, Chairman, Freedom Party of Austria, FPO, Jörg Haider, Chairman, Communist Party, KPO, Franz Muri, Chairman, Green Alternative List, GL, Andreas Wabel, Chairman. Suffrage, universal at age 19, compulsory for presidential elections. Elections, President, last held June 8, 1986, next to be held May 1992, results of second ballot. Dr. Kurt Waldheim, 53.89%, Dr. Kurt Sterer, 46.11%, Federal Council. Last held November 23, 1986, next to be held November 1990. Results, percent of vote by party NA, seats, 63 total, OVP 32, SPO 30, FPO 1, National Council. Last held November 23, 1986, next to be held November 1990. Results, SP 0 43.1%, OVP 41.3%, FPO 9.7%, GL 4.8%, KPO 0.7%, other 0.32%. Seats, 183 total. SP 080, OVP 77, FP 018, GL 8 Communists. Membership 15,000 EST. Activists 7,000 to 8,000 other political or pressure groups. Federal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Austrian Trade Union Federation, primarily socialist. 3 composite leagues of the Austrian People's Party, OVP, representing business, labor, and farmers. OVP-oriented League of Austrian Industrialists. Roman Catholic Church, including its chief lay organization. Catholic Action member of ADB, Council of Europe, CCC, DAC, ECE, EFTA, ESA, FAO, GATT, IA, IDB, Inter-American Development Bank, IBRD, ICAC, ICAO, IDA, IAI, IFA, DIFC, ILO, ILZSG, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, ITU, IWC, International Wheat Council, OECD, YIN, UNESCO, UPU, WFDU, WHO, WIPO, WMO, WDO, WSG. Austria is neutral and is not a member of NATO or the EC diplomatic representation. Ambassador Friedrich HOESS. Embassy at 2343 Massachusetts Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008. Telephone 202-483-4474. Their Austrian Consulate General in Chicago, Los Angeles, and New York, U.S. Ambassador Henry A. Grunwald. Embassy at Boltzmann Gas 16, A. 1091, Vienna. Mailing address is APO New York 09108. Telephone 43-222-31-55-11. There is a U.S. Consulate General in Salzburg flag. 3 equal horizontal bands of red, top, white, and red. Economy overview. Austria boasts a prosperous and stable capitalist economy with a sizable proportion of nationalized industry and extensive welfare benefits. Thanks to an excellent raw material endowment, a technically skilled labor force, and strong links with West German industrial firms, Austria has successfully occupied specialized niches in European industry and services, tourism, banking, and produces almost enough food to feed itself with only 8% of the labor force in agriculture. Living standards are roughly comparable with the large industrial countries of Western Europe. Problems for the L990S include an aging population and a struggle to keep welfare benefits within budget capabilities. GDP, $103.2 billion, per capita $13,600. Real growth rate 4.2%, 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 2.7%, 1989. Unemployment 4.8%, 1989 budget. Revenues $34.2 billion. Expenditures $39.5 billion, including capital expenditures of NA, 1988. Exports $31.2 billion. FOB, 1989. Commodities, machinery, and equipment. Iron and steel, lumber, textiles, paper products, chemicals. Partners, FRG 35%, Italy 10%, Eastern Europe 9%, Switzerland 7%, US 4%, OPEC 3% imports. $37.9 billion. CF, 1989. Commodities, petroleum, foodstuffs, machinery, and equipment. Vehicles, chemicals, textiles and clothing, pharmaceuticals. Partners, FRG 44%, Italy 9%, Eastern Europe 6%, Switzerland 5%, US 4%, USSR 2%. External debt, $12.4 billion, December 1987. Industrial production, growth rate 5.8%, 1989 EST. Electricity, 17,562,000 kilowatts capacity. 49,290 million kilowatt-hours produced, 6,500 kilowatt-hours per capita. 1989. Industries. Foods, iron and steel, machines, textiles, chemicals, electrical, paper and pulp, tourism, mining, agriculture. Accounts for 4% of GDP, including forestry. Principal crops and animals. Grains, fruit, potatoes, sugar beets, sawn wood, cattle, pigs, poultry. 80 to 90% self-sufficient in food aid. Donor, ODA and OOF commitments, 1970 to 87. $1.7 billion currency. Austrian shilling, plural. Shillings, 1 Austrian shilling, S, equals 100 groschen exchange rates. Austrian shillings, S, per 1 US dollar, 11.907. January 1990. 13.231, 1989. 12.348, 1988. 12.643, 1987. 15.267, 1986. 20.690, 1985. Fiscal year, calendar year, communications railroads. 6,028 kilometers total. 5,388 kilometers government-owned and 640 kilometers privately owned. 1.435 and 1.000 meter gauge. 5,403 kilometers, 1.435 meter standard gauge, of which 3,051 kilometers is electrified and 1,520 kilometers is double-tracked. 363 kilometers, 0.760 meter narrow gauge, of which 91 kilometers is electrified highways. 95,412 kilometers total. 34,612 are the primary network, including 1,012 kilometers of Autobahn, 10,400 kilometers of federal, and 23,200 kilometers of provincial roads. Of this number, 21,812 kilometers are paved and 12,800 kilometers are unpaved. In addition, there are 60,800 kilometers of communal roads, mostly gravel, crushed stone, earth, inland waterways. 446 kilometers ports. Vienna, Linz, river ports, merchant marine, 29 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 209,311 GRT/366 for 01 DWT. Includes 23 cargo, 1 container, 5 bulk. Pipelines, 554 kilometers crude oil, 2,611 kilometers natural gas, 171 kilometers refined products civil air, 25 major transport aircraft airports, 55 total, 54 usable, 19 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 3,659 m, 5 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 4 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications, highly developed and efficient. For 1,014,000 telephones, extensive TV and radio broadcast systems, stations, 6 AM, 21, 544 repeaters, FM, 47, 867 repeaters, TV, satellite stations operating in Intelsat 1, Atlantic Ocean Earth Station and 1 Indian Ocean Earth Station and Eutelsat systems, Defense Forces branches, Army, Flying Division military manpower, males 15 to 49, 1,970,189, 1,656,228 fit for military service, 50,090 reach military age 19. Annually defense expenditures, 1.1% of GDP, or $1.1 billion. 1989 EST. Country, the Bahamas. Geography, total area, 13,940 square kilometers. Land area, 10,070 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly larger than Connecticut. Land boundaries, none. Coastline, 3,542 kilometers. Maritime claims, continental shelf, 200 meters or to depth of exploitation. Exclusive fishing zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 3 nanometers. Climate, tropical marine, moderated by warm waters of Gulf Stream terrain. Long, flat coral formations with some low, rounded hills. Natural resources, salt, aragonite, timberland use, 1% arable land, NEGL % permanent crops, NEGL % meadows and pastures, 32% forest and woodland, 67% other environment, subject to hurricanes and other tropical storms that cause extensive flood damage. Note, strategic location adjacent to U.S. and Cuba. Extensive island chain. People population, 246,491, July 1990. Growth rate 1.2%. 1990. Birth rate, 17 births per 1,000 population. 1990. Death rate, 6 deaths/1,000 population. 1990. Net migration rate, 0 migrants/1,000 population. 1990. Infant mortality rate, 21 deaths/1,000 live births. 1990. Life expectancy at birth: 68 years male, 75 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate: 1.9 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality: Noun, Bahamians. Adjective, Bahamian ethnic divisions: 85% black, 15% white religion. Baptist 29%, Anglican 23%, Roman Catholic 22%, smaller groups of other Protestants, Greek Orthodox, and Jews. Language: English, some Creole among Haitian immigrants. Literacy: 95%, 1986. Labor force: 132,600, 30% government, 25% hotels and restaurants, 10% business services, 5% agriculture. 1986. Organized labor: 25% of labor force, government. Long form name: The Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Type: Commonwealth. Capital: Nassau. Administrative divisions: 21 districts: Abaco, Acklins Island, Andros Island, Berry Islands, Bimini's Cat Island, K. Lobos, Crooked Island, Eleuthera, Exuma, Grand Bahama, Harbor Island, Inagua, Long Cay, Long Island, Mayaguana, New Providence, Ragged Island, Rum Cay, San Salvador, Spanish Wells. Independence: July 10, 1973, from UK. Constitution: July 10, 1973. Legal system: based on English common law. National holiday: Independence Day, July 10, 1973. Executive branch: British monarch, Governor-General, Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister. Cabinet. Legislative branch: bicameral parliament consists of an upper house or Senate and a lower house or House of Assembly. Judicial branch: Supreme Court. Leaders: Chief of State, Queen Elizabeth II, since February 6, 1952, represented by Acting Governor-General Sir Henry Taylor, since June 26, 1988. Head of Government: Prime Minister Sir Lyndon Oscar Pindling, since January 16, 1967. Political parties and leaders: Progressive Liberal Party, PLP, Sir Lyndon O. Pindling; Free National Movement, FNM, Cecil Wallace Whitfield. Suffrage: universal at age 18. Elections: House of Assembly, last held June 19, 1987, next to be held by June 1992. Results: percent of vote by party. NA seats: 49 total, PLP 31, FNM 16, Independents 2, Communists. None known other political or pressure groups: Vanguard Nationalist and Socialist Party, VNSP, a small leftist party headed by Lionel Carey. Trade Union Congress, TUC, headed by Arlington Miller, member of ACP. CARICOM, CCC, CDB, Commonwealth, FAO, G77, GATT, de facto, IBRD, ICAO, IDB, Inter-American Development Bank, ILO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, ITU, and EMOS. PAHO, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WIPO, WMO, WDO. Diplomatic representation: Ambassador Margaret E. MacDonald. Chancery at Suite 865, 600, New Hampshire Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20037. Telephone 202-944-3390. There are Bahamian consulates general in Miami and New York, U.S. Ambassador Sheikh Hecht. Embassy at Mosmar Building, Queen Street, Nassau. Mailing address is P.O. Box N, 8197, Nassau. Telephone 809-322-1181 or 328-2206. Flag: 3 equal horizontal bands of aquamarine, top, gold, and aquamarine with a black equilateral triangle based on the hoist side. Economy overview: The Bahamas is a stable, middle-income developing nation whose economy is based primarily on tourism and offshore banking. Tourism alone provides about 50% of GDP and directly or indirectly employs about 50,000 people or 40% of the local workforce. The economy has boomed in recent years, aided by a steady annual increase in the number of tourists. The per capita GDP of over $9,800 is one of the highest in the region. GDP: $2.4 billion, per capita $9,875. Real growth rate 2%. 1988 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 4.1%, 1988. Unemployment 12%, 1986. Budget, revenues $555 million. Expenditures $702 million, including capital expenditures of $138 million, 1989 EST. Exports, $733 million, FOB, 1987. Commodities, pharmaceuticals, cement, rum, crawfish, partners, U.S. 90%, UK 10% imports, $1.7 billion, CF, 1987. Commodities, foodstuffs, manufactured goods, mineral fuels, partners, Iran 30%, Nigeria 20%, U.S. 10%, EC 10%, Gabon 10%, external debt, $1.5 billion, September 1988. Industrial production, growth rate NA percent electricity, 368,000 kilowatts capacity, 857 million kilowatt-hours produced, 3,470 kilowatt-hours per capita. 1989. Industries, banking, tourism, cement, oil refining and transshipment, salt production, rum, aragonite, pharmaceuticals, spiral weld, steel pipe, agriculture, account for less than 5% of GDP, dominated by small-scale producers. Principal products, citrus fruit, vegetables, poultry. Large net importer of food aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-80, $42 million. Western non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $344 million currency. Bahamian dollar, plural, dollars, one Bahamian dollar, B dollar, equals 100 cents exchange rates. Bahamian dollar, B dollar, per 1 U.S. dollar, 1.00, fixed rate. Fiscal year, calendar year, communications highways, 2,400 kilometers total, 1,350 kilometers paved, 1,050 kilometers gravel ports. Freeport, Nassau Merchant Marine, 533 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 11,684,123 GRT/19, 574, 532 DWT. Includes 26 passenger, 15 short sea passenger, 121 cargo, 40 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 42 refrigerated cargo, 16 container, 6 car carrier, 123 petroleum, oils, and lubricants, POL, tanker, 6 liquefied gas, 19 combination or /oil, 29 chemical tanker, 1 specialized tanker, 86 bulk, 3 combination bulk. Note, a flag of convenience registry civil air. 9 major transport aircraft airports, 59 total, 57 usable, 31 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 3,659 m, 3 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 25 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications, highly developed, 99,000 telephones and totally automatic system. Tropospheric scatter and submarine cable links to Florida. Stations, 3 AM, 2 FM, 1 TV. 3 coaxial submarine cables. 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth Station. Defense Forces branches, Royal Bahamas Defense Force, a Coast Guard element only. Royal Bahamas Police Force military manpower. NA defense expenditures. NA, country, Bahrain, geography, total area, 620 square kilometers. Land area, 620 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly less than 3.5 times the size of Washington, D.C. land boundaries. None coastline, 161 kilometers. Maritime claims. Continental shelf, not specific. Territorial sea, 3 nanometers. Disputes. Territorial dispute with Qatar over the Hawar Islands. Climate, arid, mild, pleasant winters, very hot. Humid summers. Terrain, mostly low desert plain rising gently to low central escarpment. Natural resources, oil, associated and non-associated natural gas. Fish. Land use, 2% arable. Land, 2% permanent crops, 6% meadows and pastures, 0% forest and woodland. 90% other. Includes any GL% irrigated environment. Subsurface water sources being rapidly depleted. Requires development of desalination facilities. Dust storms. Desertification note. Proximity to primary Middle Eastern crude oil sources and strategic location in Persian Gulf, through which much of Western world's crude oil must transit to reach open ocean. People population, 520,186, July 1990. Growth rate 3.2%, 1990. Birth rate, 28 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 3 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 8 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 19 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 71 years male, 76 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 4.1 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, Bahrainis. Adjective, Bahraini ethnic divisions. 63% Bahraini, 13% Asian, 10% other Arab, 8% Iranian, 6% other religion. Muslim, 70% Shia, 30% Sunni. Language, Arabic, official. English also widely spoken. Farsi, Urdu literacy. 40% labor force, 140,000. 42% of labor force is Bahraini. 85% industry and commerce, 5% agriculture, 5% services, 3% government. 1982, organized labor. General Committee for Bahrain Workers exists in only 8 major designated companies. Government long-form name. State of Bahrain type. Traditional monarchy capital. Manama administrative divisions. 11 municipalities, Baladiat singular, Baladia, Al-Had Al. Manama. Al-Mintaka Al-Garbiya. Al-Mintaka Al-Wusta. Mintaka Ash-Shamaliya. Al-Maharik. Ar Rifa wa Al-Mintaka. Al-Janubiyya. Jid Hafs. Madanat Isa. Mintakat. Juzr Hawar. Citra Independence. August 15, 1971, from UK. Constitution. May 26, 1973, effective December 6, 1973 legal system. Based on Islamic law and English common law national holiday. National Day. December 16th, executive branch. Emir, Crown Prince, and heir apparent, Prime Minister, Cabinet Legislative Branch. Unicameral National Assembly was dissolved August 26, 1975, and legislative. Powers were assumed by the Cabinet Judicial Branch. High Civil Appeals Court leaders. Chief of State. Emir Isa bin Salman Al Khalifa, since November 2, 1961. Heir apparent Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa, son of Emir. Born January 28, 1950. Head of Government, Prime Minister Khalifa bin Salman Al Khalifa, since January 19, 1970. Political parties and pressure groups. Political parties prohibited. Several small, clandestine leftist and Shia fundamentalist groups are active suffrage. None elections. None communists. Negligible member of Arab League, FAO, G77, GATT de facto, GCC, IBRD, ICAO, IDB, Islamic Development Bank, ILO, IMF, IMO, Interpol, ITU, NEM, OPEC, OIC, UN, UNESCO, UPU, diplomatic representation. Ambassador Ghazi Mohammed Al Kasabi. Chancery at 3502, International Drive Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008. Telephone 202-342-0741 or 342-0742. There's a Bahraini Consulate General in New York, U.S., Ambassador Dr. Charles W. Hostler, Embassy at Sheikh Issa Road, Manama. Mailing address is P.O. 26431, Manama, or FPO New York 09526. Telephone 973-714,151 through 714153 flag. Red with a white serrated band, 8 white points, on the hoist side. Economy overview. The oil price decline in recent years has had an adverse impact on the economy. Petroleum production and processing account for about 85% of export receipts, 60% of government revenues, and 20% of GDP. In 1986, soft oil market conditions led to a 5% drop in GDP, in sharp contrast with the 5% average annual growth rate during the early 1980s. The slowdown in economic activity, however, has helped to check the inflation of the 1970s. The government's past economic diversification efforts have moderated the severity of the downturn, but failed to offset oil and gas revenue losses. GDP, $3.5 billion, per capita $7,550, 1987. Real growth rate 0%, 1988. Inflation rate, consumer prices 0.3%, 1988. Unemployment, 8 to 10%, 1989. Budget, revenues $1,136 million. Expenditures $1,210 million, including capital expenditures of $294 million, 1987. Exports, $2.4 billion, FOB, 1988 EST. Commodities, petroleum 80%, aluminum 7%, other 13%. Partners, U.S., UAE, Japan, Singapore, Saudi Arabia. Imports, $2.5 billion, FOB, 1988 EST. Commodities, non-oil 59%, crude oil 41%. Partners, UK, Saudi Arabia, US, Japan. External debt, $1.1 billion, December 1989 EST. Industrial production, growth rate, 3.1%, 1987. Electricity, 1,652,000 kilowatts capacity, 6,000 million kilowatt hours produced, 12,800 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries, petroleum processing and refining, aluminum smelting, offshore banking, ship repairing. Agriculture, including fishing, accounts for less than 2% of GDP. Not self-sufficient in food production. Heavily subsidized sector produces fruit, vegetables, poultry, dairy products, shrimp, and fish. Fish catch 9,000 metric tons in 1987 aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-79, $24 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $28 million. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979 to 89, $9.8 billion. Currency, Bahraini dinar, plural, dinars. 1 Bahraini dinar, BD, equals 1,000 fils. Exchange rates, Bahraini dinars, BD, per 1 US dollar. 0.3760, fixed rate. Fiscal year, calendar year, communications highways, 200 kilometers bituminous surfaced, including 25 kilometers bridge causeway, to Saudi Arabia, opened in November 1986. In AKM natural. Surface tracks ports, Mina Salman, Mina Al Manama, Citra Merchant Marine. 1 cargo and 1 bulk, 1,000 JRT or over, totaling 28,621 JRT/44, 137 GWT pipelines. Crude oil, 56 kilometers, refined products, 16 kilometers, natural gas, 32 kilometers, civil air, 24 major transport aircraft airports, 3 total, 3 usable, 2 with permanent surface runways, 2 with runways over 3,659 m, 1 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications, excellent international telecommunications, adequate domestic services, 98,000 telephones, stations, 2 AM, 1 FM, 2 TV, satellite Earth stations, 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat, 1 Indian Ocean Intelsat, 1 Arabsat, tropospheric scatter and microwave to Qatar, UAE, Saudi Arabia, submarine cable to Qatar and UAE, Defense Forces branches, Army, Defense Force, Navy, Air Force, Police Force, military manpower, males 15 to 49, 183,580, 102,334 fit for military service defense expenditures, 5% of GDP, or $194 million. 1990 EST. Country, Baker Island. Territory of the U.S. Geography, total area, 1.4 square kilometers. Land area, 1.4 square kilometers. Comparative area, about 2.3 times the size of the mall in Washington, D.C. Land boundaries, none. Coastline, 4.8 kilometers. Maritime claims, contiguous zone, 12 nanometers. Continental shelf, 200 m. Extended economic zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers. Climate, equatorial, scant rainfall, constant wind, burning sun. Terrain, low, nearly level coral island surrounded by a narrow fringing reef. Natural resources, guano, deposits worked until 1891. Land use, 0% arable land, 0% permanent crops, 0% meadows and pastures, 0% forest and woodland, 100% other environment, treeless, sparse and scattered vegetation consisting of grasses, prostrate vines, and low-growing shrubs. Lacks fresh water, primarily in nesting, roosting, and foraging habitat for seabirds, shorebirds, and marine wildlife. Note: remote location 2,575 kilometers southwest of Honolulu in the North Pacific Ocean, just north of the equator, about halfway between Hawaii and Australia. People population, uninhabited. Note: American civilians evacuated in 1942 after Japanese air and naval attacks during World War II. Occupied by U.S. military during World War II, but abandoned after the war. Public entry is by special use permit only and generally restricted to scientists and educators. A cemetery and cemetery ruins located near the middle of the West Coast. Government long-form name, none. Type, unincorporated territory of the U.S. administered by the Fish and Wildlife Service of the U.S. Department of the Interior as part of the National Wildlife Refuge System. Economy overview. No economic activity. Communications ports, none. Offshore anchorage only. One boat landing area along the middle of the West Coast airports. One abandoned World War II runway of 1,665 m. Note: there is a day beacon near the middle of the West Coast. Defense Forces. Note: defense is the responsibility of the U.S., visited annually by the U.S. Coast Guard. Country, Bangladesh. Geography, total area, 144,000 square kilometers. Land area, 133,910 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly smaller than Wisconsin land boundaries, 4,246 kilometers total. Burma, 193 kilometers. India, 4,053 kilometers. Coastline, 580 kilometers. Maritime claims, contiguous zone, 18 nanometers. Continental shelf, up to outer limits of continental margin. Extended economic zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers. Disputes. A portion of the boundary with India is in dispute. Water, sharing problems with upstream riparian India over the Ganges. Climate, tropical, cool, dry winter, October to March. Hot, humid summer, March to June. Cool, rainy monsoon, June to October. Terrain, mostly flat alluvial plain. Hilly and southeast. Natural resources, natural gas, uranium, arable land, timberland use. 67% arable land, 2% permanent crops, 4% meadows and pastures, 16% forest and woodland, 11% other, includes 14% irrigated environment, vulnerable to droughts. Much of country routinely flooded during summer monsoon season. Overpopulation, deforestation. Note: almost completely surrounded by India. People population, 118,433,062, July 1990. Growth rate 2.8%, 1990. Birth rate, 42 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 14 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 0 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 136 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 54 years male, 53 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 5.7 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality, noun, Bangladeshis. Adjective, Bangladesh ethnic divisions. 98% Bengali, 250,000 Biharis, and less than 1 million tribals religion. 83% Muslim, about 16% Hindu, less than 1% Buddhist, Christian, and other language. Bangla, official, English widely used literacy. 29%, 39% men. 18% women. Labor force, 35,100,000. 74% agriculture, 15% services, 11% industry and commerce. Extensive export of labor to Saudi Arabia, UAE, Oman, and Kuwait. FY86, organized labor. 3% of labor force. Belongs to 2,614 registered unions. 1986 EST. Government long form name. People's Republic of Bangladesh type. Republic capital. Dhaka administrative divisions. 64 districts: Zalagulo, singular, Zilla, Bugarhut, Bandarban, Barisal, Bola, Bogra, Borguna, Brahmanbaria, Chandapur, Chapai Nawabganj, Chattagram, Chwadinga, Kumala, Cox's Bazar, Dhaka, Dinajpur, Faridpur, Feni, Gaybanda, Gazipur, Gopalganj, Habiganj, Jaipurhat, Jamalpur, Jessore, Jalakati, Janeda, Kagrakari Kolna, Kisharganj, Kiragram, Kushtia, Laxmipur, Lauminarat, Madarapur, Magura, Manikganj, Maherpur, Mulavai Bazar, Munshiganj, Mymensingh, Nayagan, Narail, Narayanganj, Narsingdi, Nader, Netrakona, Nilphamari, Noakhali, Pabna, Panchagar, Parbatia Chattagram, Pachwakali, Pirajpur, Rajbari, Rajshahi, Rungpur, Satkura, Shariatpur, Sherpur, Sirajanj, Sunamganj, Silhet, Tangail, Thakur Gong of Independence. December 16, 1971, from Pakistan. Formerly East Pakistan. Constitution. November 4, 1972, effective. December 16, 1972, suspended following coup of March 24, 1982, restored November 10, 1986 legal system. Based on English common law national holiday. Independence Day, March 26, 1971, executive branch. President, Vice President, Prime Minister, 3 Deputy Prime Ministers, Council of Ministers, Cabinet. Legislative branch. Unicameral Parliament, Judicial Sangsad, Judicial branch. Supreme Court leaders. Chief of State, President Hussein Mohammed Ershad, since December 11, 1983, elected October 15. 1986, Vice President Madad Ahmed, since August 12, 1989, Head of Government, Prime Minister Qazi Zafar Ahmed, since August 12, 1989, Political parties and leaders. Jatiyo Party, Hussein Mohammed Ershad, Bangladesh Nationalist Party, Begum Zur Rahman, Awami League, Sheikh Hasina Wazd, United People's Party, Qazi Zafar Ahmed, Democratic League, Kandakar Mushtaq Ahmed, Muslim League, Khan A. Sabah, Jatiyo Samajtantrik Dal, National Socialist Party, M. A. Jalil, Bangladesh Communist Party, Pro-Soviet, Safuddin Ahmed Manik, Jamidi Islami, Ali Khan. Suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. President. Last held October 15, 1986. Next to be held October 1991. Results. President Hussein Mohammed Ershad received 83.5% of vote. Parliament. Last held March 3, 1988. Next to be held March 1993. Results. Percent of vote by party NA. Seats. 330 total. 300 elected and 30 seats reserved for women. Jatiyo Party won 256 out of 300 seats. Communists. 5,000 members. 1987 EST. Member of ADB, CCC, Colombo Plan, Commonwealth. SCAP, FAOG, 77, GATT, IBRD, ICAO, IDA, IDB, Islamic Development Bank, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, IRC, ITU and EM, OIC, SARC and UNCTAD, UNESCO, UPU, WHO, WFD, WMO, WDO, Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador, AHS, Atal Karim. Chancery at 2201, Wisconsin Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20007. Telephone 202 8372 through 8376. There's a Bangladesh Consulate General in New York, U.S. Ambassador-designate William B. Millam. Embassy at Diplomatic Enclave, Madani Avenue, Bidar Model Town, Dhaka. Mailing address is G. P.O. Box 323, Ramna, Dhaka. Telephone 88-2-608-170. Flag. Green with a large red disc slightly to the hoist side of center. Green is the traditional color of Islam. Economy overview. The economy is based on the output of a narrow range of agricultural products, such as jute, which is the main cash crop and major source of export earnings. Bangladesh is hampered by a relative lack of natural resources, a rapid population growth of 2.8% a year, and a limited infrastructure, and it is highly vulnerable to natural disasters. Despite these constraints, real GDP averaged about 3.8% annually during 1985 to 88. One of the poorest nations in the world, alleviation of poverty remains the cornerstone of the government's development strategy. The agricultural sector contributes over 50% to GDP and 75% to exports, and employs over 74% of the labor force. Industry accounts for about 10% of GDP. GDP, $20.6 billion, per capita $180. Real growth rate 2.1%, FY 89 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 8 to 10%, FY 89 EST. Unemploiement 30%, FY 88. Budget, revenues $1.8 billion. Expenditures $3.3 billion, including capital expenditures of $1.7 billion, FY 89. Exports, $1.3 billion, FOB, FY 89 EST. Commodities, jute, tea, leather, shrimp. Manufacturing, partners, U.S. 25%, Western Europe 22%, Middle East 9%, Japan 8%, Eastern Europe 7% imports. $3.1 billion, CF, FY 89 EST. Commodities, food, petroleum and other energy, non-food consumer goods, semi-processed goods, and capital equipment. Partners, Western Europe 18%, Japan 14%, Middle East 9%, U.S. 8%. External debt, $10.4 billion, December 1989, industrial production. Growth rate 5.4%, FY 89 EST. Electricity, 1,700,000 kilowatts capacity. 4,900 million kilowatt hours produced, 40 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989, industries, jute manufacturing, food processing, cotton textiles, petroleum, urea, fertilizer, agriculture. Account for about 50% of GDP and 74% of both employment and exports. Imports 10% of food grain requirements. World's largest exporter of jute. Commercial products, jute, rice, wheat, tea, sugarcane, potatoes, beef, milk, poultry. Shortages include wheat, vegetable oils, and cotton. Fish catch 778,000 metric tons in 1986. Aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-87, $3.2 billion. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1980-87, $9.5 billion. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979-89, $652 million. Communist countries, 1970-88, $1.5 billion currency. Taka, plural, taka, 1 taka, TK, equals 100 pays exchange rates. Taka, TK, per 1 U.S. dollar, 32.270, January 1990. 32.270, 1989. 31.733, 1988. 30.950, 1987. 30.407, 1986. 27.995, 1985. Fiscal year, July 1st, 30 June. Communications railroads, 2,892 kilometers total, 1986. 1,914 kilometers, 1.000 meter gauge, 978 kilometers, 1.676 meter broad, gauge highways. 7,240 kilometers total, 1985. 3,840 kilometers paved, 3,400 kilometers unpaved inland waterways. 5,150 to 8,046 kilometers navigable waterways. Includes 2,575 to 3,058 kilometers main cargo routes. Ports: Chittagong, Chalna Merchant Marine. 47 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 331,568 GRT/493. 935 DWT. Includes 38 cargo. 2 petroleum, oils and lubricants, POL, tanker, 3 refrigerated cargo, 1 roll-on/roll-off, 3 bulk pipelines. 650 kilometers natural gas civil air. 15 major transport aircraft airports. 16 total, 13 usable, 13 with permanent surface runways. None with runways over 3,659 m. For with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m. 7 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Adequate international radio communications and landline service. Fair domestic wire and microwave service. Fair broadcast service. 182,000 telephones. Stations: 9 AM, 6 FM, 11 TV. 2 Indian Ocean Intelsat satellite earth stations. Defense Forces branches: Army, Navy, Air Force. Paramilitary forces: Bangladesh Rifles, Bangladesh Ansars, Armed Police Reserve, Coastal Police military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 28,110,802. 16,686,644 fit for military service defense expenditures. 1.5% of GDP, or $309 million. FY90 ST. Country: Barbados. Geography: total area, 430 square kilometers. Land area, 430 square kilometers. Comparative area: slightly less than 2.5 times the size of Washington, D.C. land boundaries. None coastline. 97 kilometers maritime claims. Extended economic zone. 200 nanometers. Territorial sea. 12 nanometers climate. Tropical. Rainy season, June to October. Terrain: relatively flat. Rises gently to Central Highland region. Natural resources: crude oil, fishing. Natural gas. Land use: 77% arable land. 0% permanent crops. 9% meadows and pastures. 0% forest and woodland. 14% other environment. Subject to hurricanes, especially June to October. Note: easternmost Caribbean island. People population: 262,688, July 1990. Growth rate 0.6%, 1990. Birth rate: 18 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate: 8 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate: 5 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate: 16 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth: 73 years male, 77 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate: 2.1 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality: noun, Barbadians. Adjective: Barbadian ethnic divisions: 80% African, 16% mixed, 4% European religion, 70% Anglican, 9% Methodist, 4% Roman Catholic, 17% other, including Moravian language. English literacy: 99% labor force, 112,300, 37% services and government, 22% commerce, 22% manufacturing and construction, 9% transportation, storage, communications, and financial institutions, 8% agriculture, 2% utilities, 1985 EST. Organized labor: 32% of labor force, government long-form name, none type. Parliamentary democracy capital: Bridgetown administrative divisions, 11 parishes, Christchurch, St. Andrew, St. George, St. James, St. John, St. Joseph, St. Lucy, St. Michael, St. Peter, St. Philip, St. Thomas. Note, there may a new city of Bridgetown Independence. November 30th, 1966. From UK, Constitution, November 30th, 1966 Legal system. English common law, no judicial review of legislative acts. National holiday, Independence Day, November 30th, 1966 Executive branch. British monarch, Governor-General, Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, Cabinet legislative branch. Bicameral parliament consists of an upper house or Senate and a lower house or House of Assembly judicial branch. Supreme Court adjudicature leaders. Chief of State, Queen Elizabeth II. Since February 6, 1952, represented by Governor-General Sir Hugh Springer. Since February 24, 1984. Head of Government, Prime Minister. Lloyd Erskine Sandiford. Since June 2, 1987. Political parties and leaders. Democratic Labour Party, DLP, Erskine Sandiford. Barbados Labour Party, BLP, Henry Ford. National Democratic Party, NDP, Richie Haynes suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. House of Assembly. Last held May 28, 1986. Next to be held by May 1991. Results, DLP 59.4%, BLP 40.6%, seats, 27 total, DLP 24, BLP 3. Note, a split in the DLP in February 1989 resulted in the formation of the NDP, changing the status of seats to DLP 20, NDP 4, BLP 3 Communists. Negligible other political or pressure groups. Industrial and General Workers Union, Bobby Clark. People's Progressive Movement, Eric Seeley. Workers' Party of Barbados, Dr. George Bell, member of ACP, CARICOM, Commonwealth, FAO, G77, GATT, IDB, IBRD, ICAO, IDB, Inter-American Development Bank, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, ISO, ITU, IWC, International Wheat Council, INYM, OAS, PAHO, CELA, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WHO, WMO. Diplomatic representation. Ambassador Sir William Douglas. Chancery at 2144 Wyoming Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008. Telephone 202-939-920 through 9202. There's a Barbadian Consulate General in New York and a consulate in Los Angeles. U.S. Ambassador nominee G. Philip Hughes. Embassy at Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce Building, Broad Street, Bridgetown. Mailing address is P.O. Box 302, Bridgetown, or FPO Miami 34054. Telephone 809-436-4950 through 4957 flag. 3 equal vertical bands of blue, hoist side, yellow, and blue with the head of a black trident centered on the gold band. The trident head represents independence and a break with the past. The colonial coat of arms contained a complete trident. Economy overview. A per capita income of $5,250 gives Barbados the highest standard of living of all the small island states of the Eastern Caribbean. Historically, the economy was based on the cultivation of sugarcane and related activities. In recent years, however, the economy has diversified into manufacturing and tourism. The tourist industry is now a major employer of the labor force and a primary source of foreign exchange. A high unemployment rate of about 19% in 1988 remains one of the most serious economic problems facing the country. GDP, $1.3 billion, per capita, $5,250, 1988 EST. Real growth rate, 3.7%, 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 4.7%, 1988. Unemployment, 18.6%, 1988. Budget, revenues $476 million. Expenditures $543 million, including capital expenditures of $94 million. FY86, exports, $173 million. FOB, 1988. Commodities, sugar and molasses, electrical components, clothing, rum, machinery and transport equipment. Partners, US 30%, CARICOM, UK, Puerto Rico, Canada imports. $582 million, cf. 1988. Commodities, foodstuffs, consumer durables, raw materials, crude oil. Partners. US 34%, CARICOM, Japan, UK, Canada external debt. $635 million, December 1989 EST. Industrial production. Growth rate, 5.4%, 1987 EST. Electricity. 132,000 kilowatts capacity. 460 million kilowatt-hours produced, 1,780 kilowatt-hours per capita. 1989. Industries. Tourism, sugar, light manufacturing, component assembly for export agriculture. Accounts for 10% of GDP. Major cash crop is sugarcane. Other crops, vegetables, and cotton. Not self-sufficient in food aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-84. $14 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87. $144 million currency. Barbadian dollars, plural, dollars, 1. Barbadian dollar, BDS dollar, equals 100 cents exchange rates. Barbadian dollars, BDS dollar, per 1 U.S. dollar. 2.0113. Fixed rate. Fiscal year. April 1st, 31 March. Communications highways. 1,570 kilometers total. 1,475 kilometers paved. 95 kilometers gravel and earth ports. Bridgetown Merchant Marine. 2 cargo ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 3,200 GRT/7. 338 UT, civil air. 2 major transport aircraft airports. 1 with permanent surface runways 2,440 to 3,659 m. Telecommunications. Island-wide automatic telephone system with 89,000 telephones. Tropospheric scatter link to Trinidad and St. Lucia. Stations, 3 AM, 2 FM, 2. 1 is Pay TV. 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth Station. Defense Forces branches. Royal Barbados Defense Force. Royal Barbados Police Force. Coast Guard military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 67,677. 47,566 fit for military service. No conscription defense expenditures. 0.6% of GDP. 1986. Country, Bases de India, French possession. Geography, total area, undetermined. Comparative area, undetermined land boundaries. None coastline. 35.2 kilometers maritime claims. Contiguous zone, 12 nanometers. Continental shelf, 200 meters or to depth of exploitation. Extended economic zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers. Disputes, claimed by Madagascar. Climate, tropical terrain. A volcanic rock. 2.4 m. High natural resources. None land use. 0% arable land. 0% permanent crops. 0% meadows and pastures. 0% forest and woodland. 100% other, rock, environment. Surrounded by reefs. Subject to periodic cyclones. Note, navigational hazard, since it is usually underwater during high tide. Located in southern Mozambique Channel about halfway between Africa and Madagascar. People population, uninhabited. Government long-form name, none type. French possession administered by Commissioner of the Republic Daniel Constantine, resident in Reunion. Economy overview. No economic activity. Communications ports. None. Offshore anchorage only. Defense Forces note. Defense is the responsibility of France. Country, Belgium. Geography, total area, 30,510 square kilometers. Land area, 30,230 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly larger than Maryland land boundaries. 1,385 kilometers total. France 620 kilometers. Luxembourg 148 kilometers. Netherlands 450 kilometers. FRG 167 kilometers. Coastline, 64 kilometers. Maritime claims. Continental shelf, not specific. Exclusive fishing zone. Equidistant line with neighbors. Extends about 68 kilometers from coast. Territorial sea. 12 nanometers climate. Temperate. Mild winters, cool summers. Rainy, humid, cloudy terrain. Flat coastal plains in northwest. Central rolling hills. Rugged mountains of Ardennes forest and southeast natural resources. Coal. Natural gas land use. 24% arable land. 1% permanent crops. 20% meadows and pastures. 21% forest and woodland. 34% other. Includes NEGL% irrigated environment. Air and water pollution note. Majority of West European capitals within 1,000 kilometers of Brussels. Crossroads of Western Europe. Brussels is the seat of the EC. People population, 9,909,285, July 1990. Growth. Rate 0.1%. 1990. Birth rate, 12 births per 1,000 population. 1990. Death rate, 11 deaths/1,000 population. 1990. Net migration rate, 0 migrants/1,000 population. 1990. Infant mortality rate, 6 deaths/1,000 live births. 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 73 years male, 80 years female. 1990. Total fertility rate, 1.6 children born/woman. 1990. Nationality. Noun, Belgians. Adjective, Belgian ethnic divisions. 55% Fleming, 33% Walloon, 12% mixed or other religion, 75% Roman Catholic, remainder Protestant or other language, 56% Flemish Dutch, 32% French, 1% German, 11% legally bilingual, divided along ethnic lines. Literacy, 98% labor force, per million, 58% services, 37% industry, 5% agriculture. 1987. Organized labor, 70% of labor force. Government long form name. Kingdom of Belgium type. Constitutional monarchy capital. Brussels administrative divisions. 9 provinces. French provinces singular province. Flemish provinciën singular provincie. Antwerpen, Brabant, Hainaut. Liege, Limburg, Luxembourg, Namur, Oost-Vlaanderen, West-Vlaanderen independence. October 4, 1830 from the Netherlands. Constitution. February 7, 1831. Last revised 8 to 9 August 1980. The government is in the process of revising the Constitution with the aim of federalizing the Belgian state legal system. Civil law system influenced by English constitutional theory. Judicial review of legislative acts. Accepts compulsory ICJ jurisdiction. With reservations. National holiday. National Day, July 21st. Ascension of King Leopold to the throne in 1831. Executive branch. Monarch, Prime Minister, 5 deputy prime ministers, Cabinet legislative branch. Bicameral parliament consists of an upper chamber or Senate, Flemish Senate, French Senate, and a lower chamber or Chamber of Representatives, Flemish, Kamer van Volksvertegenwoordigers, French, Chamber de Representants, judicial branch. Supreme Court of Justice, Flemish, Hof van Cassatie, French, Court of Cassation, leaders, Chief of State. King Baudouin I, since July 17, 1951. Heir apparent Prince Albert of Liege, brother of the king. Born June 6, 1934. Head of government. Prime Minister Wilfried Martens, since April 1979, with a 10-month interruption in 1981. Political parties and leaders. Flemish Social Christian, CVP, Herman van Rompuy, President. Walloon Social Christian, PSC, Gerard Deprez, President. Flemish Socialist, SP, Frank Vandenbrouck, President. Walloon Socialist, PS, Guy Spittles, President. Flemish Liberal, PV, Guy Verhofstadt, President. Walloon Liberal, PRL, Antoine Duquesne, President. Francophone Democratic Front, FDF, Georges Clerfayt, President. Volkscennie, Jake Gabriels, President. Communist Party, PCB, Louis Van Geit, President. Vlaams Blok, VB, Karel Dillon. Other minor party suffrage. Universal and compulsory at age 18 elections. Senate. Last held December 13, 1987. Next to be held December 1991. Results: CVP 19.2%, PS 15.7%, SP 14.7%, PV 11.3%, PRL 9.3%, VU 8.1%, PSE 7.8%, Ekalo-Agalev 7.7%, VB 2%, VDF 1.3%, Other 1.96%, Seats 106 total, CVP 22, PS 20, SP 17, PRL 12, PV 11, PSE 9, VU 8, Ekalo-Agalev 5, VB 1, FDF 1. Chamber of Representatives. Last held December 13, 1987. Next to be held December 1991. Results: CVP 19.45%, PS 15.66%, SP 14.88%, PV 11.55%, PRL 9.41%, PSE 8.01%, VU 8.05%, Ekalo-Agalev 7.05%, VB 1.9%, FDF 1.16%, Other 2.88%, Seats 212 total, CVP 43, PS 40, SP 32, PV 25, PRL 23, PSE 19, VU 16, Ekalo-Agalev 9, FDF 3, VB 2 Communists, under 5,000 members. December 1985. Other political or pressure groups: Christian and Socialist Trade Unions, Federation of Belgian Industries, numerous other associations representing bankers, manufacturers, middle-class artisans, and the legal and medical professions. Various organizations represent the cultural interests of Flanders and Wallonia. Various peace groups, such as the Flemish Action Committee Against Nuclear Weapons and Pax Christi, member of ADB, Benelux, BLEU, CCC, Council of Europe, DAC, EC, ECE, ECOSOC, EIB, EMS, ESA, GATA, IBRD, ICAC, ICAO, ICES, ICO, IDA, IB, Inter-American Development Bank, IAIF, ADIFC, ILO, ILZSG, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, IOC, IPU, ITC, IDU, NATO, OS Observer, OECD, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WU, WHO, WIPO, WMO, WSG Diplomatic Representation, Ambassador Herman de Hennen, Chancery at 3330, Garfield Street Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008, telephone 202-333-6900. There are Belgian consulates general in Atlanta, Chicago, Houston, Los Angeles, and New York, U.S. Ambassador Maynard W. Glitman, Embassy at 27 Boulevard du Regent, B. 1000 Brussels. Mailing address is APO New York 09667. Telephone 32-513-3830. There's a U.S. Consulate General in Antwerp flag. 3 equal vertical bands of black, hoist side, yellow, and red. The design was based on the flag of France. Economy overview. This small private enterprise economy has capitalized on its central geographic location, highly developed transport network, and diversified industrial and commercial base. Industry is concentrated mainly in the populous Flemish area in the north, although the government is encouraging reinvestment in the southern region of Walloon. With few natural resources, Belgium must import essential raw materials, making its economy closely dependent on the state of world markets. In 1988, over 70% of trade was with other EC countries. During the period 1986 to 88, the economy profited from falling oil prices and a lower dollar, which helped to improve the terms of trade. Real GDP grew by an average of 3.5% in 1986 to 89, up from 1.5% in 1985. However, a large budget deficit and 10% unemployment cast a shadow on the economy. GDP, $136.0 billion. Per capita, $13,700. Real growth rate, 4.5%. 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices, 3.6%. 1989 EST. Un emploi mohat, 9.7%. 1989 Budget. Revenues, $45.0 billion. Expenditures $55.3 billion, including capital expenditures of NA. 1989. Exports $100.3 billion. FOB. 1989. Belgium-Luxembourg Economic Union. Commodities: iron and steel, transportation equipment, tractors, diamonds, petroleum products. Partners: EC 74%, US 5%, Communist countries 2%. 1988. Imports: $100.1 billion. CF. 1989. Belgium-Luxembourg Economic Union. Commodities: fuels, grains, chemicals, foodstuffs. Partners: EC 72%, US 5%, oil exporting. Less developed countries 4%, communist countries 3%. 1988. External debt: $27.5 billion. 1988. Industrial production. Growth rate 6.4%. 1988. Electricity: 17,325,000 kilowatts capacity. 62,780 million kilowatt-hours produced. 6,350 kilowatt-hours per capita. 1989. Industries: engineering and metal products, processed food and beverages, chemicals, basic metals, textiles, glass, petroleum, coal. Agriculture accounts for 2% of GDP. Emphasis on livestock production: beef, veal, pork, milk. Major crops are sugar beets, fresh vegetables, fruits, grain, and tobacco. Net importer of farm products. Aid. Donor: ODA and OOF commitments, 1970 to 87. $4.3 billion currency. Belgian franc, plural, francs. 1 Belgian franc, BF, equals 100 centimes. Exchange rates: Belgian francs, BF, per 1 US dollar, 35.468. January 1990, 39.404. 1989, 36.768. 1988, 37.334. 1987, 44.672. 1986, 59.378. 1985. Fiscal year, calendar year. Communications railroads: Belgian National Railways, CNCB. Operates 3,667 kilometers, 1.435 meters standard gauge, government-owned. 2,563 kilometers double track. 1,978 kilometers electrified. 191 kilometers, 1.000 meter gauge, government-owned and operated highways. 103,396 kilometers total. 1,317 kilometers limited access, divided autoroute. 11,717 kilometers national highway. 1,362 kilometers provincial road. About 38,000 kilometers paved and 51,000 kilometers unpaved rural roads, inland waterways. 2,043 kilometers, 1,528 kilometers in regular commercial use. Ports: Antwerp, Brugge, Ghent, Ostend, Zeebrugge. 1 secondary and 1 minor maritime. 11 inland, merchant marine. 67 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 1,854,898 GRT/3,071, 637 WT. Includes 1 short sea passenger, 10 cargo, 6 roll-on/roll-off, 6 container, 7 petroleum, oils, and lubricants, POL. Tanker, 6 liquefied gas, 3 combination or /oil, 9 chemical tanker, 13 bulk, 6 combination bulk pipelines. Refined products 1,167 kilometers, crude 161 kilometers, natural gas 3,300 kilometers, civil air, 47 major transport aircraft, airports, 42 total, 42 usable, 24 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 3,659 m, 14 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 3 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications: excellent domestic and international telephone and telegraph facilities, for 1,560,000 telephones, stations, 8 AM, 19 FM, 41 relays, 25 TV, 10 relays, 5 submarine cables, Satellite Earth stations operating in Intelsat 3. Atlantic Ocean and Eutelsat systems. Defense Forces branches. Army, Navy, Air Force military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 2,512,681. 2,114,701 fit for military service. 66,758 reach military age. 19. Annually defense expenditures. 2.7% of GDP, or $3.7 billion. 1989 EST. Country, Belize. Geography, total area, 22,960 square kilometers. Land area, 22,800 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly larger than Massachusetts land boundaries. 516 kilometers total. Guatemala, 266 kilometers. Mexico, 250 kilometers coastline. 386 kilometers maritime claims. Territorial sea. 3 nanometers disputes. Claimed by Guatemala, but boundary negotiations are underway. Climate, tropical, very hot and humid. Rainy season, May to February. Terrain, flat, swampy coastal plain. Low mountains and south. Natural resources, arable land potential, timber. Fish land use, 2% arable land. Inegl % permanent crops. 2% meadows and pastures. 44% forest and woodland. 52% other. Includes Inegl % irrigated environment. Frequent devastating hurricanes September to December and coastal flooding, especially in south. Deforestation note. National capital moved 80 kilometers inland from Belize City to Belmopan because of hurricanes. Only country in Central America without a coastline on the North Pacific Ocean. People population, 219,737, July 1990. Growth rate 3.7%, 1990. Birth rate, 38 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 6 deaths / 1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, for migrants / 1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 35 deaths / 1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 67 years male, 72 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, for 0.8 children born / woman, 1990. Nationality, noun Belizeans, adjective Belizean ethnic divisions, 39.7% Creole, 33.1% Mestizo, 9.5% Maya, 7.6% Garifuna, 2.1% East Indian, 8% other religion, 60% Roman Catholic, 40% Protestant, Anglican, Seventh-day Adventist, Methodist, Baptist, Jehovah's Witnesses, Mennonite. Language, English official, Spanish Maya, Garifuna, Carib. Literacy, 93%, et labor force, 51,5 cents, 30.0%. Agriculture, 16% services, 15.4% government, 11.2% commerce, 10.3% manufacturing. Shortage of skilled labor and all types of technical personnel, 1985. Organized labor, 30% of labor force. 11 unions currently active. Government long-form name. None type. Parliamentary capital. Belmopan administrative divisions. 6 districts. Belize, Cayo, Corozal, Orange Walk, Stan Creek, Toledo Independence. September 21, 1981, from UK. Formerly British Honduras. Constitution. September 21, 1981 legal system. English law national holiday. Independence Day, September 21st. Executive branch. British monarch, Governor-General, Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, Cabinet legislative branch. Bicameral National Assembly consists of an upper house or Senate and a lower house or House of Representatives judicial branch. Supreme Court leaders. Chief of State, Queen Elizabeth II, since February 6, 1952, represented by Governor-General Dame Elmira Mineta Gordon, since September 21, 1981. Head of Government. Prime Minister George Cadle Price, since September 4, 1989. Political parties and leaders. People's United Party, PUP, George Price, Florencio Marin, Said Musa. United Democratic Party, UDP, Manuel Esquivel, Curl Thompson, Dean Barrow. Belize Popular Party, BPP, Luis Silvestre Suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. National Assembly. Last held September 4, 1989. Next to be held September 1994. Results. Percent of vote by party NA. Seats. 28 total. PUP 15 seats. UDP 13 seats. Noten. January 1991 member expelled from UDP joined PUP, making the seat count 16 PUP. UDP 12 communists. Negligible other political or pressure groups. Society for the Promotion of Education and Research, SPEAR, headed by former PUP minister. United Workers Front member of ACP, CARICOM, CDB, Commonwealth, FAO, GATT, IBRD, IDA, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, G77, ISO, ITU, UN, UNESCO, UPU, who WMO diplomatic representation. Ambassador Edward A. Lang, Chancery at Suite 2J, 3400, International Drive Northwest. Washington, D.C. 20008. Telephone 202-363-4505. U.S. Ambassador Robert G. Rich, Jr., Embassy at Gabarel Lane and Hudson Street, Belize City. Mailing address is P.O. Box 286, Belize City. Telephone 501-77161 through 77163 flag. Blue with a narrow red stripe along the top and the bottom edges. Centered is a large white disc bearing the coat of arms. The coat of arms features a shield flanked by two workers with a mahogany tree at the top and the related motto Sub Umbra Florio, I flourish in. The shade, on a scroll at the bottom, all encircled by a green garland. Economy overview. The economy is based primarily on agriculture and merchandising. Agriculture accounts for more than 30% of GDP and provides 75% of export earnings, while sugar, the chief crop, accounts for almost 40% of hard currency earnings. The U.S., Belize's main trading partner, is assisting in efforts to reduce dependency on sugar with an agricultural diversification program. In 1987, the drop in income from sugar sales to the U.S. because of quota reductions was almost totally offset by higher world prices for sugar. GDP, $225.6 million, per capita $1,285. Real growth rate 6%, 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 1.5%, 1988. Unemployment rate, 14%, 1988 EST. Budget, revenues $94.6 million. Expenditures $74.3 million, including capital expenditures of $33.9 million. 1988 EST. Exports, $120 million, FOB, 1988. Commodities, sugar, clothing, seafood, molasses, citrus, wood and wood products. Partners, U.S. 47%, UK, Trinidad and Tobago, Canada, 1987. Imports, $176 million, CF, 1988. Commodities, machinery and transportation equipment, food, manufactured goods, fuels, chemicals, pharmaceuticals. Partners, U.S. 55%, UK, Netherlands Antilles, Mexico, 1987. External debt, $140 million, December 1988. Industrial production. Growth rate 6%, 1988. Electricity, 34,000. kW capacity, 88 million kilowatt hours produced, 500 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989. Industries, sugar refining, clothing, timber and forest products, furniture, rum, soap, beverages, cigarettes, tourism, agriculture. Account for 30% of GDP, including fish and forestry. Commercial crops include sugarcane, bananas, coca, citrus fruits. Expanding output of lumber and cultured shrimp. Net importer of basic foods, illicit drugs. An illicit producer of cannabis for the international drug trade. Eradication program cut. Marijuana production from 200 metric tons in 1987 to 66 metric tons in 1989. Transshipment point for cocaine aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-88, $94 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $194 million currency. Belizean dollar, plural, dollars. 1 Belizean dollar, BZ dollar, equals 100 cents exchange rates. Belizean dollars, BZ dollar, per 1 U.S. dollar, 2.00, fixed rate, fiscal year. April 1st, 31 March, communications highways, 2,575 kilometers total, 340 kilometers paved, 1,190 km gravel, 735 kilometers improved earth, and 310 kilometers unimproved earth inland waterways, 825 kilometers river network used by shallow draft craft, seasonally navigable ports. Belize City, Southwest Civil Air. No major transport aircraft airports. 38 total, 30 usable, for with permanent surface runways. None with runways over 2,439 m. 2 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. 8,650 telephones. Above average system based on radio relay. Stations, 6 AM, 5 FM, 1 TV, 1 shortwave, 1 Atlantic Ocean. Intelsat, Earth Station, Defense Forces branches, British Forces Belize, Belize Defense Force, Coast Guard, Police Department, military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 50,988, 30,502 fit for military service. 2,500 reach military age, 18, annually defense expenditures. 2% of GDP, or $4.6 million. 1989 EST. Country, Benin. Geography, total area, 112,620 square kilometers. Land area, 110,620 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly smaller than Pennsylvania land boundaries. 1,989 kilometers total. Burkina, 306 kilometers. Niger, 266 kilometers. Nigeria, 773 kilometers. Togo, 644 kilometers coastline. 121 kilometers maritime claims. Territorial sea. 200 nanometers climate. Tropical, hot, humid in south. Semi-arid in north terrain. Mostly flat to undulating plain. Some hills and low mountains. Natural resources. Small offshore oil deposits. Limestone, marble, timber. Land use. 12% arable land. 4% permanent crops. 4% meadows and pastures. 35% forest and woodland. 45% other. Includes NEGL% irrigated environment. Hot, dry, dusty. Harmattan wind may affect north in winter. Deforestation, desertification. Note: recent droughts have severely affected marginal agriculture in north. Known natural harbors. People population, 4,673,964, July 1990. Growth rate 3.3%, 1990. Birth rate, 50 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 16 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, NEGL migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 121 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 48 years male, 52 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 7.1 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, Beninese, Sing, PL. Adjective, Beninese ethnic divisions, 99% African, 42 ethnic groups, most important being Fon, Aja, Yoruba, Bariba, 5,500 Europeans. Religion, 70%. Indigenous beliefs, 15% Muslim, 15% Christian. Language, French, official. Fon and Yoruba, most common vernaculars in South. At least 6 major tribal languages in North. Literacy, 25.9% labor force, 1,900,000, 1987. 60% agriculture, 38% transport, commerce, and public services. Less than 2% industry. 49% of population of working age, 1985, organized labor. about 75% of wage earners. Government long-form name, Republic of Benin type. Dropped Marxism-Leninism, December 1989, democratic reforms. Adopted February 1990. Transition to multi-party system by 1991, planned capital. Porto Novo, official. Cotonou, de facto, administrative divisions. 6 provinces, Atacora, Atlantique, Borgu, Mono, Wim, Zo independence. August 1st, 1960 from France, formerly Dahomey, Constitution. May 23rd, 1977, nullified March 1st, 1990. New constitution to be drafted by April 1990. Legal system, based on French civil law and customary law, has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction. National holiday. National Day. November 30th, 1975. Executive branch. President, Prime Minister, Cabinet, Legislative branch. Unicameral National Revolutionary Assembly. Assembly Nationale Revolutionnaire, dissolved March 1st, 1990 and replaced by a 24-member interim High Council of the Republic during the transition period. Judicial branch. Central People's Court, Cour Centrale Populaire. Leaders. Chief of State and Head of Government. President Matthew Karakou. Since October 27, 1972, political parties and leaders. Only party. People's Revolutionary Party of Benin, PRPB. President Matthew Karakou. Chairman of the Central Committee. Suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. President. Last held July 1989, next to be held July 1994. Results. President Matthew Karakou was re-elected by the National Revolutionary Assembly. National Revolutionary Assembly, dissolved March 1st, 1990, and replaced by a 24-member interim High Council of the Republic with legislative elections for new institutions planned for February 1991. Communists. Dropped Marxism-Leninism, December 1989, member of ACP, FDB, CO, MA, ECA, ECOWAS, Entente, FAO, G77, GATT, IBRD, ICAO, ICO, IDA, FADILO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, ITU, AM, Niger River Commission, OU, OSIM, YIN, UNESCO, UPU, WFDU, WHO, WIPO, WMO, WDO, Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Theophile Nada. Chancery at 2737, Cathedral Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008. Telephone 202-232-6656. U.S. Ambassador Harriet Isom. Embassy at Rue Caporal Anani Bernard, Cotonou. Mailing. Address is B.P. 2012, Cotonou. Telephone 229, June 30th, 50 flag. Green with a red 5-pointed star in the upper hoist side corner. Economy overview. Benin is one of the least developed countries in the world because of limited natural resources and a poorly developed infrastructure. Agriculture accounts for almost 45% of GDP, employs about 60% of the labor force, and generates a major share of foreign exchange earnings. The industrial sector contributes only about 15% to GDP and employs 2% of the workforce. Persistently low prices in recent years have limited hard currency earnings for Benin's major exports of agricultural products and crude oil. GDP, $1.7 billion. Per capita, $335. Real growth rate 1.8%. 1988. Inflation rate. Consumer prices 4.3%. 1988. Unemployment. NA budget. Revenues $168 million. Expenditures $317 million, including capital expenditures of $97 million. 1989. Exports $226 million. FOB. 1988. Commodities: crude oil, cotton, palm products, cocoa. Partners: FRG 36%, France 16%, Spain 14%, Italy 8%, UK 7% imports. $413 million. FOB 1988. Commodities: foodstuffs, beverages, tobacco, petroleum products. Intermediate goods, capital goods, light consumer goods. Partners: France 34%, Netherlands 10%, Japan 7%, Italy 6%, US 5%. External debt $1.0 billion, December 1989 EST. Industrial production. Growth rate, 0.7%, 1988 electricity. 28,000 kilowatts capacity. 24 million kilowatt-hours produced, 5 kilowatt-hours per capita. 1989. Industries. Palm oil and palm kernel oil processing, textiles, beverages, petroleum, agriculture. Small farms produce 90% of agricultural output. Production is dominated by food crops, corn, sorghum, cassava, beans, and rice. Cash crops include cotton, palm oil, and peanuts. Poultry and livestock output has not kept up with consumption aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-88, $41 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments. 1970 to 87, $1.0 billion. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979 to 89, $19 million. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $101 million currency. Communauté financière africaine franc. Plural, francs, 1 CFA franc, CFAF, equals 100 centimes exchange rates. Communauté financière africaine francs, CFAF, per 1 U.S. dollar, 287.99, January 1990, 319.01, 1989, 297.85, 1988, 300.54, 1987, 346.30, 1986, 449.26, 1985, fiscal year, calendar year, communications railroads, 578 kilometers, all 1.000 meter gauge, single-track highways, 5,050 kilometers total, 920 kilometers paved, 2,600 laterite, 1,530 kilometers improved earth inland waterways, navigable along small sections, important only locally ports, Cotonou merchant. Marine, 1 cargo ship 1,000 RT or over to 999 RT/4 for 07 KWT civil air, 3 major transport aircraft airports, 6 total, 5 usable, 1 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 2,439 m, for with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m telecommunications. Fair system of open wire, submarine cable, and radio relay. 16,200 telephones, stations, 2 AM, 2 FM, 1 TV. 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat satellite earth station. Defense Forces branches. Army, Navy, Air Force military manpower. Eligible 15 to 49, 2,015,206. Of the 950,921 males 15 to 49, 486,620 are fit for military service. Of the 1,064,285 females 15 to 49, 537,049 are fit for military service. About 55,550 males and 53,663 females reach military age, 18, annually. Both sexes are liable for military service defense expenditures. 1.7% of GDP, or $28.9 million. 1988 EST. Country, Bermuda. Dependent territory of the UK. Geography, total area. 50 square kilometers. Land area. 50 square kilometers comparative area. About 0.3 times. The size of Washington, D.C. land boundaries. None coastline. 103 kilometers maritime claims. Continental shelf. 200 meters or to depth of exploitation. Exclusive fishing zone. 200 nanometers. Territorial sea. 12 nanometers climate. Subtropical. Mild, humid. Gales, strong winds common in winter terrain. Low hills separated by fertile depressions, natural resources. Limestone, pleasant climate fostering tourism land use. 0% arable land. 0% permanent crops. 0% meadows and pastures. 20% forest and woodland. 80% other. Environment. Ample rainfall, but no rivers or freshwater lakes. Consists of about 360 small coral islands. Note, 1,050 kilometers east of North Carolina. Some reclaimed land leased by U.S. government. People population, 58,337, July 1990. Growth rate 1.5%, 1990. Birth rate 15 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate 7 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate 6 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate 12 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth 72 years male, 78 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate 1.7 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, Bermudians. Adjective, Bermudian ethnic divisions. 61% black, 39% white and other religion. 37% Anglican, 14% Roman Catholic, 10% African Methodist Episcopal, Zion, 6% Methodist, 5% Seventh-day Adventist, 28% other language. English literacy, 98% labor force, 32,000, 25% clerical, 22% services, 21% laborers, 13% professional and technical, 10% administrative and managerial, 7% sales, 2%. Agriculture and fishing, 1984. Organized labor, 8,573 members, 1985. Largest union is Bermuda Industrial Union, government long-form name. None type. Dependent territory of the UK capital. Hamilton administrative divisions. 9 parishes and 2 municipalities *. Devonshire, Hamilton, Hamilton *, Paget, Pembroke. St. George *, St. George's, Sandys, Smiths, Southampton, Warwick Independence. None. Dependent territory of the UK. Constitution. June 8, 1968 legal system. English law and national holiday. Bermuda Day, May 22nd executive branch. British. Monarch, Governor, Deputy Governor, Premier, Deputy Premier, Executive Council, Cabinet. Legislative branch. Bicameral parliament consists of an upper house or Senate and a lower house or House of Assembly judicial branch. Supreme Court leaders. Chief of State. Queen Elizabeth II, since February 6, 1952, represented by Governor Sir Desmond Langley. Since N.A. October 1988, Head of Government. Premier John William David Swan. Since N.A. January 1982, Political parties and leaders. United Bermuda. Party UBP. John W. D. Swan. Progressive Labor Party, PLP, Frederick Wade. National Liberal Party, NLP, Gilbert Darrell Suffrage. Universal at age 21 elections. House of Assembly. Last held February 9, 1989. Next to be held by February 1994. Results, percent of vote by party NA, seats, 40 total. UBP 23, PLP 15, NLP 1, other 1 communists. Negligible other political or pressure groups. Bermuda Industrial Union, BU, headed by Ottawell Simmons, member of Interpol, who diplomatic. Representation. As a dependent territory of the UK, Bermuda's interests in the U.S. are represented by the UK. U.S. Consul General James M. Metis, Consulate General at Vallis Building, Parlaville Road, off Front Street West, Hamilton. Mailing address is P.O. Box 325, Hamilton, or FPO New York 09560. Telephone 809-295-1342. Flag. Red with the flag of the UK in the upper hoist side quadrant and the Bermudian coat of arms. White and blue shield with a red lion holding a scrolled shield showing. The sinking of the ship Sea Venture off Bermuda in 1609, centered on the outer half of the flag. Economy overview. Bermuda enjoys one of the highest per capita incomes in the world, having successfully exploited its location by providing luxury tourist facilities and financial services. The tourist industry attracts more than 90% of its business from North America. The industrial sector is small, and agriculture is severely limited by a lack of suitable land. About 80% of food needs are imported. GDP, $1.3 billion. Per capita, $23,000. Real growth rate 2%, 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 4.8%, 1988. Unemployment, 2%, 1988. Budget. Revenues $280 million. Expenditures $279 million, including capital expenditures of $34 million. FY89 EST. Exports $23 million. F.O.B. 1985. Commodities, semi-tropical produce, light manufactures. Partners. U.S. 25%, Italy 25%, UK 14%, Canada 5%, other 31% imports. $402 million. CF. 1985. Commodities, fuel, foodstuffs, machinery. Partners. U.S. 58%, Netherlands Antilles 9%, UK 8%, Canada 6%, Japan 5%, other 14% external debt. NA industrial production. Growth rate NA percent electricity. 134,000 kilowatts capacity. 446 million kilowatt hours produced. 7,680 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries. Tourism, finance, structural. Concrete products, paints, pharmaceuticals, ship repairing, agriculture. Accounts for less than 1% of GDP. Most basic foods must be imported. Produces bananas, vegetables, citrus fruits, flowers, dairy products. Aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-81, $34 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments. 1970 to 87. $267 million currency. Bermudian dollar, plural, dollars. 1 Bermudian dollar, BD dollar, equals 100 cents exchange rates. Bermudian dollar, BD dollar, per 1 U.S. dollar, 1.0000. Fixed rate, fiscal year, April 1st, 31 March. Communications highways, 210 kilometers public roads, all paved, about 400 kilometers of private roads. Ports, Freeport, Hamilton, St. George Merchant Marine, 93 ships, 1,000 JRT or over, totaling 4,163,947 JRT/7, 744, 319 DWT. Includes 2 short sea passenger, 10 cargo, for refrigerated cargo, 5 container, 10 roll-on/roll-off, 27 petroleum, oils, and lubricants, PUL, tanker, for chemical tanker, 1 combination or /oil, 10 liquefied gas, 20 bulk. Note, a flag of convenience registry civil air, 16 major transport aircraft airports, 1 with permanent surface runways, 2,440 to 3,659 m, telecommunications. Modern with fully automatic telephone system, 46,290 telephones, stations, 5 AM, 3 FM, 2 TV, 3 submarine cables, 2 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth stations. Defense Forces note. Defense is the responsibility of the UK. Country, Bhutan. Geography, total area, 47,000 square kilometers. Land area, 47,000 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly more than half the size of Indiana land boundaries, 1,075 kilometers total. China, 470 kilometers. India, 605 kilometers coastline. None. Landlocked maritime claims. None. Landlocked climate. Varies. Tropical and southern plains. Cool winters and hot summers in central valleys. Severe winters and cool summers in Himalayas terrain. Mostly mountainous with some fertile valleys and savanna natural resources. Timber, hydropower, gypsum, calcium carbide land use. 2% arable land. NEGL% permanent crops. 5% meadows and pastures. 70% forest and woodland. 23% other environment. Violent storms coming down from the Himalayas were the source of the country name, which translates as Land of the Thunder Dragon. Note. Landlocked. Strategic location between China and India. Controls several key Himalayan mountain passes. People population, 1,565,969, July 1990. Growth rate 2%. 1990. Birth rate, 37 births per 1,000 population. 1990. Death rate, 17 deaths/1,000 population. 1990. Net migration rate, 0 migrants/1,000 population. 1990, infant mortality rate, 137 deaths/1,000 live births. 1990, life expectancy at birth, 50 years male, 48 years female. 1990, total fertility rate, 5.0 children. Born/woman. 1990, nationality, noun, Bhutanese, Singh, PL, adjective, Bhutanese ethnic divisions, 60% Boat, 25% ethnic Nepalese, 15% indigenous or migrant tribes religion, 75% Lamaistic Buddhism, 25% Indian and Nepalese-influenced Hinduism language. Both speak various Tibetan dialects. Most widely spoken dialect is Dzongkha, official. Nepalese speak various Nepalese dialects. Literacy, 5% labor force. NA, 95% agriculture, 1% industry and commerce. Massive lack of skilled labor, 1983. Organized labor, not permitted, government long-form name. Kingdom of Bhutan type. Monarchy, special treaty relationship with India capital. Thimphu administrative divisions. 3 regions and 1 division asterisk. Central Bhutan, Eastern Bhutan, Southern Bhutan asterisk, Western Bhutan. Note, there may now be 18 districts, Dzong, singular and plural, named Bumtang, Chukka, Chirang, Daga, Galegphug, Ha, Lunchi, Mongar, Paro, Pemagatsal, Punaka, Samchi, Samdrup Jonkar, Shemgang, Tashigang, Thimphu, Tongsa, Wangdifadrang independence. August 8, 1949, from India. Constitution, no written constitution or Bill of Rights legal system. Based on Indian law and English common law, has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction. National holiday. National Day, Eugen Wanchuk became first hereditary king. December 17, 1907, executive branch. Monarch. Chairman of the Royal Advisory Council, Lodoit Sakti. Chairman of the Council of Ministers, Lenji Shunsok. Legislative branch. Unicameral National Assembly, Chadu Judicial Branch. High Court leaders, Chief of State and Head of Government. King Jigme Sinji Wanchuk, since July 24, 1972, political parties. No legal party suffrage. Each family has 1 vote in village-level elections. No national elections. Communists. No overt communist presence. Other political or pressure groups. Buddhist clergy, Indian merchant community, ethnic Nepalese organizations member of ADB, Colombo Plan. Eskup, Sao, Minu Seitse Kumen Seitse, Ipit, Ita, Ifat, Imf. NAM, SARC, UNESCO, UPU, UN, diplomatic representation. No formal diplomatic relations, although informal contact is maintained between the Bhutanese and U.S. embassies in New Delhi, India. The Bhutanese mission to the UN in New York has consular jurisdiction in the U.S. flag, divided diagonally from the lower Hoi side corner. The upper triangle is orange and the lower triangle is red. Centered along the dividing line is a large black and white dragon facing away from the Hoi side. Economy overview. The economy is based on agriculture and forestry, which provide the main livelihood for 90% of the population and account for about 50% of GDP. One of the world's least developed countries, rugged mountains dominate and make the building of roads and other infrastructure difficult and expensive. Bhutan's hydropower potential and its attraction for tourists are its most important natural resources. GDP, $273 million. Per capita, $199. Real growth rate 6.3%, 1988 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 10%, 1989 EST. Unemployment. NA budget. Revenues $99 million. Expenditures $128 million, including capital expenditures of $65 million. FY 89 EST. Exports $70.9 million. FOB FY 89. Commodities: cardamom, gypsum, timber, handicrafts, cement, fruit. Partners: India 93% imports. $138.3 million. CF FY 89 EST. commodities, fuel and lubricants, grain, machinery and parts, vehicles, fabrics, partners. India's 67% external debt, $70.1 million, FY 89 EST. Industrial production, growth rate, 12.4%, 1988 EST. Electricity, 353,000 kilowatts capacity, 2,000 million kilowatt-hours produced, 1,300 kilowatt-hours per capita, 1989. Industries, cement, chemical products, mining, distilling, food processing, handicrafts, agriculture, accounts for 50% of GDP, based on subsistence farming and animal husbandry. Self-sufficient in food except for food grains. Other production, rice, corn, root crops, citrus fruit, dairy, and eggs aid. Western, non-U.S. countries ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $85.8 million. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979 to 89, $11 million currency. Ingultrum, plural, ingultrum. 1 ingultrum, new, equals 100 chetrum. Note: Indian currency is also legal tender exchange rates. Ingultrum, new, per 1 U.S. dollar, 16.965, January 1990, 16.226, 1989, 13.917, 1988, 12.962, 1987, 12.611, 1986, 12.369, 1985. Note: the Bhutanese ingultrum is at par with the Indian rupee fiscal year. July 1st, 30 June. Communications highways, 1,304 kilometers total, 418 kilometers surfaced, 515 kilometers improved, 371 kilometers unimproved earth civil air, 1 jet, 2 prop. Airports, 2 total, 2 usable, 1 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 2,439 m, 2 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications, inadequate, 1,890 telephones, 1985, 15,000 radio receivers, 1987 EST, 85 TV sets, 1985, stations 20 AM, no FM, no TV, Defense Forces branches, Royal Bhutan Army military manpower, males 15 to 49, 389,142, 208,231 fit for military service, 17,203 reach military age, 18, annually defense expenditures. In a country, Bolivia, geography, total area, 1,098,580 square kilometers, land area, 1,084,390 square kilometers comparative area, slightly less than 3 times the size of Montana land boundaries, 6,743 kilometers total. Argentina, 832 kilometers. Brazil, 3,400 kilometers. Chile, 861 kilometers. Paraguay, 750 kilometers. Peru, 900 kilometers coastline. None. Landlocked maritime claims. None. Landlocked disputes. Has wanted a sovereign corridor to the South Pacific Ocean since the Atacama area was lost to Chile in 1884. Dispute with Chile over Rio Lauca water rights. Climate varies with altitude. Humid and tropical to cold and semi-arid terrain. High plateau, hills, lowland plains. Natural resources: tin, natural gas, crude oil, zinc, tungsten, antimony, silver, iron or lead, gold, timber. Land use: 3% arable land, NGL% permanent crops, 25% meadows and pastures, 52% forest and woodland, 20% other. Includes NEGL% irrigated environment. Cold, thin air of high plateau is obstacle to efficient fuel combustion. Overgrazing, soil erosion, desertification. Note: landlocked, shares control of Lago Titicaca, world's highest navigable lake, with Peru. People population, 6,706,854 July 1990. Growth rate 2.1%. 1990. Birth rate, 35 births per 1,000 population. 1990. Death rate, 13 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate. 1 migrant/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate. 125 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth. 52 years male, 56 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate. 4.7 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, Bolivians. Adjective, Bolivian ethnic divisions. 30% Quechua, 25% Aymara, 25 to 30% mixed, 5 to 15% European religion. 95% Roman Catholic. Active Protestant minority, especially Evangelical Methodist language. Spanish, Quechua, and Aymara. All official. Literacy. 63% labor force. 1,700,000. 50% agriculture. 26% services and utilities. 10% manufacturing. 4% mining. 10% other. 1983. Organized labor. 150,000 to 200,000. Concentrated in mining, industry, construction, and transportation. Mostly. Organized under Bolivian Workers' Central, COB, Labor Federation. Government long-form name. Republic of Bolivia type. Republic capital. La Paz, seat of government. Sucre, legal capital and seat of judiciary. Administrative divisions. 9 departments. Departamentos, singular departamento. Chuquisaca, Cochabamba, El Beni, La Paz, Oruro, Pando, Potosí, Santa Cruz, Tarija, Independence. August 6, 1825, from Spain. Constitution. February 2, 1967 legal system, based on Spanish law and Code Napoleon. Has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction national holiday. Independence Day, August 6, 1825, Executive Branch. President, Vice President, Cabinet Legislative Branch. Bicameral National Congress, Congreso Nacional, consists of an upper chamber or Senate, Senado, and a lower chamber or Chamber of Deputies, Cámara de Diputados, Judicial Branch, Supreme Court. Corte Suprema. Leaders. Chief of State and Head of Government. President Jaime Piazzi Zamora, since August 6, 1989. Vice President Luis Osesto Sanjines, since August 6, 1989. Political parties and leaders. Movement of the Revolutionary Left, MIR, Jaime Paz Zamora. Nationalist Democratic Action, ADN, Hugo Bandas Juarez. Nationalist Revolutionary Movement, MNR, Gonzalo Sanchez de Lozada. United Left, IU, coalition of leftist parties which includes Free Bolivia Movement, MBL, led by Antonio Aranabar. Patriotic National Convergency Axis, EJP, led by Walter Delgadillo, and Bolivian Communist Party, PCB, led by Humberto Ramirez. Conscience of the Fatherland, CONDEPA, Carlos Palenque Aviles. Revolutionary Vanguard 9th of April, VR9. Carlos Serrate Reich Suffrage. Universal and compulsory at age 18, married, or 21 single elections. President. Last held May 7th, 1989. Next to be held May 1993. Results, Gonzalo Sanchez de Lozada, MNR, 23%. Hugo Banzer Suarez, ADN, 22%. Jaime Paz Zamora, MIR, 19%. No candidate received a majority of the popular vote. Jaime Paz Zamora, MIR, formed a coalition with Hugo Banzer, ADN. With ADN support, Paz Zamora won the congressional runoff election on August 4th and was inaugurated on August 6th. Senate. Last held May 7th, 1989. Next to be held May 1993. Results, percent of vote NA. Seats, 27 total. MNR 9. AN 8. MIR 8. CONDEPA 2. Chamber of Deputies. Last held May 7th, 1989. Next to be held May 1993. Results, percent of vote by party NA. Seats, 130 total. MNR 40 and 38. MIR 30. IU 10. CONDEPA 9. VR 9. 3 member of FAO G 77. IDB. ITP. IBRD. IKO. ICO. IDA. IDB Inter. American Development Bank, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, Intelsat, Interpol, ISO, ITC, ITU, IWC, International Wheat Council, IVM, PEHO, CELA, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WHO, WMO, WDO, Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Jorge Crespo, Chancery at 3014, Massachusetts Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008, telephone 202-483-4410 through 4412. There are Bolivian consulates general in Houston, Los Angeles, Miami, New Orleans, New York, and San Francisco, U.S. Ambassador Robert Gelbard, Embassy at Banco Popular. Del Peru Building, corner of Calles Mercado y Colón, La Paz. Mailing address is P.O. Box 425, La Paz, or APO Miami 34032. Telephone 591 2-350,251 or 350-120 flag. 3 equal horizontal bands of red top, yellow and green with the coat of arms centered on the yellow band, similar to the flag of Ghana, which has a large black 5-pointed star centered in the yellow band. Economy overview. The Bolivian economy steadily deteriorated between 1980 and 1985 as La Paz financed growing budget deficits by expanding the money supply, and inflation spiraled, peaking at 11,700%. An austere orthodox economic program adopted by newly elected President Paz Estenssoro in 1985, however, succeeded in reducing inflation to between 10% and 20% annually during 1987 and 1989, eventually restarting economic growth. President Paz Zamora has pledged to retain the economic policies of the previous government in order to keep inflation down and continue the growth begun under his predecessor. Nevertheless, Bolivia continues to be one of the poorest countries in Latin America, and it remains vulnerable to price fluctuations for its limited exports, mainly minerals and natural gas. Moreover, for many farmers, who constitute half of the country's workforce, the main cash crop is coca, which is sold for cocaine processing. GNP, $4.6 billion, per capita $660. Real growth rate 2.8%, 1988. Inflation rate, consumer prices 15.5%, 1989. Unemployment rate, 20.7%, 1988. Budget, revenues $2,867 million. Expenditures $2,867 million, including capital expenditures of $663 million. 1987. Exports, $634 million. FOB, 1989. Commodities, metals 45%, natural gas 32%, coffee, soybeans, sugar, cotton, timber, and illicit drugs, partners. U.S. 23%, Argentina imports, $786 million, CF, 1989. Commodities, food, petroleum. Consumer goods, capital goods, partners, U.S. 15%, external debt, $5.7 billion, December 1989. Industrial production, growth rate 8.1%, 1987. Electricity, 817,000 kilowatts capacity, 1,728 million kilowatt hours produced, 260 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries, mining, smelting, petroleum, food and beverage, tobacco, handicrafts, clothing. Illicit drug industry reportedly produces the largest revenues. Agriculture accounts for 20% of GDP, including forestry and fisheries. Principal commodities, coffee, coca, cotton, corn, sugarcane, rice, potatoes, timber. Self-sufficient in food. Illicit drugs. World's second largest producer of coca, after Peru, with an estimated 54,000 hectares under cultivation. Government considers all but 12,000 hectares illicit and subject to eradication. Intermediate coca products and cocaine exported to or through Colombia and Brazil to the U.S. and other international drug markets. Aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-88, $909 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA, and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970-87, $1.4 billion. Communist countries, 1970-88, $340 million currency. Boliviano, plural, Boliviano, 1 Boliviano, $B, equals 100 centavos exchange rates. Boliviano, $B, per 1 US dollar, 2.6917, 1989, 2.3502, 1988, 2.0549, 1987, 1.9220, 1986, 0.4400, 1985. Fiscal year, calendar year, communications railroads, 3,675 kilometers total. 3,643 kilometers 1.000 meter gauge, and 32 kilometers 0.760 meter gauge. All government-owned. Single-track highways. 38,836 kilometers total. 1,300 kilometers paved. 6,700 kilometers gravel. 30,836 kilometers improved and unimproved earth inland waterways. 10,000 kilometers of commercially navigable waterways pipelines. Crude oil, 1,800 kilometers. Refined products, 580 kilometers. Natural gas, 1,495 kilometers. Ports, none. Maritime outlets are Arica and Antofagasta in Chile and Matarani in Peru. Merchant marine. 2 cargo ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 14,051 GRT/22, 155 AWT. Note: 1 is owned by the Bolivian Navy Civil Air. 56 major transport aircraft airports, 636 total, 551 usable. 9 with permanent surface runways. 1 with runways over 3,659 m. 8 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m. 110 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Radio relay system being expanded. Improved international services. 144,300 telephones. Stations. 129 AM. No FM. 43 TV. 68 shortwave. 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth Station. Defense Forces branches. Bolivian Army, Bolivian Navy, Bolivian Air Force, literally, the Army of the Nation, the Navy of the Nation, the Air Force of the Nation. Military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 1,629,154. 1,060,187 fit for military service. 70,528 reach military age. 19. Annually defense expenditures. 3% of GNP. 1987. Country, Botswana. Geography, total area. 600,370 square kilometers. Land area. 585,370 square kilometers. Comparative area. Slightly smaller than Texas land boundaries. 4,013 kilometers total. Namibia, 1,360 kilometers. South Africa, 1,840 kilometers. Zimbabwe, 813 kilometers. Coastline. None. Landlocked maritime claims. None. Landlocked disputes. Short section of the boundary with Namibia is indefinite. Quadrupoint with Namibia, Zambia, and Zimbabwe is in disagreement. Climate. Semi-arid. Warm winters and hot summers. Terrain. Predominantly flat to gently rolling tableland. Kalahari Desert in southwest. Natural resources. Diamonds, copper, nickel, salt, soda ash, potash, coal, iron ore, silver, natural gas. Land use. 2% arable. Land, 0% permanent crops, 75% meadows and pastures, 2% forest and woodland, 21% other, includes NEGL% irrigated environment. Rains in early 1988 broke 6 years of drought that had severely affected the important cattle industry. Overgrazing. Desertification. Note: landlocked, very long boundary with South Africa. People population. 1,224,527, July 1990. Growth rate 2.8%, 1990. Birth rate 37 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate 9 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate 0. Migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate 43 deaths/1,000 000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 58 years male, 64 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 4.8 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality, noun and adjective, Botswana, singular, Botswana, plural. Ethnic divisions, 95% Botswana, about 4% Kalenga, Basarwa, and Kalagati, about 1% white religion, 50% indigenous beliefs, 50% Christian language, English official, Setswana literacy, 60% labor force, 400,000, 163,000 formal sector employees. Most others are engaged in cattle raising and subsistence agriculture. 1988 EST. 19,000 are employed in various mines in South Africa. 1988 organized labor. 19 trade unions. Government long form name. Republic of Botswana type. Parliamentary Republic capital. Gaborone administrative divisions. 10 districts. Central, Chobe, Ganzi, Kalagati, Gatling, Quinning, Ngamaland, Northeast, Southeast, Southern. Note, in addition, there may now be 4 town councils. Named Francistown, Gaborone, Lobast, Celebi Piqui Independence. September 30th, 1966 from UK. Formerly Bechuanaland. Constitution. March 1965, effective September 30th, 1966 legal system. Based on Roman Dutch law and local customary law. Judicial review limited to matters of interpretation. Has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction national holiday. Botswana Day, September 30th, 1966, Executive Branch. President, Vice President, Cabinet Legislative Branch. Bicameral Parliament consists of an upper House or House of Chiefs and a lower House or National Assembly Judicial Branch. High Court, Court of Appeal leaders. Chief of State and Head of Government. President Kwek K. J. Mazire, since July 13, 1980. Vice President Peter S. Musi, since January 3, 1983. Political parties and leaders. Botswana Democratic Party, BP. Kwet Masire, Botswana National Front. BNF. Kenneth Koma, Botswana People's Party, BPP. Knight Marip, Botswana Independence Party, BIP. Matsamime Fo, Botswana. Progressive Union, BPU. Daniel Queel suffrage. Universal at age 21 elections. President. Last held October 7th, 1989. Next to be held October 1994. Results. President Kwek KJ. Masire was re-elected by the National Assembly. National Assembly. Last held October 7th, 1989. Next to be held October 1994. Results. Percent of vote by party NA. Seats. 34 total. 30 elected. BDP 31, BNF 3 Communists. No known communist organization. Koma of BNF has long history of communist contacts. Member of ACP, AFDB, CCC, Commonwealth, FAO, G77, GATT de facto, IBRD ICAO, IDA IFAD IFC, ILO IMF, Interpol ITU, and AM, OU, Southern African Customs Union, SADCC, UN, UNESCO UPU, WMO Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Botswalet's Kingsley Sebel. Chancery at Suite 404, 4301, Connecticut Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008. Telephone 202-244-4990 or 4991. U.S. Ambassador-designate David Passage. Deputy Chief of Mission Johnny Carson. Embassy at Botswana Road. Gaborone. Mailing address is P.O. Box 90, Gaborone. Telephone 267-353,982 through 353984 flag. Light blue with a horizontal white-edged black stripe in the center. Economy overview. The economy has historically been based on cattle raising and crops. Agriculture today provides a livelihood for over 80% of the population, but produces only about 50% of food needs and contributes a small 5% to GDP. The driving force behind the rapid economic growth of the 1970s and 1980s has been the mining industry. This sector, mostly on the strength of diamonds, has gone from generating 25% of GDP in 1980 to over 50% in 1988. No other sector has experienced such growth, especially not that of the agricultural sector, which is plagued by erratic rainfall and poor soils. The unemployment rate remains a problem at 25%. A scarce resource base limits diversification into labor-intensive industries. GDP, $1.87 billion, per capita $1,600. Real growth rate 8.4%, FY88. Inflation rate, consumer prices 11.45%, 1989. Unemployment rate, 25%, 1987. Budget, revenues $1,235 million, expenditures $1,080 million, including capital expenditures of NA, FY90 EST. Exports, $1.3 billion, FOB, 1988. Commodities, diamonds 88%, copper and nickel 5%, meat 4%, cattle, animal products. Partners, Switzerland, US, UK, other EC-associated members of Southern African Customs Union imports. $1.1 billion, CF, 1988. Commodities, foodstuffs, vehicles, textiles, petroleum products. Partners, Switzerland, US, UK, other EC-associated members of Southern African Customs Union external debt, $700 million, December 1989 EST. Industrial production, growth rate 16.8%, FY86. Electricity, 217,000 kilowatts capacity, 630 million kilowatt hours produced, 510 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries, livestock processing, mining of diamonds, copper, nickel, coal, salt, soda ash, potash. Tourism, agriculture accounts for only 5% of GDP. Subsistence farming predominates. Cattle raising supports 50% of the population. Must import large share of food needs aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-88, $242 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA, and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $1.6 billion. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979 to 89, $43 million. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $24 million currency. Pula, plural, Pula, 1 Pula, P, equals 100 Thebe exchange rates. Pula, P, per 1 U.S. dollar, 1.8734, January 1990, 2.0125, 1989, 1.8159, 1988, 1.6779, 1987, 1.8678, 1986, 1.8882, 1985, fiscal year, April 1st, 31 March, communications railroads. 712 kilometers, 1.067 meter gauge highways. 11,514 kilometers total. 1,600 kilometers paved. 1,700 kilometers crushed stone or gravel. 5,177 kilometers. Improved earth, 3,037 kilometers unimproved earth civil air. 6 major transport aircraft airports. 99 total. 87 usable. 8 with permanent surface runways. None with runways over 3,659 m. 2 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m. 23 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. The small system is a combination of open wire lines, radio relay links, and a few radio communication stations. 17,900 telephones, stations, 2 AM, 3 FM, no TV. 1 Indian Ocean Intelsat, Earth Station, Defense Forces branches, Army, Air Wing. Botswana Police military manpower, males 15 to 49, 249,480, 131,304 fit for military service. 14,363 reach military age, 18. Annually defense expenditures, 2.2% of GNP, 1987. Country, Bouvet Island, territory of Norway. Geography, total area, 58 square kilometers. Land area. 58 square kilometers comparative area. About 0.3 times the size of Washington, D.C. land boundaries. None coastline. 29.6 kilometers maritime claims. Contiguous zone. 10 nanometers. Continental shelf. 200 meters or to depth of exploitation. Extended economic zone. 200 nanometers. Territorial sea. For nanometers climate. Antarctic terrain. Volcanic. Maximum elevation about 800 meters. Coast is mostly. Inaccessible natural resources. None land use. 0% arable land. 0% permanent crops. 0% meadows and pastures. 0% forest and woodland. 100% other environment. Covered by glacial ice node. Located in the South Atlantic Ocean 2,575 kilometers south-southwest of the Cape of Good Hope, South Africa. People population. Uninhabited. Government long-form name. None type. Territory of Norway. Economy overview. No economic activity. Communications ports. None. Offshore anchorage, only telecommunications. Automatic meteorological station. Defense Forces note. Defense is the responsibility of Norway. Country, Brazil. Geography, total area, 8,511,965 square kilometers. Land area, 8,456,510 square kilometers. Includes Arquipelago de Fernando de Noronha, Atoll das Rocas, Ilha de Trindade, Ilhas Martin Vaz, and Penedos de São Pedro e São Paulo comparative area. Slightly smaller than the U.S. land boundaries. 14,691 kilometers total. Argentina 1,224 kilometers. Bolivia 3,400 kilometers. Colombia 1,643 kilometers. French Guiana 673 kilometers. Guyana 1,119 kilometers. Paraguay 1,290 kilometers. Peru 1,560 kilometers. Suriname 597 kilometers. Uruguay 985 kilometers. Venezuela 2,200 kilometers coastline. 7,491 kilometers maritime claims. Continental shelf. 200 meters or to depth of exploitation. Exclusive fishing zone. 200 nanometers. Territorial sea. 200 nanometers disputes. Short section of the boundary with Paraguay, just west of Guaira Falls on the Rio Parana, is in dispute. Two short sections of boundary with Uruguay are in dispute. Arroyo de la Invernada area of the Rio Quauray, and the islands at the confluence of the Rio Quauray and the Uruguay, claims a zone of interest in Antarctica climate. Mostly tropical, but temperate in south terrain. Mostly flat to rolling lowlands in north. Some plains, hills, mountains, and narrow coastal belt natural resources. Iron, ore, manganese, bauxite, nickel, uranium, phosphates, tin hydropower, gold, platinum, crude oil, timberland use. 7% arable land. 1% permanent crops. 19% meadows and pastures. 67% forest and woodland. 6% other. Includes NEGL% irrigated environment. Recurrent droughts in northeast. Floods and frost in south. Deforestation in Amazon basin. Air and water pollution in Rio de Janeiro and Sao Paulo note. Largest country in South America. Shares common boundaries with every South American country except Chile and Ecuador. People population. 152,505,077. July 1990. Growth rate 1.9%. 1990. Birth rate. 26 births per 1,000 population. 1990. Death rate. 7 deaths/1,000 population. 1990. Net migration rate. 0. Migrants/1,000 population. 1990. Infant mortality rate. 69 deaths/1,000 live births. 1990. Life expectancy at birth. 62 years male, 68 years female. 1990. Total fertility rate. 3.1 children born/woman. 1990. Nationality. Noun, Brazilians. Adjective, Brazilian ethnic divisions. Portuguese, Italian, German, Japanese, Black, Amerindian. 55% white, 38% mixed, 6% black, 1% other religion, 90% Roman Catholic. Nominal. Language. Portuguese official, Spanish, English, French literacy. 76% labor. Force. 57 million, 1989 EST. 42% services, 31% agriculture, 27% industry organized labor. 13 million dues paying members, 1989 EST. Government long form name. Federative Republic of Brazil type. Federal Republic capital. Brasilia administrative divisions. 24 states, estados, singular. Estado, 2 territories asterisk, territorios, singular, territorio, and 1 federal district asterisk asterisk, Distrito Federal. Acre, Alagoas, Amapa asterisk, Amazonas, Bahia, Serra, Distrito Federal asterisk asterisk, Espírito Santo, Goiás, Maranhão, Mato Grosso do Sul, Minas Gerais, Para, Paraíba, Paraná, Pernambuco, Piauí, Rio de Janeiro, Rio Grande do Norte, Rio Grande do Sul, Rondônia, Roraima asterisk, Santa Catarina, São Paulo, Sergipe, Tocantins. Note: the territories of Amapa and Roraima will become states on March 15, 1991 independence. September 7, 1822, from Portugal. Constitution. October 5, 1988 legal system. Based on Latin codes. Has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction national holiday. Independence Day, September 7, 1822. Executive branch. President, Vice President, Cabinet Legislative Branch. Bicameral National Congress, Congreso Nacional, consists of an upper chamber or Senate, Senado, and a lower chamber or Chamber of Deputies, Câmara dos Deputados, Judicial Branch. Supreme Federal Tribunal leaders. Chief of State and Head of Government. President Fernando Afonso Collor de Mello, since March 15, 1990. Vice President Itamar Franco, since March 15, 1990. Political parties and leaders. National Reconstruction Party, PRN, Daniel Tourinho, President. Brazilian Democratic Movement Party, PMDB, Ulysses Guimarães, President. Liberal Front Party, PFL, Hugo Napolio, President. Workers' Party, PT, Luiz Ignacio Lula da Silva, President. Brazilian Labor Party, PTB, Luiz Gonzaga de Paiva Muniz, President. Democratic Labor Party, PDT. Dudu de Andrade, President. Democratic Social Party, PDS, Jarba Passarinho, President. Brazilian Social Democracy Party, PSDB, Mario Covas, President. Brazilian Communist Party, PCB, Salomão Malina, Secretary-General. Communist Party of Brazil, PCdoB, João Amazonas, President's suffrage. Voluntary at age 16, compulsory between ages 18 and 70. Voluntary at age 70 elections. President. Last held November 15, 1989, with runoff on December 17, 1989. Next to be held November 1994. Results: Fernando Collor de Mello 53%, Luiz Inácio da Silva 47%. First free, direct presidential election since 1960. Senate. Last held November 15, 1986. Next to be held 3. October 1990. Results: PMDB 60%, PFL 21%, PDS 8%, PDT 3%, others 8%. Seats, 66 total. PMDB 43, PFL 15, PDS 6, PDT 2, others 6. Note: as of 1990, Senate has 75 seats. Chamber of Deputies. Last held November 15, 1986. Next to be held October 3, 1990. Results: PMDB 53%, PFL 23%, PDS 7%, PDT 5%, other 12%. Seats, 495 total. PMDB 258, PFL 114, PDS 33, PDT 24, others 58. Note: as of 1990, Chamber of Deputies has 570 seats communists, about 30,000 other political or pressure groups, left wing. The Catholic Church and labor unions allied to leftist Workers' Party are critical of government's social and economic policies. Member of CCC, FAO, G77, GATT, Group of 8, IDB, IBRD, ICAC, ICAO, ICO, IDA, IDB, Inter-American Development Bank, IFAD, IFC, IHOLO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, IPU, IRC, ISO, ITU, IWC, International Wheat Council, OAS, PAHO, SILA, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WIPO, WMO, WDO, Diplomatic Representation, Ambassador Marcelio Marquez Morera, Chancery at 3006, Massachusetts Avenue NW, Washington, D.C. 20008, Telephone 202-745-2700. There are Brazilian consulates general in Atlanta, Chicago, Los Angeles, Miami, New Orleans, and New York, and consulates in Dallas, Houston, and San Francisco. U.S. Ambassador Richard Melton. Embassy at Avenida dos Nocos, Lot 3, Brasilia, Distrito Federal. Mailing address is APO Miami 34030. Telephone 55-6-321-7272. There are U.S. consulates general in Rio de Janeiro and Sao Paulo, and consulates in Porto Alegre and Recife. Flag. Green with a large yellow diamond in the center bearing a blue celestial globe with 23 white 5-pointed stars, one for each state, arranged in the same pattern as the night sky over Brazil. The globe has a white equatorial band with the motto Ordem e Progresso, Order and Progress. Economy overview. The economy, a mixture of private enterprises of all sizes and extensive government intervention, experienced enormous difficulties in the late 1980s, notably declining real growth, runaway inflation, foreign debt obligations of more than $100 billion, and uncertain economic policy. Government intervention includes trade and investment restrictions, wage/price controls, interest and exchange rate controls, and extensive tariff barriers. Ownership of major industrial facilities is divided among private interests, the government, and multinational companies. Ownership in agriculture likewise is varied, with the government intervening in the politically sensitive issues involving large landowners and the masses of poor peasants. In consultation with the IMF, the Brazilian government has initiated several programs over the last few years to ameliorate the stagnation and foreign debt problems. None of these has given more than temporary relief. The strategy of the new color government is to increase the pace of privatization, encourage foreign trade and investment, and establish a more realistic exchange rate. One long-run strength is the existence of vast natural resources. GDP, $377 billion, per capita $2,500, real growth rate 3%, 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 1,765%, 1989. Unemployment rate, 2.5%, December 1989. Budget, revenues $27.8 billion. Expenditures $40.1 billion, including capital expenditures of $8.8 billion. 1986, exports, $34.2 billion. 1989 EST. Commodities, coffee, metallurgical products, chemical products, foodstuffs, iron, ore, automobiles, and parts. Partners, U.S. 28%, EC 26%, Latin America 11%, Japan 6%. 1987. Imports, $18.0 billion, 1989 EST. Commodities, crude oil, capital goods, chemical products, foodstuffs, coal. Partners, Middle East and Africa 24%, EC 22%, US 21%, Latin America 12%, Japan 6%. 1987. External debt, $109 billion, December 1989. Industrial production, growth rate 3.2%, 1989 EST. Electricity, 52,865,000 kilowatts capacity, 202,280 million kilowatt hours produced, 1,340 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries, textiles and other consumer goods, shoes, chemicals, cement, lumber, iron or steel, motor vehicles and auto parts, metalworking, capital goods. 10. Agriculture accounts for 12% of GDP. World's largest producer and exporter of coffee and orange juice concentrate and second largest exporter of soybeans. Other products, rice, corn, sugarcane, cocoa, beef, self-sufficient in food, except for wheat. Illicit drugs. Illicit producer of cannabis and coca, mostly for domestic consumption. Government has an active eradication program to control cannabis and coca cultivation aid. U.S. commitments, including FI 70-88, $2.5 billion. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970-87, $9.5 billion. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979-89, $284 million. Communist countries, 1970-88, $1.3 billion currency. Novo Cruzado, plural, Novos Cruzados. 1 Novo Cruzado, NCR dollar, equals 100. Centavos exchange rates. Novos Cruzados, NCR dollar, per 1 U.S. dollar. 2.83392, 1989. 0.26238, 1988. 0.03923, 1987. 0.01366, 1986. 0.0620, 1985. Note: 25 tourist/parallel rate. December 1989. Fiscal year, calendar year, communications railroads. 29,694 kilometers total. 25,268 kilometers 1.000 meter gauge. 4,339 kilometers 1.600 meter gauge. 74 kilometers mixed 1.600-1.000 meter gauge. 13 kilometers 0.760 meter gauge. 2,308 kilometers electrified highways. 1,448,000 kilometers total. 48,000 kilometers paved. 1,400,000 kilometers gravel or earth inland waterways. 50,000 quilômetros navigable pipelines. Crude oil. 2,000 quilômetros. Refined products. 3,804 quilômetros. Natural gas. 1,095 quilômetros. Portes. Belém, Fortaleza, Ilhéus, Manaus, Paranaguá, Porto Alegre, Recife, Rio de Janeiro, Rio Grande, Salvador, Santos Merchant Marine, 271 chips, 1,000 GRT, ouro over. Total em 5,855,708 GRT 9909,097 DWT. Includes 2 passenger cargo, 68 cargo, 1 refrigerante de cargo, 12 container, 9 roll-on roll-off, 56 petroleum, oils, and lubricants, Paul, tanker, 15 chemical tanker, 10 liquefied gas, 14 combination oil, 82 bulk, 2 combination bulk civil air, 176 major transport aircraft airports, 3,774 total, 3,106 usable, 386 with permanent surface runways, 2 with runways over 3,659 m, 21 with runways 2,240 to 3,659 m, 503 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Good system. Extensive radio relay facilities. 9.86 million telephones. Stations. 1,223 AM. No FM. 112 TV. 151 shortwave. 3 coaxial. Submarine cables. 3 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth stations with total of 3 antennas. 64 domestic satellite stations. Defense Forces branches. Brazilian Army. Navy of Brazil. Brazilian Air Force military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 39,620,936. 26,752,307 fit for military service. 1,617,378 reach military age, 18. Annually defense expenditures, 0.6% of GDP, or $2.3 billion. 1989 EST. Country, British Indian Ocean Territory, dependent territory of the UK. Geography, total area, 60 square kilometers. Land area, 60 square kilometers. Comparative area, about 0.3 times the size of Washington, D.C. Land boundaries. None. Coastline, 698 kilometers. Maritime claims, territorial sea, 3 nanometers. Disputes. Diego Garcia is claimed by Mauritius. Climate, tropical marine, hot, humid, moderated by trade winds. Terrain, flat and low, up to 4 meters in elevation. Natural resources, coconuts, fish. Land use, 0% arable land, 0% permanent crops, 0% meadows and pastures, 0% forest and woodland, 100% other. Environment, archipelago of 2,300 islands. Note, Diego Garcia, largest and southernmost island, occupies strategic location in central Indian Ocean. People population, no permanent civilian population. Formerly about 3,000 islanders. Ethnic divisions, civilian inhabitants, known as the Eloys. Evacuated to Mauritius before construction of UK and US defense facilities. Government long-form name, British Indian Ocean Territory, no short-form name. Abbreviated BIOT type, dependent territory of the UK. Capital, none. Leaders, Chief of State, Queen Elizabeth II, since February 6, 1952. Head of Government, Commissioner R.A.S. since N.A. 1988. Administrator Robin Crompton, since N.A. 1988. Note, both officials reside in the UK. Diplomatic representation, none. Dependent territory of the UK. Flag, the flag of the UK is used. Economy overview. All economic activity is concentrated on the largest island of Diego Garcia, where joint UK-US defense facilities are located. Construction projects and various services needed to support the military installations are done by military and contract employees from the UK and US. There are no industrial or agricultural activities on the islands. Electricity, provided by the U.S. military. Communications highways, short stretch of paved road between port and airfield on Diego Garcia ports. Diego Garcia airports, one with permanent surface runways over 3,659 m on Diego Garcia. Telecommunications, minimal facilities, stations operated by the U.S. Navy. 1 AM, 1 FM, 1 TV, 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth Station. Defense Forces. Note, defense is the responsibility of the UK. Country, British Virgin Islands, dependent territory of the UK. Geography, total area, 150 square kilometers. Land area, 150 square kilometers. Comparative area, about 0.8 times the size of Washington, D.C. Coastline, 80 kilometers. Maritime claims, continental shelf, 200 meters or to depth of exploitation. Exclusive fishing zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 3 nanometers. Climate, subtropical, humid, temperatures moderated by trade winds. Terrain, coral islands relatively flat, volcanic islands steep, hilly. Natural resources, negligible land use, 20% arable land, 7% permanent crops, 33% meadows and pastures, 7% forest and woodland, 33% other environment. Subject to hurricanes and tropical storms from July to October. Note, strong ties to nearby U.S. Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico. People population, 12,258, July 1990. Growth rate 1.1%, 1990. Birth rate, 20 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 5 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 3 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 14 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 71 years male, 77 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 2.2 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality, noun, British Virgin Islanders. Adjective, British Virgin Islander. Ethnic divisions, over 90% black, remainder of white and Asian origin. Religion, majority Methodist. Others include Anglican, Church of God. Seventh-day Adventist, Baptist, and Roman Catholic language. English official literacy. 98% labor force. 4,911, 1980, organized labor. NA, government long form. Name, none type. Dependent territory of the UK capital. Road town administrative divisions. None, dependent territory of the UK. Independence. None, dependent territory of the UK. Constitution. June 1st, 1977 legal system. English law national holiday. Territory Day. July 1st executive branch. British monarch, governor, chief minister, executive council. Cabinet, legislative branch. Unicameral legislative council, judicial branch. Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court leaders. Chief of State, Queen Elizabeth II, since February 6, 1952, represented by Governor John Mark Ambrose Herdman, since NA 1986. Head of Government. Chief Minister H. Lavity Stout, since NA 1986. Political parties and leaders. United Party, UP, Conrad Maduro. Virgin Islands Party, VIP, H. Lavity Stout. Independent People's Movement, IPM, Cyril B. Romney suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. Legislative Council. Last held September 30th, 1986. Next to be held by September 1991. Results, percent of vote by. Party NA, seats, 9 total. Up to, VIP 5, IPM 2 communists. Probably none member of. Commonwealth diplomatic representation. None dependent territory of the UK. Flag. Blue with the flag of the UK in the upper hoist side quadrant and the Virgin Islander coat of arms centered in the outer half of the flag. The coat of arms depicts a woman flanked on either side by a vertical column of 6 oil lamps above a scroll bearing the Latin word vigilate, be watchful. Economy overview. The economy is highly dependent on the tourist industry, which generates about 21% of the national income. In 1985, the government offered offshore registration to companies wishing to incorporate in the islands, and, in consequence, incorporation fees generated about $2 million in 1987. Livestock raising is the most significant agricultural activity. The island's crops, limited by poor soils, are unable to meet food requirements. GDP, $106.7 million. Per capita, $8,900. Real growth rate, 2.5%, 1987. Inflation rate, consumer prices 1.7%, January 1987. Unemployment rate, NA percent budget. Revenues, $26.2 million. Expenditures, $25.4 million, including capital expenditures of $NA, 1988 ST. Exports, $2.3 million, FOB, 1985. Commodities, rum, fresh fish, gravel, sand, fruits, animals. Partners, Virgin Islands, U.S., Puerto Rico, U.S. imports, $72.0 million, CF, 1985. Commodities, building materials, automobiles, foodstuffs, machinery. Partners, Virgin Islands, U.S., Puerto Rico, U.S. external debt, $4.5 million, 1985. Industrial production. Growth rate, 4%, 1985. Electricity, 13,500 kilowatts capacity, 59 million kilowatt hours produced, 4,870 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989. Industries, tourism, light industry, construction, rum, concrete block, offshore financial center agriculture, livestock, including poultry, fish, fruit, vegetables aid. NA currency. U.S. currency is used exchange rates. U.S. currency is used fiscal year, April 1st, 31 March, communications highways, 106 kilometers motorable roads, 1983, ports, road town airports, 3 total, 3 usable, 2 with permanent surface runways less than 1,220 m telecommunications, 3,000 telephones, worldwide external telephone service, submarine cable, communication links to Bermuda, stations, 1 AM, no FM, 1 TV. Defense Forces note. Defense is the responsibility of the UK. Country, Brunei geography total area, 5,770 square kilometers. Land area, 5,270 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly larger than Delaware land boundary. 381 kilometers with Malaysia coastline. 161 kilometers maritime claims. Exclusive fishing zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers. Disputes. May wish to purchase the Malaysian salient that divides the country. Climate, tropical, hot, humid, rainy terrain. Flat coastal plain rises to mountains in east. Hilly lowland in west. Natural resources, crude oil, natural gas, timberland use. 1% arable land. 1% permanent crops. 1% meadows and pastures. 79% forest and woodland. 18% other. Includes NEGL% irrigated environment. Typhoons, earthquakes, and severe flooding are rare. Note. Close to vital sea lanes through South China Sea, linking Indian and Pacific Oceans. 2 parts physically separated by Malaysia. Almost an enclave of Malaysia. People population, 372,108, July 1990. Growth rate 7.1%, 1990. Birth rate, 23 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 4 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 52 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 10 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 74 years male, 77 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 2.9 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, Bruneians. Adjective, Bruneian ethnic divisions, 64% Malay, 20% Chinese, 16% other religion, 60% Muslim, official, 8% Christian, 32% Buddhist and indigenous beliefs. Language, Malay, official, English and Chinese literacy, 45% labor force, 89,000, includes members of the army, 33% of labor force is foreign, 1988. 50.4% production of oil, natural gas, and construction. 47.6% trade, services, and other. 2% agriculture, forestry, and fishing. 1984. Organized labor. 2% of labor force. Government long form name. Negara Brunei Darussalam type. Constitutional Sultanate capital. Bandar Seri Begawan administrative divisions. For districts, Dera, singular, Dera, Belait, Brunei and Muara, Temburong, Tutong independence. January 1st, 1984, from UK. Constitution. September 29, 1959. Some provisions suspended under a state of emergency since December 1962. Others since independence on January 1st, 1984. Legal system. Based on Islamic law, national holiday. National Day, February 23rd, 1984, Executive Branch, Sultan, Prime Minister, Council of Cabinet Ministers, Legislative Branch, Unicameral Legislative Council, Majlis Masyarakat Majri, Judicial Branch, Supreme Court Leaders, Chief of State and Head of Government, Sultan and Prime Minister Sir Muda Hassan al-Bolkiah, Muazzadin Wadala. Since October 5, 1967, political parties and leaders, Brunei National United Party, inactive, Anik Hasanuddin, Chairman. Brunei National Democratic Party, the first legal political party and now banned. Abdul Latif bin Abdul Hamid, Chairman suffrage. None elections. Legislative Council. Last held in March 1962. In 1970, the council was changed to an appointed body by decree of the Sultan and no elections are planned. Communists. Probably none member of ASEAN, ESCAP, Associate Member, IMO, Interpol, OIC, UN Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Dato Paduka Haji Mohammed Sunni bin Haji Idris. Chancery at 2600 Virginia Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20037. Telephone 202-342-0159. U.S. Ambassador Christopher H. Phillips. Embassy at Tetuan Plaza, corner of Jella MacArthur, Bandar Seri Begawan. Mailing address is P.O. Box 2991, Bandar Seri Begawan. Telephone 673. 2. 29670 flag. Yellow with 2 diagonal bands of white, top, almost double width, and black starting from the upper hoist side. The national emblem in red is superimposed at the center. The emblem includes a swallow-tailed flag on top of a winged column within an upturned crescent, above a scroll and flanked by 2 upraised hands. Economy overview. The economy is a mixture of foreign and domestic entrepreneurship, government regulation and welfare measures, and village tradition. It is almost totally supported by exports of crude oil and natural gas, with revenues from the petroleum sector accounting for more than 70% of GDP. Per capita GDP of $9,600 is among the highest in the Third World, and substantial income from overseas investment supplements domestic production. The government provides for all medical services and subsidizes food and housing. GDP, $3.3 billion. Per capita, $9,600. Real growth rate, 2.5%, 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices, 2.5%, 1989 EST. Unemployment, 2.5%. Shortage of skilled labor, 1989 EST. Budget, revenues $1.2 billion, 1987. Expenditures $1.6 billion, including capital expenditures of NA, 1989 EST. Exports, $2.07 billion, FOB, 1987. Commodities, crude oil, liquefied natural gas, petroleum products. Partners, Japan 55%, 1986. Imports, $800 million, CF, 1987. Commodities, machinery and transport equipment, manufactured goods, food, beverages, tobacco, consumer goods. Partners, Singapore 31%, US 20%, Japan 6%, 1986. External debt, non-industrial production. Growth rate NA percent electricity, 310,000 kilowatts capacity, 890 million kilowatt hours produced, 2,580 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989 industries. Petroleum, liquefied natural gas, construction agriculture. Imports about 80% of its food needs. Principal crops and livestock include rice, cassava, bananas, buffaloes, and pigs. Aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-87, $20.6 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970-87, $143.7 million currency. Bruneian dollar, plural, dollars, 1 Bruneian dollar, B dollar, equals 100 cents exchange rates. Bruneian dollars, B dollar, per 1 U.S. dollar, 1.8895, January 1990, 1.9503, 1989. 2.0124, 1988, 2.1060, 1987, 2.1774, 1986, 2.2002, 1985. Note, the Bruneian dollar is at par with the Singapore dollar fiscal year. Calendar year. Communications railroads. 13 kilometers 0.610 meter narrow gauge private line highways. 1,090 kilometers total. 370 kilometers paved, bituminous treated, and another 52 kilometers under construction. 720 kilometers gravel or unimproved inland waterways. 209 kilometers. Navigable by craft drawing less than 1.2 meters ports. Kuala Bell 8. Muara, merchant marine. 7 liquefied gas carriers. 1,000 GRT or over. Totaling 348,476 GRT/340, 635 AWT pipelines. Crude oil, 135 kilometers. Refined products, 418 kilometers. Natural gas, 920 kilometers civil air. For major transport aircraft, 3 Boeing 757-200, 1 Boeing 737-200 airports, 2 total, 2 usable. 1 with permanent surface runways. 1 with runway over 3,659 m. 1 with runway 1,406 m. Telecommunications. Service throughout country is adequate for present needs. International service good to adjacent Malaysia. Radio broadcast coverage good. 33,000 telephones, 1987. Stations, 4 AM/FM. 1 TV, 74,000 radio receivers, 1987. Satellite Earth stations, 1 Indian Ocean Intelsat and 1 Pacific Ocean Intelsat. Defense Forces branches, Royal Brunei Armed Forces, including Air Wing, Navy, and Ground Forces, British Gurkha Battalion, Royal Brunei Police, Gurkha Reserve Unit military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 104,398, 60,242 fit for military service. 3,106 reach military age, 18. Annually defense expenditures, $197.6 million. 17% of central government budget, FY 86. Country, Bulgaria. Geography, total area, 110,910 square kilometers. Land area, 110,550 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly larger than Tennessee land boundaries, 1,881 kilometers total. Greece 494. Cam, Romania 608 kilometers. Turkey 240 kilometers. Yugoslavia 539 kilometers coastline. 354 kilometers maritime claims. Contiguous zone, 24 nanometers. Extended economic zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers. Disputes. Macedonia question with Greece and Yugoslavia climate. Temperate, cold, damp winters. Hot, dry summers. Terrain, mostly mountains with lowlands and north and south natural resources. Bauxite, copper, lead, zinc, coal, timber. Arable land use, 34% arable land, 3% permanent crops, 18% meadows and pastures, 35% forest. And woodland, 10% other, includes 11% irrigated environment. Subject to earthquakes, landslides, deforestation, air pollution. Note, strategic location near Turkish Straits, controls key land routes from Europe to Middle East and Asia. People population, 8,933,544, July 1990. Growth rate, 0.3%, 1990. Birth rate, 13 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 12 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, for migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 13 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 69 years male, 76 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 1.9 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality, noun, Bulgarians. Adjective, Bulgarian ethnic divisions, 85.3% Bulgarian, 8.5% Turk, 2.6% Gypsy, 2.5% Macedonian, 0.3% Armenian, 0.2% Russian, 0.6% other religion. Religious background of population is 85% Bulgarian Orthodox, 13% Muslim, 0.8% Jewish, 0.7% Roman Catholic, 0.5% Protestant, Gregorian Armenian, and other language. Bulgarian, secondary. Languages closely correspond to ethnic breakdown literacy. 95% EST, labor force, for 1,300,000. 33% industry, 20% agriculture, 47% other. 1987, organized labor. All workers are members of the Central Council of Trade Unions, CCU. Podkrepa, support, an independent trade union. Legally registered in January 1990. Government long-form name, People's Republic of Bulgaria type. Communist state, but democratic elections planned for 1990. Capital, Sofia. Administrative divisions, 8 provinces, oblasti. Singular, oblast, and 1 city *, grad. Burgas, Grad Sofia *, Kiskovo, Lovek, Mikhailovgrad, Plovdiv, Razgrad, Sofia, Varna. Independence, September 22, 1908 from Ottoman Empire. Constitution, May 16, 1971, effective May 18, 1971. Legal system, based on civil law system, with Soviet law influence. Judicial review of legislative acts in the State Council. Has accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction national holiday. Anniversary of the Socialist Revolution in Bulgaria, September 9th, 1944. Executive branch. President, Chairman of the Council of Ministers for Deputy Chairman of the Council of Ministers. Council of Ministers Legislative Branch. Unicameral National Assembly. Narodno Sobranie. Judicial Branch. Supreme Court Leaders. Chief of State. President Petur Tashev Mladenov, Chairman of the State Council since November 11th, 1989, became President on April 3rd, 1990 when the State Council was abolished. Head of Government. Chairman of the Council of Ministers Andrei Lukyanov since 3 February 1990. Deputy Chairman of the Council of Ministers Chudimir Asanov Elike Senyorov since February 8, 1990. Deputy Chairman of the Council of Ministers Belcho Antonov Blc Chivi since February 8, 1990. Deputy Chairman of the Council of Ministers Konstantin Dimitrov Kozev since February 8, 1990. Deputy Chairman of the Council of Ministers Nora Krachanova Ananiva since February 8, 1990. Political parties and leaders. Bulgarian Communist Party, BKP. Alexander Lilov, Chairman, Bulgarian. National Agrarian Union, BZNS, Angel Angelov. Dimitrov, Secretary of Permanent Board, Bulgarian Social Democratic Party, Petur Dentlu. Green Party, Christian Democrats, Radical Democratic Party. Others forming suffrage. Universal and compulsory at age 18 elections. Chairman of the State Council. Last held June 17, 1986. Next to be held the 10th and the 17th of June 1990. Results. Todor Zhivkov re-elected, but was replaced by Petur Tashev Mladenov on November 11, 1989. National Assembly. Last held June 8, 1986. Next to be held the 10th and the 17th of June 1990. Results. Percent of vote by party NA. Seats. 400 total. BKP 276, BZNS 99. Others 25 communists. 932,055 party members, April 1986. Other political or pressure groups. Union of Democratic Forces, Umbrella Organization for Opposition Groups. Ekoblanost, Podkrepa Independent Trade Union. Fatherland Front, Communist Youth Union, Central Council of Trade Unions, National Committee for Defense of Peace, Union of Fighters Against Fascism and Capitalism, Committee of Bulgarian Women, All National. Committee for Bulgarian-Soviet Friendship, Union of Democratic Forces, a coalition of about a dozen dissident groups, numerous regional and national interest groups with various agendas member of CCC, CIMA, FAO, IA, IBEC, ICAO, ILO, ILZSG, IMO, IPU, ITC, ITU, IWC, International Wheat Council, UN, UNESCO, UPU, Warsaw Pact, WFDU, WHO, WIPO, WMO, WDO, Diplomatic Representation, Ambassador Velichko, Filipov Velichkov. Chancery at 1621, 22nd Street Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008. Telephone 202-387-7969. U.S. Ambassador Sol Polanski. Embassy at 1, Alexander Stambolisky Boulevard, Sofia. Mailing address is APO New York 09213. Telephone 359 288-48-01 through 05 flag. 3 equal horizontal bands of white, top, green, and red with the national emblem on the hoist side of the white stripe. The emblem contains a rampant lion within a wreath of wheat ears below a red 5-pointed star and above a ribbon bearing the dates 681. First Bulgarian state established. In 1944, liberation from Nazi control. Economy overview. Growth in the sluggish Bulgarian economy fell to the 2% annual level in the 1980s, and by 1989 Sofia's foreign debt had skyrocketed to $10 billion, giving a debt service ratio of more than 40% of hard currency earnings. The post-Zhivkov regime faces major problems of renovating an aging industrial plant, keeping abreast of rapidly unfolding technological developments, investing in additional energy capacity, The portion of electric power for nuclear energy reached 37% in 1988, and motivating workers, in part by giving them a share in the earnings of their enterprises. A major decree of January 1989 summarized and extended the government's economic restructuring efforts, which include a partial decentralization of controls over production decisions and foreign trade. The new regime promises more extensive reforms and eventually a market economy. But the ruling group cannot, so far, bring itself to give up ultimate control over economic affairs exercised through the vertical party/ministerial command structure. Reforms have not led to improved economic performance, in particular the provision of more and better consumer goods. A further blow to the economy was the exodus of 310,000 ethnic Turks in mid-1989, which caused temporary shortages of skilled labor in glassware, aluminum, and other industrial plants, and in tobacco fields. GNP, $51.2 billion, per capita $5,710. Real growth rate, 0.1%, 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 12%, 1989, unemployment rate. An 8% budget. Revenues $26 billion. Expenditures $28 billion, including capital expenditures of $8 billion, 1988. Exports $20.3 billion. FOB, 1988. Commodities, machinery, and equipment 60.5%. Agricultural products 14.7%. Manufactured consumer goods 10.6%. Fuels, minerals, raw materials, and metals 8.5%. Other 5.7%. Partners, socialist countries 82.5%. USSR 61%. GDR 5.5%. Czechoslovakia 4.9%. Developed countries 6.8%. FRG 1.2%. Greece 1%. Less developed countries 10.7%. Libya 3.5%. Iraq 2.9%. Imports $21.0 billion. FOB 1988. Commodities, fuels, minerals, and raw materials 45.2%. Machinery and equipment 39.8%. Manufactured consumer goods 4.6%. Agricultural products 3.8%. Other 6.6%. Partners, socialist countries 80.5%. USSR 57.5%. GDR 5.7%. Developed countries 15.1%. FRG 4.8%. Austria 1.6%. Less developed countries 4.4%. Libya 1%. Brazil 0.9%. External debt $10 billion. 1989. Industrial production. Growth rate 0.9%. 1988. Electricity 11,500,000 kilowatts capacity. 45,000 million kilowatt hours produced. 5,000 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries. Food processing, machine and metal building, electronics, chemicals, agriculture. Accounts for 15% of GNP. Climate and soil conditions support livestock raising and the growing of various grain crops, oilseeds, vegetables, fruits, and tobacco. More than 1/3 of the arable land devoted to grain. World's fourth largest tobacco exporter. Surplus food producer aid. Donor. $1.6 billion in bilateral aid to non-communist, less developed countries. 1956 to 88. Currency. Lev, plural, leva, 1 lev, LV, equals 100 Stotinki exchange rates. Leva, LV, per $1 US, 0.84. 1989, 0.82. 1988, 0.90. 1987, 0.95. 1986, 1.03. 1985, fiscal year, calendar year, communications railroads, 4,294 kilometers total, all government-owned. 1986, 4,049 kilometers, 1.435 meters standard gauge, 245 kilometers narrow gauge, 908 kilometers double track, 2,342 kilometers. Electrified highways, 37,397 kilometers total, 33,352 kilometers hard surface, including 228 kilometers superhighways, 4,045 kilometers earth roads, 1986, inland waterways, 470 kilometers, 1986, pipelines, crude, 193 kilometers, refined product, 418 kilometers, natural gas, 1,400 kilometers, 1986, ports, Burgas, Varna, Varna West. River ports are Ruse, Vidin, and Lam on the Danube Merchant Marine. 108 ships, 1,000 GRT, and over, totaling 1,240,204 GRT/1. 872, 723 DWT. Includes 2 short sea passenger, 32 cargo, 2 container, 1 passenger cargo training, 5 roll-on/roll-off, 16 petroleum, oils, and lubricants, POL, tanker, 2 railcar carriers, 48 bulk civil air, 65 major transport aircraft airports, 380 total, 380 usable, about 120 with permanent surface runways, 20 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 20 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications, stations, 15 AM, 16 FM, 13 TV, 1 Soviet TV relay, 2,100,000 TV sets, 2,100,000 radio receivers, at least 1 satellite earth station, Defense Forces branches, Bulgarian People's Army, Bulgarian Navy, Air and Air. Defense Forces Frontier Troops Military Manpower. Males 15 to 49, 2,177,404. 1,823,111 fit for military service. 66,744 reach military age, 19. Annually defense expenditures. 1.605 billion leva. 1989. Note. Conversion of the military budget into U.S. dollars using the official administratively set exchange rate would produce misleading results. Country. Burkina. Geography. Total area. 274,200 square kilometers. Land area. 273,800 square kilometers. Comparative area. Slightly larger than Colorado land boundaries. 3,192 kilometers total. Benin 306 kilometers, Ghana 548 kilometers, Ivory Coast 584 kilometers, Mali 1,000 kilometers, Niger 628 kilometers, Togo 126 kilometers coastline. None. Landlocked maritime claims. None. Landlocked disputes. The disputed international boundary between Burkina and Mali was submitted to the International Court of Justice, ICJ, in October 1983, and the ICJ issued its final ruling in December 1986, which both sides agreed to accept. Burkina and Mali are proceeding with boundary demarcation, including the tripoint with Niger climate, tropical, warm, dry winters, hot, wet summers terrain, mostly flat to dissected, undulating plains, hills in west and southeast natural resources, manganese, limestone, marble, small deposits of gold, antimony, copper, nickel, bauxite, lead, phosphates, zinc, silver. Land use. 10% arable land. NEGL percent permanent crops. 37% meadows and pastures. 26% forest and woodland. 27% other. Includes NEGL percent irrigated environment. Recent droughts and desertification severely affecting marginal agricultural activities, population distribution, economy, overgrazing, deforestation. Note. Landlocked, people population, 9,077,828, July 1990. Growth rate 3.1%, 1990. Birth rate, 50 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 17 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 3 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 121 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 51 years male, 52 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 7.2 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, Burkinabe. Adjective, Burkinabe ethnic divisions. More than 50 tribes. Principal tribe is Mossi, about 2.5 million. Other important groups are Garunsi, Sinufo, Lobi, Bobo, Mande, and Fulani religion. 65% indigenous beliefs, about 25% Muslim, 10% Christian, mainly Roman Catholic. Language. French, official. Tribal languages belong to Sedanic family, spoken by 90% of the population. Literacy. 13.2% labor force. 3,300,000 residents. 30,000 are wage earners. 82% agriculture. 13% industry. 5% commerce, services, and government. 20% of male labor force migrates annually to neighboring countries for seasonal employment. 1984. 44% of population of working age. 1985. Organized labor. For principal trade union groups represent less than 1% of population. Government long-form name. Burkina Faso type. Military. Established by coup on August 4, 1983. Capital. Ouagadougou. Administrative divisions. 30 provinces. Bam, Bazega, Bugariba, Bulgu, Bokiemd, Ganzurgu, Nagna, Gorma, Howit, Katiogo, Kinadagukomo, Kasi, Kuratanga, Muhaun, Naimantanga, Nauri, Ubratanga, Udalan, Passor, Pony, Sangui, Samatanga, Sino, Sisalai, Som, Sutapoa, Yatanga, Zoundwiogo. Independence. August 5, 1960 from France. Formerly Upper Volta. Constitution. None. Constitution of November 27, 1977 was abolished following coup of November 25, 1980. Legal system. Based on French civil law system and customary law and national holiday. Anniversary of the Revolution. August 4, 1983. Executive branch. Chairman of the Popular Front. Council of Ministers. Legislative branch. Unicameral National Assembly. Assembly Nationale, was dissolved on November 25, 1980. Judicial branch. Appeals court leaders. Chief of State and Head of Government. Chairman of the Popular Front. Captain Blaise Compaoré, since October 15, 1987. Political parties and leaders. All political parties banned following November 1980 coup suffrage. None elections. The National Assembly was dissolved November 25, 1980, and no elections are scheduled. Communists. Small Communist Party front group. Some sympathizers. Other political or pressure groups. Committees for the Defense of the Revolution. Watchdog/political action groups throughout the country in both organizations and communities. Member of ACP, FDB, CCC, CAO, EMA, ECA, EIB, Associate, Entente, FAO, GATT, G77, IBRD, ICAO, IDA, IDB, Islamic Development Bank, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, INULSAT, Interpol, IPU, IRC, ITUM, Niger River Commission, AU, OCM, OIC, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WCL, WFDU, WHO, WIPO, WMO, WDO, Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Paul Desire Kabor. Chancery at 2340 Massachusetts Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008. Telephone 202-332-5577 or 6895. U.S. Ambassador David H. Shin. Embassy at Avenue Raoul Fallarao, Ouagadougou. Mailing address is B. P. 35, Ouagadougou. Telephone 226 30-67-23 through 25 flag. 2 equal horizontal bands of red, top, and green with a yellow 5-pointed star in the center. Uses the popular Pan-African colors of Ethiopia. Economy overview. One of the poorest countries in the world, Burkina has a high population density, few natural resources, and relatively infertile soil. Economic development is hindered by a poor communications network within a landlocked country. Agriculture provides about 40% of GDP and is entirely of a subsistence nature. Industry, dominated by unprofitable government-controlled corporations, accounted for 13% of GDP in 1985. GDP, $1.43 billion, per capita $170. Real growth rate 7.7%. 1988. Inflation rate. Consumer prices 4.3%. 1988. Unemployment rate. In a% budget. Revenues $422 million. Expenditures $516 million. Including capital expenditures of $25 million. 1987. Exports. $249 million. FOB. 1988. Commodities, oilseeds, cotton, live animals, gold. Partners. EC 42%, France 30%, other 12%. Taiwan 17%, Ivory Coast 15%. 1985. Imports. $591 million. FOB. 1988. Commodities, grain, dairy products, petroleum. Machinery. Partners. EC 37%, France 23%, other 14%. Africa 31%, US 15%. 1985. External debt. $969 million. December 1988. Industrial production. Growth rate 7.1%. 1985. Electricity. 121,000 kilowatts capacity. 320 million kilowatt hours produced. 37 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries. Agricultural processing plants, brewery, cement and brick plants. A few other small consumer goods, enterprises agriculture. Cash crops. Peanuts, shea nuts, sesame, cotton. Food crops, sorghum, millet, corn, rice, livestock. Not. Self-sufficient in food grains aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-88, $271 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $2.5 billion. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $94 million currency. Communauté financière africaine franc. Plural, francs. 1 CFA franc. CFAF equals 100 centimes exchange rates. CFA francs. CFAF per 1 US dollar. 284.55. January 1990. 319.01. 1989. 297.85. 1988. 300.54. 1987. 346.30. 1986. 449.26. 1985. Fiscal year, calendar year. Communications railroads. 620 kilometers total. 520 kilometers Ouagadougou to Ivory Coast border and 100 kilometers Ouagadougou to Kaya. All 1.00 meter gauge and single-track highways. 16,500 kilometers total. 1,300 kilometers paved, 7,400 kilometers improved, 7,800 kilometers unimproved. 1985. Civil air. 2 major transport aircraft airports. 50 total, 43 usable. 2 with permanent surface runways. None with runways over 3,659 m. 2 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m. 7 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. All services only fare. Radio relay, wire, and radio communication stations in use. 13,900 telephones, stations, 2 AM, 2 FM, 2 TV. 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth Station. Defense Forces branches. Army, Air Force military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 1,775,143, 904,552 fit for military service. No conscription defense expenditures. 3.1% of GDP. 1987. Country. Burma. Geography. Total area. 678,500 square kilometers. Land area. 657,740 square kilometers. Comparative area. Slightly smaller than Texas land boundaries. 5,876 km total. Bangladesh 193 kilometers. China 2,185 kilometers. India 1,463 kilometers. Laos 235 kilometers. Thailand 1,800 kilometers coastline. 1,930 kilometers maritime claims. Contiguous zone. 24 nanometers. continental shelf. Edge of continental margin or 200 nanometers. Extended economic zone. 200 nanometers. Territorial sea. 12 nanometers climate. Tropical monsoon. Cloudy, rainy, hot, humid summers. Southwest monsoon. June to September. Less cloudy. Scant rainfall. Mild temperatures. Lower humidity during winter. Northeast monsoon. December to April. Terrain. Central. Lowlands ringed by steep, rugged highlands. Natural resources. Crude oil, timber, tin, antimony, zinc, copper, tungsten, lead, coal, some marble, limestone, precious stones, natural gas. Land use. 15% arable land. 1% permanent crops. 1% meadows and pastures. 49% forest and woodland. 34% other. Includes 2% irrigated environment. Subject to destructive earthquakes and cyclones. Flooding and landslides common during rainy season, June to September. Deforestation note. Strategic location near major Indian Ocean shipping lanes. People population, 41,277,389. July 1990. Growth rate 2%. 1990. Birth rate, 33 births per 1,000 population. 1990 death rate, 13 deaths/1,000 population. 1990 net migration rate, 0 migrants/1,000 population. 1990 infant mortality rate, 97 deaths/1,000 live births. 1990 life expectancy at birth, 53 years male, 56 years female. 1990 total fertility rate, 4.2 children born/woman. 1990 nationality, noun Burmese, adjective Burmese. Ethnic divisions, 68% Burman, 9% Shan, 7% Karen, 4% Rakhine, 3% Chinese, 2% Mon, 2% Indian, 5% other religion, 85% Buddhist, 15% animist beliefs, Muslim, Christian, or other. Language, Burmese. Minority ethnic groups have their own languages. Literacy, 78% labor force, 16,036,000, 65.2% agriculture, 14.3% industry, 10.1% trade, 6.3% government, 4.1% other. FY 89 EST. Organized labor. Workers ACYON Association, 1,800,000 members, and Peasants ACYON, 7,600,000 members. Government long form name. Union of Burma. Note: the local official name is Paidongzu Myanmar Nangangandaw, which has been translated as Union of Myanmar or Union of Myanmar type. Military government capital, Rangoon, sometimes translated as Yangon. Administrative divisions, 7 divisions asterisk, Een Maya, singular, Een, and 7 states, Pine Maya, singular, Pine. Chin State, Irrawaddy asterisk. Kachin State, Karen State, Kaya State. Magwi asterisk, Mandalay asterisk, Mon State, Pegu asterisk, Rakhine State. Rangoon asterisk, Sagaing asterisk, Shan State. Tenasserim asterisk, Independence. January 4th, 1948, from UK. Constitution, January 3rd, 1974, suspended since September 18th, 1988. Legal system. Martial law in effect throughout most of the country. Has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction. National holiday. Independence Day, January 4th, 1948. Executive branch. Chairman of the State Law and Order Restoration Council, State Law and Order Restoration Council Legislative Branch. Unicameral People's Assembly, Pyatha Hlutta, was dissolved after the coup of September 18th, 1988. Judicial branch. Council of People's Justices was abolished after the coup of September 18th, 1988. Leaders. Chief of State and Head of Government. Chairman of the State Law and Order Restoration Council and Prime Minister General Salman. Since September 18th, 1988, political parties and leaders. National League for Democracy, U Tin U and Aung San Suu Kyi. League for Democracy and Peace, UNU. National Unity Party, pro-military. Over 100 other parties. Suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. People's Assembly, last held 6 to 20 October 1985, but dissolved after the coup of September 18, 1988. Next scheduled, May 27, 1990. Results: percent of vote by party NA, seats, NA total, number of seats by party NA communists. Several hundred, EST, primarily as an insurgent group on the northeast frontier, other political or pressure groups. Kachin, Independence Army, Karen National Union, several Shan factions, all insurgent groups. Burmese Communist Party BCP, member of ADB Colombo Plan, SCAP, FAO G77, GATT, IBRD, ICAO, IDA, IFC, ICHO, IMF, IMO, Interpol, IRC, IDU, UNESCO, UPU, WMO diplomatic representation. Ambassador UMYO, UNG, Chancery at 2300 S Street in W, Washington, D.C. 20008. Telephone 202-332-9044 through 9046. There's a Burmese Consulate General in New York, U.S. Ambassador Burton Levin. Embassy at 581. Merchant Street, Rangoon. Mailing address is G.P.O. Box 521, Rangoon or Box B, APO San Francisco 96346. Telephone 82055 or 82181 flag. Red with a blue rectangle in the upper hoist side corner bearing. All in white. 14 five-pointed stars encircling a cogwheel containing a stalk of rice. The 14 stars represent the 14 administrative divisions. Economy overview. Burma is one of the poorest countries in Asia, with a per capita GDP of about $280. The government reports negligible growth for FY88. The nation has been unable to achieve any significant improvement in export earnings because of falling prices for many of its major commodity exports. For rice, traditionally the most important export, the drop in world prices has been accompanied by shrinking markets and a smaller volume of sales. In 1985, teak replaced rice as the largest export and continues to hold this position. The economy is heavily dependent on the agricultural sector, which generates about 40% of GDP and provides employment for more than 65% of the workforce. GDP, $11.0 billion, per capita $280, real growth rate 0.2%, FY88 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 22.6%, FY89 EST. Unemployment rate, 10.4% in urban areas, FY87. Budget, revenues $4.9 billion, expenditures $5.0 billion, including capital expenditures of $0.7 billion, FY89 EST. Exports, $311 million, FOB, FY88 EST. Commodities, teak, rice, oilseed, metals, rubber, gems. Partners, Southeast Asia, India, China, EC, Africa. Imports, $536 million, CF, FY88 EST. Commodities, machinery, transport equipment, chemicals, food products. Partners, Japan, EC, SEMA, China, Southeast Asia. External debt, $5.6 billion, December 1989 EST. Industrial production, growth rate, 1.5%, FY88. Electricity, 950,000 kilowatts capacity, 2,900 million kilowatt-hours produced, 70 kilowatt-hours per capita, 1989. Industries, agricultural processing, textiles and footwear, wood and wood products, petroleum refining, mining of copper, tin, tungsten, iron, construction materials, pharmaceuticals, fertilizer. Agriculture accounts for about 40% of GDP, including fish and forestry. Self-sufficient in food. Principal crops, paddy rice, corn, oilseed, sugarcane, pulses. World's largest stand of hardwood trees. Rice and teak account for 55% of export revenues. 1985 fish catch of 644 million metric tons. Illicit drugs. World's largest illicit producer of opium poppy and minor producer of cannabis for the international drug trade. Opium production is on the increase as growers respond to the collapse of Rangoon's anti-narcotic program's aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-88, $158 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments. 1970 to 87, $3.8 billion. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $424 million currency. Chat, plural, chats, 1 chat K, equals 100 PIAs exchange rates. Chats K, per 1 U.S. dollar, 6.5188, January 1990, 6.7049, 1989, 6.3945, 1988, 6.6535, 1987, 7.3304, 1986, 8.4749, 1985, fiscal year, April 1st, 31 March, communications railroads, 3,991 kilometers total, all government-owned, 3,878 kilometers 1.000 meter gauge, 113 kilometers narrow gauge industrial lines, 362 kilometers double-track highways, 27,000 kilometers total, 3,200 kilometers bituminous, 17,700 kilometers. Improved earth or gravel, 6,100 kilometers unimproved earth inland waterways, 12,800 kilometers, 3,200 kilometers navigable by large commercial vessels pipelines. Crude, 1,343 kilometers. Natural gas, 330 kilometers ports. Rangoon, Moulmein, Bassin Merchant Marine, 45 ships. 1,000 RT or over, totaling 595,814 JRT/955, 924 DWT, includes 3 passenger cargo, 15 cargo, 2 roll-on/roll-off, 1 vehicle carrier, 1 container, 2 petroleum, oils and lubricants, POL, tanker, 5 chemical, 16 bulk civil air, 17 major transport aircraft, including 3 helicopters, airports, 88 total, 81 usable, 29 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 3,659 m, 3 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 37 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications meets minimum requirements for local and inter-city service. International service is good. Radio broadcast coverage is limited to the most populous areas. 53,000 telephones, 1986. Stations, 2 AM, 1 FM, 1 TV, 1985. 1 Indian Ocean Intelsat Earth Station, Defense Forces branches, Army, Navy, Air Force. Military manpower, eligible 15 to 49, 20,294,848. Of the 10,135,886 males, 15 to 49, 5,438,196 are fit for military service. Of the 10,158,962 females, 15 to 49, 5,437,518 are fit for military service. 434,200 males and 423,435 females reach military age, 18. Annually, both sexes are liable for military service defense expenditures. $315.0 million, 21% of central government budget, FY 88. Country, Burundi, geography, total area, 27,830 square kilometers. Land area, 25,650 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly larger than Maryland land boundaries, 974 kilometers total. Rwanda 290 kilometers, Tanzania 451 kilometers, Zaire 233 kilometers coastline. None. Landlocked maritime claims. None. Landlocked climate. Temperate, warm. Occasional frost in uplands terrain, mostly rolling to hilly highland. Some plains natural resources. Nickel, uranium, rare earth oxide, peat, cobalt, copper, platinum. Not yet exploited. Vanadium land use. 43% arable land, 8% permanent crops, 35% meadows and pastures, 2% forest and woodland, 12% other, includes NEGL% irrigated environment. Soil exhaustion, soil erosion, deforestation note. Landlocked, straddles crest of the Nile-Congo watershed. People population, 5,645,997, July 1990. Growth rate 3.2%, 1990. Birth rate, 47 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 15 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 0 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 111 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 50 years male, 54 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 7.0 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, Burundians. Adjective, Burundi ethnic divisions. Africans, 85% Hutu, Bantu, 14% Tutsi, Hamitic, 1% Twa, Pygmy. Other Africans include about 70,000 refugees, mostly Rwandans and Zairians. Non-Africans include about 3,000 Europeans and 2,000 South Asians. Religion, about 67% Christian, 62% Roman. Catholic, 5% Protestant, 32% indigenous beliefs, 1% Muslim language. Kirundi and French, official. Swahili, along Lake Tanganyika and in the Bujumbura area. Literacy, 33.8% labor force, 1,900,000, 1983 EST. 93% agriculture, 4% government. 1.5% industry and commerce, 1.5% services, 52% of population of working age, 1985, organized labor. Soul Group is the Union of Burundi Workers, UTB. By charter, membership is extended to all Burundi workers informally. Figures denoting active. Membership unobtainable, government long-form name. Republic of Burundi type. Republic capital. Bujumbura administrative divisions. 15 provinces, Bubanza, Bujumbura, Bururi, Kinkuzo, Cibitoke, Gitega, Karuzi, Kayanza, Kirundo, Makamba, Muramvya, Muyinga, Ngozi, Rutana, Ruyigi Independence. July 1, 1962. From UN trusteeship under Belgian administration. Constitution. November 20, 1981. Suspended following the coup of September 3, 1987 legal system. Based on German and Belgian civil codes and customary law, has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction national holiday. Independence Day, July 1, 1962 Executive Branch. President, Military Committee for National Salvation, Prime Minister, Council of Ministers Legislative Branch. Unicameral National Assembly, Assembly Nationale, was dissolved following the coup of September 3, 1987 Judicial Branch. Supreme Court, Cour Supreme, Leaders, Chief of State, President Pierre Buyoya, since September 9, 1987. Head of Government, Prime Minister. Adrian Sabamana, since October 26, 1988, political parties and leaders. Only party. National Party of Unity and Progress, UPRONA, a Tutsi-led party, Libera Bernirets, coordinator of the National Permanent Secretariat Suffrage. Universal Adult, at age and A elections. National Assembly, dissolved after the coup of September 3, 1987. No elections are planned. Communists. No Communist Party member of ACP, FDB, CCC, EMA, ECA, FAO, G77, GATT, IBRD, ICAO, ICO, IDA, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, Interpol, ITU, NM, OU, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WHO, WIPO, WMO, WDO, Diplomatic Representation, Ambassador Julian Cavacure. Chancery at Suite 212, 2233, Wisconsin Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20007. Telephone 202-342-2574. U.S. Ambassador Cynthia Shepard Perry. Embassy at Avenue du Zaire, Bujumbura, Mailing address is B.P. 1720, Bujumbura. Telephone 234 to 54 through 56 flag, divided by a white diagonal cross into red panels, top and bottom, and green panels, hoist side and outer side, with a white disc. Superimposed at the center, bearing 3 red 6-pointed stars outlined in green arranged in a triangular design. 1 star above, 2 stars below. Economy overview. A landlocked, resource-poor country in an early stage of economic development. Burundi is predominantly agricultural, with only a few basic industries. Its economic health is dependent on the coffee crop, which accounts for an average 90% of foreign exchange earnings each year. The ability to pay for imports, therefore, continues to rest largely on the vagaries of the climate and the international coffee market. GDP, $1.3 billion per capita, $255. Real growth rate, 2.8%, 1988. Inflation rate, consumer prices, 4.4%, 1988 EST. Unemployment rate, in a percent budget. Revenues, $213 million. Expenditures, $292 million, including capital expenditures of $131 million, 1988 EST. Exports, $128 million, FOB, 1988. Commodities, coffee 88%, tea, hides and skins, partners, EC 83%, US 5%, Asia 2% imports, $204 million, CF, 1988. Commodities, capital goods 31%, petroleum products 15%, foodstuffs, consumer goods, partners, EC 57%, Asia 23%, US 3%, external debt, $795 million, December 1989 EST. Industrial production, real growth rate 5.1%, 1986. Electricity, 51,000 kilowatts capacity, 105 million kilowatt hours produced, 19 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989. Industries, light consumer goods such as blankets, shoes, soap, assembly of imports, public works construction, food processing, agriculture, accounts for 60% of GDP, 90% of population dependent on subsistence farming, marginally self-sufficient in food production, cash crops, coffee, cotton, tea, food crops, corn, sorghum, sweet potatoes, bananas, manioc, livestock, meat, milk, hides, and skins. Aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-88, $68 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970-87, $10 billion. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979-89, $32 million. Communist countries, 1970-88, $175 million currency. Burundi franc, plural, francs, 1 Burundi franc, FBU, equals 100 centimes. Exchange rates. Burundi francs, FBU, per 1 US dollar, 176.20, January 1990, 158.67, 1989, 140.40, 1988, 123.56, 1987, 114.17, 1986, 120.69, 1985. Fiscal year, calendar year, communications highways, 5,900 kilometers total, 400 kilometers paved, 2,500 kilometers gravel or laterite, 3,000 kilometers improved or unimproved earth inland waterways. Lake Tanganyika ports, Bujumbura, Lake Port, connect to transportation systems of Tanzania and Zaire Civil Air. 1 major transport aircraft airports, 8 total, 7 usable. 1 with permanent surface runways. None with runways over 3,659 m. 1 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m. None with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications, sparse. System of wire, radio communications, and low-capacity radio relay links. 8,000 telephones, stations, 2 AM, 2 FM, 1 TV. 1 Indian Ocean Intelsat Earth Station, Defense Forces branches, Army, includes naval and air units, paramilitary gendarmerie, military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 1,230,559. 642,927 fit for military service. 61,418 reach military age, 16. Annually defense expenditures, 3.1% of GDP, 1987. Country, Cambodia. Geography, total area, 181,040 square kilometers. Land area, 176,520 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly smaller than Oklahoma land boundaries, 2,572 kilometers total. Laos 541 kilometers, Thailand 803 kilometers. Vietnam 1,228 kilometers coastline, 443 kilometers maritime claims. Contiguous zone, 24 nanometers. Continental shelf, 200 nanometers. Extended economic zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers. Disputes. Offshore islands and 3 sections of the boundary with Vietnam are in dispute. Maritime boundary with Vietnam not defined. Occupied by Vietnam on December 25, 1978. Climate, tropical. Rainy, monsoon season, May to October. Dry season, December to March. Little seasonal temperature variation. Terrain, mostly low, flat plains. Mountains in southwest and north. Natural resources, timber, gemstones, some iron ore, manganese, phosphates. Hydropower potential. Land use, 16% arable land, 1% permanent crops, 3% meadows and pastures, 76% forest and woodland, 4% other. Includes 1% irrigated environment, a land of paddies and forests dominated by Mekong River and tunnel sap node. Buffer, between Thailand and Vietnam. People population, 6,991,107, July 1990. Growth rate 2.2%, 1990. Birth rate, 39 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 16 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 0 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 128 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 47 years male, 50 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 4.5 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality, noun, Cambodians. Adjective, Cambodian. Ethnic divisions, 90% Khmer, Cambodian, 5% Chinese, 5% other minorities. Religion, 95% Theravada Buddhism, 5% other language. Khmer official, French literacy, 48% labor force, 2.5 to 3.0 million, 80% agriculture, 1988 EST. Organized labor, Kampuchea Federation of Trade Unions, FSC. Under government control, government long form name. None type. Disputed between the coalition government of Democratic Kampuchea, CJDK, led by Prince Norodom Sihanouk, and the People's Republic of Kampuchea, PRK, led by Hung Samrin capital, Phnom Penh administrative divisions, 18 provinces, Kaith, singular and plural, and 1 autonomous municipality asterisk, Radathini I, singular and plural, Batdambang, Kampong Cham, Kampong Chnang, Kampong, Spo, Kampong Thumb, Kampot, Kandao, Ko Kong, Kracha, Mondulkiri, Num Pen asterisk, Puthisat Priya Vihir, Pre Vang Rotanakiri, Simri Botder Minchi, Stoing Trang, Sve Riang, Takef. Note: there may be a new province of Bani Minchi, and Simri Botder Minchi may have been divided into 2 provinces named Simrib and Otder Minchi Independence. November 9, 1953, from France. Constitution, June 27, 1981. National holidays, CJDK, Independence Day, April 17, 1975, PRK, Liberation Day, January 7, 1979, Executive Branch, CJDK, President, Prime Minister, PRK, Chairman of the Council of State, Chairman of the Council of Ministers, Legislative Branch, CJDK, None, PRK, Unicameral National Assembly Judicial Branch, CJDK. None, PRK. Supreme People's Court Leaders, Chief of State. CJDK. President Prince Norodom Sihanouk, since July 1982. PRK. Chairman of the Council of State Hung Samrin, since June 27, 1981. At a government. CJDK. Prime Minister Sun San, since July 1982. PRK. Chairman of the Council of Ministers Hun Sen, since January 14, 1985. Political parties and leaders. CJDK. 3 resistance groups, including Democratic Kampuchea, DK, also known as the Khmer Rouge, under Q Samfan Khmer People's National Liberation Front, KPNLF, under Sun San and National United Front for an Independent, Neutral, Peaceful, and Cooperative Cambodia, FUNSINPEC, under Prince Norodom Sihanouk, PRK, Kampuchean. People's Revolutionary Party, KPRP, led by Hung Samrin suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. CJDK. None, PRK. National Assembly. Last held May 1, 1981. In February 1986, the Assembly voted to extend its term for 5 years, next to be held by March 1990. Results. KPRP is the only party. Seats. 123 total. KPRP 123 member of ADB, Colombo Plan, ESCAP, FAO, G77, GATT de facto, IBRD, ICAO, IDA, ILO, IMF, IMO, Interpol, IRC, ITU, Mekong Committee, inactive, NAM, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WFDU, WHO, WMO, WDO for CJDK, none for PRK, diplomatic representation, none flag. CJDK, red with the yellow silhouette of a stylized three-towered temple representing Angkor Wat in the center. Non-communists, 3 horizontal bands of blue, red, double width, and blue with a white stylized temple representing Angkor Wat centered on the red band. PRK, red with the yellow silhouette of a stylized 5-towered temple representing Angkor Wat in the center. Economy overview. Cambodia is a desperately poor country whose economic development has been stymied by deadly political infighting. The economy is based on agriculture and related industries. Over the past decade, Cambodia has been slowly recovering from its near destruction by war and political upheaval. It still remains, however, one of the world's poorest countries, with an estimated per capita GDP of about $130. The food situation is precarious. During the 1980s, famine has been averted only through international relief. In 1986, the production level of rice, the staple food crop, was able to meet only 80% of domestic needs. The biggest success of the nation's recovery program has been in new rubber plantings and in fishing. Industry, other than rice processing, is almost non-existent. Foreign trade is primarily with the USSR and Vietnam. Statistical data on the economy continues to be sparse and unreliable. GDP, $890 million, per capita $130, real growth rate 0%, 1989 EST. Unemployment rate, NA % budget. Revenues $NA. Expenditures $NA, including capital expenditures of $NA inflation rate. Consumer prices NA % exports. $32 million, FOB, 1988. Commodities, natural rubber, rice, pepperwood. Partners, Vietnam, USSR, Eastern Europe, Japan, India. Imports, $147 million, CF, 1988. Commodities, international food aid, fuels, consumer goods. Partners, Vietnam, USSR, Eastern Europe, Japan, India. External debt, $600 million, 1989. Industrial production, growth. Rate NA % electricity, 126,000 kilowatts capacity, 150 million kilowatt hours produced, 21 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989. Industries, rice milling, fishing, wood and wood products, rubber, cement, gem mining. Agriculture, mainly subsistence farming except for rubber plantations. Main crops, rice, rubber, corn. Food shortages, rice, meat, vegetables, dairy products, sugar, flour aid. U.S. commitments, including ex-Im, FI 70-88, $719 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, 1970 to 85, $270 million. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $950 million. Currency, riel, plural, riels, 1 riel SAR equals 100 Sun exchange rates. Riels SAR per 1 U.S. dollar, 218, November 1989, 100.00, 1987, 30.00, 1986, 7.00, 1985. Fiscal year, calendar year, communications railroads. 612 kilometers, 1.000 meter gauge. Government-owned highways, 13,351 kilometers total. 2,622 kilometers bituminous. 7,105 kilometers crushed stone, gravel, or improved earth. 3,624 kilometers unimproved earth. Some roads in disrepair inland waterways. 3,700 kilometers navigable all year to craft drawing 0.6 meters. 282 kilometers navigable to craft drawing 1.8 meters. Ports, Kampong Sam, Phnom Penh airports, 22 total, 9 usable, 6 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 3,659 m, 2 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 4 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Service barely adequate for government requirements and virtually non-existent for general public. International service limited to Vietnam and other adjacent countries. Stations, 1 AM, no FM, 1 TV. Defense Forces branches, PRK, People's Republic of Kampuchea Armed Forces, Communist Resistance Forces, National Army of Democratic Kampuchea, Khmer Rouge, Non-Communist Resistance Forces, Sinukist National Army, ANS, and Khmer People's National Liberation Front, KPNLF, military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 1,857,129. 1,025,456 fit for military service. 61,649 reach military age, 18. Annually defense expenditures. NA, country, Cameroon, geography, total area, 475,440 square kilometers. Land area, 469,440 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly larger than California land boundaries, 4,591 kilometers total. Central African Republic, 797 kilometers. Chad, 1,094 kilometers. Congo, 523 kilometers. Equatorial Guinea, 189 kilometers. Gabon, 298 kilometers. Nigeria, 1,690 kilometers coastline. 402 kilometers maritime claims. Continental shelf. Not specific. Territorial sea. 50 nanometers disputes. Exact locations of the Chad-Niger-Nigeria and Cameroon-Chad-Nigeria tripoints in Lake Chad have not been determined, so the boundary has not been demarcated and border incidents have resulted. Nigerian proposals to reopen maritime boundary negotiations and redemarcate the entire land boundary have been rejected by Cameroon. Climate varies with terrain from tropical along coast to semi-arid and hot in north terrain, diverse with coastal plain in southwest, dissected plateau in center, mountains in west, plains in north. Natural resources, crude oil, bauxite, iron, ore, timber. Hydropower potential land use, 13% arable land, 2% permanent crops, 18% meadows and pastures, 54% forest and woodland, 13% other, includes NEGL% irrigated environment. Recent volcanic activity with release of poisonous gases, deforestation, overgrazing, desertification. Note, sometimes referred to as the hinge of Africa. People population, 11,092,470, July 1990. Growth rate, 2.7%, 1990. Birth rate, 42 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 15 deaths/1,000 population, 1990 net migration rate. 0 migrants / 1,000 population. 1990 infant mortality rate. 120. Deaths / 1,000 live births. 1990. Life expectancy at birth. 49 years male, 53 years female. 1990. Total fertility rate. 5.7 children born / woman. 1990. Nationality. Noun, Cameroonians. Adjective, Cameroonian ethnic divisions. Over 200 tribes of widely differing background. 31% Cameroon Highlanders. 19% Equatorial Bantu. 11% Kurdi. 10% Fulani. 8% Northwestern Bantu. 7% Eastern Nigritic. 13% Other African. Less than 1% non-African religion. 51% indigenous beliefs. 33% Christian. 16% Muslim. Language. English and French official. 24 major African language groups literacy. 56.2% labor force. NA. 74.4% agriculture. 11.4% industry and transport. 14.2% other services. 1983. 50% of population of working age. 15 to 64 years. 1985. Organized labor. Under 45% of wage labor force. Government long-form name. Republic of Cameroon type. Unitary Republic. One-party presidential regime capital. Yaoundé administrative divisions. 10 provinces. Adamawa, Center, Est, Extreme Nord, Littoral, Nord, Nordwest, West, Sud, Sudwest independence. January 1st, 1960, from UN trusteeship under French administration. Formerly French Cameroon. Constitution, May 20th, 1972 legal system. Based on French civil law system, with common law influence, has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction national holiday. National Day, May 20th, 1972. Executive branch, President, Cabinet Legislative branch. Unicameral National Assembly, Assembly Nationale, Judicial branch. Supreme Court leaders, Chief of State and Head of Government President Paul Biya. Since November 6, 1982, political parties and leaders. Only party, Cameroon People's Democratic Movement, RDPC, Paul Biya, President's suffrage. Universal at age 21 elections, President. Last held April 24, 1988, next to be held April 1993. Results. President Paul Biya re-elected without opposition. National Assembly. Last held April 24, 1988, next to be held April 1993. Results. RDPC is the only party. Seats, 180 total. RDPC won 80 communists. No. Communist Party or significant number of sympathizers other political or pressure groups. Cameroon People's Union, UPC, remains an illegal group with its factional leaders in exile member of ACP, FDB, CCC, EMA, ECA, EIB, Associate, FAO, G77, GATT, IBRD, ICAC, ICAO, ICO, IDA, IDB, Islamic Development Bank, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, IPU, ISO, ITU, Lake Chad Basin Commission, NAM, Niger River Commission, OU, OIC, UDIAC, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WIPO, WMO, WDO. Diplomatic representation. Ambassador Paul Pondy. Chancery at 2349 Massachusetts Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C. 20008. Telephone 202-265-8790 through 8794. U.S. Ambassador Francis Cook. Embassy at Rue Nachtigal, Yaoundé. Mailing address is B.P. 817, Yaoundé. Telephone 237-234,014. There is a U.S. Consulate General in Douala flag. 3 equal vertical bands of green. Hoist side. Red and yellow with a yellow 5-pointed star centered in the red band. Uses the popular Pan-African colors of Ethiopia. Economy overview. Over the past decade, the economy has registered a remarkable performance because of the development of an offshore oil industry. Real GDP growth annually averaged 10% from 1978 to 1985. In 1986, Cameroon had one of the highest levels of income per capita in tropical Africa, with oil revenues picking up the slack as growth in other sectors softened. Because of the sharp drop in oil prices, however, the economy is now experiencing serious budgetary difficulties and balance of payments disequilibrium. Oil reserves currently being exploited will be depleted in the early 1990s, so ways must be found to boost agricultural and industrial exports in the medium term. The Sixth Cameroon Development Plan, 1986 to 91, stresses balanced development and designates agriculture as the basis of the country's economic future. GDP, $12.9 billion, per capita, $955. Real growth rate, 8.6%, 1988. Inflation rate, consumer prices, 8.6%, FY88. Unemployment rate, 7%, 1985. Budget, revenues $2.17 billion, expenditures $2.17 billion, including capital expenditures of $833 million, FY88. Exports, $2.0 billion, FOB, 1988. Commodities, petroleum products, 56%, coffee, cocoa, timber manufacturers. Partners, EC, particularly the Netherlands, about 50%, US 3% imports. $2.3 billion, CF, 1988. Commodities, machines and electrical equipment, transport equipment. Chemical products, consumer goods. Partners, France 42%, Japan 7%, US 4% external debt. $4.9 billion, December 1989 EST. Industrial production, growth rate, 6.4%, FY87. Electricity, 752,000 kilowatts capacity, 2,940 million kilowatt-hours produced, 270 kilowatt-hours per capita, 1989. Industries, crude oil products, small aluminum plant, food processing, light consumer goods industries, sawmills, agriculture. The agriculture and forestry sectors provide employment for the majority of the population, contributing nearly 25% to GDP and providing a high degree of self-sufficiency in staple foods. Commercial and food crops include coffee, cocoa, timber, cotton, rubber, bananas, oilseed, grains, livestock, root starches. Aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-88, for $100 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $3.9 billion. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979 to 89, $29 million. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $120 million currency. Communauté financière africaine franc, plural, francs, 1 CFA franc, CFAF, equals 100 centimes exchange rates. Communauté financière africaine francs, CFAF, per 1 US dollar, 287.99. January 1990, 319.01, 1989, 297.85, 1988, 300.54, 1987, 346.30, 1986, 449.26, 1985, fiscal year, July 1st, 30 June, communications railroads, 1,003 kilometers total, 858 kilometers 1.000 meter gauge, 145 kilometers 0.600 meter gauge highways, about 65,000 kilometers total, includes 2,682 kilometers bituminous, 30,000 kilometers unimproved earth, 32,318 kilometers gravel, earth, and improved earth inland waterways, 2,090 kilometers of decreasing importance ports, Douala Merchant Marine, 2 cargo ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 24,122 GRT/33, 509 DWT. Civil air, 5 major transport aircraft airports, 61 total, 54 usable, 10 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 3,659 m, 5 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m. 22 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Good system of open wire, cable, troposcatter, and radio relay. 26,000 telephones. Stations. 10 AM, 1 FM, 1 TV. 2 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth stations. Defense Forces branches. Army, Navy, Air Force. Paramilitary gendarmerie military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 2,553,867. 1,286,831. Fit for military service. 121,773 reach military age, 18. Annually defense expenditures. 1.7% of GDP, or $219 million. 1990 EST. Country, Canada. Geography, total area. 9,976,140 square kilometers. Land area. 9,220,970 square kilometers. Comparative area. Slightly larger than U.S. land boundaries. 8,893 kilometers with U.S. Includes 2,477 kilometers with Alaska coastline. 243,791 kilometers maritime claims. Continental shelf. 200 meters or to depth of exploitation. Exclusive fishing zone. 200 nanometers. Territorial sea. 12 nanometers disputes. Maritime boundary disputes with France, St. Pierre and Miquelon, and U.S. climate. Varies from temperate in south to subarctic and arctic in north terrain. Mostly plains with mountains in west and lowlands in southeast. Natural resources. Nickel, zinc, copper, gold, lead, molybdenum, potash, silver, fish, timber, wildlife, coal, crude oil, natural gas. Land use. 5% arable land. NEGL% permanent crops, 3% meadows and pastures, 35% forest and woodland, 57% other. Includes NEGL% irrigated environment. 80% of population concentrated within 160 kilometers of U.S. border. Continuous permafrost in north a serious obstacle to development. Note. Second largest country in world after USSR. Strategic location between USSR and U.S. via North Polar Route. People population. 26,538,229, July 1990. Growth rate 1.1%, 1990. Birth rate. 14 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate. 7 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate. 5 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate. 7 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth. 74 years male, 81 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate. 1.7. Children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, Canadians. Adjective, Canadian ethnic divisions. 40% British Isles origin, 27% French origin, 20% other European, 1.5% indigenous Indian and Eskimo religion. 46% Roman Catholic, 16% United Church, 10% Anglican language. English and French. Both official. Literacy. 99% labor force. 13,380,000. Services 75%. Manufacturing 14%. Agriculture 4%. Construction 3%. Other 4%. 1988. Organized labor. 30.6% of labor force. 39.6% of non-agricultural paid. Workers' government long form name. None type. Confederation with parliamentary democracy capital. Ottawa administrative divisions. 10 provinces and 2 territories asterisk. Alberta, British Columbia, Manitoba, New Brunswick, Newfoundland, Northwest Territories asterisk. Nova Scotia, Ontario, Prince Edward Island, Quebec, Saskatchewan, Yukon Territory asterisk independence. July 1st, 1867, from UK. Constitution, amended British North America Act 1867 patriated to Canada, April 17th, 1982. Charter of Rights, and unwritten. Customs legal system, based on English common law, except in Quebec, where civil law system based on French law prevails, accepts compulsory ICJ jurisdiction, with reservations national holiday. Canada Day, July 1st, 1867, Executive Branch. British monarch, Governor-General, Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, Cabinet Legislative Branch. Bicameral Parliament consists of an upper house or Senate and a lower house or House of Commons judicial branch. Supreme Court leaders. Chief of State, Queen Elizabeth II, since February 6, 1952, represented by Governor-General Raymond John Natchin, since January 29, 1990. Head of Government, Prime Minister, Martin Brian Mulroney, since September 4, 1984. Deputy Prime Minister, Donald Frank NWSKI, since N.A., June 1986. Political parties and leaders. Progressive Conservative, Brian Mulroney. Liberal, John Turner. New Democratic, Audrey McLaughlin. Suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. House of Commons. Last held November 21, 1988. Next to be held by November 1993. Results: Progressive Conservative 43%, Liberal 32%, New Democratic Party 20%, Other 5%. Seats: 295 total, Progressive Conservative 170, Liberal 82, New Democratic Party 43. Communists 3,000 member of ADB, CCC, Colombo Plan, Commonwealth, DAC, FAO, GATT, IA, IBRD, ICAO, ISIS, ICO, IDA, IDB, Inter-American Development Bank, IAI, FAD, IFC, IHO, ILO, ILZSG, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, IPU, ISO, ITC, ITU, IWC, International Whaling Commission, IWC International, Wheat Council, NATO, OAS, OECD, PEHO, UN, UNCTAD, UNESCO, UPU, WHO, WIPO, WMO, WSG Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Dara Burney. Chancery at 1746, Massachusetts Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20036. Telephone 202-785-1400. There are Canadian consulates general in Atlanta, Boston, Buffalo, Chicago, Cleveland, Dallas, Detroit, Los Angeles, Minneapolis, New York, Philadelphia, San Francisco, and Seattle. U.S. Ambassador Edward N.E.Y. Embassy at 100 Wellington Street, K1P5T1, Ottawa, mailing. Address is P.O. Box 5000, Ogdensburg, New York, 13669. Telephone 613-238-5335. There are U.S. consulates general in Calgary, Halifax, Montreal, Quebec, Toronto, and Vancouver. Flag. 3 vertical bands of red hoist side. White double width, square, and red with a red maple leaf centered in the white band. Economy overview. As an affluent, high-tech industrial society, Canada today closely resembles the U.S. in per capita output, market-oriented economic system, and pattern of production. Since World War II, the impressive growth of the manufacturing, mining, and service sectors has transformed the nation from a largely rural economy into one primarily industrial and urban. In the 1980s, Canada registered one of the highest rates of growth among the OECD nations, averaging about 4%. With its great natural resources, skilled labor force, and modern capital plant, Canada has excellent economic prospects. In mid-1990, however, the long-simmering problems between English and French-speaking areas became so acute that observers spoke openly of a possible split in the Confederation. Foreign investors were becoming edgy. GDP, $513.6 billion. Per capita, $19,600. Real growth rate, 2.9%. 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices, 5%. 1989. Unemployment rate, 7.5%. 1989. Budget. Revenues, $79.2 billion. Expenditures, $102.0 billion, including capital expenditures of $1.8 billion, FY 88 EST. Exports, $127.2 billion, FOB, 1989. Commodities, newsprint, wood pulp, timber, grain, crude petroleum, natural gas, ferrous and non-ferrous ores, motor vehicles. Partners: U.S., Japan, UK, FRG, other EC, USSR imports. $116.5 billion. CF, 1989. Commodities, processed foods, beverages, crude petroleum, chemicals, industrial machinery, motor vehicles, durable consumer goods, electronic computers. Partners: U.S., Japan, UK, FRG, other EC, Taiwan, South Korea, Mexico. External debt, $247 billion. 1987. Industrial production. Growth rate, 2.3%. 1989. Electricity. 103,746,000 kilowatts capacity. 472,580 million kilowatt-hours produced. 17,960 kilowatt-hours per capita. 1989. Industries. Processed and unprocessed minerals, food products, wood and paper products, transportation equipment, chemicals, fish products, petroleum and natural gas. Agriculture accounts for 3% of GDP. One of the world's major producers and exporters of grain, wheat, and barley. Key source of U.S. agricultural imports: large forest. Resources cover 35% of total land area. Commercial fisheries provide annual catch of 1.5 million metric tons, of which 75% is exported. Illicit drugs. Illicit producer of cannabis for the domestic drug market. Aid. Donor. ODA and OOF commitments, 1970 to 87. $2.2 billion currency. Canadian dollar, plural, dollars. 1 Canadian dollar, can dollar, equals 100 cents. Exchange rates. Canadian dollars, can dollar, per 1 U.S. dollar. 1.1714, January 1990. 1.1840, 1989. 1.2307, 1988. 1.3260, 1987. 1.3895, 1986. 1.3655, 1985. Fiscal year: April 1st, 31 March. Communications railroads. 80,095 kilometers total. 79,917 kilometers. 1.435 meter standard gauge. Includes 129 kilometers electrified. 178 kilometers. 0.915 meter narrow gauge, mostly unused. Two major transcontinental freight railway systems: Canadian National Government-owned and Canadian Pacific Railway. Passenger service via government-operated. Highways: 884,272 kilometers total. 712,936 kilometers surfaced. 250,023 kilometers paved. 171,336 kilometers earth inland waterways. 3,000 kilometers, including St. Lawrence. Seaway pipelines. Oil, 23,564 kilometers total crude and refined. Natural gas, 74,980 kilometers. Ports: Halifax, Montreal, Quebec, St. John, New Brunswick, St. John's, Newfoundland, Toronto, Vancouver. Merchant Marine, 78 ships, 1,000 RT or over, totaling 555,749 JRT/774, 914 DWT. Includes 1 passenger, 5 short sea passenger, 2 passenger cargo, 12 cargo, 2 railcar carrier, 1 refrigerated cargo, 8 roll-on/roll-off, 1 container. 29 petroleum, oils, and lubricants, PUL, tanker, 6 chemical tanker, 1 specialized tanker, 10 bulk. Note: does not include ships used exclusively in the Great Lakes. Ships civil air. 636 major transport aircraft. Air Canada is the major carrier. Airports, 1,359 total, 1,117 usable. 442 with permanent surface runways. For with runways over 3,659 m. 30 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m. 322 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Excellent service provided by modern media. 18.0 million telephones. Stations: 9 o'clock a.m., 29 FM, 53, 1,400 repeaters, TV, 5 coaxial submarine cables. Over 300 satellite Earth stations operating in Intelsat, including 4 Atlantic Ocean and 1 Pacific Ocean and domestic systems, Defense Forces branches. Mobile Command, Maritime Command, Air Command, Communications Command, Canadian Forces Europe, Training Command's military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 7,174,119. 6,251,492 fit for military service. 187,894 reach military age 17. Annually defense expenditures. 2% of GDP, or $10 billion. 1989 EST. Country, Cape Verde. Geography, total area. 4,030 square kilometers. Land area. 4,030 square kilometers comparative area. Slightly larger than Rhode Island land boundaries. None. Coastline, 965 kilometers maritime claims. Measured from claimed archipelagic baselines. Extended economic zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers climate. Temperate, warm, dry, summer precipitation, very erratic terrain. Steep, rugged, rocky, volcanic natural resources, salt, basalt rock, pozzolana, limestone, kaolin, fish land use. 9% arable land. NEGL% permanent crops. 6% meadows and pastures. NEGL% forest and woodland. 85% other. Includes 1% irrigated environment, subject to prolonged droughts. Harmattan wind can obscure visibility. Volcanically and seismically active. Deforestation. Overgrazing note. Strategic location 500 kilometers from African coast near major North-South Sea routes. Important communication station. Important sea and air refueling site. People population 374,984, July 1990. Growth rate 3%. 1990. Birth rate 49 births per 1,000 population. 1990. Death rate 11 deaths/1,000 population. 1990. Net migration rate 8 migrants/1,000 population. 1990. Infant mortality rate 65 deaths/1,000 live births. 1990. Life expectancy at birth 59 years male, 63 years female. 1990. Total fertility rate 6.7 children born/woman. 1990. Nationality. Noun, Cape Verdeans. Adjective, Cape Verdean ethnic divisions. About 71% Creole, mulatto, 28% African, 1% European religion. Roman Catholicism fused with indigenous beliefs language. Portuguese and Crioulo, a blend of Portuguese and West African words literacy. 48%, 1986 labor force. 102,000, 1985 EST. 57% agriculture. Mostly subsistence, 29% services, 14% industry. 1981. 51% of population of working age. 1985. Organized labor. Trade Unions of Cape Verde Unity Center, UNTCCS, closely associated with ruling party, government long-form name, Republic of Cape Verde type, Republic capital, Praia administrative divisions. 12 districts, Conselhos singular, Conselho, Boa Vista, Brava, Fogo, Maio, Paul, Praia, Ribeira Grande, Sal, Santa Catarina, San Nicolau, São Vicente, Tarrafal. There may be 2 new districts, named Porto Novo and Santa Cruz Independence. July 5, 1975, from Portugal, Constitution, September 7, 1980, amended February 12, 1981, and December 1988 national holiday. Independence Day, July 5, 1975, Executive Branch. President, Prime Minister, Deputy Minister, Council of Ministers, Cabinet. Legislative Branch. Unicameral National People's Assembly, Asamblea Nacional Popular. Judicial Branch. Supreme Tribunal of Justice, Supremo Tribunal de Justicia. Leaders. Chief of State, President Aristides Maria Pereira, since July 5, 1975. Head of Government, Prime Minister Pedro Verona Rodriguez Perez. Since July 5, 1975. Deputy Minister Aguinaldo Liboa Ramos. Since February 1990. Political parties and leaders. Only party. African Party for Independence of Cape Verde, PAICV, Aristides Maria Pereira, Secretary-General Suffrage. Universal at age 15 elections, President. Last held January 13, 1986. Next to be held January 1991. Results: President Aristides Maria Pereira, PAICV, was re-elected without opposition. National People's Assembly, last held December 7, 1985. Next to be held December 1990. Results: PAICV is the only party. Seats, 83 total. PAICV, 83 communists. A few communists and some sympathizers member of ACP, FDB, ECA, ECOWAS, FAO, G77, GATT, de facto, IBRDIKO, IDEA, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, IMO, IPU, ITU, NEM, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WHO, WMO Diplomatic Representation, Ambassador Jose Luis Fernandez Lopez. Chancery at 3415 Massachusetts Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20007. Telephone 202-965-6820. There is a Cape Verdean Consulate General in Boston, U.S. Ambassador Terry McNamara. Embassy at Rua, Hojlia Yena 81, Praia. Mailing address is C.P. 201 Praia. Telephone 238-614-363 or 253 flag. 2 equal horizontal bands of yellow, top, and green with a vertical red band on the hoist side. In the upper portion of the red band is a black 5-pointed star framed by 2 corn stalks and a yellow clamshell. Uses the popular Pan-African colors of Ethiopia, similar to the flag of Guinea-Bissau, which is longer and has an unadorned black star centered in the red band. Economy overview. Cape Verde's low per capita GDP reflects a poor natural resource base, a 17-year drought, and a high birth rate. The economy is service-oriented, with commerce, transport, and public services accounting for 60% of GDP during the period 1984 to 86. Although nearly 70% of the population lives in rural areas, agriculture's share of GDP is only 16%. The fishing and manufacturing sectors are 4% each. About 90% of food must be imported. The fishing potential of the islands is not fully exploited. The fish catch, mostly lobster and tuna, came to only 10,000 tons in 1985. Cape Verde annually runs a high trade deficit, financed by remittances from immigrants, cash grants, food aid, and foreign loans. GDP, $158 million, per capita $494. Real growth rate 6.1%, 1987. Inflation rate, consumer prices 3.8%, 1987. Unemployment rate, 25%, 1988. Budget, revenues $80 million. Expenditures $87 million, including capital expenditures of $45 million, 1988 EST. Exports, $8.9 million. FOB, 1987. Commodities, fish, bananas, salt. Partners, Portugal, Angola, Algeria, Belgium/Luxembourg. Italy imports, $124 million. CF, 1987. Commodities, petroleum, foodstuffs, consumer goods, industrial products. Partners, Portugal, Netherlands, Spain, France, U.S. FRG, external debt, $140 million. December 1988. Industrial production, growth rate 0%, 1986 EST. Electricity, 14,000 kilowatts capacity, 18 million kilowatt hours produced, 50 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989. Industry, fish processing, salt mining, clothing factories, ship repair, agriculture, account for 16% of GDP, largely subsistence farming. Bananas are the only export crop. Other crops, corn, beans, sweet potatoes, coffee. Growth potential of agricultural sector limited by poor soils and limited rainfall. Annual food imports required. Fish catch provides for both domestic consumption and small exports aid. U.S. Commitments, including ex-IM, FI 75-88, $83 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $540 million. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979 to 89, $12 million. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $36 million currency. Cape Verdean escudo, plural, escudos. 1 Cape Verdean escudo, CV escape, equals 100 centavos exchange rates. Cape Verdean escudos, CV escape, per 1 U.S. dollar, 72.31, February 1990, 74.86, December 1989, 72.01, 1988, 72.5, 1987, 76.56, 1986, 85.38, 1985, fiscal year, calendar. Year, communications ports, Mindelo and Praia Merchant Marine. 5 cargo ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 9,308 GRT/16, 172 DWT. Civil air, 2 major transport aircraft airports, 6 total, 6 usable, for with permanent surface runways. None with runways over 3,659 m, 1 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, for with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Inter-island radio relay system. High-frequency radio to mainland Portugal and Guinea-Bissau. 1,740 telephones. Stations. 5 AM, 1 FM, 1 TV. 2 coaxial submarine cables. 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth Station. Defense Forces branches. People's Revolutionary Armed Forces, FARP, Army. Navy and Air Force are separate components of FARP military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 68,776, 40,731 fit for military service defense expenditures, 11.8% of GDP, 1981. Country, Cayman Islands, dependent territory of the UK. Geography, total area, 260 square kilometers. Land area, 260 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly less than 1.5 times the size of Washington, D.C. land boundaries. None coastline, 160 kilometers. Maritime claims, exclusive fishing zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 3 nanometers. Climate, tropical marine, warm, rainy summers, May to October, and cool, relatively dry winters, November to April. Terrain, low-lying limestone base surrounded by coral reefs. Natural resources, fish, climate, and beaches that foster tourism. Land use, 0% arable land, 0% permanent crops, 8% meadows and pastures, 23% forest and woodland, 69% other environment. Within the Caribbean Hurricane Belt. Note, important location between Cuba and Central America. People population, 26,356, July 1990. Growth rate 4.3%, 1990. Birth rate, 14 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 5 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 33 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 10 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 74 years male, 80 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 1.5 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, Caymanians. Adjective, Caymanian ethnic divisions, 40% mixed, 20% white, 20% black, 20% expatriates of various ethnic groups. Religion, United Church, Presbyterian and Congregational, Anglican, Baptist, Roman Catholic, Church of God, other Protestant denominations. Language, English. Literacy, 98% labor force, 8,061, 18.7% service workers, 18.6% clerical, 12.5% construction, 6.7% finance and investment, 5.9% directors and business managers. 1979, organized labor, Global Seamen's Union, Cayman All Trade Union, government long-form name, none type, dependent territory of the UK capital, Georgetown. Administrative divisions, 12 districts, Bodden Town, Creek, East End, Georgetown, Jackson's, Northside, Prospect, South Town, Spot Bay, Stake Bay, West Bay, West and Independence. None, dependent territory of the UK, legal system, British common law and local statutes constitution, 1959, revised 1972 national holiday, Constitution Day, first Monday in July, July 3rd, 1989 executive branch, British monarch, governor, executive council, cabinet, legislative branch, unicameral legislative assembly, judicial branch, Grand Court, Cayman Islands Court of Appeal leaders, Chief of State, Queen Elizabeth II, since February 6, 1952, represented by Governor Alan James Scott, since N.A. 1987. Head of government, Governor and President of the Executive Council Alan James Scott, since N.A. 1987. Political parties and leaders. No formal political party suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. Legislative Assembly. Last held in November 1988. Next to be held November 1992. Results, percent of vote. N.A. Seats, 15 total, 12 elected, communists. None member of Commonwealth diplomatic representation. As a dependent territory of the UK, Caymanian interests in the U.S. are represented by the UK. U.S. None flag. Blue with the flag of the UK in the upper hoist side quadrant and the Caymanian coat of arms on a white disc centered on the outer half of the flag. The coat of arms includes a pineapple and turtle above a shield with 3 stars, representing the 3 islands, and a scroll at the bottom bearing the motto, "He hath founded it upon the seas." Economy overview. The economy depends heavily on tourism, 70% of GDP and 75% of export earnings, and offshore financial services, with the tourist industry aimed at the luxury market and catering mainly to visitors from North America. About 90% of the island's food and consumer goods needs must be imported. The Caymanians enjoy one of the highest standards of living in the region. GDP, $238 million, per capita $10,000, 1989 EST. Real growth rate 12%, 1987 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 2.4%, 1986. Unemployment rate. N.A. percent budget. Revenues $46.2 million. Expenditures $47.0 million, including capital expenditures of $9.1 million. 1986 exports $2.2 million FOB, 1986 EST. Commodities, turtle products. Manufactured consumer goods, partners, mostly U.S. imports, $134 million, CF, 1986 EST. Commodities, foodstuffs, manufactured goods, partners, U.S., Trinidad and Tobago, UK, Netherlands, Antilles, Japan. External debt, $15 million, 1986, industrial production. Growth rate NA percent electricity. 59,000 kilowatts capacity. 213 million kilowatt hours produced. 8,960 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries. Tourism, banking, insurance and finance, real estate and construction agriculture. Minor production of vegetables, fruit, livestock, turtle farming aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-87, $26.7 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $32.2 million currency. Caymanian dollar. Plural, dollars. 1 Caymanian dollar, CI dollar, equals 100 cents exchange rates. Caymanian dollars, CI dollar, per 1 U.S. dollar. 0.835, fixed rate. Fiscal year, April 1st, 31 March. Communications highways. 160 kilometers of main roads, ports. Georgetown, Cayman Brac Merchant Marine. 32 ships, 1,000 JRT or over. Totaling 355,055 JRT/576, 622 DWT. Includes 1 passenger cargo, 8 cargo, 8 roll-on/roll-off cargo, for petroleum, oils, and lubricants. PUL. Tanker, 1 chemical tanker, 1 specialized tanker, 1 liquefied gas carrier, 8 bulk. Note: a flag of convenience registry airports, 3 total, 3 usable, 2 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 2,439 m, 2 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications, 35,000 telephones. Telephone system uses 1 submarine coaxial cable and 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth station to link islands and access international services. Stations: 2 AM, 1 FM, no TV. Defense Forces note: defense is the responsibility of the UK. Country: Central African Republic. Geography: total area 622,980 square kilometers. Land area: 622,980 square kilometers. Comparative area: slightly smaller than Texas land boundaries. 5,203 kilometers total. Cameroon 797 kilometers. Chad 1,197 kilometers. Congo 467 kilometers. Sudan 1,165 kilometers. Zaire 1,577 kilometers. Coastline: none. Landlocked maritime claims: none. Landlocked climate: tropical, hot, dry winters, mild to hot, wet summers. Terrain: vast, flat to rolling, monotonous plateau. Scattered hills in northeast and southwest. Natural resources: diamonds, uranium, timber, gold, oil. Land use: 3% arable land. NEGL% permanent crops, 5% meadows and pastures, 64% forest and woodland, 28% other environment. Hot, dry, dusty harmattan winds affect northern areas. Poaching has diminished reputation as one of last great wildlife refuges. Desertification note: landlocked, almost the precise center of Africa. People population: 2,877,365, July 1990. Growth rate: 2.6%, 1990. Birth rate: 44 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate: 18 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate: 0 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate: 141 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth: 45 years male, 48 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate: 5.6 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality: noun, Central Africans. Adjective, Central African ethnic divisions. About 80 ethnic groups, the majority of which have related ethnic and linguistic characteristics. 34% Baya, 27% Banda, 10% Sera, 21% Mangia, 4% Boom, 4% Baka. 6,500 Europeans, of whom 3,600 are French religion. 24% indigenous beliefs, 25% Protestant, 25% Roman Catholic, 15% Muslim, 11% other. Animistic beliefs and practices strongly influence the Christian majority language. French official, Sango, lingua franca and national language. Arabic, Hunsa, Swahili literacy. 40.2% labor force, 775,413, 1986 EST. 85% agriculture, 9% commerce and services, 3% industry, 3% government. About 64,000 salaried workers, 55% of population of working age, 1985. Organized labor, 1%. Of labor force, government long form name. Central African Republic, no short form name. Abbreviated to R type. Republic, one-party presidential regime since 1986. Capital: Bangui. Administrative divisions: 14 prefectures, singular, prefecture, and 2 economic prefectures asterisk, prefectures économiques, singular, prefecture économique. Bamingui Bingoran, Bascado, Grabingui asterisk, Haut-Kado, Haut-Sunga, Otembomu, Kimo-Grabingui, Labai, Mbo, Nenamambere Ombelem Poko Waka, Uampend, Sunga asterisk. Vakaga. Note, there may be a new autonomous commune of Bangui independence. August 13, 1960, from France. Formerly Central African Empire, Constitution. November 21, 1986 legal system. Based on French law, national holiday. National Day, Proclamation of the Republic. December 1, 1958, Executive Branch. President, Council of Ministers. Cabinet, Legislative Branch. Bicameral Congress consists of an upper house or economic and regional council. Conseil économique et regional. And a lower house or National Assembly, Assembly Nationale, Judicial Branch. Supreme Court, Cour Supreme. Leaders, Chief of State and Head of Government. President André Udon Kalingba, since September 1, 1981. Political parties and leaders. Only party, Central African Democratic Rally Party, RDC, André Udon Kalingba suffrage. Universal at age 21 elections. President. Last held November 21, 1986. Next to be held November 1993. Results. President Kalingba was re-elected without opposition. National Assembly. Last held July 31, 1987. Next to be held July 1992. Results. RDC is the only party. Seats. Total. RDC 52 communists. Small number of communist sympathizers member of ACP, FDB, CCC, Conference of East and Central African States, EMA, ECA, FAO, G77, GATT, IBRD, ICAO, ICO, IDA, IFAD, ILO, IMF, Intelsat, Interpol, ITU, NAM, OCM, UDIAC, UEC, and UNESCO, UPU, WIPO, WMO Diplomatic Representation, Ambassador Jean-Pierre Sohon Combat. Chancery at 1618, 22nd Street in W, Washington, D.C., 20008. Telephone 202-483-7800 or 7801. U.S. Ambassador Daniel H. Simpson. Embassy at Avenue du President David Dacko, Bangui. Mailing address is B. P. 924, Bangui. Telephone 61-02-00 or 61-25-78. 61-43-33 flag. For equal horizontal bands of blue, top, white, green, and yellow with a vertical red band in center. They're the yellow 5-pointed star on the hoist side of the blue band. Economy overview. The Central African Republic, CAR, is one of the poorest countries in Africa, with a per capita income of roughly $450 in 1988. Subsistence agriculture, including forestry, is the backbone of the economy, with over 70% of the population living in the countryside. In 1988, the agricultural sector generated about 40% of GDP, mining and manufacturing 14%, utilities and construction 4%, and services 41%. Agricultural products accounted for about 60% of export earnings and the diamond industry for 30%. Important constraints to economic development include the CAR's landlocked position, a poor transportation infrastructure, and a weak human resource base. Multilateral and bilateral development assistance plays a major role in providing capital for new investment. GDP, $1.27 billion. Per capita, $453. Real growth rate, 2%. 1988 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices, 4.2%. 1988 EST. Unemployment rate, 30% in Bangui, 1988 EST. Budget, revenues $132 million. Current expenditures $305 million, including capital expenditures of $1 million, 1989 EST. Exports $138 million, FOB, 1988 EST. Commodities, diamonds, cotton, coffee, timber, tobacco. Partners, France, Belgium, Italy, Japan, U.S. imports, $285 million, CF, 1988 EST. Commodities, food, textiles, petroleum products, machinery, electrical equipment, motor vehicles, chemicals, pharmaceuticals, consumer goods, industrial products. Partners, France, other EC, Japan, Algeria, Yugoslavia external debt, $660 million, December 1989, industrial production, 1.9%, 1987 EST. Electricity, 35,000 kilowatts capacity, 84 million kilowatt hours produced, 30 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989. Industries, sawmills, breweries, diamond mining, textiles, footwear, assembly of bicycles and motorcycles, agriculture. Accounts for 40% of GDP, self-sufficient in food production except for grain. Commercial crops, cotton, coffee, tobacco, timber, food crops, manioc, yams, millet, corn, bananas. Aid. U.S. commitments, including ex-IM, FI 70-88, $44 million. Western non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral. Commitments, 1970 to 87, $1.3 billion. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979 to 89, $6 million. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $38 million currency. Communauté financière africaine franc, plural, francs, 1 CFA franc, CFAF, equals 100 centimes exchange rates. Communauté financière africaine francs, CFAF, per 1 U.S. dollar, 287.99, January 1990, 319.01, 1989, 297.85, 1988, 300.54, 1987, 346.30, 1986, 449.26, 1985. Fiscal year, calendar year, communications highways, 22,000 kilometers total, 458 kilometers bituminous, 10,542 kilometers improved earth, 11,000 unimproved earth inland waterways, 800 kilometers. Traditional trade carried on by means of shallow draft dugouts. Obangui is the most important river civil air. 2 major transport aircraft airports, 66 total, 49 usable, for with permanent surface runways. None with runways over 3,659 m. 2 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m. 22 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Fare system. Network relies primarily on radio relay links, with low capacity, low-powered radio communication also used. 6,000 telephones, stations, 1 AM, 1 FM, 1 TV, 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth Station, Defense Forces. Branches: Army, Air Force, military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 642,207, 335,863 fit for military service defense expenditures. 1.8% of GDP, or $23 million. 1989 EST. Country, Chad. Geography, total area, 1,284,000 square kilometers. Land area, 1,259,200 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly more than 3 times the size of California land boundaries. 5,968 kilometers total. Cameroon, 1,094 kilometers. Central African Republic, 1,197 kilometers. Libya, 1,055 kilometers. Niger, 1,175 kilometers. Nigeria, 87 kilometers. Sudan, 1,360 kilometers coastline. None. Landlocked maritime claims. None. Landlocked disputes. Libya claims and occupies a small portion of the Azaza Strip in far north. Exact locations of the Chad-Niger-Nigeria and Cameroon-Chad-Nigeria tripoints in Lake Chad have not been determined. Since the boundary has not been demarcated, border incidents have resulted. Climate: tropical in south, desert in north. Terrain: broad, arid plains in center, desert in north, mountains in northwest, lowlands in south. Natural resources: small quantities of crude oil, unexploited but exploration beginning. Uranium, natron, kaolin, fish. Lake Chad. Land use: 2% arable land, NEGL% permanent crops, 36% meadows and pastures, 11% forest and woodland, 51% other. Includes NEGL% irrigated environment. Hot, dry. Dusty harmattan winds occur in north. Drought and desertification adversely affecting south. Subject to plagues of locust note. Landlocked. Lake Chad is the most significant water body in the Sahel people. Population 5,017,431, July 1990. Growth rate 2.1%, 1990. Birth rate 42 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate 22 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate NEGL migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate 136 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth 38 years male, 40 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate 5.3 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, Chadians. Adjective, Chadian ethnic divisions. Some 200 distinct ethnic groups, most of whom are Muslims, Arabs, Tubu, Fulb, Kitoko, Hausa, Kanambu, Bagurmi, Balala, and Maba in the north and center, and non-Muslims, Sera, Ngambe, Mbe, Galay, Modong, Masai Masa. In the south, some 150,000 non-indigenous, of whom 1,000 are French religion, 44% Muslim, 33% Christian, 23% indigenous beliefs, animism language, French and Arabic, official, Sera and Sango in south. More than 100 different languages and dialects are spoken. Literacy, 25.3% labor force. Ine, 85% agriculture. Engaged in unpaid subsistence farming, herding, and fishing, organized labor. About 20% of wage labor force. Government long-form name. Republic of Chad type. Republic capital. N'Djamena administrative divisions. 14 prefectures. Prefectures, singular, prefecture. Batha, Biltine, Borkennedy to Besti, Sharibagurmi, Gera, Kanam, Lak, Logwan Occidental, Logwan Oriental. Mayo Kebi, Moyanshari, Wadai, Salamat, Tangile Independence. August 11th, 1960 from France, Constitution, December 22nd. 1989 legal system, based on French civil law system and Chadian customary law, has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction. National holiday. National Day, founding of the Third Republic, June 7th, 1982, Executive Branch, President, Council of Ministers, Cabinet, Legislative Branch, Unicameral National Consultative Council, Concile National Consultative, Judicial Branch, Court of Appeal Leaders, Chief of State and Head of Government, President Hissien Habre, since June 19, 1982, political parties and leaders, National Union for Independence and Revolution, UNR, established June 1984 with Habre as president. Numerous dissident groups. Most significant opponents have returned to the government since mid-1986. Suffrage. Universal at age in A elections. President. Last held December 10, 1989, next to be held December 1996. Results. President Habre was re-elected without opposition communists. No front organizations or underground party. Probably a few communists and some sympathizers, other political or pressure groups. In A. Member of ACP, FDB, CO Conference of East and Central African States, EMA, ECA, EC, Associate, FAO, G77, GATT, IBRD, ICAC, ICAO, IDA, IDB, Islamic Development Bank, IFAD, ILO, IMF, Intelsat, Interpol, ITU, Lake Chad Basin Commission, NEM, OU, OSIM, OICN, UNESCO, UPU, HUWIPO, WMO Diplomatic Representation, Ambassador Mahamat Ali, ADOUM. Chancery at 2002 Arstede and W. Washington, D.C. 20009. Telephone 202-462-4009. U.S. Ambassador-designate Richard W. Bagajan. Charge d'affaires. Julius Walker. Embassy at Avenue Felix Ebu, N'Djamena. Mailing address is B. P. 413, N'Djamena. Telephone 235-51 32 to 69 or 35 to 13, 28 to 62, 23 to 29, 32 to 29, 30 to 94, 28 to 47 flag. 3 equal vertical bands of blue, hoist side, yellow, and red. Similar to the flag of Andorra, which has a national coat of arms featuring a quartered shield centered in the yellow band. Also similar to the flag of Romania, which has a national coat of arms featuring a mountain landscape centered in the yellow band. Design was based on the flag of France. Economy overview. The climate, geographic location, and lack of infrastructure and natural resources potential make Chad one of the most underdeveloped countries in the world. Its economy is slowly recovering from the ravaging effects of prolonged civil war, conflict with Libya, drought, and food shortages. In 1986, real GDP returned to its 1977 level, with cotton, the major cash crop, accounting for 43% of exports. Over 80% of the workforce is employed in subsistence, farming, and fishing. Industry is based almost entirely on the processing of agricultural products, including cotton, sugarcane, and cattle. Chad is still highly dependent on foreign aid, with its economy in trouble and many regions suffering for shortages. GDP, $902 million, per capita, $190. Real growth rate 7%, 1988. Inflation rate, consumer prices, 3%, 1987. Unemployment rate. NA budget. Revenues, $61 million. Expenditures, $85 million, including capital expenditures of NA, 1988 EST. Exports, $432 million, FOB, 1988. Commodities, cotton 43%, cattle 35%, textiles 5%, fish. Partners, France, Nigeria, Cameroon imports, $214 million, CF, 1988. Commodities, machinery and transportation equipment 39%, industrial goods 20%, petroleum products 13%, foodstuffs 9%. Partners, U.S., France external debt, $360 million, December 1989, industrial production. Growth rate, 7%, 1986, electricity, 38,000 kilowatts capacity, 70 million kilowatt hours produced, 14 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989 industries. Cotton textile mills, slaughterhouses, brewery, natron, sodium carbonate, agriculture, account for 45% of GDP. Largely subsistence farming. Cotton most important cash crop. Food crops include sorghum, millet, peanuts, rice, potatoes, manioc. Livestock, cattle, sheep, goats, camels, self-sufficient in food and years of adequate rainfall aid. U.S. commitments, including FI 70-88, $178 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $1.2 billion. OPEC. Bilateral aid, 1979 to 89, $28 million. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $71 million currency. Communauté financière africaine franc, plural, francs, 1 CFA franc, CFAF, equals 100 centimes exchange rates. Communauté financière africaine francs, CFAF, per 1 US dollar. 287.99, January 1990. 319.01, 1989. 297.85, 1988, 300.54, 1987, 346.30, 1986, 449.26, 1985, fiscal year, calendar year, communications highways, 31,322 kilometers total, 32 kilometers bituminous, 7,300 kilometers gravel and laterite, remainder unimproved inland. Waterways, 2,000 kilometers navigable civil air, 3 major transport aircraft airports, 71 total, 55 usable, for with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 3,659 m, 3 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 24 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications, Fair system of radio communication stations for intercity links. 5,000 telephones, stations, 3 AM, 1 FM, limited TV service. Many facilities are inoperative. 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth Station, Defense Forces branches, Army, Air Force, paramilitary. Gendarmerie, Presidential Guard military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 1,163,312, 603,923 fit for military service. 50,255 reach military age. 20. Annually defense expenditures. 3.5% of GDP. 1987. Country. Chile. Geography. Total area. 756,950 square kilometers. Land area. 748,800 square kilometers. Includes Isla de Pascua, Easter Island, and Isla Sala y Gomez comparative area. Slightly smaller than twice the size of Montana land boundaries. 6,171 kilometers total. Argentina, 5,150 kilometers. Bolivia, 861 kilometers. Peru, 160 kilometers coastline. 6,435 kilometers maritime claims. Contiguous zone, 24 nanometers. Continental shelf, 200 nanometers. Exclusive fishing zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers. Disputes. Short section of the southern boundary with Argentina is indefinite. Bolivia has wanted a sovereign corridor to the South Pacific Ocean since the Atacama area was lost to Chile in 1884. Dispute with Bolivia over Rio Lauca water rights. Territorial claim in Antarctica, Chilean Antarctic territory, partially overlaps. Argentine claim climate, temperate, desert in north, cool and damp in south terrain. Low coastal mountains, fertile central valley, rugged Andes and east natural resources. Copper, timber, iron, ore, nitrates, precious metals, molybdenum land use. 7% arable land. NEGL% permanent crops, 16% meadows and pastures, 21% forest and woodland, 56% other. Includes 2% irrigated environment. Subject to severe earthquakes, active volcanism, tsunami. Atacama Desert, one of world's driest regions. Desertification note. Strategic location relative to sea lanes between Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, Strait of Magellan, Beagle Channel, Drake Passage. People population, 13,082,842, July 1990. Growth rate 1.6%, 1990. Birth rate, 21 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 6 deaths/1. 000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 0 migrants/1, 000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 18 deaths/1, 000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 70 years male, 77 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 2.5 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality, noun, Chileans. Adjective, Chilean ethnic divisions. 95% European and European Indian, 3% Indian, 2% other religion. 89% Roman Catholic, 11% Protestant, and small Jewish population language. Spanish literacy. 94% labor force. 3,840,000. 38.6% services, including 12% government. 31.3% industry and commerce, 15.9% agriculture, forestry, and fishing, 8.7% mining, 4.4% construction, 1985, organized labor, 10% of labor force, 1989, government long-form name, Republic of Chile type, Republic capital, Santiago administrative divisions, 13 regions, regions, singular, region. Aysén del General Carlos Ibáñez del Campo, Antofagasta, Araucania, Atacama, Biobío, Coquimbo, Libertador, General Bernardo O'Higgins, Los Lagos, Magallanes y Antarctica. Chilena, Mall, Region Metropolitana, Tarapacá, Valparaiso Independence. September 18, 1810, from Spain, Constitution. September 11, 1980, effective March 11th, 1981, amended July 30th, 1989 legal system. Based on Code of 1857 derived from Spanish law and subsequent codes influenced by French and Austrian law. Judicial review of legislative acts in the Supreme Court has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction national holiday. Independence Day, September 18, 1810, Executive Branch. President, Cabinet. Legislative Branch. Bicameral National Congress, Congreso Nacional, consisting of an upper house or Senate and a lower house or Chamber of Deputies judicial branch. Supreme Court, Corte Suprema. Leaders. Chief of State and Head of Government. President Patricio Aylwin. Since March 11, 1990, political parties and leaders. National Renovation, RN. Sergio Jarpa, President. Radical Party, PR. Enrique Silva Sima. Social Democratic Party, PSD. Eugenio Velasco, Christian Democratic Party, PDC. Andrés Saldivar, Party for Democracy, Ricardo Lagos, Socialist Party, Clodomiro Almeida. Other parties are Movement of United Popular Action, MAPU. Victor Berrueto, Christian Left, IC. Luis Mira, Communist Party of Chile, PCCH. Volodya Teitelbaum, Movement of the Revolutionary Left, MIR, is splintered, no single leader. Several leftist and far-left parties formed a new coalition in November 1988 with Luis Mira as president. The 17-party concertation of parties for democracy backed Patricio Aylwin's presidential candidacy in December 1989 suffrage. Universal and compulsory at age 18 elections. President. Last held December 14, 1989. Next to be held December 1993 or January 1994. Results: Patricio Aylwin 55.2%, Hernan Bucci 29.4%, other 15.4%. Senate. Last held December 14, 1989. Next to be held December 1993 or January 1994. Seats: 47 total, 38 elected. 17-party concertation of parties for democracy 22. Chamber of Deputies. Last held December 14, 1989. Next to be held December 1993 or January 1994. Seats: 120 total. Concertation of parties for democracy 69 communists. 120,000 when PCCH was legal in 1973. 50,000 EST, active militants, other political or pressure groups. Revitalized university, student federations at all major universities dominated by opposition political groups. Labor. United Labor Central Cut includes trade unionists from the country's 5 largest labor confederations. Roman Catholic Church member of CCC, CIPEC, ECOSOC, FAO, G77, GATT, IDB, IBRD, ICAO, IDA, IDB, Inter-American Development Bank, IFAD, IFC, ICHO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, IPU, ITU, IOS, PEHOSILA, IN, UNESCO, UPU, WHO, WIPO, WMO, WC, WDO, Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Octavio Errázuriz, Chancery at 1732, Massachusetts Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20036. Telephone 202-785-1746. There are Chilean consulates general in Chicago, Houston, Los Angeles, Miami, New York, and San Francisco. U.S. Ambassador Charles A. Gillespie, Jr. Embassy at Cadena Building, 1343 Agustinas, Santiago. Mailing address is APO Miami 34033. Telephone 56-2-710,133 or 710190, 710326, 710375 flag. 2 equal horizontal bands of white, top, and red. There's a blue square the same height as the white band at the hoist side end of the white band. The square bears a white 5-pointed star in the center. Design was based on the U.S. flag. Economy overview. In 1989, the economy grew at the rate of 9.9%, reflecting substantial growth in industry, agriculture, and construction. Copper accounts for nearly 50% of export revenues. Chile's economic well-being thus remains highly dependent on international copper prices. Unemployment and inflation rates have declined from their peaks in 1982 to 5.3% and 21.4%, respectively, in 1989. The major long-term economic problem is how to sustain growth in the face of political uncertainties. GDP, $25.3 billion, per capita $1,970. Real growth rate 9.9%, 1989. Inflation rate, consumer prices 21.4%, 1989. Unemployment rate, 5.3%, 1989. Budget, revenues $4.9 billion, expenditures $5.1 billion, including capital expenditures of $0.6 billion, 1986. Exports, $7.0 billion, FOB, 1988. Commodities, copper 48%, industrial products 33%, molybdenum, iron ore, wood pulp, fish meal, fruits, partners, EC 34%, US 22%, Japan 10%, Brazil 7% imports. For $0.7 billion, FOB, 1988. Commodities, petroleum, wheat, capital goods, spare parts, raw materials, partners, EC 23%, US 20%, Japan 10%, Brazil 9%. External debt, $16.3 billion, December to 1989. Industrial production, growth rate 7.4%, 1989. Electricity, per million 44,000 kilowatts capacity, 17,710 million kilowatt hours produced, 1,380 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989. Industries, copper, other minerals, foodstuffs, fish processing, iron and steel, wood and wood products. Agriculture accounts for about 8% of GDP, including fishing and forestry. Major exporter of fruit, fish, and timber products. Major crops, wheat, corn, grapes, beans, sugar beets, potatoes, deciduous fruit, livestock products, beef, poultry, wool, self-sufficient in most foods. 1986 fish catch of 5.6 million metric tons net agricultural importer aid. U.S. commitments, including Ex-Im, FI 70-88, $521 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $1.3 billion. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $386 million currency. Chilean peso, plural, pesos, 1 Chilean peso. CH dollar equals 100 centavos. Exchange rates. Chilean pesos, CH dollar, per 1 US dollar, 296.68, January 1990, 267.16, 1989, 245.05, 1988, 219.54, 1987, 193.02, 1986, 161.08, 1985. Fiscal year, calendar year, communications railroads, 8,613 kilometers total. For 1,257 kilometers, 1.676 meter gauge, 135 kilometers, 1.435 meter standard gauge, 4,221 kilometers, 1.000 meter gauge. Electrification, 1,578 kilometers, 1.676 meter gauge, 76 kilometers, 1.000 meter gauge highways, 79,025 kilometers total, 9,913 kilometers paved, 33,140 kilometers gravel, 35,972 kilometers improved and unimproved earth. 1984, inland waterways, 725 kilometers pipelines, crude oil, 755 kilometers, refined products, 785 kilometers, natural gas, 320 kilometers ports. Antofagasta, Iquique, Puerto Montt, Punta Arenas, Valparaiso, San Antonio, Talcahuano, Arica, Merchant Marine. 35 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 498,354 GRT/804, 809 DWT. Includes 13 cargo, 1 refrigerated cargo, 3 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 2 petroleum, oils, and lubricants, POL, tanker, 1 chemical tanker, 2 liquefied gas, 3 combination or/oil, 10 bulk. Note: in addition, 1 naval tanker and 1 military transport are sometimes used commercially. Civil air, 22 major transport aircraft airports, 392 total, 352 usable, 49 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 3,659 m, 11 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 57 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Modern telephone system based on extensive radio relay facilities, 768,000 telephones, stations, 159 AM, no FM, 131 TV, 11 shortwave, satellite stations, 2 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat, and 3 domestic defense forces. Branches: Army of the Nation, National Navy, Air Force of the Nation, Carabineros of Chile. Military manpower: males 15 to 49, 3,491,854, 2,610,048 fit for military service, 118,569 reach military age, 19. Annually defense expenditures, 4% of GDP, 1987. Country: China, also see separate Taiwan entry. Geography: total area, 9,596,960 square kilometers. Land area, 9,326,410 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly larger than the U.S. land boundaries, 23,213.34 kilometers total. Afghanistan 76 kilometers, Bhutan 470 kilometers, Burma 2,185 kilometers, Hong Kong 30 kilometers, India 3,380 kilometers, North Korea 1,416 kilometers, Laos 423 kilometers, Macau 0.34 kilometers, Mongolia 4,673 kilometers, Nepal 1,236 kilometers, Pakistan 523 kilometers, USSR 7,520 kilometers, Vietnam 1,281 kilometers coastline, 14,500 kilometers maritime claims, territorial sea. 12 nanometers disputes. Boundary with India. Bilateral negotiations are underway to resolve 4 disputed sections of the boundary with the USSR, Pamir, Argun, Amur, and Khabarovsk areas. A short section of the boundary with North Korea is indefinite. Hong Kong is scheduled to become a special administrative region in 1997. Portuguese territory of Macau is scheduled to become a special administrative region in 1999. Sporadic border clashes with Vietnam involve in a complex dispute over the Spratly Islands with Malaysia, Philippines, Taiwan, and Vietnam. Maritime boundary dispute with Vietnam in the Gulf of Tonkin. Paracel Islands occupied by China, but claimed by Vietnam and Taiwan. Claims Japanese-administered Senkaku Senkaku Islands. Climate: extremely diverse. Tropical in south to subarctic in north terrain. Mostly mountains, high plateaus, deserts in west, plains, deltas, and hills in east. Natural resources: coal, iron ore, crude oil, mercury, tin, tungsten, antimony, manganese, molybdenum, vanadium, magnetite, aluminum, lead, zinc, uranium. World's largest hydropower potential. Land use: 10% arable land, NEGL% permanent crops, 31% meadows and pastures, 14% forest and woodland, 45% other, includes 5% irrigated environment. Frequent typhoons, about 5 times per year along southern and eastern coasts, damaging floods, tsunamis, earthquakes, deforestation, soil erosion, industrial pollution, water pollution, desertification. Note: world's 3rd largest country, after USSR and Canada. People population: 1,118,162,727, July 1990. Growth rate 1.4%, 1990. Birth rate: 22 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 7 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 0 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 34 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 67 years male, 69 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 2.3 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality, noun, Chinese Sing, PL. Adjective, Chinese ethnic divisions, 93.3% Han Chinese, 6.7% Zhuang, Uyghur, Hui, Tibetan, Miao, Manchu, Mongol, Bai, Korean, and other nationalities. Religion, officially atheist, but traditionally pragmatic and eclectic. Most important elements of religion are Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism. About 2 to 3% Muslim, 1% Christian language, Standard Chinese. Putonghua, or Mandarin, based on the Beijing dialect. Also Yu Cantonese, Wu Shanghainese, Minbei Fuzhou, Minnan, Hokkien-Tonese, Xiang, Gan Hakka dialects, and minority languages. See ethnic divisions. Literacy, over 75% labor force, 513 million, 61.1% agriculture and forestry, 25.2% industry and commerce, 4.6% construction and mining, 4.5% social services, 4.6% other. 1986 EST. Organized labor. All China Federation of Trade Unions, ACFDU, follows the leadership of the Chinese Communist Party. Membership over 80 million, or about 65% of the urban workforce. 1985. Government long-form name, People's Republic of China, abbreviated PRC type, Communist Party-led state capital. Beijing administrative divisions, 23 provinces. Sheng, singular and plural, 5 autonomous regions *, Zizek, singular and plural, and 3 municipalities ***, Shi, singular and plural. Anhui, Beijing ***, Fujian, Gansu, Guangdong, Guangxi ***, Guizhou, Hainan, Hebei, Heilongjiang, Hunan, Hubei, Hunan, Jiangsu, Jiangxi, Jilin, Liaoning, Inai Mongol ***, Ningxia ***, Qinghai, Shaanxi, Shandong, Shanghai ***, Shaanxi, Sichuan, Tianjin ***, Xinjiang Zizing Yunnan, Zhejiang. Note: China considers Taiwan its 23rd province independence. Unification under the Qin dynasty 221 BC, Qing or Manchu dynasty replaced by the Republic on February 12, 1912. People's Republic established October 1, 1949 Constitution. December 4, 1982 Legal system. A complex amalgam of custom and statute, largely criminal law. Rudimentary civil code in effect since January 1, 1987. New legal codes in effect since January 1, 1980. Continuing efforts are being made to improve civil, administrative, criminal, and commercial law. National holiday. National Day, October 1, 1949, Executive Branch. President, Vice President, Premier, 3 Vice Premiers, State Council, Central Military Commission, de facto, Legislative Branch. Unicameral National People's Congress, Quangwa Renmin Daibia, Judicial Branch. Supreme People's Court Leaders. Chief of State and Head of Government, de facto, Deng Xiaoping, since mid-1977. Chief of State. President Yang Shankin, since April 8, 1988. Vice President Wang Zhun, since April 8, 1988. Head of Government, Premier Li Peng. Acting Premier since November 24, 1987. Premier since April 9, 1988. Vice Premier Yo Yilin, since July 2, 1979. Vice Premier Tianjin, since June 20, 1983. Vice Premier W. Shueqian, since April 12, 1988. Political parties and leaders. Only party, Chinese Communist Party, CCP. Jiang Zemin, General Secretary of the Central Committee Suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. President. Last held April 8, 1988. Next to be held March 1993. Yang Shankin was elected by the 7th National People's Congress, last held in March 1988, next to be held March 1993. Results: CCP is the only party. Seats: 2,970 total. CCP 2,970 indirectly elected communists, about 45 million party members, 1986. Other political or pressure groups. Such meaningful opposition as exists consists of loose coalitions, usually within the party and government organization, that vary by issue member of ADB, CCC, SCAP, FAO, IBRD, ICAO, IDA, IFAD, IFC, IHOLO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, ITU, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WFDU, WHO, WIPO, WMO diplomatic representation, Ambassador Zhichu Chizhen, Chancery at 2300 Connecticut Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008, telephone 202-328-2500 through 2502. There are Chinese consulates general in Chicago, Houston, New York, and San Francisco, U.S. Ambassador James R. Lilly, Embassy at Xiao Shui Bei, GF3, Beijing. Mailing address is FBO San Francisco 96655. Telephone 86-1-532-3831. There are U.S. consulates general in Chengdu, Guangzhou, Shanghai, and Shenyang flag. Red with a large yellow 5-pointed star and 4 smaller yellow 5-pointed stars, arranged in a vertical arc toward the middle of the flag. In the upper hoist side corner, economy overview. Beginning in late 1978, the Chinese leadership has been trying to move the economy from the sluggish Soviet-style, centrally planned economy to a more productive and flexible economy with market elements, but still within the framework of monolithic communist control. To this end, the authorities have switched to a system of household responsibility in agriculture in place of the old collectivization, increased the authority of local officials and plant managers in industry, permitted a wide variety of small-scale enterprise and services and light manufacturing, and opened the foreign economic sector to increase trade and joint ventures. The most gratifying result has been a strong spurt in production, particularly in agriculture in the early 1980s. Otherwise, the leadership has often experienced in its hybrid system the worst results of socialism, bureaucracy, lassitude, corruption, and of capitalism, windfall gains, and stepped-up inflation. Beijing thus has periodically backtracked, retightening central controls at intervals and thereby undermining the credibility of the reform process. Open inflation and excess demand continue to plague the economy, and political repression, following the crackdown at Tiananmen in mid-1989, has curtailed tourism, foreign aid, and new investment by foreign firms. Popular resistance and changes in central policy have weakened China's population control program, which is essential to the nation's long-term economic viability. GNP, $NA, per capita $NA, real growth rate 4%, 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 19.5%, 1989. Unemployment rate, 3% in urban areas, 1989. Budget, revenues $NA. Expenditures $NA, including capital expenditures of $NA exports, $52.5 billion, FOB, 1989. Commodities, manufactured goods, agricultural products, oilseeds, grain, rice and corn, oil, minerals, partners, Hong Kong, U.S., Japan, USSR, Singapore, FRG 1989 imports, $59.1 billion, CF, 1989. Commodities, grain, mostly wheat, chemical fertilizer, steel, industrial raw. Materials, machinery, equipment, partners, Hong Kong, Japan, U.S., FRG, USSR, 1989. External debt, $51 billion, 1989 EST. Industrial production, growth rate 8%, 1989. Electricity, 110 million kilowatts capacity, 560,000 million kilowatt-hours produced, 500 kilowatt-hours per capita, 1989. Industries, iron, steel, coal, machine building, armaments, textiles, petroleum, agriculture, accounts for 26% of GNP. Among the world's largest producers of rice, potatoes, sorghum, peanuts, tea, millet, barley, and pork, commercial crops include cotton, other fibers, and oilseeds. Produces variety of livestock products, basically self-sufficient in food. Fish catch of 8 million metric tons in 1986 aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-87, $220.7 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970-87, $11.1 billion currency. Yuan, plural, yuan, 1 yuan, y, equals 10 jiao exchange rates. Yuan, y, per 1 U.S. dollar, 4.7221, January 1990, 3.7651, 1989, 3.7221, 1988, 3.7221, 1987, 3.4528, 1986, 2.9367, 1985, fiscal year, calendar year, communications railroads. Total about 54,000 kilometers common carrier lines. 53,400 kilometers 1.435 meters standard gauge, 600 kilometers 1.000 meter gauge. All single track except 11,200 kilometers double track on standard gauge lines, 6,500 kilometers electrified, 10,000 kilometers industrial lines. Gauges range from 0.762 to 1.067 meters. Highways. About 980,000 kilometers all types roads, 162,000 kilometers paved roads, 617,200 kilometers gravel/improved earth roads, 200,800 kilometers unimproved natural earth roads and tracks inland waterways, 138,600 kilometers, about 109,800 kilometers navigable pipelines, crude, 6,500 kilometers, refined products, 1,100 kilometers, natural gas, 6,200 kilometers ports, Dalian, Guangzhou, Huangpu, Qingdao, Qinhuangdao, Shanghai, Xinjiang, Zhanjiang, Ningbo Merchant Marine, 1,373 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 13,303,685 GRT / 20,092,833 DWT. Includes 25 passenger, 41 short sea passenger, 17 passenger cargo, 7 cargo/training, 766 cargo, 10 refrigerated cargo, 65 container, 17 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 3 multi-function barge carriers, 173 petroleum, oils, and lubricants, PWL, tanker, 9 chemical tanker, 237 bulk, 2 vehicle carrier, 1 liquefied gas. Note: China beneficially owns an additional 175 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling approximately 5,380,415 DWT that operate under the Registry of Panama, UK, Hong Kong, Liberia, and Malta airports. 330 total, 330 usable, 260 with permanent surface runways, fewer than 10 with runways over 3,500 m, 90 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 200 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Domestic and international services are increasingly available for private use. Unevenly distributed internal system. Serves principal cities, industrial centers, and most townships. 11 million telephones, December 1989. Stations, 274 AM. Unknown FM, 202, 2050 relays. TV, more than 215 million radio receivers. 75 million TVs. Satellite Earth stations. 4 Pacific Ocean Intelsat, 1 Indian Ocean Intelsat. And 55 domestic Defense Forces branches. Chinese People's Liberation Army, CPLA, CPLA Navy, including Marines, CPLA Air Force military manpower, males 15 to 49, 330,353,665, 184,515,412 fit for military service. 11,594,366 reach military age, 18. Annually defense expenditures. $5.28 billion. 1988. Country, Christmas Island, territory of Australia. Geography, total area, 135 square kilometers. Land area, 135 square kilometers. Comparative area, about 0.8 times the size of Washington, D.C. Land boundaries. None coastline. 138.9 kilometers. Maritime claims. Contiguous zone. 12 nanometers. Continental shelf. 200 meters or to depth of exploitation. Exclusive fishing zone. 200 nanometers. Territorial sea. 3 nanometers. Climate. Tropical. Heat and humidity moderated by trade winds. Terrain. Steep cliffs along coast rise abruptly to central plateau. Natural resources. Phosphate land use. 0% arable land. 0% permanent crops. 0% meadows and pastures. 0% forest and woodland. 100% other environment. Almost completely surrounded by a reef note, located along major sea lanes of Indian Ocean people. Population, 2,278, July 1990. Growth rate 0%, 1990. Birth rate, NA births /1, 000 population, 1990. Death rate, NA deaths /1, 000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, NA migrants /1, 000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, NA deaths /1, 000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, NA years male, NA years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, NA children born /woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, Christmas Islanders. Adjective, Christmas Island ethnic divisions, 61% Chinese, 25% Malay, 11%. European, 3% other. No indigenous population. Religion, NA language. English literacy, NA percent labor force. NA, all workers are employees of the Phosphate Mining Company of Christmas Island, limited organized labor. NA, government long form name. Territory of Christmas Island type. Territory of Australia capital. The settlement administrative divisions. None. Territory of Australia. Independence. None. Territory of Australia. Constitution. Christmas Island Act of 1958 legal system. Under the authority of the Governor-General of Australia. National holiday. NA executive branch. British monarch. Governor-General of Australia. Administrator. Advisory council. Cabinet. Legislative branch. None judicial branch. None leaders. Chief of State. Queen Elizabeth II, since February 6, 1952. Head of Government. Administrator, AD. Taylor, since NA. Communists. None diplomatic representation. None. Territory of Australia. Flag. The flag of Australia is used. Economy overview. Phosphate mining is the only significant economic activity, but in November 1987 the Australian government announced that the mine would be closed because of labor unrest. Plans are underway to build a casino and hotel to develop tourism. GDP, $NA, per capita, $NA. Real growth rate, NA percent inflation rate. Consumer prices, NA percent unemployment rate. 0% budget. Revenues, $NA. Expenditures, $NA, including capital expenditures of $NA exports. $NA, commodities, phosphate, partners, Australia, NZ imports. $NA, commodities, NA, partners, NA, external debt. $NA, industrial production. Growth rate, NA percent electricity. 11,000 kilowatts capacity. 38 million kilowatt hours produced, 16,680 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries. Phosphate extraction, near depletion. Agriculture. NA aid. None currency. Australian dollar, plural, dollars. 1 Australian dollar, $A, equals 100 cents exchange rates. Australian dollars, $A, per 1 US dollar. 1.2784, January 1990. 1.2618, 1989, 1.2752, 1988, 1.4267, 1987, 1.4905, 1986, 1.4269, 1985, fiscal year, July 1st, 30 June, communications ports, Flying Fish Cove airports, 1 usable with permanent surface runway 1,220 to 2,439 m telecommunications, 4,000 radios, 1982, Defense Forces note. Defense is the responsibility of Australia. Country, Clipperton Island, French possession. Geography, total area. Undetermined comparative area. Undetermined land boundaries. None coastline. 11.1 kilometers maritime claims. Contiguous zone, 12 nanometers, continental shelf. 200 meters or, to depth of exploitation. Extended economic zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers climate. Tropical terrain, coral atoll natural resources. None land use. 0% arable land. 0% permanent crops. 0% meadows and pastures. 0% forest and woodland. 100% other coral environment. Reef about 8 kilometers in circumference note. Located 1,120 kilometers southwest of Mexico in the North Pacific Ocean. People population. Uninhabited government long form name. None type. French possession administered by High Commissioner of the Republic Jean Montpezat. Resident in French Polynesia. Economy overview. No economic activity. Communications ports. None. Offshore anchorage only. Defense Forces note. Defense is the responsibility of France. Country, Cocos, Keeling, Islands, Territory of Australia. Geography, total area, 14 square kilometers. Land area, 14 square kilometers. Main islands are West Island and Home Island comparative area, about 24 times the size of the mall in Washington, D.C. Land boundaries, none coastline, 42.6 kilometers maritime claims. Contiguous zone, 12 nanometers. Continental shelf, 200 meters or to depth of exploitation. Exclusive fishing zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 3 nanometers climate. Pleasant, modified by the southeast trade winds for about 9 months of the year. Moderate rainfall terrain, flat. Low-lying coral atolls natural resources. Fish land use, 0% arable land. 0% permanent crops. 0% meadows and pastures, 0% forest and woodland, 100% other environment. 2 coral. Atolls thickly covered with coconut palms and other vegetation note. Located 1,070 kilometers southwest of Sumatra, Indonesia. In the Indian Ocean about halfway between Australia and Sri Lanka. People population, 670, July 1990. Growth rate, 2.1%, 1990. Birth rate, NA births/1, 000 population, 1990. Death rate, NA deaths/1, 000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, NA migrants/1, 000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, NA deaths/1, 000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, NA years male, NA years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, NA children born/woman, 1990. Nationality, noun, Cocos Islanders. Adjective, Cocos Islanders. Ethnic divisions, mostly Europeans on West Island and Cocos Malays on Home Island. Religion, NA language, English literacy, NA% labor force, NA organized labor, none government long form name. Territory of Cocos, Keeling. Islands type, Territory of Australia capital. West Island administrative divisions, none. Territory of Australia. Independence, none. Territory of Australia. Constitution. Cocos, Keeling. Islands Act of 1955 legal system. Based upon the laws of Australia and local laws. National holiday. NA executive branch. British monarch. Governor-General of Australia. Administrator, Chairman of the Islands Council Legislative Branch, Unicameral Islands Council Judicial Branch, Supreme Court leaders, Chief of State. Queen Elizabeth II, since February 6, 1952. Head of Government, Administrator D. Lori, since N.A. 1989. Chairman of the Islands Council Parson bin Yapet, since N.A. Suffrage. N.A. Elections. N.A. Diplomatic representation. None. Territory of Australia flag. The flag of Australia is used. Economy overview. Grown throughout the islands, coconuts are the sole cash crop. Copra and fresh coconuts are the major export earners. Small local gardens and fishing contribute to the food supply, but additional food and most other necessities must be imported from Australia. GNP, $NA, per capita, $NA, real growth rate NA percent inflation rate, consumer prices NA percent unemployment, NA budget, revenues $NA, expenditures $NA, including capital expenditures of $NA exports, $NA, commodities, copra, partners, Australia imports, $NA, commodities, foodstuffs, partners, Australia external debt, $NA industrial production, growth rate NA percent electricity, NA kW capacity, NA million kilowatt-hour produced, NA kilowatt-hour per capita industries, copper products agriculture, gardens provide vegetables, bananas, pawpaws, coconuts aid, none currency, Australian dollar, plural dollars, 1 Australian. $A equals 100 cents exchange rates, Australian dollars, $A, per 1 US dollar, 1.2784, January 1990, 1.2618, 1989, 1.2752, 1988, 1.4267, 1987, 1.4905, 1986, 1.4269, 1985. Fiscal year, July 1st, 30 June, communications ports. None. Lagoon anchorage, only airports. 1 airfield with permanent surface runway, 2,440 to 3,659 m. Airport on West Island is a link in service between Australia and South Africa telecommunications. 250 radios, 1985. Linked by telephone, telex, and facsimile communications via satellite with Australia. Stations, 1 AM, no FM, no TV. Defence Forces note. Defence is the responsibility of Australia. Country, Colombia. Geography, total area, 1,138,910 square kilometers. Land area, 1,038,700 square kilometers. Includes Isla de Malpelo, Roncador Cay, Serrana Bank, and Serenilla Bank comparative area. Slightly less than 3 times the size of Montana land boundaries. 7,408 kilometers total. Brazil, 1,643 kilometers. Ecuador, 590 kilometers. Panama, 225 kilometers. Peru, 2,900. Venezuela, 2,050 kilometers coastline. 3,208 kilometers total. 1,448 kilometers North Pacific Ocean. 1,760 Caribbean Sea. Maritime claims, continental shelf, not specified, extended economic zone, 200 nanometers, territorial sea, 12 nanometers disputes, maritime boundary dispute with Venezuela in the Gulf of Venezuela, territorial dispute with Nicaragua over Archipelago de San Andres y Providencia and Quita, Sueno Bank climate, tropical along coast and eastern plains, cooler in highlands terrain. Mixture of flat coastal lowlands, plains in east, central highlands, some high mountains natural resources, crude oil, natural gas, coal, iron ore, nickel, gold, copper, emeralds land use. For percent arable land, 2% permanent crops, 29% meadows and pastures, 49% forest and woodland, 16% other. Includes NEGL percent irrigated environment. Highlands subject to volcanic eruptions. Deforestation, soil damage from overuse of pesticides, periodic droughts note. Only South American country with coastlines on both North Pacific Ocean and Caribbean. C. People population, 33,076,188, July 1990. Growth rate 2.1%, 1990. Birth rate, 27 births per 1,000 population, 1990, death rate, 5 deaths/1,000 population, 1990, net migration rate, NEGL migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 38 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 68 years male, 73 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 2.9 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, Colombians. Adjective, Colombian ethnic divisions, 58% mestizo, 20% white, 14%. Mulatto, for percent black, 3% mixed black Indian, 1% Indian religion, 95% Roman Catholic language, Spanish literacy, 88%, 1987 EST, Indians about 40% labor force, 11 million, 1986, 53% services, 26% agriculture, 21% industry, 1981. Organized labor, 1,400,000 members, 1987. About 12% of labor force. The Communist-backed Unitary Workers Central, or CUT, is the largest labor organization, with about 725,000 members, including all affiliate unions. Government long-form name, Republic of Colombia type. Republic. Executive branch dominates government structure. Capital, Bogotá. Administrative divisions, 23 departments, departamentos, singular, departamento, 5 commissariats asterisk, commissarias, singular, commissaria, and 4 intendancies asterisk asterisk, intendencias, singular, intendencia, Amazonas asterisk, Antioquia, Arauca, asterisk asterisk, Atlántico, Bolivar, Boyacá, Caldas, Caqueta, Casanare asterisk asterisk, Cauca, Cesar, Chaco, Córdoba, Cundinamarca, Guainía asterisk, Guaviare asterisk, Huila, La Guajira, Magdalena, Meta, Nariño, Norte de Santander, Putumayo asterisk asterisk, Quindio, Risaralda, San Andrés y Providencia asterisk asterisk, Santander, Sucre, Tolima, Valle del Cauca, Vopes asterisk, Vichada asterisk. Note, there may be a new special district, Distrito Especial, named Bogotá Independence. July 20th, 1810, from Spain, Constitution. August 4th, 1886. With amendments codified in 1946 and 1968 legal system. Based on Spanish law, judicial review of legislative acts in the Supreme Court, except compulsory ICJ jurisdiction, with reservations national holiday. Independence Day, July 20th, 1810. Executive branch, President, Presidential. Designate, Cabinet Legislative Branch. Bicameral Congress, Congreso, consists of an upper chamber or Senate, Senado, and a lower chamber or Chamber of Representatives, Cámara de Representantes. Judicial branch, Supreme Court of Justice, Corte Suprema de Justicia. Leaders, Chief of State and Head of Government, Virgilio Barco Vargas, since August 7th, 1986. Term ends August 1990. Presidential designate Victor Mosquera Show, since October 13th, 1986. President-elect Cesar Gaviria Trujillo, since 27. May 1990. Takes office August 7th, 1990. Political parties and leaders. Liberal Party, Cesar Gaviria Trujillo, Virgilio Barco Vargas, Alfonso Lopez Michelson, Julio Cesar Tubari. Conservative Party, Misael Pastrana Barrero, Alvaro Gomez Hurtado. Patriotic Union, UP, is a legal political party formed by Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, FARC, and Colombian Communist Party, PCC, Bernardo Jaramillo Asa, 19th of April Movement M19, Rodrigo Lorita Suffrage, Universal at age 18 elections. President, last held May 27th, 1990, next to be held May 1994. Results, Cesar Gaviria Trujillo, Liberal, 47%, Alvaro Gomez Hurtado, Conservative, 24%, Antonio Navarro Wolf, Conservative, 13%, Rodrigo Lorita, M19, 12%, Senate. Last held March 11th, 1990, next to be held March 1994. Results, percent of vote by party in A, seats, 114 total, Liberal 68, Conservative 45, up 1. House of Representatives last held March 11, 1990, next to be held March 1994. Results, percent of vote by party NA. Seats, 199 total. Liberal 107. Conservative 82, up 10 Communists. 18,000 members EST, including Communist Party Youth Organization, JUCO, other political or pressure groups. Colombian Communist Party, PCC, Gilberto Vieira White, Communist Party/Marxist-Leninist, PCC/ML, Chinese Line Communist Party. Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, FARC, National Liberation Army, ELN. People's Liberation Army, EPL, member of FAO G77, GATT, Group of 8, IDB, IBRD, ICAC, ICAO, ICO, IDA, IDB, Inter-American Development Bank, IFAD, IFC, IHOLO, IMF, IMO, INULSAT, Interpol, IRC, ISO, ITU, NMOS, PEHOSILA, UNESCO, UPB, UPU, WFDU, WHO, WIPO, WMO, WCWO, Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Victor Mosquera. Chancery at 2118, Leroy Place Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008. Telephone 202-387-8338. There are Colombian consulates general in Chicago, Houston, Miami, New Orleans, New York, San Francisco, and San Juan, Puerto Rico, and consulates in Atlanta, Boston, Detroit, Fort Lauderdale, Los Angeles, San Diego, and Tampa, U.S. Ambassador Thomas E. McNamara. Embassy at Calle 38, number 8-61, Bogota. Mailing address is APO Miami 34038. Telephone 57 1 285 130 or 1688. There is a U.S. consulate in Barranquilla. Flag. 3 horizontal bands of yellow, top, double width, blue, and red. Similar to the flag of Ecuador, which is longer and bears the Ecuadorian coat of arms superimposed in the center. Economy overview. Economic activity has slowed gradually since 1986, but growth rates remain high by Latin American standards. Conservative economic policies have encouraged investment and kept inflation and unemployment under 30% and 10%, respectively. The rapid development of oil, coal, and other non-traditional industries over the past 4 years has helped to offset the decline in coffee prices, Colombia's major export. The collapse of the International Coffee Agreement in the summer of 1989, a troublesome rural insurgency, and drug-related violence dampened prospects for future growth. GDP, $35.4 billion, per capita $1,110. Real growth rate 3.7%, 1988. Inflation rate, consumer prices 27%, 1989 EST. Une emploi mohat, 9.0%, 1989 fait. Budget, revenues $4.39 billion. Current expenditures $3.93 billion. Capital expenditures $0.03 billion, 1989 EST. Exports, $5.76 billion, FOB, 1989 EST. Commodities, coffee 30%, petroleum 24%, coal, bananas, fresh-cut flowers. Partners, U.S. 36%, EC 21%, Japan 5%, Netherlands 4%, Sweden 3% imports. $5.02 billion, CF, 1989 EST. Commodities, industrial equipment, transportation equipment, foodstuffs, chemicals, paper products. Partners, U.S. 34%, EC 16%, Brazil 4%, Venezuela 3%, Japan 3% external debt, $17.5 billion, 1989, industrial production, growth rate 2%, 1989 EST. Electricity, 9,250,000 kilowatts capacity, 35,364 million kilowatt hours produced, 1,110 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989. Industries, textiles, food processing, oil, clothing and footwear, beverages, chemicals, metal products, cement, mining, gold, coal, emeralds, iron, nickel, silver, salt agriculture, accounts for 22% of GDP. Crops make up 2/3 and livestock 1/3 of agricultural output. Climate and soils permit a wide variety of crops, such as coffee, rice, tobacco, corn, sugarcane, cocoa beans, oilseeds. Vegetables, forest products, and shrimp farming are becoming more important illicit drugs. Major illicit producer of cannabis and coca for the international drug trade. Key supplier of marijuana and cocaine to the U.S. and other international drug markets. Drug production and trafficking accounts for an estimated 4% of GDP and 28% of foreign exchange earnings aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-88, $1.6 billion. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970-87, $2.90. Billion, communist countries, 1970-88, $399 million currency. Colombian peso, plural, pesos. 1 Colombian peso, called dollar, equals 100 centavos exchange rates. Colombian pesos, called dollar, per 1 U.S. dollar. 439.68, January 1990. 382.57, 1989. 299.17, 1988. 242.61, 1987. 194.26, 1986, 142.31, 1985, fiscal year, calendar year, communications railroads, 3,563 kilometers, all 0.914 meter gauge, single track highways, 75,450 kilometers total, 9,350 kilometers paved, 66,100 kilometers earth and gravel surfaces, inland waterways, 14,300 kilometers, navigable by river boats pipelines, crude oil, 3,585 kilometers, refined products, 1,350 kilometers, natural gas, 830 kilometers, natural gas liquids, 125 kilometers ports, Barranquilla, Buenaventura, Cartagena, Cavinas, San Andres, Santa Marta, Tamacaw Merchant Marine, 34 ships, 1,000 JRT or over, totaling 334,854 JRT/487 for 38 DWT. Includes 23 cargo, 1 chemical tanker, 1 petroleum, oils and lubricants, PUL, tanker, 9 bulk civil air, 106 major transport aircraft airports, 673 total, 622 usable, 66 with permanent surface. Runways, 1 with runways over 3,659 m, 10 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 124 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications, nationwide radio relay system. 1,890,000 telephones, stations, 413 AM, no FM, 33 TV, 28 shortwave, 2 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth stations with 2 antennas and 11 domestic satellite stations. Defense Forces branches. Armed forces include police, Policia Nacional, and military, Army, Ejército Nacional, Air Force, Fuerza Aérea de Colombia, Navy, Armada Nacional, military. Manpower, males 15 to 49, 8,768,072, 5,953,729 fit for military service, 354,742 reach military age, 18, annually defense expenditures, 1.9% of GDP, or $700 million, 1990 EST. Country, Comoros, geography, total area, 2,170 square kilometers. Land area, 2,170 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly more than 12 times the size of Washington, D.C. land boundaries. None coastline, 340 kilometers. Maritime claims. Extended economic zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers. Disputes. Claims French-administered Mayotte climate. Tropical marine. Rainy season, November to May. Terrain, volcanic islands. Interiors vary from steep mountains to low hills. Natural resources. Negligible land use. 35% arable land, 8% permanent crops, 7% meadows and pastures, 16% forest and woodland, 34% other. Environment, soil degradation and erosion, deforestation, cyclones possible during rainy season. Note, important location at northern end of Mozambique Channel, people population, 460,188, July 1990, growth rate 3.5%, 1990, birth rate, 48 births per 1,000 population, 1990, death rate, 12 deaths/1,000 population, 1990, net migration rate, 0 migrants/1,000 population, 1990, infant mortality rate, 89 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990, life expectancy at birth, 54 years male, 58 years female, 1990, total. Fertility rate, 7.0 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, Cormorants. Adjective, Cormoran ethnic divisions. Antelope, Kafir, Makwa, Oimatsaha, Sakalava religion. 86% Sunni Muslim, 14% Roman Catholic language. Shafi Islam. A Swahili dialect. Malagasy, French literacy. 15% labor force, 140,000. 1982. 80% agriculture, 3% government. 51% of population of working age. 1985. Organized labor. A government long-form name. Federal Islamic Republic of the Comoros type. Independent Republic. Capital. Moroni Administrative Divisions. 3 islands. Anjouan, Grande Comore, Mohili. Note, there may also be for municipalities named Damoni, Fomboni, Moroni, and Mutsunu Independence. July 6, 1975 from France. Constitution. October 1, 1978. Amended October 1982 and January 1985 legal system. French and Muslim law and a new consolidated code, national holiday. Independence Day, July 6, 1975, executive branch. President, Council of Ministers, Cabinet, Legislative Branch, Unicameral Federal. Assembly, Assembly Fédérale, Judicial Branch. Supreme Court, Cour Supreme. Leaders, Chief of State and Head of Government. President said Mohammed Johar. Since March 11, 1990. Political parties. Comoran Union for Progress, UDZMA, said Mohammed Johar, President. National Union for Democracy, UNDC, Mohammed Taqi Suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections, President. Last held March 11, 1990. Next to be held March 1996. Results, said Mohammed Johar, UDZMA, 55%. Mohammed Taqi Abulkaram, UNDC, 45%. Federal Assembly, last held March 22, 1987. Next to be held March 1992. Results, percent of vote by party NA. Seats, 42 total. UDZMA 42 member of. ACP, FDB. FAO, G, 77. IBRD, IDA, IDB, Islamic Development Bank. IFAD, ILO, IMF, IQ, INM, OU, OIC. UN, UNESCO, UPU. WHO WMO Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Amini Ali Mumin. Chancery, temporary, at the Comoran Permanent Mission to the UN, 336 East 45th Street, 2nd floor, New York, New York, 10017. Telephone 212-972-8010. U.S. Ambassador. Howard K. Walker resides in Antananarivo, Madagascar. Embassy at address NA. Moroni. Mailing address B. P. 1318, Moroni. Telephone December 3rd, 73 flag. Green with a white crescent placed diagonally. Close side of the crescent points to the upper hoist side corner of the flag. There are 4 white 5-pointed stars placed in a line between the points of the crescent. The crescent, stars, and color green are traditional symbols of Islam. The 4 stars represent the 4 main islands of the archipelago, Mwali, Njazija, Nzwani, and Mayotte, which is a territorial collectivity of France, but claimed by the Comoros. Economy overview. One of the world's poorest countries, Comoros is made up of several islands that have poor transportation links, a young and rapidly increasing population, and few natural resources. The low educational level of the labor force contributes to a low level of economic activity, high unemployment, and a heavy dependence on foreign technical assistance. Agriculture, including fishing and forestry, is the leading sector of the economy. It contributes about 40% to GDP, employs 80% of the labor force, and provides most of the exports. The country is not self-sufficient in food production, and rice, the main staple, accounts for 90% of imports. During the period 1982 to 86, the industrial sector grew at an annual average rate of 5.3%, but its contribution to GDP was less than 4% in 1986. Despite major investment in the tourist industry, which accounts for about 25% of GDP, growth has stagnated since 1983. GDP, $207 million per capita, $475. Real growth rate 0.1%. 1988 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 8.3%. 1986. Unemployment rate, over 16%. 1988 EST. Budget, revenues $75.2 million. Expenditures $77.9 million, including capital expenditures of $4.8 million. 1988 EST. Exports, $12 million FOB, 1987. Commodities, vanilla, cloves, perfume oil, copra. Partners, U.S. 53%, France 41%, Africa 4%, FRG 2% imports. $52 million, CF, 1987. Commodities, rice and other foodstuffs, cement, petroleum products, consumer goods. Partners, Europe 62%, France 22%, other 40%, Africa 5%, Pakistan, China. External debt, $238 million, December 1988, industrial production, growth rate 3.4%, 1988 EST. Electricity, 16,000 kilowatts capacity, 24 million kilowatt hours produced, 55 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989, industries. Perfume distillation agriculture accounts for 40% of GDP. Most of population works in subsistence agriculture and fishing. Plantations produce cash crops for export, vanilla, cloves, perfume essences, and copra. Principal food crops, coconuts, bananas, cassava. World's leading producer of essence of ylang ylang for perfumes and second largest producer of vanilla. Large net food importer aid. U.S. Commitments, including ex-IM, FI 80-88, $9 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $371 million. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979 to 89, $22 million. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $18 million currency. Comoran franc, plural, francs. 1 Comoran franc, CF, equals 100 centimes exchange rates. Comoran francs, CF, per 1 U.S. dollar. 287.99, January 1990. 319.01, 1989. 297.85, 1988. 300.54, 1987. 346.30, 1986. 449.26, 1985. Note: link to the French franc at 50 to 1. French franc fiscal year. Calendar year. Communications highways, 750 kilometers total. About 210 kilometers bituminous, remainder crushed stone or gravel ports. Mutsudu, Moroni Civil Air. For major transport aircraft airports. 4 total, for usable, for with permanent surface runways. None with runways over 3,659 m. 1 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m. 3 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Sparse system of radio relay and high-frequency radio communication stations for inter-island and external communications. To Madagascar and Reunion. Over 1,800 telephones, stations, 2 AM, 1 FM, 1 TV, Defense Forces branches, Army, Presidential Guard, Gendarmerie military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 97,504. 58,274 fit for military service defense expenditures. 3% of GDP, 1981. Country, Congo, geography, total area, 342,000 square kilometers. Land area, 341,500 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly smaller than Montana land boundaries. 5,504 kilometers total. Angola 201 kilometers, Cameroon 523 kilometers. Central African Republic 467 kilometers. Gabon 1,903 kilometers. Zaire 2,410 kilometers coastline. 169 kilometers maritime claims. Territorial sea. 200 nanometers disputes. Long section with Zaire along the Congo River is indefinite. No division of the river or its islands has been made. Climate, tropical. Rainy season, March to June. Dry season, June to October. Constantly high temperatures and humidity, particularly enervating climate astride the equator terrain. Coastal plain, southern basin, central plateau, northern basin. Natural resources, petroleum, timber, potash, lead, zinc, uranium, copper, phosphates, natural gas. Land use, 2% arable land. NEGL% permanent crops, 29% meadows and pastures, 62% forest and woodland, 7% other environment. Deforestation, about 70% of the population lives in Brazzaville, Pointe Noire, or along the railroad between them. People population, 2,242,274, July 1990. Growth rate 3%, 1990. Birth rate, 43 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 14 deaths / 1,000 population, 1990 net. Migration rate, 0 migrants / 1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 110 deaths / 1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 52 years male, 55 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 5.8 children born / woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, Congolese, Sing, PL. Adjective, Congolese or Congo ethnic divisions. About 15 ethnic groups divided into some 75. Tribes, almost all Bantu. Most important ethnic groups are Congo, 48%. In the south, Sunga, 20%. In Mbochi, 12%. In the north, Tek, 17%. In the center, about 8,500 Europeans, mostly French religion. 50% Christian, 48% animist, 2% Muslim language, French official. Many African languages with Lingala and Kikongo, most widely used literacy. 62.9% labor force, 79,100 wage earners, 75% agriculture, 25% commerce, industry, and government. 51% of population of working age, 40% of population. Economically active, 1985. Organized labor, 20% of labor force, 1979 EST. Government long form name, People's Republic of the Congo type. People's Republic capital, Brazzaville administrative divisions. 9 regions, regions singular, region. Boenza, Cuvette, Lekamu, Lekula, Niari, Plateaus, Pool, Sunga. Note, there may be a new capital district of Brazzaville independence. August 15, 1960 from France, formerly Congo / Brazzaville. Constitution, July 8, 1979 legal system, based on French civil law system and customary law. National holiday. National Day, August 15, 1960, executive branch. President, Prime Minister, Council of Ministers, Cabinet, legislative branch. Unicameral People's National Assembly, Assemblée Nationale Populaire, judicial branch. Supreme Court, Cour Supreme. Leaders, Chief of State and Head of Government. President Denis Sassou, since February 8, 1979. Prime Minister Alphonse Plissuchlety, since August 6, 1989. Political parties and leaders. Only party, Congolese Labour Party, PCT. President Denis Sassou Nguesso, leader suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. President. Last held 26 to 31 July 1989. Next to be held July 1993. Results. President Sassou Nguesso unanimously re-elected leader of the PCT by the Party Congress, which automatically makes him president. People's National Assembly. Last held September 24, 1989. Next to be held 1993. Results. PCT is the only party. Seats, 153 total, single list of candidates. Nominated by the PCT Communists. Unknown number of communists and sympathizers, other political or pressure groups. Union of Congolese Socialist Youth, UJSC, Congolese Trade Union Congress, CSC, Revolutionary Union of Congolese Women, URFC, General Union of Congolese Pupils and Students, UJIC, member of ACP, FDB, CCC, Conference of East and Central African States, MA, ECA, EIB, Associate, FAO G77, GATT, IBRD, ICAO, ICO, IDA, IFA, DIFC, ILO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, ITU&M, OU, UDIAC, UEC, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WFDU, WHO, WIPO, WMO Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Benjamin BUNKULOU. Chancery at 4891, Colorado Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20011. Telephone 202-726-5500. U.S. Ambassador-designate James Daniel Phillips. Embassy at Avenue Amilcar Cabral, Brazzaville. Mailing address is B. P. 1015, Brazzaville, or Box C, APO New York 09662-0006. Telephone 83-20-70 or 83-26-24 flag. Red with the national emblem in the upper hoist side corner. The emblem includes a yellow five-pointed star above a crossed hoe and hammer, like the hammer and sickle design. In yellow, flanked by two curved green palm branches, uses the popular Pan-African colors of Ethiopia. Economy overview. Oil has supplanted forestry as the mainstay of the economy, providing about two-thirds of government revenues and exports. In the early 1980s, rapidly rising oil revenues enabled Congo to finance large-scale development projects with growth averaging 5% annually, one of the highest rates in Africa. The world decline in oil prices, however, has forced the government to launch an austerity program to cope with declining receipts and mounting foreign debts. GDP, $2.2 billion. Per capita, $1,000. Real growth rate, 3%, 1988 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 1.5%, 1988. Unemployment rate. NA percent budget. Revenues $382 million. Expenditures $575 million, including capital expenditures of $118 million. 1988. Exports $912 million. FOB 1987. Commodities. Crude petroleum 72%. Lumber, plywood, coffee, cocoa, sugar, diamonds. Partners, U.S., France, other EC imports. $494.4 million. CF 1987. Commodities, foodstuffs, consumer goods, intermediate manufacturers, capital equipment. Partners, France, Italy, other EC. U.S., FRG, Spain, Japan, Brazil, external debt. $4.5 billion, December 1988. Industrial production. Growth rate, 5.9%. 1987 electricity. 133,000 kilowatts capacity. 300 million kilowatt hours produced. 130 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries. Crude oil, cement, sawmills, brewery, sugar mill, palm oil, soap, cigarettes, agriculture. Account for 11% of GDP, including fishing and forestry. Cassava account for 90% of food output. Other crops, rice, corn, peanuts, vegetables. Cash crops include coffee and cocoa. Forest products important export earner. Imports over 90% of food needs aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-88, $56 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $2.1 billion. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979 to 89, $15 million. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $338 million currency. Communauté financière africaine franc, plural, francs, 1 CFA franc, CFAF, equals 100 centimes exchange rates. Communauté financière africaine francs, CFAF, per 1 US dollar, 287.99, January. 1990, 319.01, 1989, 297.85, 1988, 300.54, 1987, 346.30, 1986, 449.26, 1985, fiscal year, calendar year, communications railroads, 797 kilometers, 1.067 meter gauge, single track, includes 285 kilometers that are privately owned. Highways, 12,000 kilometers total, 560 kilometers bituminous surface treated, 850 kilometers gravel, laterite, 5,350 kilometers improved earth, 5,240 kilometers unimproved roads, inland waterways. The Congo and Ubangi, rivers provide 1,120 kilometers of commercially navigable water transport. The rest are used for local traffic-only pipelines, crude oil 25 kilometers ports, Pointe-Noire, ocean port, Brazzaville river port, civil air, for major transport aircraft airports. 51 total, 46 usable, 5 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 3,659 m, 1 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 17 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Service is adequate for government use. Primary network is composed of radio relay routes and coaxial cables. Key centers are Brazzaville, Pointe-Noire, and Lebomo, 18,100. Telephones, stations, 3 AM, 1 FM, 4 TV, 1 Atlantic Ocean satellite station, Defense Forces branches, Army, Navy, Air Force, paramilitary national peoples, militia military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 492,419, 250,478 fit for military service. 23,622 reach military age. 20. Annually defense expenditures. 4.6% of GDP. 1987. Country, Cook Islands, free association with New Zealand. Geography, total area, 240 square kilometers. Land area, 240 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly less than 1.5 times the size of Washington, D.C. Land boundaries. None coastline, 120 kilometers. Maritime claims. Continental shelf, 200 meters or edge of continental margin. Extended economic zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers. Climate, tropical, moderated by trade winds to rain. Low coral atolls in north. Volcanic. Hilly islands in south. Natural resources. Negligible land use. For percent arable land, 22% permanent crops, 0% meadows and pastures, 0% forest and woodland, 74% other environment. Subject to typhoons from November to March. Note: located 4,500 kilometers south of Hawaii in the South Pacific Ocean. People population, 18,187, July 1990. Growth rate 0.5%, 1990. Birth rate, 22 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 7 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 10 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 24 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 66 years male, 72 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 3.5 children. Born/woman, 1990. Nationality, Noun, Cook Islanders. Adjective, Cook Islander ethnic divisions. 81.3% Polynesian, full blood. 7.7% Polynesian and European. 7.7% Polynesian and other. 2.4% European. 0.9% other religion. Christian. Majority of populous members of Cook Islands Christian church language. English literacy. NA% labor force. 5,810. Agriculture 29%. Government 27%. Services 25%. Industry 15%. And other 4%. 1981. Organized labor. NA. Government long form name. None type. Self. Governing in free association with New Zealand. Cook Islands fully responsible for internal affairs. New Zealand retains responsibility for external affairs in consultation with the Cook Islands capital. Avarua administrative divisions. None independence. Became self-governing in free association with New Zealand on August 4, 1965, and has the right at any time to move to full independence by unilateral action constitution. August 4, 1965 national holiday. NA executive branch. British monarch. Representative of the UK. Representative of New Zealand. Prime Minister. Deputy Prime Minister. Cabinet legislative branch. Unicameral Parliament. Note, the unicameral House of Arikis, chiefs, advises on traditional matters, but has no legislative powers judicial branch. High Court leaders. Chief of State. Queen Elizabeth II, since February 6, 1952. Representative of the UK, Sir Tangaroa, Cincinnati. Representative of New Zealand, Adrian Sincock, Cincinnati. Head of Government, Prime Minister Geoffrey Henry, Cincinnati, February 1989. Deputy Prime Minister Ignacio Akaru, Cincinnati. Political parties and leaders. Cook Islands Party, Geoffrey Henry. Democratic Tumu Party, Vincent Ingram. Democratic Party, Dr. Vincent Pupuk Robati. Cook Islands Labour Party, Rena Jonasson. Cook Islands People's Party, Sataraka suffrage. Universal adult at age NA elections. Parliament. Last held January 19, 1989, next to be held by January 1994. Results, percent of vote by party NA. Seats, 24 total, Cook Islands Party 12, Democratic Tumu Party 2, Opposition Coalition, including Democratic Party. 9 independent, 1 member of ADB, SCAP, associate member, IDAIFC, IMF SPEC, SPF diplomatic representation. None, self-governing in free association with New Zealand flag. Blue with the flag of the UK in the upper hoist side quadrant and a large circle of 15 white 5-pointed stars. 1 for every island, centered in the outer half of the flag. Economy overview. Agriculture. Provides the economic base. The major export earners are fruit, copra, and clothing. Manufacturing activities are limited to a fruit processing plant and several clothing factories. Economic development is hindered by the isolation of the islands from foreign markets and a lack of natural resources and good transportation links. A large trade deficit is annually made up for by remittances from immigrants and from foreign aid. Current economic development plans call for exploiting the tourism potential and expanding the fishing industry. GDP, $40.0 million, per capita $2,200, 1988 EST. Real growth rate 5.3%, 1986 to 88 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 8%, 1988. Unemployment rate, NA percent budget. Revenues $33.8 million. Expenditures $34.4 million, including capital expenditures of $NA, 1990 EST. Exports $4.0 million, FOB, 1988. Commodities, copra, fresh and canned fruit, clothing, partners, NZ 80%, Japan imports. $38.7 million, CF, 1988. Commodities, foodstuffs, textiles, fuels, timber, partners, NZ 49%, Japan, Australia, U.S. external debt. $NA industrial production. Growth rate NA percent electricity. For 1,800 kilowatts capacity. 15 million kilowatt hours produced, 830 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989. Industries: fruit processing, tourism, agriculture. Export crops: copra, citrus fruits, pineapples, tomatoes. Bananas: subsistence crops, yams, taro aid. Western non-U.S. countries: ODA and OOF bilateral commitments. 1970 to 89. $128 million currency. New Zealand dollar, plural dollars. 1 New Zealand dollar NZ dollar equals 100 cents exchange rates. New Zealand dollars NZ dollar per 1 US dollar. 1.6581, January 1990. 1.6708, 1989. 1.5244, 1988. 1.6886, 1987. 1.9088, 1986. 2.0064, 1985. Fiscal year: April 1st, 31 March. Communications highways: 187 kilometers total, 1980. 35 kilometers paved, 35 kilometers gravel. 84 kilometers improved earth, 33 kilometers unimproved earth ports. Aviation: civil, air. No major transport aircraft airports. 7 total, 5 usable. 1 with permanent surface runways. None with runways over 2,439 m. 3 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications stations: 2 AM, no FM, no TV. 10,000 radio receivers. 2,052 telephones. 1 Pacific Ocean Intelsat Earth Station. Defense Forces note: defense is the responsibility of New Zealand. Country: Coral Sea Islands, territory of Australia. Geography: total area, undetermined. Includes numerous small islands and reefs scattered over a sea area of about 1 million square kilometers, with Willis Islets the most important comparative area. Undetermined land boundaries. None coastline. 3,095 kilometers maritime claims. Contiguous. Zone: 12 nanometers. Continental shelf: 200 meters or to depth of exploitation. Exclusive fishing zone: 200 nanometers. Territorial sea: 3 nanometers. Climate: tropical terrain, sand and coral reefs and islands, or cays. Natural resources: negligible land use. 0% arable land. 0% permanent crops. 0% meadows and pastures. 0% forest and woodland. 100% other, mostly grass or scrub cover. Liu Reef Reserve and Coringa Herald Reserve were declared National Nature Reserve on August 3, 1982. Environment: subject to occasional tropical cyclones. No permanent fresh water. Important nesting area for birds and turtles. Note: the islands are located just off the northeast coast of Australia in the Coral Sea. People population: 3 meteorologists. Government long form name: Coral Sea Islands. Territory type: Territory of Australia, administered by the Minister for Arts, Sport, the Environment, Tourism, and Territories. Graham Richardson flag. The flag of Australia is used. Economy overview: no economic activity. Communications: ports: none. Offshore anchorages only. Defense Forces note: defense is the responsibility of Australia. Visited regularly by the Royal Australian Navy. Australia has control over the activities of visitors. Country: Costa Rica. Geography: total area: 51,100 square kilometers. Land area: 50,660 square kilometers. Includes Isla del Coco comparative area, slightly smaller than West Virginia land boundaries. 639 kilometers total. Nicaragua, 309 kilometers. Panama, 330 kilometers. Coastline: 1,290 kilometers. Maritime claims: continental shelf: 200 nanometers. Extended economic zone: 200 nanometers. Territorial sea: 12 nanometers. Climate: tropical. Dry season, December to April. Rainy season, May to November. Terrain: coastal plains separated by rugged mountains. Natural resources: hydropower. Potential land use: 6% arable land. 7% permanent crops. 45% meadows and pastures. 34% forest and woodland. 8% other. Includes 1% irrigated environment. Subject to occasional earthquakes, hurricanes along Atlantic. Coast, frequent flooding of lowlands at onset of rainy season. Active volcanoes, deforestation, soil erosion. People population, 3,032,795, July 1990. Growth rate 2.6%, 1990. Birth rate, 28 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, for deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 2 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 16 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 74 years male, 79 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 3.3 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality, noun, Costa Ricans. Adjective, Costa Rican ethnic divisions, 96% white, including mestizo, 2% black, 1% Indian, 1% Chinese religion, 95% Roman Catholic language, Spanish official, English spoken around Puerto Limon literacy, 93% labor force, 868,300. Industry and commerce, 35.1%. Government and services, 33%. Agriculture, 27%. Other, 4.9%. 1985 EST. Organized labor, 15.1% of labor force. Government long-form name, Republic of Costa Rica type. Democratic Republic capital, San Jose. Administrative divisions, 7 provinces, provincias, singular, provincia. Alajuela, Cartago, Guanacaste, Heredia, Limon, Punarinas, San Jose. Independence. September 15, 1821, from Spain, Constitution. November 9, 1949 legal system, based on Spanish civil law system. Judicial review of legislative acts in the Supreme Court. Has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction national holiday. Independence Day, September 15, 1821, Executive Branch. President, 2 Vice Presidents, Cabinet Legislative. Branch, Unicameral Legislative Assembly, Assemblea Legislativa, Judicial Branch. Supreme Court, Corte Suprema. Leaders, Chief of State and Head of Government, President Rafael Angel Calderón Fournier, since May 8, 1990. First Vice President German Serrano Pinto, since May 8, 1990. Second Vice President Arnaldo Lopez Acandi, since May 8, 1990. Political parties and leaders. National Liberation Party, PLN, Carlos Manuel Castillo. Social Christian Unity Party, PUSC, Rafael Angel Calderón Fournier. Marxist Popular Vanguard Party, PVP, Humberto Vargas Carbonell. New Republic Movement, MNR, Sergio Eric Arden. Progressive Party, PP, Javier Solis. People's Party of Costa Rica, PPC, Lenin Chacon Vargas. Radical Democratic Party, PRD, Juan Jose Echeverria Brilli. Suffrage, universal and compulsory at age 18 elections. President. Last held February 4, 1990. Next to be held February 1994. Results: Rafael Calderón Fournier, 51%. Carlos Manuel Castillo, 47%. Legislative Assembly. Last held February 4, 1990. Next to be held February 1994. Results: percent of vote by party NA. Seats, 57 total. PUSC 29, PLN 25, PVP/PPC 1. Regional parties 2 communists. 7,500 members and sympathizers. Other political or pressure groups. Costa Rican Confederation of Democratic Workers, CCD. Liberation Party affiliate. Confederated Union of Workers, CUT. Communist Party affiliate. Authentic Confederation of Democratic Workers, CETD. Communist Party affiliate. Chamber of Coffee Growers. National Association for Economic Development, ANFE. Free Costa Rica Movement, MCRL. Right-wing militants. National Association of Educators, A&D. Member of CIN, FAO, G77, IDB, IBRD, ICAO, ICO, IDA, IDB, Inter-American Development Bank, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, IPU, ITU, IWC, International Wheat Council, OAS, ODICA, PEJO, SILA, UN, UNESCO, UPB, UPU, who WMO diplomatic representation, Ambassador Danilo Jimenez. Chancery at Suite 211, 1825 Connecticut. Avenue NW, Washington, D.C. 20009. Telephone 202-234-2945 through 2947. There are Costa Rican consulates general at Albuquerque, Boston, Houston, Los Angeles, Miami, New Orleans, New York, San Antonio, San Diego, San Francisco, San Juan, Puerto Rico, and Tampa, and consulates in Austin, Buffalo, Honolulu, and Raleigh, U.S. Ambassador, vacant. Embassy at Pavis Road, San Jose. Mailing address is APO Miami 34020. Telephone 506-33-11-55 flag. 5 horizontal bands of blue, top, white, red, double width, white, and blue with the coat of arms and a white disc on the hoist side of the red band. Economy overview. In 1988, the economy grew at a 3.8% rate, a drop from the 5.1% of the previous year. Gains in agricultural production, on the strength of good coffee and banana crops, and in construction, were partially offset by declines in the rates of growth for the industry and commerce sectors. In 1988, consumer prices rose by nearly 21%, followed by a 10% rise in 1989. Unemployment is officially reported at about 6%, but much underemployment remains. External debt, on a per capita basis, is among the world's highest. GDP, for $0.7 billion, per capita $1,630. Real growth rate 3.8%. 1988, inflation rate, consumer prices 10%. 1989, unemployment rate 5.5%. March 1989, budget, revenues $719 million. Expenditures $808 million, including capital expenditures of $103 million. 1988, exports $1.3 billion. FOB, 1988, commodities, coffee, bananas, textiles, sugar. Partners, U.S. 75%, FRG, Guatemala, Netherlands, UK, Japan. Imports $1.4 billion. CF, 1988, commodities, petroleum, machinery, consumer durables, chemicals, fertilizer, foodstuffs. Partners, U.S. 35%, Japan, Guatemala, FRG. External debt, for $0.5 billion. 1989, industrial production, growth rate 2.1%. 1988, electricity, 909,000 kilowatts capacity, 2,928 million kilowatt hours produced, 990 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989, industries, food processing, textiles and clothing, construction materials, fertilizer, agriculture, account for 20 to 25% of GDP and 70% of exports. Cash commodities, coffee, beef, bananas, sugar. Other food crops include corn, rice, beans, potatoes, nor. Mali self-sufficient in food except for grain. Depletion of forest resources resulting in lower timber output. Illicit drugs. Illicit production of cannabis on small scattered plots. Transshipment country for cocaine from South America. Aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-88, $1.3 billion. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $706 million. Communist countries, 1971 to 88, $27 million currency. Costa Rican colon, plural, colones, 1 Costa Rican colon C, equals 100 centimos exchange rates. Costa Rican colones C, per 1 U.S. dollar, 84.689, January 1990. 81.504, 1989, 75.805, 1988, 62.776, 1987, 55.986, 1986, 50.453, 1985. Fiscal year, calendar year, communications railroads, 950 kilometers total, all 1.067 meter gauge, 260 kilometers electrified highways, 15,400 kilometers total, 7,030 kilometers paved, 7,010 kilometers gravel, 1,360 kilometers unimproved earth inland waterways. About 730 kilometers seasonally navigable pipelines. Refined products, 176 kilometers ports. Puerto Limon, Caldera, Golfito, Moine, Punta Arenas Merchant Marine. 2 cargo ships, 1,000 RT or over, totaling 4,279 GRT/6, 602 WT Civil Air. 9 major transport aircraft airports, 193 total, 177 usable, 25 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 3,659 m, 1 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 11 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Very good domestic telephone service. 292,000 telephones. Connection in a Central American microwave system. Stations, 71 AM, no FM, 18 TV, 13 shortwave. 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth. Station, Defense Forces branches, Civil Guard, Rural Assistance Guard. Note: Constitution prohibits armed forces military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 785,429, 530,986 fit for military service. 31,899 reach military age, 18. Annually defense expenditures, 0.6% of GDP. 1987. Country: Cuba. Geography: total area, 110,860 square kilometers. Land area: 110,860 square kilometers. Comparative area: slightly smaller than Pennsylvania land boundary. 29.1 kilometers with U.S. Naval Base at Guantanamo. Note: Guantanamo is leased and as such remains part of Cuba coastline. 3,735 kilometers maritime claims. Extended economic zone. 200 nanometers. Territorial sea. 12 nanometers disputes. U.S. Naval Base at Guantanamo is leased to U.S., and only mutual agreement or U.S. abandonment of the area can terminate the lease. Climate: tropical, moderated by trade winds. Dry season, November to April. Rainy season, May to October. Terrain: mostly flat to rolling plains with rugged hills and mountains in the southeast. Natural resources: cobalt, nickel, iron ore, copper, manganese, salt, timber, silica. Land use: 23% arable land, 6% permanent crops, 23% meadows and pastures, 17% forest and woodland, 31% other, includes 10% irrigated environment. Averages 1 hurricane every other year. Note: largest country in Caribbean, 145 kilometers south of Florida. People population, 10,620,099, July 1990. Growth rate 1.1%, 1990. Birth rate, 18 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 7 deaths/1, 000 population, 1990 net. Migration rate, 1 migrant/1, 000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 12 deaths/1, 000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 73 years male, 78 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 1.9 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality: noun, Cubans. Adjective, Cuban ethnic divisions, 51% mulatto, 37% white, 11% black, 1% Chinese religion. At least 85% nominally Roman Catholic before Castro assumed power. Language: Spanish literacy. 98.5% labor force. 3,400,000 in state sector. 30% services and government. 22% industry. 20% agriculture. 11%. Commerce. 10% construction. 7% transportation and communications. 1988. Economically active population, 4,500,000. 1987. Organized labor. Workers' Central Union of Cuba, CTC, only labor federation approved by government. 2,910,000 members. The CTC is an umbrella organization composed of 17 member unions. Government long-form name, Republic of Cuba type. Communist state capital. Havana administrative divisions. 14 provinces, provincias, singular, provincia, and 1 special municipality asterisk. Municipio especial. Camagüey, Ciego de Avila, Cienfuegos, Ciudad de la Habana, Granma, Guantanamo, Holguin, Isla de la Juventud asterisk. La Habana, Las Tunas, Matanzas, Pinar del Rio, Sancti Spiritus, Santiago de Cuba, Villa Clara Independence. May 20th, 1902, from Spain December 10th, 1898. Administered by the U.S. from 1898 to 1902, Constitution. February 24th, 1976 legal system, based on Spanish and American law, with large elements of communist legal theory, does not accept compulsory ICJ jurisdiction. National holiday, Revolution Day, January 1st, 1959, Executive Branch. President of the Council of State, First Vice President of the Council of State, President of the Council of Ministers, First Vice President of the Council of Ministers, Council of Ministers Legislative Branch, Unicameral National Assembly of the People's Power, Asamblea Nacional del Poder Popular, Judicial Branch, People's Supreme Court Leaders, Chief of State and Head of Government, President of the Council of State and President of the Council of Ministers Fidel Castro Ruz, became Prime Minister in January 1959 and President since December 2, 1976. First Vice President of the Council of State and First Vice President of the Council of Ministers General Raul Castro Ruz, since December 2, 1976. Political parties and leaders. Only party. Cuban Communist Party, PCC, Fidel Castro Ruz, First Secretary Suffrage. Universal at age 16 elections. National Assembly of the People's Power. Last held in A. December 1986. Next to be held December 1991. Results. PCC is the only party. Seats, 510 total. PCC 510. Indirectly elected communists. About 600,000 full and candidate members member of CIMA, ECLA, FAO, G77, GATT IDB, non-participant. IBEC, ICAO, IFAD, ICO, ICHO, ILO, IMO, IRC, ISO, ITU, IWC, International Wheat Council, INYM, OAS, non-participant. PEJO, SILA, UN, UNESCO, UNIDO, UPU, WFDU, WIPO, WMO, WSG, WDO, diplomatic representation. None. Protecting power in the U.S. is Czechoslovakia, Cuban Interest Section, Councilor Jose Antonio Arbizu Fraga, 2630 and 2639, 16th Street Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20009. Telephone 202-797-8518 or 8519, 8520, 8609, 8610. U.S. Protecting power in Cuba is Switzerland. U.S. Interest Section, Principal Officer John J. Taylor, Calzada, Entre L.Y.M., Vedado Section, Havana. Telephone 320,551 or 320-543 flag. 5 equal horizontal bands of blue, top and bottom, alternating with white. A red equilateral triangle based on the hoist side bears a white 5-pointed star in the center. Economy overview. The Soviet-style economy, centrally planned and largely state-owned, is highly dependent on the agricultural sector and foreign trade. Sugar provides about 75% of export revenues and is mostly exported to the USSR and other CIMA countries. The economy has stagnated since 1985 under a program that has de-emphasized material incentives in the workplace, abolished farmers' informal produce markets, and raised prices of government-supplied goods and services. Castro has complained that the ongoing CIMA reform process has interfered with the regular flow of goods to Cuba. Recently, the government has been trying to increase trade with Latin America and China. Cuba has had difficulty servicing its foreign debt since 1982. The government currently is encouraging foreign investment in tourist facilities. Other investment priorities include sugar, basic foods, and nickel. The annual $4 billion Soviet subsidy, a main prop to Cuba's threadbare economy, may be cut in view of the USSR's mounting economic problems. GNP, $20.9 billion, per capita, $2,000, real growth rate, 1%, 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices in %, unemployment, 6% overall, 10% for women, 1989 budget, revenues $11.7 billion, expenditures $13.5 billion, including capital expenditures of $1 1989 EST. Exports, $5.5 billion, FOB, 1988. Commodities, sugar, nickel, shellfish, citrus, tobacco, coffee. Partners, USSR 67%, GDR 6%, China 4%, 1988. Imports, $7.6 billion, CF, 1988. Commodities, capital goods, industrial raw materials, food, petroleum. Partners, USSR 71%, other communist countries 15%, 1988. External debt, $6.8 billion, convertible currency, July 1989. Industrial production, 3%, 1988. Electricity, 3,991,000 kilowatts capacity, 14,972 million kilowatt hours produced, 1,425 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries, sugar milling, petroleum refining, food and tobacco processing, textiles, chemicals, paper and wood products, metals, particularly nickel, cement, fertilizers, consumer goods, agricultural machinery. Agriculture account for 11% of GNP, including fishing and forestry. Key commercial crops, sugarcane, tobacco, and citrus fruits. Other products, coffee, rice, potatoes, meat, beans, world's largest sugar exporter. Not self-sufficient in food aid. Western, non-U.S. countries. ODA and OOF bilateral commitments. 1970 to 87, $657.5 million. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $13.5 billion currency. Cuban peso, plural, pesos, 1 Cuban peso, CU dollar, equals 100 centavos. Exchange rates. Cuban pesos, CU dollar, per 1 US dollar, 1.0000, linked to the US dollar. Fiscal year, calendar year, communications railroads, 14,925 kilometers total. Cuban National Railways operates 5,295 kilometers of 1.435 meter gauge track, 199 kilometers electrified, 9,630 kilometers of sugar plantation lines of 0.914-1.435 meter gauge highways, about 21,000 kilometers total, 9,000 kilometers paved, 12,000 kilometers gravel and earth-surfaced inland waterways, 240 kilometers ports, Cienfuegos, Havana, Mariel, Matanzas, Santiago de Cuba, 7 secondary, 35 minor merchant marine, 91 ships, 1,000 JRT or over, totaling 701,418 JRT/1, 014, 014 VT, includes 62 cargo, 7 refrigerated cargo, 3 cargo/training, 10 petroleum, oils and lubricants, PUL, tanker, 1 chemical tanker, 2 liquefied gas, 6 bulk. Note, Cuba beneficially owns an additional 34 ships, 1,000 JRT and over, totaling 475,864 DWT under the Registry of Panama, Cyprus, and Malta Civil Air, 59 major transport aircraft airports, 197 total, 168 usable, 72 with permanent surface runways, 2 with runways over 3,659 m, 14 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 17 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications stations, 150 AM, 5 FM, 58 TV, 1,530,000 TV sets, 2,140,000 radio receivers, 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth Station, Defense Forces branches, Revolutionary Armed Forces, Ground Forces, Revolutionary Navy, Air and Air Defense Force, Ministry of Interior Special Troops, Border Guard Troops, Territorial Militia Troops, Youth Labor Army Military Manpower. Eligible 15 to 49, 6,027,131. Of the 3,024,385 males 15 to 49, 1,897,175 are fit for military service. Of the 3,002,746 females 15 to 49, 1,879,471 are fit for military service. 96,319 males and 92,765 females reach military age. 17. Annually defense expenditures, about 6% of GNP, or $1.2 to $1.4 billion. 1989 EST. Country: Cyprus. Geography: total area, 9,250 square kilometers. Land area: 9,240 square kilometers. Comparative area: about 0.7 times the size of Connecticut land boundaries. None coastline, 648 kilometers. Maritime claims: continental shelf, 200 meters or to depth of exploitation. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers. Disputes: 1974 hostilities. Divided the island into two de facto autonomous areas. A Greek area controlled by the Cypriot government, 60% of the island's land area, and a Turkish Cypriot area, 35% of the island, that are separated by a narrow UN buffer zone. In addition, there are two UK sovereign base areas, about 5% of the island's land area. Climate: temperate Mediterranean with hot, dry summers and cool, wet winters. Terrain: Central Plain with mountains to north and south. Natural resources: copper, pyrites, asbestos, gypsum, timber, salt, marble, clay. Earth pigment. Land use: 40% arable land, 7% permanent crops, 10% meadows and pastures, 18% forest and woodland, 25% other, includes 10% irrigated. Most irrigated lands are in the Turkish Cypriot area of the island. Environment: moderate earthquake activity, water resource problems, no natural reservoir catchments, seasonal disparity in rainfall, and most potable resources concentrated in the Turkish Cypriot area. People population: 707,776, July 1990. Growth rate: 1%, 1990. Birth rate: 19 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate: 8 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate: 0 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate: 10 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth: 73 years male, 78 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate: 2.4 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality: noun, Cypriots. Adjective, Cypriot ethnic divisions: 78% Greek, 18% Turkish, 4% other religion, 78% Greek Orthodox, 18% Muslim, 4% Maronite, Armenian, Apostolic, and other language, Greek, Turkish, English literacy, 99% EST. Labor force: Greek area, 251,406, 42% services, 33% industry, 22% agriculture. Turkish area: NA, 1986, organized labor, 156,000, 1985 EST. Government long-form name: Republic of Cyprus. Type: Republic. A disaggregation of the two ethnic communities inhabiting the island began after the outbreak of communal strife in 1963. This separation was further solidified following the Turkish invasion of the island in July 1974, which gave the Turkish Cypriots de facto control in the north. Greek Cypriots control the only internationally recognized government. On November 15, 1983, Turkish Cypriot President Rauf Denktaş declared independence and the formation of a Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus, which has been recognized only by Turkey. Both sides publicly call for the resolution of intercommunal differences and creation of a new federal system of government capital. Nicosia Administrative Divisions. 6 districts. Famagusta, Kyrenia, Larnaca, Limassol, Nicosia, Paphos Independence. August 16, 1960 from UK. Constitution. August 16, 1960. Negotiations to create the basis for a new or revised constitution to govern the island and to better relations between Greek and Turkish Cypriots have been held intermittently. In 1975, Turkish Cypriots created their own constitution and governing bodies within the Turkish Federated State of Cyprus, which was renamed the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus in 1983. A new constitution for the Turkish area passed by referendum in May 1985 legal system, based on common law, with civil law modifications national holiday. Independence Day, October 1st, Executive Branch. President, Council of Ministers, Cabinet. Note, there is a President, Prime Minister, and Council of Ministers, Cabinet. In the Turkish area legislative branch, unicameral House of Representatives, Vuliana Prosopon. Note, there is a unicameral Assembly of the Republic, Cumhuriyet Meclisi. In the Turkish area judicial branch, Supreme Court. Note, there is also a Supreme Court in the Turkish area leaders, Chief of State and Head of Government, President George Vasiliou, since February 1988. Note, Rauf R. Denktaş was proclaimed president of the Turkish area on February 13, 1975. Political parties and leaders. Greek Cypriot. Progressive Party of the Working People, AKL, Communist Party. Demetrios Christosias, Democratic Rally, DC, Glafkos Clarides. Democratic Party, DECO, Spiros Kyprianou. United Democratic Union of the Center, EDK, Vassos. Lissarides, Turkish Area, National Unity Party, NUP, Dervis Iroglu. Communal Liberation Party, CLP, Ismail Bozkurt. Republican Turkish Party, RTP, Oscar Ozgur. New Birth Party, NBP, Atak Bisheshler. New Cyprus Savi, NCP, Alpui Durduran Suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. President. Last held February 14th and February 21st, 1988. Next to be held February 1993. Results. George Vasiliou, 52%. Glafkos Clarides, 48%. House of Representatives. Last held December 8th, 1985. Next to be held December 1990. Results. Democratic Rally 33.56%. Democratic Party 27.65%. AKEL 27.43%. EDEC 11.07%. Seats 56 total. Democratic Rally 19. Democratic Party 16. AKL Communist 15. EDEC 6. Turkish Area. President. Last held June 9th, 1985. Next to be held June 1990. Results. Rauf Denktaş 70%. Turkish Area. Legislative Assembly. Last held June 23rd, 1985. Next to be held June 1990. Results. Percent of vote by Party NA. Seats. 50 total. National Unity Party. Conservative. 24. Republican. Turkish Party. Communist, 12, Communal Liberation Party, Center-Right, 10, New Birth Party 4 Communists, about 12,000 other political or pressure groups. United Democratic Youth Organization, EDON, Communist-controlled. Union of Cyprus Farmers, EKA, Communist-controlled. Cyprus Farmers Union, PK, Pro-West, Pan-Cyprian Labor Federation, PO, Communist-controlled. Confederation of Cypriot Workers, SEK, Pro-West. Federation of Turkish Cypriot Labor Unions, Turksun. Confederation of Revolutionary Labor Unions, Diviz. Member of CCC, Commonwealth, Council of Europe, FAO, G77, GATT, IBRD, ICAO, ICO, IDA, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, ITU, NEM, YEN, UNESCO, UPU, WFDU, WHO, WMO, WDO, Turkish Federated State of Cyprus, OIC, Observer, Diplomatic Representation, Ambassador Michael E. Sherifies, Chancery at 2211 R Street in W. Washington, D.C. 20008, Telephone 202-462-5772. There is a Cypriot Consulate General in New York, U.S., vacant. Embassy at the corner. of Tharisso Street and Dosithio Street, Nicosia. Mailing address is FPO New York 09530. Telephone 357 2 465151 flag. White with a copper-colored silhouette of the island. The name Cyprus is derived from the Greek word for copper, above two green crossed olive branches in the center of the flag. The branches symbolize the hope for peace and reconciliation between the Greek and Turkish communities. Economy overview. These data are for the area controlled by the Republic of Cyprus. Information on the northern Turkish Cypriot area is sparse. The economy is small, diversified, and prosperous. Industry contributes about 28% to GDP and employs 35% of the labor force, while the service sector contributes about 55% to GDP and employs 40% of the labor force. Rapid growth in exports of agricultural and manufactured products and in tourism have played important roles in the average 6% rise in GDP in recent years. While this growth put considerable pressure on prices and the balance of payments, the inflation rate has remained low and the balance of payments deficit manageable. GDP, $4.2 billion, per capita $6,100, real growth rate 6.9%, 1988 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 3.9%, 1989 EST. Unemployment rate, 2.8%, 1988. Budget, revenues $1.2 billion. Expenditures $1.4 billion, including capital expenditures of $178 million, 1989 EST. Exports, $767 million, FOB, 1988. Commodities, citrus, potatoes, grapes, wine, cement, clothing, and shoes. Partners, Middle East and North Africa 37%, UK 27%, other EC 11%, US 2% imports. $1.9 billion, CF, 1988. Commodities, consumer goods 23%, petroleum and lubricants 12%, food and feed grains, machinery. Partners, EC 60%, Middle East and North Africa 7%, US 4%, external debt. $2.8 billion, 1988. Industrial production. Growth rate 6.5%, 1988. Electricity, 620,000 kilowatts capacity, 1,770 million kilowatt-hour produced, 2,530 kilowatt-hours per capita, 1989. Industries, mining, iron pyrites, gypsum, asbestos. Manufactured products, beverages, footwear, clothing, and cement are principally for local consumption. Agriculture accounts for 8% of GDP and employs 22% of labor force. Major crops, potatoes, vegetables, barley, grapes, olives, and citrus fruits. Vegetables and fruit provide 25% of export revenues. Aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-88, $272 million. Western, non-U.S. countries. ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $223 million. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979 to 89, $62 million. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $24 million currency. Cypriot pound, plural, pounds, and in Turkish area, Turkish lira, plural, liras. 1 Cypriot pound, LC, equals 100 cents and 1 Turkish lira. TL equals 100 kurus exchange rates. Cypriot pounds, LC, per 1 US dollar, 0.4854, January 1990, 0.4933, 1989, 0.4663, 1988, 0.4807, 1987, 0.5167, 1986, 0.6095, 1985. In Turkish area, Turkish liras, TL, per 1 US dollar. 2,314.7, November 1989, 1,422.3, 1988, 857.2, 1987, 674.5, 1986, 522.0, 1985. Fiscal year, calendar year, communications highways, 10,780 kilometers total. 5,170 kilometers bituminous surface treated. 5,610 kilometers gravel, crushed stone, and earth ports. Famagusta, Kyrenia, Larnaca, Limassol, Paphos Merchant Marine. 1,100 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 18,093,340 GRT/32, 148. 550 DWT. Includes 1 passenger, 12 short sea passenger, 2 passenger cargo, 434 cargo, 61 refrigerated cargo, 18 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 40 container, 94 petroleum, oils, and lubricants, POL, tanker, 1 specialized cargo, 3 liquefied gas, 13 chemical tanker, 29 combination or/oil, 341 bulk, 3 vehicle carrier, 48 combination bulk carrier. Note: a flag of convenience registry. Cuba owns at least 20 of these ships, and Yugoslavia owns 1 civil air. 8 major transport aircraft airports, 13 total, 13 usable, 10 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 3,659 m, 7 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 2 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications, excellent in the area controlled by the Cypriot government, Greek area, moderately good in the Turkish Cypriot administered area. 210,000 telephones, stations, 13 AM, 7 repeaters, FM, 40 repeaters, TV, tropospheric scatter circuits to Greece and Turkey, 3 submarine coaxial cables, satellite earth stations, Intelsat, 1 Atlantic Ocean and 1 Indian Ocean and Eutelsat systems, Defense Forces branches, Cyprus National Guard, Turkish area, Turkish Cypriot security. Force military manpower, males 15 to 49, 180,946, 125,044 fit for military service. 5,083 reach military age 18, annually defense expenditures, 2% of GDP, or $84 million. 1990 EST. Country, Czechoslovakia. Geography, total area, 127,870 square kilometers. Land area, 125,460 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly larger than New York State land boundaries. 3,446 kilometers total. Austria 548 kilometers, GDR 459 kilometers, Hungary 676 kilometers, Poland 1,309 kilometers, USSR 98 kilometers, FRG 356 kilometers coastline. None. Landlocked maritime claims. None. Landlocked disputes. Nagymaros Dam dispute with Hungary. Climate, temperate, cool summers, cold, cloudy, humid winters. Terrain, mixture of hills and mountains separated by plains and basins. Natural resources, coal, timber, lignite, uranium, magnesite, iron ore, copper, zinc. Land use, 40% arable land, 1% permanent crops, 13% meadows and pastures, 37% forest and woodland, 9% other, includes 1% irrigated environment. Infrequent earthquakes, acid rain, water pollution, air pollution. Note: landlocked, strategically located astride some of oldest and most significant land routes in Europe. Moravian Gate is a traditional military corridor between the North European plain and the Danube in Central Europe. People population, 15,683,234, July 1990. Growth rate 0.3%, 1990. Birth rate, 14 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 11 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, NEGL migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 11 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 69 years male, 76 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 2.0 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality, Noun, Czechoslovaks. Adjective, Czechoslovak ethnic divisions. 64.3% Czech, 30.5% Slovak, 3.8% Hungarian, 0.4% German, 0.4% Polish, 0.3% Ukrainian, 0.1% Russian, 0.2% other, Jewish, Gypsy. Religion, 50% Roman Catholic, 20% Protestant, 2% Orthodox, 28% other language. Czech and Slovak. Official, Hungarian literacy, 99% labor force. 8,200,000, 1987. 36.9% industry, 12.3% agriculture, 50.8% construction, communications, and other. 1982. Organized labor, Revolutionary Trade Union Movement, ROH, formerly regime-controlled. Other industry-specific strike committees, new independent. Trade unions forming, government long-form name. Czechoslovak Socialist Republic, abbreviated CSSR. Note: on March 23, 1990 the name was changed to Czechoslovak Federative Republic. Because of Slovak concerns about their status in the Federation, the Federal Assembly approved the name Czech and Slovak Federative Republic on April 20, 1990 type. In transition from communist state to republic capital. Prague administrative divisions. 2 socialist republics, Socialistica Republiki, singular. Socialistica Republika, Česká socialistická republika, Slovenská socialistická republika independence. October 18, 1918, from Austro-Hungarian Empire, Constitution. July 11, 1960, amended in 1968 and 1970, new Constitution under review, January 1, 1990, legal system. Civil law system based on Austro-Hungarian codes, modified by communist legal theory. No judicial review of legislative acts. Has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction. National holiday. National holiday of the Republic. Anniversary of the Liberation. May 9, 1945. Executive branch. President, Prime Minister, Cabinet Legislative branch. Bicameral Federal Assembly. Federalny Shromáždění. Consists of an upper house or House of Nations, Sněmovna národů, and a lower house or House of the People, Sněmovna lidů, judicial branch. Supreme Court leaders. Chief of State, President Václav Havel. Since December 28, 1989. Head of Government, Premier Marian Kalfa. Since December 10, 1989. First Deputy Premier, Walter Komarek. Since December 7, 1989. Jan Ursky. Since December 7, 1989. Political parties and leaders. Civic Forum. Since December 1989. Leading political force. Loose coalition of former opposition is headed by President Václav Havel. Communist Party of Czechoslovakia, KSC, Ladislav Adamek, Chairman. Since December 20, 1989. KSE toppled from power in November 1989 by massive anti-regime demonstrations. Minority role in coalition government since December 10, 1989. Suffrage. Universal at age 18. Elections. President. Last held May 22, 1985. Next to be held June 8, 1990. Will be a free election. Results. Gustav Husak was re-elected without opposition. Federal Assembly. Last held the 23rd and the 24th of May 1986. Next to be held June 8, 1990. Will be a free election. Results. KSE was the only party. Seats. 350 total. KSE 350 Communists. 1.71 million party members, April 1988, and falling other political groups. Czechoslovak Socialist Party, Czechoslovak People's Party, Slovak Freedom Party, Slovak Revival Party, Christian Democratic Party. More than 40 political groups are expected to field. Candidates for the June 8, 1990 election. Member of CCC, CIMA, FAO, GATT, IBEC, ICAO, ICO, ILO, LZSG, IMO, IPU, ISO, ITC, ITU, UN, UNESCO, UPU, Warsaw Pact, WFDU, WHO, WIPO, WMO, WSG, WDO, Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Rita Klimova. Chancery at 3900 Linnean Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008. Telephone 202-363-0000. 6315 or 6316. U.S. Ambassador Shirley Temple Black. Embassy at Tritsist 15 to 12548, Prague. Mailing address is APO New York 09213. Telephone 42 2 53 6641 through 6649 flag. Two equal horizontal bands of white, top, and red with a blue isosceles triangle based on the hoist side. Economy overview. Czechoslovakia is highly industrialized and has a well-educated and skilled labor force. Its industry, transport, energy sources, banking, and most other means of production are state-owned. The country is deficient, however, in energy and many raw materials. Moreover, its aging capital plant lags well behind West European standards. Industry contributes over 50% to GNP and construction 10%. About 95% of agricultural land is in collectives or state farms. The centrally planned economy has been tightly linked in trade, 80%, to the USSR and Eastern Europe. Growth has been sluggish, averaging less than 2% in the period 1982 to 89. GNP per capita ranks next to the GDR as the highest in the communist countries. As in the rest of Eastern Europe, the sweeping political changes of 1989 have been disrupting normal channels of supply and compounding the government's economic problems. Czechoslovakia is beginning the difficult transition from a command to a market economy. GNP, $123.2 billion, per capita $7,878, real growth rate 1%, 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 1.5%, 1989, unemployment rate 0.9%, 1987, budget, revenues $22.4 billion, expenditures $21.9 billion, including capital expenditures of $3.7 billion, 1986 state budget, exports $24.5 billion, FOB, 1988, commodities, machinery and equipment 58.5%, industrial consumer goods 15.2%, fuels, minerals and metals 10.6%, agricultural and forestry products 6.1%, other products 15.2%, partners, USSR, GDR, Poland, Hungary, FRG, Yugoslavia, Austria, Bulgaria, Romania, U.S. imports, $23.5 billion, FOB, 1988, commodities, machinery and equipment 41.6%, fuels, minerals and metals 32.2%, agricultural and forestry products 11.5%, industrial consumer goods 6.7%, other products 8%, partners, USSR, GDR, Poland, Hungary, FRG, Yugoslavia, Austria, Bulgaria, Romania, U.S. external debt, $7.4 billion, hard currency indebtedness, 1989, industrial production, growth rate 2.1%, 1988, electricity, 22,955,000 kilowatts capacity, 85,000 million kilowatt hours produced, 5,410 kilowatt hours. Per capita, 1989, industries, iron and steel machinery and equipment, cement, sheet glass, motor vehicles, armaments, chemicals, ceramics, wood, paper products, footwear, agriculture, account for 15% of GNP, includes forestry, largely self-sufficient in food production, diversified crop and livestock production, including grains, potatoes, sugar beets, hops, fruit, hogs, cattle, and poultry, exporter of forest products aid, donor, $4.2 billion in bilateral aid to non-communist, less developed countries, 1954 to 88, currency, koruna, plural, korny, 1 koruna, KC, equals 100 halaru exchange rates, korny, KCS, per 1 US dollar, 17.00, March 1990, 10.00, 1989, 5.63, 1988, 5.43, 1987, 5.95, 1986, 6.79, 1985, 6.65, 1984, fiscal year, calendar year, Communications railroads. 13,116 kilometers total. 12,868 kilometers 1.435 meter standard gauge. 102 kilometers 1.524 meter broad gauge. 146 kilometers 0.750 and 0.760 meter narrow gauge. 2,854 kilometers double track. 3,530 kilometers electrified, government-owned. 1986. Highways, 73,805 kilometers. Total, including 489 kilometers superhighway. 1986. Inland waterways, 475 kilometers. 1986. The Elbe is the principal river pipelines. Crude oil, 1,448 kilometers. Refined products, 1,500 kilometers. Natural gas, 8,000 kilometers. Ports. Maritime outlets are in Poland. Gdynia, Gdansk, Szczecin, Yugoslavia, Rijeka, Koper, FRG Hamburg, GDR, Rostock. Principal river ports are Prague on the Vltava, Dessau on the Elbe, Labe, Komarno on the Danube, Bratislava on the Danube Merchant Marine. 21 ships, 1,000 JRT or over, totaling 208,471 JRT / 308,072 DWT. Includes 15 cargo, 6 bulk civil air, 40 major transport aircraft airports, 158 total, 158 usable, 40 with permanent surface runways, 19 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 37 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications stations 58 AM, 16 FM, 45 TV, 14 Soviet TV relays, 4,360,000 TV sets, 4,208,538 radio receivers, at least one satellite Earth station, Defense Forces branches, Czechoslovak, People's Army, Frontier Guard, Air and Air Defense Forces military manpower, males 15 to 49, 4,019,311, 3,076,735 fit for military service, 137,733 reach military age, 18, annually defense expenditures, 28.4 billion korony, 7% of total budget, 1989. Note, conversion of the military budget into U.S. dollars using the official administratively set exchange rate would produce misleading results. Country, Denmark. Geography, total area, 43,070 square kilometers. Land area, 42,370 square kilometers. Includes the island of Bornholm in the Baltic Sea and the rest of metropolitan Denmark, but excludes the Faroe Islands and Greenland comparative area. Slightly more than twice the size of Massachusetts' land boundaries. 68 kilometers with forged coastline. 3,379 kilometers maritime claims. Contiguous zone. 4 nanometers. Continental shelf. 200 meters or to depth of exploitation. Exclusive fishing zone. 200 nanometers. Territorial sea. 3 nanometers disputes. Rockall continental shelf dispute involving Iceland, Ireland, and the UK. Ireland and the UK have signed a boundary agreement in the Rockall area. Denmark has challenged Norway's maritime claims between Greenland and Jan Mayen climate. Temperate, humid and overcast. Mild, windy winters and cool summers terrain. Low and flat to gently rolling plains natural resources. Crude oil, natural gas, fish, salt, limestone land use. 61% arable land. NEGL % permanent crops. 6% meadows and pastures. 12% forest and woodland. 21% other. Includes 9% irrigated. Environment. Air and water pollution note. Controls Danish Straits linking Baltic and North Seas. People population, 5,131,217, July 1990. Growth rate, NEGL %, 1990. Birth rate, 12 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 11 deaths / 1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, NEGL migrants / 1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 6 deaths / 1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 73 years male, 79 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 1.6 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality, noun, Danes, adjective, Danish ethnic divisions, Scandinavian, Eskimo, Faroese, German religion, 97% Evangelical Lutheran, 2% other Protestant and Roman Catholic, 1% other language, Danish, Faroese, Greenlandic, and Eskimo dialect, small German-speaking minority literacy, 99% labor force, 2,760,000, 51% services, 34% industry, 8% government, 7% agriculture, forestry, and fishing, 1988, organized labor, 65% of labor force, government long-form name, Kingdom of Denmark type, constitutional monarchy capital, Copenhagen administrative divisions, metropolitan Denmark, 14 counties, Amter, singular, AMT, and 1 city asterisk stad, Aarhus, Bornholm, Frederiksborg, Fyn, København, Nordjylland, Ribe, Ringkøbing, Roskilde, Sønderjylland, Staden, København asterisk, Storstrøm, Vejle, Vestjylland, Viborg. Note. See separate entries for the Faroe Islands and Greenland, which are part of the Danish realm and self-governing administrative divisions independence. Became a constitutional monarchy in 1849 Constitution, June 5, 1953 Legal system, civil law system, judicial review of legislative acts, accepts compulsory ICJ jurisdiction, with reservations national holiday. Birthday of the Queen, April 16, 1940, executive branch, monarch, heir apparent, prime minister, cabinet legislative branch, unicameral parliament, Folketing, judicial branch, Supreme Court leaders, chief of state, Queen Margrethe II, since January 1972, heir apparent crown Prince Frederick, elder son of the Queen, born May 26, 1968, head of government, Prime Minister Poul Schluter, since September 10, 1982, political parties and leaders, Social Democratic, Svend Auken, Liberal, Uffe Ellemann-Jensen, Conservative Poul Schluter, Radical Liberal, Niels Helveg Petersen, Socialist Peoples, Gert Petersen, Communist, Ole Sohn, Left Socialist, Elizabeth Brun Olesen, Center Democratic, Mimi Stilling Jacobsen, Christian Peoples, Flemming Kofod Svensson, Justice, Poul Gerhard Christensen, Progress Party, Auge Brusgaard, Socialist Workers' Party, Leader NA, Communist, Workers' Party KP, Common Course, Preben Mahler Hansen, Green Party, Inger Bohlmann Suffrage, Universal at age 21 elections, Parliament, last held May 10, 1988, next to be held by May 1992. Results, Social Democrat 29.9%, Conservative 19.3%, Socialist Peoples 13%, Liberal 11.8%, Radical Liberal 9%, Center Democratic 5.6%, Christian Peoples 2%, Common Course 2.7%, Other 6.7%, seats 175 total. Includes 2 from Greenland and 2 from the Faroe Islands. Social Democratic 55, Conservative 35, Socialist Peoples 24, Liberal 22, Progress 16, Radical Liberal 10, Center Democratic 9, Christian Peoples 4 member of ADB, CCC, Council of Europe, DAC, EC, EMS, ESA, FAO, GATT, IEA, IBRD, ICAC, ICAO, ICES, ICO, IDA, IDB, Inter-American Development Bank, IEA, IFAD, IFC, IHO, ILO, ILZ, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, IPU, ISO, ITC, ITU, IWC, International Wheat Council, NATO, Nordic Council, OECD, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WIPO, WMO, WSG Diplomatic Representation, Ambassador. Peter Peterson Divik, Chancery at 3200 Whitehaven Street Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008, telephone 202-234-4300. There are Danish consulates general at Chicago, Houston, Los Angeles, and New York, U.S. Ambassador Keith L. Brown, Embassy at Dag Hammarskjöld's Alle 24, 2100 Copenhagen O. Mailing address is APO New York 09170. Telephone 45 31 42 31 44 flag. Red with a white cross that extends to the edges of the flag. The vertical part of the cross is shifted to the hoist side in that design. Element of the Dannebrog, Danish flag, was subsequently adopted by the other Nordic countries of Finland, Iceland, Norway, and Sweden. Economy overview. This modern economy features high-tech agriculture, up-to-date small-scale and corporate industry, extensive government welfare measures, comfortable living standards, and high dependence on foreign trade. Growth and output, however, has been sluggish in 1987 to 89, and unemployment in early 1989 stood at 9.6% of the labor force. The government is trying to revitalize growth in preparation for the economic integration of Europe in 1992. GDP, $73.7 billion. Per capita, $14,300. Real growth rate 1.4%. 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 4.25%. 1989 EST. Unemployment rate 9.6%. 1989. Budget. Revenues $34 billion. Expenditures $34 billion, including capital expenditures of $19 billion. 1988. Exports $27.7 billion. FOB 1989 EST. Commodities, meat and meat products, dairy products, transport equipment, fish, chemicals, industrial machinery. Partners, US 6%, FRG, Norway, Sweden, UK, other EC, Japan imports. $26.4 billion, CF, 1989 EST. Commodities, petroleum, machinery and equipment, chemicals, grain and foodstuffs, textiles. Paper, partners, US 7%, FRG, Netherlands, Sweden, UK, other EC external debt. $41.1 billion, 1989 EST. Industrial production, growth rate 0.9%, 1988. Electricity, 11,215,000 kilowatts capacity, 30,910 million kilowatt hours produced, 6,030 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries, food processing, machinery and equipment, textiles and clothing, chemical products, electronics, construction, furniture, and other wood products. Agriculture account for 7% of GNP and employs 1.8% of labor force. Includes fishing. Farm products account for nearly 16% of export revenues. Principal products: meat, dairy, grain, potatoes, rape, sugar beets, fish. Self-sufficient in food production. Aid. Donor. ODA and OOF commitments. 1970 to 87. $4.8 billion currency. Danish krone, plural, kroner. 1 Danish krone, DKR, equals 100 or exchange rates. Danish kroner, DKR, per 1 US dollar. 6.560, January 1990. 7.310, 1989. 6.732, 1988. 6.840, 1987. 8.091, 1986. 10.596, 1985. Fiscal year. Calendar year. Communications railroads. 2,675 kilometers, 1.435 meters standard gauge. Danish State Railways, DSB. Operate 2,025 kilometers, 1,999 kilometers rail line, and 121 kilometers rail. Ferry services. 188 kilometers electrified, 730 kilometers double-tracked. 650 kilometers of standard gauge lines are privately owned and operated highways. 66,482 kilometers total. 64,551 kilometers concrete, bitumen, or stone block. 1,931 kilometers gravel, crushed stone, improved earth inland waterways. 417 kilometers pipelines. Crude oil, 110 kilometers. Refined products, 578 kilometers. Natural gas, 700 kilometers. Ports. Aalborg, Aarhus, Copenhagen, Esbjerg, Fredericia. Numerous secondary and minor ports. Merchant marine. 252 ships, 1,000 GRT or over. totaling 4,498,611. GRT/6 711 011 DWT includes 12 short sea passenger, 82 cargo, 15 refrigerated cargo, 28 container, 36 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 1 railcar carrier, 37 petroleum, oils, and lubricants (PUL) tanker, 13 chemical tanker, 12 liquefied gas for livestock carrier, 12 bulk. Note: Denmark has created a captive register called the Danish International Ship Register (DS) as its own internal register. DS ships do not have to meet Danish manning regulations, and they amount to a flag of convenience within the Danish register. By the end of 1990, most Danish flag ships will belong to the DS Civil Air. 58 major transport aircraft airports, 130 total, 114 usable, 27 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 3,659 m, 9 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 6 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Excellent telephone, telegraph, and broadcast services for 1,237,000 telephones. Stations, 2 AM, 15, 39 repeaters, FM, 27, 25 repeaters, TV stations, 7 submarine coaxial cables, 1 satellite Earth station operating in Intelsat for Atlantic Ocean, Eutelsat, and domestic systems. Defense Forces branches: Royal Danish Army, Royal Danish Navy, Royal Danish Air Force military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 1,368,013. 1,180,865 fit for military service. 37,228 reach military age. 20. Annually defense expenditures, 2.1% of GDP, or $1.5 billion. 1989 EST. Country: Djibouti. Geography: total area, 22,000 square kilometers. Land area: 21,980 square kilometers. Comparative area: slightly larger than Massachusetts land boundaries, 517 kilometers total. Ethiopia 459 kilometers, Somalia 58 kilometers coastline, 314 kilometers maritime claims. Contiguous zone: 24 nanometers. Extended economic zone: 200 nanometers. Territorial sea: 12 nanometers. Disputes. Possible claim by Somalia based on unification of ethnic Somalis. Climate: desert, torrid, dry terrain. Coastal plain and plateau, separated by central mountains. Natural resources: geothermal areas. Land use: 0% arable land, 0% permanent crops, 9% meadows and pastures, NEGL% forest and woodland, 91% other environment. Vast wasteland. Note: strategic location near world's busiest shipping lanes and close to Arabian oil fields. Terminus of rail traffic into Ethiopia. People population: 337,386, July 1990. Growth rate 2.6%, 1990. Birth rate: 43 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate: 17 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate: 0 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate: 119 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth: 46 years male, 49 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate: 6.4 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality: noun, Djiboutians. Adjective, Djiboutian ethnic divisions: 60% Somali, Isa, 35% Afar, 5% French, Arab, Ethiopian, and Italian religion. 94% Muslim, 6% Christian language: French, official, Arabic, Somali, and Afar. Widely used literacy: 20% labor force, but a small number of semi-skilled laborers at the port and 3,000 railway workers. 52% of population of working age, 1983, organized labor. 3,000 railway workers. Government long form name: Republic of Djibouti type. Republic capital. Djibouti administrative divisions. 5 districts, circles, singular, circle. Ali Sahi, Daikil, Djibouti, Obak, Tajura independence. June 27, 1977, from France. Formerly French territory of the Afars and Isses. Constitution. Partial constitution ratified January 1981 by the Chamber of Deputies legal system. Based on French civil law system, traditional practices, and Islamic law and national holiday. Independence Day, June 27, 1977, Executive Branch. President, Prime Minister, Council of Ministers Legislative Branch. Chamber of Deputies, Chamber de Deputes. Judicial Branch. Supreme Court, Cour Supreme. Leaders, Chief of State, President Hassan Gaold Abdadon, since June 24, 1977. Head of Government. Prime Minister Barkat Garad Hamadou, since September 30, 1978. Political parties and leaders. Only party. People's Progress Assembly, RPP, Hassan Gaold Abdadon suffrage. Universal adult at age NA elections. President. Last held April 24, 1987. Next to be held April 1993. Results. President Hassan Gaold Abdadon was re-elected without opposition. Chamber of Deputies. Last held April 24, 1987. Next to be held April 1992. Results. RPP is the only party. Seats, 65 total. RPP 65 communists. NA member of ACP, FDB, Arab League, FAO, G77, IBRD, ICAO, IDA, IDB, Islamic Development Bank, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, IMO, Interpol, ITU, NEM, OU, OICN, UPU, WFDU, WHO, WMO Diplomatic Representation, Ambassador Roble Alhay, Chancery, temporary, at the Djiboutian Permanent Mission to the UN, 866, United Nations Plaza, Suite 4011, New York, New York, 10017. Telephone 212-753-3163, U.S. Ambassador Robert S. Barrett 4, Embassy at Villa Plateau du Serpent Boulevard, Marichal Joffre, Djibouti. Mailing address is B.P. 185, Djibouti. Telephone 253-35-38-49 or 35-39-95, 35-29-16, 35-29-17 flag. 2 equal horizontal bands of light blue, top, and light green with a white isosceles triangle based on the hoy side bearing a red 5-pointed star in the center. Economy overview. The economy is based on service activities connected with the country's strategic location and status as a free trade zone. Djibouti provides services as both a transit port for the region and an international transshipment and refueling center. It has few natural resources and little industry. The nation is, therefore, heavily dependent on foreign assistance to help support its balance of payments and to finance development projects. An unemployment rate of over 50% continues to be a major problem. GNP, $333 million, $1,070 per capita. Real growth rate, 0.7%. 1986. Inflation rate, consumer prices 8%. 1987. Unemployment rate, over 50%. 1987. Budget, revenues $117 million. Expenditures $163 billion, including capital expenditures of $52 million, 1987 EST. Exports, $128 million. FOB, 1986. Commodities, hides and skins, coffee, in transit. Partners, Middle East 50%, Africa 43%, Western Europe 7% imports. $198 million. FOB, 1986. Commodities, foods, beverages, transport equipment, chemicals, petroleum products. Partners, EC 36%, Africa 21%, Bahrain 14%, Asia 12%, US 2%. External debt, $250 million. December 1988. Industrial production. Growth rate, 1.6%. 1986. Electricity, 110,000 kilowatts capacity, 190 million kilowatt-hours produced, 580 kilowatt-hours per capita. 1989, industries. Limited to a few small-scale enterprises, such as dairy products and mineral water bottling agriculture. Account for 30% of GDP. Scanty rainfall limits crop production to mostly fruit and vegetables. Half of population pastoral nomads herding goats, sheep, and camels. Imports bulk of food needs aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 78-88. $36 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, including ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87. $962 million. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979 to 89. $149 million. Communist countries, 1970 to 88. $35 million currency. Djiboutian franc, plural, francs, 1 Djiboutian franc, DF, equals 100 centimes exchange rates. Djiboutian francs, DF, per 1 US dollar, 177.721, fixed rate since 1973. Fiscal year, calendar year, communications railroads. The Ethiopian-Djibouti Railroad extends for 97 kilometers through Djibouti highways, 2,900 kilometers total, 280 kilometers bituminous surface, 2,620 kilometers improved or unimproved earth. 1982, ports, Djibouti Civil Air, 2 major transport aircraft airports, 12. Total, 9 usable, none with runways over 3,659 m, 1 with permanent surface runways, 1 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, for with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m telecommunications. Fair system of urban facilities in Djibouti and radio relay stations at outlying places. 7,300 telephones, stations, 2 AM, 1 FM, 2 TV, 1 Indian Ocean Intelsat Earth Station, and 1 Arabsat. 1 submarine cable to Saudi Arabia. Defense Forces branches, Army, Navy, Air Force, Paramilitary National Security Force military manpower, males. 15 to 49, 88,132, 51,260 fit for military service defense expenditures, $29.9 million, 23% of central government budget. 1986. Country, Dominica. Geography, total area, 750 square kilometers. Land area, 750 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly more than 4 times the size of Washington, D.C. land boundaries. None coastline. 148 kilometers maritime claims. Contiguous zone, 24 nanometers. Extended economic zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers. Climate, tropical, moderated by northeast. Trade winds, heavy rainfall terrain, rugged mountains of volcanic origin. Natural resources, timber land use, 9% arable land, 13% permanent crops, 3% meadows and pastures, 41% forest and woodland, 34% other environment. Flash floods a constant hazard. Occasional hurricanes note. Located 550 kilometers southeast of Puerto Rico in the Caribbean Sea. People population, 84,854 July 1990. Growth rate 1.7%, 1990. Birth rate, 26 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 5 deaths/1,000 population, 1990 net. Migration rate, 4 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 13 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 73 years male, 79 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 2.6 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality, noun, Dominicans. Adjective, Dominican ethnic divisions, mostly black, some Carib Indians. Religion, 80% Roman Catholic, Anglican, Methodist. Language, English official, French patois, widely spoken. Literacy, 80% EST. Labor force, 25,000, 40%. Agriculture, 32% industry and commerce, 28% services, 1984. Organized labor, 25% of labor force. Government long form name. Commonwealth of Dominica type. Parliamentary democracy capital. Rizzo administrative divisions. 10 parishes. St. Andrew, St. David, St. George, St. John, St. Joseph, St. Luke, St. Mark, St. Patrick, St. Paul. St. Peter Independence. November 3rd, 1978, from UK. Constitution. November 3rd, 1978 legal system. Based on English common law and national holiday. Independence Day, November 3rd, 1978, executive. Branch, President, Prime Minister, Cabinet Legislative Branch. Unicameral House of Assembly. Includes 9 appointed senators and 21 elected representatives. Judicial Branch. Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court leaders. Chief of State. President Sir Clarence Augustus Signoret. Since December 19, 1983. Head of Government. Prime Minister Mary Eugenia Charles. Since July 21, 1980. Political parties and leaders. Dominica Freedom Party, DFP, Mary Eugenia Charles. Labour Party of Dominica, LPD-A. Leftist-dominated coalition, Michael Douglas. United Workers' Party, UWP, Edison James Suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. President. Last held December 20th, 1988. Next to be held December 1993. The President is elected by the House of Assembly. House of Assembly. Last held July 1st, 1985. Next to be held July 1990. Results, percent of vote by party in A. Seats, 21 total, DFP 17, LPD 4 Communists. Negligible other political or pressure groups. Dominica Liberation Movement, DLM, a small. Leftist group member of ACP, CARICOM, Commonwealth, FAO, GATT, de facto, G77, IBRD, IDEA, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, IMO, Interpol, OAS, OECS, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WHO, WMO diplomatic representation. There is no chancery in the U.S. U.S. No official presence since the ambassador resides in Bridgetown, Barbados, but travels frequently to Dominica flag. Green with a center cross of 3 equal bands. The vertical part is yellow, hoist side, black and white. The horizontal